Synopsis. The protagonist awakens as a three-headed draconic entity, sealed within an ancient icy cage, in the deepest level of the sea prison Impel Down. From this frozen slumber, the protagonist interacts with the minds of those nearby, such as Ace, who is overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the entity's presence. The protagonist watches with detached amusement as the world outside spirals into chaos. A particularly emotional encounter occurs when Garp, the legendary marine, approaches the cage and reveals a hidden connection to the past, acknowledging the entity as the Deathless Beast of legends. This moment of recognition from an old enemy marks a shift in the story, as the protagonist begins to fracture the chains of his prison. The interactions between the protagonist and these desperate men highlight a clash between human will and ancient, monstrous power, culminating in a promise of total global upheaval once the ice finally shatters. Capítulo 1, Chapter 1, The Giant Cage in Eternal Hell. Darkness. Dampness. The stench of rot. It crept into Ace's nose as he breathed. Flickering torchlight danced along the walls on both sides of the corridor, casting shadows across his face, a face full of despair. Clank, clank, clank. The relentless rattle of shackles echoed through the prison, pounding against his spirit like a drum. This was Impel Down, the massive deep-sea prison surrounded by sea kings, hidden in the calm belt. He bitterly regretted not listening to Pop's warnings. Rushing off alone to hunt down Blackbeard had led him to this fate. Does Pops feel heartbroken? Just moments after entering Level 1, a portly man with a forked weapon and a smug face approached, flanked by a squad of stern-faced guards. Well, isn't this Vice Admiral Mamanga? Long time no see, the man greeted. Hannyabal, Deputy Warden, the mole-faced Vice Admiral nodded back. This is the prisoner for transfer. Fleet Admiral Sengoku gave explicit orders. He is to be placed in Level 6, the Vice Admiral said, giving Ace a push forward. Oh. Hannyabal raised an eyebrow in surprise, then quickly recognized Ace. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, huh? Yeah, someone like him definitely belongs in Level 6. Then I'll leave him in your hands, said Vice Admiral Mamanga. It's no trouble at all. I mean, the warden's position will be mine sooner or later anyway. Oops, did I just say that out loud? Hannyabal covered his mouth in mock panic and gave a glance to the guards behind him, signaling them to take over custody of Ace. Vice Admiral Mamanga, familiar with Hannibal's loose lips, didn't linger. With the handover done, he quickly departed with his men. After all, tensions were high, and the Navy headquarters might need reinforcements at any time. With the transfer complete, Hannyabal led his team and their new prisoner deeper down the corridor. They entered the lift, descending quickly into the dreaded Level 6, known as Eternal Hell. There was no screaming. No sound at all. Only a deep, eerie silence. As they walked, even Hannyabal, usually loud and boisterous, fell uncharacteristically quiet. The oppressive atmosphere of Level 6 weighed on them all. Pick a cell, Hannyabal said after a while, stopping mid-step. You get one privilege here, the right to choose your cell. Just as he finished speaking, the silence shattered. Let me out, Hannibal. You bastard, get over here so I can break your face. Ha, Hannibal, hope you washed your ass today. HNNYBAL. Suddenly, a chorus of curses and jeers erupted throughout the level. Prisoners howled from the darkness, their voices wild and savage. Shut you p. Hannyabal roared in frustration, then turned to Ace. Make it quick, brat. I don't want to spend a second longer than I have to in this loony bin. Ace raised his head, glancing around the desolate prison block, dark, damp, cold, and reeking of mold. After a moment of scanning the cells, he pointed to a massive, mist-shrouded cage in the distance, away from the other prisoners. Whoa. Hannyabal shrieked before Ace could even speak. That's not for you. His expression twisted in horror, as if just thinking about what was inside made his blood run cold. Ace hadn't really meant to pick that cell, he was just curious. But now, seeing Hannibal's reaction, his interest was piqued. Instead, he pointed to a cell near the ominous one. Ha, look at this little brat, a cocky voice called out from a nearby cell. Doesn't even know he's about to get himself killed. You have no idea what's in there. Douglas Bullet, shut your mouth. Hannyabal snapped, his sharp voice slicing through the air. That cage had existed since the earliest days of Impel Down. Its secrets were passed down only to the wardens. But in this era, due to Magellan's devil fruit side effects, he couldn't always perform his duties. So Hannyabal, as his trusted second, had been let in on some of it. Even that tiny bit of knowledge was enough to shake the foundations of the world. Luckily, very few on the outside knew anything about it, but Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Pirate King's crew, was one of them. Unusually, Bullet didn't respond. He simply frowned, eyeing Ace with vague recognition before retreating back into the shadows of his cell. "You sure you want that one?" Hannyabal asked. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Every prisoner who stayed near that thing has met bad end." Ace paused, hesitating for a brief moment. But when he thought about the possibility of rotting away in eternal hell for the rest of his life, he shrugged it off and nodded. "Yeah, I'll take it. Ha, still green, huh? Anyone wanna place bets? I give him 1 day, tops. If 1 day, I bet he won't last half." Laughter and jeers echoed from the surrounding cells. Faint outlines of criminals emerged from the gloom, monstrous men, each one more savage than the last. "Well, you made your choice," Hannyabal muttered. "I'll be back in 10 days. If you're still alive by then, you can pick again." He gave Ace a light shove and turned to the guards. "You wait at the gate, I'll escort him myself." That was strange. Hannyabal never did anything personally if he could avoid it. But this time, he looked unusually serious. That terrifying cage filled people with dread, but it also held potential. He'd learned that from the routine inspections. As they left the main block and approached the cage, the very air began to change. Thick, heavy, suffocating. Ace, already restrained by sea prism shackles, didn't have the strength to resist. His breathing grew ragged, his limbs felt like lead, his face turned pale. "What's the matter? Can't handle a little pressure?" Hannyabal sneered, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Ace gritted his teeth. No way he was backing down. He locked his eyes forward and kept moving. Fortunately, the cell wasn't far. Soon, they reached the one Ace had chosen. Hannyabal swung the door open and shoved him inside. "You picked it, so no need for chains. Let's see if you're still breathing next time I drop by." Then, Hannyabal gave the misty cage one last look. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned and walked toward it. Even though it chilled him to the bone, every visit brought results. If he wanted the warden's seat, he couldn't afford to skip it. He stepped through the icy mist and stood before the colossal cell. Compared to it, he felt like an insect. A 50-meter-wide cage sealed a massive, square-shaped block of translucent ice, seamlessly fused with the prison walls. Chains as thick as tree trunks, 5 meters across, stretched from the 4 corners of the cage, glowing with frost, keeping the block frozen solid. Inside that ice, like something sealed in amber, 3 monstrous heads loomed, each one draconic, each crowned with crescent-shaped horns. Their snarling jaws and gnarled features radiated pure, primal terror. Hannyabal stared up at the 3 heads, frozen in eternal slumber. Even now, after all his visits, the sight never failed to shake him to his core. Capitulo 2, Chapter 2, The Ancient Beast Ghidorah. Even though the 3 colossal heads were resting with their eyes closed, Hannyabal couldn't stop his legs from trembling. Seeing no signs of awakening from the beast, he turned away, suppressing the nausea and fear, and quickly left. Once he exited the aura suppression zone, he let out a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced once toward Ace's cell, and then left eternal hell with his men. Level 6 of Impel Down fell silent once again. Inside a cell not far from the enormous cage, Ace was still drenched in sweat, frozen in the same position Hannyabal had shoved him into. He hadn't moved an inch. His entire body was overwhelmed, his heart pounding violently from the sheer pressure that filled the air. What kind of monstrous presence is this? It's making the air feel like glue. Not even Pops, the strongest man in the world, gave off such terrifying pressure. Staring at the mistwreathed cage, Ace felt, for the first time in his life, how truly small and powerless he was. Then something stirred within his blood, something ancient. It was as if something buried deep inside him had suddenly been awakened. Shock gave way to stubbornness. He clenched his teeth. I'm Portga's Ace. There's no way I'll be scared by some damn aura. Like a defiant child challenging a violent parent, his eyes ignited with fire, burning with the will to resist. He tried to stand, to fight back against the pressure. But even that was wishful thinking. Under the weight of that invisible force, just standing up was impossible. He bit down harder. Veins bulged on his forehead as he pushed against the ground with his shackled hands, straining to rise. All that. Suddenly, an interesting young man. A voice deep, hoarse, and inhuman echoed inside his mind. Who's there? Startled, Ace snapped his head toward the misty cage. But there was no one, nothing but drifting fog. Portga's Ace. The voice returned, clearer now, closer. This time, Ace was sure the voice wasn't coming from outside. It was in his head. Who are you? You dare to ask me that when you're in my domain. The voice let out a cold, almost demonic laugh. Where are you? Somehow, Ace's gaze was drawn toward the vague silhouette of the giant cage in the distance, now with a creeping sense of horror. Look at this, not even an hour in and the brat's already losing it. Oi kid, how's the atmosphere over there, The ruckus exploded. The silence of eternal hell broke once more as prisoners rushed to the front of their cells, laughing and shouting at Ace. For most of them, this was the first interesting thing to happen in years. But inside his own cell, Douglas Bullet let out a strange chuckle. He already sensed it, He glanced at Ace's cell, a flicker of envy in his eyes, then sat down and closed his eyes in deep meditation. As a former crew member of the Pirate King, he knew things others didn't. And during his decade in Eternal Hell, he had slowly unraveled certain truths. He once had the chance, long ago, to approach that power himself. But fear made him hesitate, and he lost it. Maybe that kid will do better. He has, that familiar scent. So you're not a complete idiot after all. The voice returned, and Ace now had no doubts. You're one of the prisoners in that cage. Prisoner? A cold snort echoed in his mind. With it, the temperature dropped sharply. The air, already thick, became suffocating, like sinking into a swamp. Holy hell. What the hell is that guy doing? I can't breathe. This is what I've missed. The entire level 6 erupted like a tidal wave. Weaker inmates collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back. Even the stronger ones were drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Douglas Bullet jolted upright, eyes flashing with shock. He quickly closed them again, trying to feel out the wave of pressure that radiated like deadly radiation. So strong, too strong, it's overwhelming, even resisting the thought of fighting it feels impossible. I want to see what kind of monster you really are. In this hellhole, Ace was far from the strongest. And under the full brunt of this pressure, his mind went blank, completely overwhelmed. But somewhere in his blood, something began to stir again. Something awakened. He regained consciousness, but only barely. It felt like he was a tiny boat in a hurricane, thrown and battered, barely afloat. Then, boom! A faint, barely audible sound came from within his body, like a spark being lit. A subtle aura pulsed outward from him. But it was nothing compared to the monstrous force pressing down on him. It was shredded instantly. Splurt! Ace vomited blood. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. And just like that, the terrifying pressure vanished. So too did the overwhelming presence throughout level 6. I can breathe again. What was that? That was insane. The prisoners began to speak again, their voices shaky. Douglas Bullet opened his eyes, scoffed, and glanced at the giant cage before closing his eyes once more. But another man, one who had been watching quietly all this time, said nothing. Red the aloof Patrick Redfield, a contemporary of Bullet, frowned deeply. Because of his unique devil fruit powers, he had sensed something, alien from that monstrous aura. Whatever's in that cage, it's not human. From within the fog, the ancient being known as Ghidorah had perceived everything that had occurred in eternal hell. He was not surprised. He simply reached out with his senses, brushing over Ace's unconscious form, and let out a low, rumbling laugh. Heh, so you've awakened Conqueror's Haki, have you? Satisfied, he retracted his presence, and the crushing aura went with it. Now that Ace had been imprisoned here, he knew what would come next. It wouldn't be long before Luffy, that blockhead, came charging in. And when that happened, his time would come. I'm not of this world, Ghidorah thought to himself. Or rather, I'm not a creature of this world. Like many transmigrators, he had come from Earth. He still wasn't sure if his soul had possessed Ghidorah's body, or if he'd eaten some kind of Zoan-type devil fruit, an ancient mythical beast, Titan fruit, that turned him into this three-headed monster. Either way, he had become King Ghidorah. There were no Ultramen here. No Godzilla to keep him in check. So here, he was the apex. Due to his unnatural biology and powers, they couldn't kill him, so they locked him away. A giant underwater tower was built in the calm belt, powered by the sea and sealed with eternal freezing chains. They named it Impel Down. He remembered once asking Golden Lion Shiki during his escape to break his chains, but the bastard refused. So here he stayed, sealed for years more. But now, Ace had arrived. Which meant Luffy wasn't far behind. And when that idiot smashed the ice, Ghidorah would return. Little emo. I wonder if your neck is ready yet. Capitulo 3, Chapter 3, A Different Garp and a World on the Brink. With news spreading that Portga's D-Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, had been captured and imprisoned, the seas grew strangely calm. But beneath that false serenity, powerful undercurrents began to churn. This was merely the silence before the storm. And just as tensions mounted, another explosive incident occurred, this time on Sabyati Archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates had attacked a celestial dragon. In response, the Navy deployed one of its highest-ranking admirals to suppress the situation. Urgent report. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, a breathless Marine messenger rushed in. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After the incident at Sabyati Archipelago, Admiral Kizaru took out his frustration by capturing over 5,000 pirates. Impel Down can't even process the intake fast enough. Sengoku frowned, face tense. Forget it, unless it's about Whitebeard, don't bother reporting anything else. But there's also the matter of Celestial Dragon St. Rossward. Let an admiral handle it. Sengoku pressed his fingers against his forehead, a headache flaring. He sighed, then asked, "Where's Garp?" Vice Admiral Garp just left for Impel Down. The messenger broke into a nervous sweat. Sengoku's expression darkened, voice full of worry. What the hell is that old fool doing? With things this unstable, he's still acting on his own. Impel Down Level 6, Eternal Hell. Calm Belt, Undersea Prison. Alone, Garp stood in front of Ace's cell, staring down at his grandson, who lay motionless on the cold floor. He frowned. "Brat, you dead already?" As if sensing something, Ace twitched, then slowly sat up. His eyes were shadowed, he looked up at Garp. "Old man." Garp gave a short, amused snort. "You're tougher than you look." He sat down cross-legged outside the cell, letting out a heavy sigh. "Thanks to you, Ace, the Navy headquarters, hell, the entire world government, is in total chaos." "How hot?" Ace's heart twisted as he heard Garp laugh. He couldn't tell what he was feeling anymore, only that it hurt. Hurt so much, he couldn't even face the old man. "Kill me," he muttered, "just kill me." Garp frowned, his expression hardening. "Kill you? Don't be stupid, boy. You think dying will solve anything. This situation is already past the point of no return. Even if you die, Whitebeard won't stop." He barked in frustration, his voice scolding, not without affection. Ace bit his lip, speechless, sitting in silence behind the bars. Garp looked at him strangely. "It's odd, Hannyabal didn't fully restrain you, just the shackles." He muttered to himself. "My original plan was to make you and Luffy into fine Marines. Now look at you. Not only did you not become Marines, you're both infamous criminals. He looked off into the distance. You've heard about Luffy, haven't you? That little punk actually invaded Anai's lobby. I rushed there personally, gave him a fist full of love, and he still didn't learn. Now he's attacked Sabayati and even punched a celestial dragon. If it weren't for my protection, the two of you might already be reunited here in this prison. Hedohaha. That's my grandson, all right. Garp's weathered face lit up with a rare touch of pride, his laughter echoing in the silent cell block. Even Ace couldn't help but crack a faint smile. After a long pause, Garp spoke again. Oh yeah, I told Luffy about his father. You should have seen his face when he found out he actually had one. Hilarious. Ace looked down, his eyes darkened. That kind of thing, whether I knew or not, it's always been a curse. Luffy and I, we both carry the blood of a man the world calls the worst criminal alive. There's no way we could ever be Marines. That bastard's bloodline, it disgusts me. The only father I've ever had is Whitebeard. Bang! Garp slammed his fist into the floor, eyes blazing with fury. Watch your damn mouth. There are things you don't understand, don't speak like you know everything. Startled, Ace looked up at Garp's suddenly fierce expression. He couldn't make sense of it. This man had been his father's enemy, and yet here he was, burning with anger on his behalf. Hi, Garp. Suddenly, that voice echoed again in Ace's mind. His eyes widened. He didn't respond aloud, but inside, his heart was racing. Hi. Interesting kid, you're already different from the original timeline. Ghidorah sensed Garp's presence and couldn't help but feel intrigued. There are things you're not ready to know, Garp muttered to himself. So live long enough to understand. With those cryptic words, Garp turned toward the distant giant cage. He paused, then started walking toward it. Old man. Ace yelled, panic in his voice. Don't go over there. Huh, you think you can tell me what to do, brat? Garp chuckled as he strode forward, his eyes flashing with curiosity and boldness. It didn't take long before he stood before the massive cage. His expression turned solemn. Terrifying. He didn't say whether he meant the cage's size, or the three monstrous, dragon-like heads sealed in ice within. Without hesitation, Garp reached out and placed a hand on the frozen cage. Roger, I hope you didn't lie to me. Then suddenly, his calm eyes snapped open. Veins bulged across his forehead like coiled dragons. A blinding surge of golden Haki exploded from his body, snaking up his arm and surging into one of the massive frozen chains on the cage. A moment later, he pulled his hand away, gasping, sweat pouring from his brow. Still that sturdy, huh? He turned around and walked away from the cage, heading back toward the elevator. As he passed Ace's cell, he paused briefly. Live well, Ace. I've done all a grandfather can. A Navy hero, huh? What a damn joke. Without waiting for a reply, Garp entered the lift and ascended, leaving Ace wide-eyed and speechless. Crack, crack, crack. A quiet, shattering sound echoed through the prison. It sounded like ice breaking. Only Ace, close to the giant cage, heard it. He turned sharply, eyes wide. Heh, hero of the Marines, Garp. You're definitely different from the one I remember. So, you know something, don't you? From inside the cage, Ghidorah felt the faint fracture in the frozen chains and stirred with excitement. The damage was small, not nearly enough to break free. But it's enough. 7 days. That's all I need to shatter this icy prison. And when I do, the world will tremble beneath my feet. The king of monsters, Ghidorah, is about to descend upon the world of One Piece. Stay tuned. Capítulo 4, Chapter 4, Garp, I once struggled to become Fleet Admiral too. As the news of Ace's scheduled public execution spread across the world, the seas began to stir. Far away in the New World, one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, read the headline in the paper. After a brief moment of silence, she suddenly burst into laughter. Mama, the Marines are seriously going to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Now that is unexpected. There was no way Whitebeard would ignore such a provocation. And once he left his territory, regardless of the outcome, His empire would inevitably suffer. And at that moment, after weighing all the possibilities, Big Mom happily issued a command to her sweet commanders. Prepare everything. Meanwhile, across the sea, another emperor received the same news, Kaido, the so-called immortal beast of the land. He was equally delighted. After a moment's thought, he made a bold move. Get the calamities ready. The moment Whitebeard leaves his territory, we strike. In his mind, it was simple. Whitebeard had to go to Marineford to save Ace. And that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unlike Big Mom, Kaido was far more aggressive. Has Whitebeard gone senile? Elsewhere, red-haired Shanks hurled the newspaper to the ground, face stormy with rage. If the Marines were executing Ace publicly, they had to be fully prepared for war. Marineford was the trap, and Whitebeard was being baited. Realizing this, Shanks immediately turned to Ben Beckman and gave the order. We're heading for Whitebeard's territory. We have to stop this. At the same time, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were already gearing up for war. The mighty, aging Whitebeard stood on the grand deck, his towering figure radiating a terrifying pressure despite the sickness that riddled his body. His eyes were fixed sharply in the direction of Marineford. Sengoku, have you grown tired of living? You dare to publicly execute my son, and not just anyone, Ace. You think I've grown weak with age? Even though illness ate away at him, Whitebeard's presence still shook the very air around him. Beside him, Marco watched in silent reverence and deep worry. He idolized Pops, but he knew the old man's body wasn't what it used to be. As news spread, the Marines began to mobilize. From the Four Blues to the Grand Line, every elite unit was summoned to Marineford. This was it, the final battle. The operation to end the Whitebeard pirates once and for all. At Marineford, the gathering was massive. The three admirals had assembled. Top brass from every division of the Navy arrived in formation. The entire island was being fortified. Intelligence reports came pouring into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, handed over by couriers one after another. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the chief strategist, had issued emergency summons to the 7 warlords of the sea. But to their shock, Jinbei, of the Fishman Kingdom and the Sun Pirates, refused the summons and officially withdrew from the warlords. Sengoku, upon hearing the news, slammed the document onto his desk. What is he trying to do at a time like this? Send Vice Admiral Onagumo to capture him. Lock him in Impel Down. I won't allow loose ends. Onagumo, who had just arrived at headquarters, immediately departed for the Fishman Kingdom. Sengoku was taking no chances. Through the window, the vast marine plaza stretched out, tens of thousands of elite Marines deployed at the main port, dozens of cannons aimed directly at the bay. This was all for one man. If Whitebeard dared show up, even he would pay the ultimate price. Maybe even die here. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A Marine burst into the office, interrupting his thoughts. We've received an emergency report from Impel Down. What? Sengoku snapped to attention. Is it Whitebeard? No, sir, it's Straw Hat Luffy. He's invaded the prison. What, Straw Hat? Sengoku's face darkened immediately. Wasn't Bartholomew Kuma supposed to have dealt with him? That's what the report said, sir. But why would a pirate voluntarily break into the world's most secure prison? What could his goal possibly be? The messenger looked just as confused. Who in their right mind would charge into Impel Down? Even criminals inside dream of escaping, and now someone wanted to break in. Had the boy lost his mind? No, don't tell me. A terrifying thought crossed Sengoku's mind. Sweat formed on his brow. But the next second, he dismissed it. No, with Luffy's strength, there's no way he could get close to that. He exhaled. Regardless of his intentions this time, Luffy's luck has run out. He's walked into Impel Down, he's finished. But the thought of Luffy being captured made Sengoku frown again. The boy's identity was no less sensitive than Ace's. A living legend was much more dangerous than a dead one. If this wasn't handled properly, the Navy could suffer a double disaster. Damn this cursed timing. He sat back heavily in his chair, forcing himself to stop thinking about Luffy. But just then, a booming laugh echoed from outside the office. Ha 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 ha, that grandson of mine really doesn't know fear. Garp. Shut up. Sengoku's face darkened. Do you even realize what you're saying? Hadohata. The door opened, and Vice Admiral Garp strolled in one hand holding a pack of rice crackers, the other scratching his head sheepishly. He walked over and sat down across from Sengoku. With a pop, he opened the vacuum-sealed pack and looked inside, but suddenly lost his appetite. Sengoku, what should I do? What do you mean? I mean my grandsons. Garp's usual carefree tone vanished. His face turned solemn. One after another, causing nothing but headaches. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Garp, don't do anything reckless. Reckless? Garp gave a bitter smile. What do you think I can do? I've failed as a grandfather. He tossed the crackers onto the table and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. 2 grandsons, 2 different paths. And because of their bloodline, he could do nothing for either of them. The ideals of justice he once believed in now seemed like a hollow joke. The justice of the people had long since been twisted into a tool of the powerful. How ironic. All these years, what the hell have I even been doing? Damn it all. As guilt weighed on him, Garp couldn't help but think of Roger, the man who had trusted him with everything. Roger, what would you do if you were in my shoes? You better understand this, we're about to face the king of the seas, Sengoku warned, trying to shake Garp out of his thoughts. He was genuinely afraid his old friend might do something reckless. But at the same time, he understood. If Luffy's situation wasn't handled carefully, it could break Garp entirely. I went to Impel Down to see Ace, Garp said suddenly. I know, visiting him might do you some good, Sengoku replied, watching Garp closely. There's a giant cage on level 6, Garp murmured, lost in thought. What, you went there? Sengoku stood up in shock, staring at Garp as if trying to read him. But he saw nothing. Am I just imagining things? That thing inside, it's terrifying. Garp didn't seem to notice Sengoku's reaction. He just kept talking. I once asked Fleet Admiral Kung what it was. He said, only the Fleet Admirals are allowed to know. There was a time I considered becoming Fleet Admiral myself. I even tried. But later, I realized something. I would never be allowed to become Fleet Admiral. He looked Sengoku dead in the eyes. So tell me, Sengoku. Can you answer me now? Sengoku was stunned. He looked at the man once hailed as the hero of the Marines, his friend, his rival, his comrade. He couldn't lie to him. But the world government. He hesitated for a long time. Then finally he spoke. Garp. Capitulo 5, Chapter 5, a monster capable of destroying the world. Garp. That thing. It's a monster capable of destroying the entire world. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice was heavy as he continued. Long before the world government was founded, that beast ravaged the seas, plunging the world into chaos. Eventually, the first generation of the world government's founders managed to subdue it by joining forces, but due to its unique physiology, it was impossible to kill. With no other choice, they poured all their strength into sealing it beneath the sea. And to ensure it never escaped, they built Impel Down around its heads. The prison's foundation is literally made from the remains of that creature. As for its name, the only thing left in the ancient records is a single word. Ghidorah. Inside the office, Sengoku's voice echoed off the walls as he revealed the terrifying truth behind the 3 monstrous heads sealed in level 6. This information is top secret. Never speak of it to anyone. Even now, there are still people in the world seeking the location of that devil. Garp stood silently, his face unreadable. He wasn't shaken because of the story's content, but because of the betrayal it represented. The man who had been his friend for most of his life had hidden this from him. Just like those damn parasites in the world government. A demon that plunged the world into chaos. What a fittingly ironic label. Garp had known the truth, or at least part of it, for 20 years, ever since Gall D. Roger had confided in him. Now, hearing it confirmed from Sengoku's own lips, The last embers of his faith in the world government flickered and died. Ha 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 ha, a demon that can destroy the world. As if something like that could really exist. Garp burst into a strange, bitter laugh and stood up to leave the office. Garp! Sengoku snapped, voice sharp. Watch what you say. Though Garp acted his usual nonchalant self, Sengoku couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. There was a growing distance between them, an invisible wall formed by truths too long concealed. Garp, don't do anything reckless. As Garp left, Sengoku's worry deepened. If that creature in level 6 truly awakened, the world would never be the same. Even if it was the world government that was at fault back then. Outside, standing at the harbor and gazing over the assembled marines and warships, Garp's expression was grim. He wasn't sure if what he did in Impel Down had been right or wrong. But right or wrong, it was already done. There was no turning back. His only concern now was Luffy. He had never imagined the kid would do something as reckless as breaking into Impel Down. Meanwhile, back inside Impel Down, deep within eternal hell. Click, clack, click, clack. The rhythmic sound of high heels echoed through level 6. Lately, there had been an unusual number of visitors to this floor, and just recently, yet another warlord had been imprisoned. Ooh, where'd this beauty come from? Hey babe, why don't you come keep me company? Yo, Hancock-shan, look over here. Sexy as hell. Shut it, all of you disgusting pigs. Hannyabal roared, trying to silence the prisoner's lewd howls. But his outburst was ignored. Whistles and vulgar catcalls continued unabated. These criminals had been locked away for so long, most hadn't seen a woman in years, some ever. Boa Hancock frowned in clear disgust. If not for Luffy, she would never have set foot in this filthy, wretched place. What are you doing here? Inside his cell, Ace stared at the unexpected visitor, visibly unsettled. He couldn't fathom why the Empress of the Seas, someone he had no ties with, would come all the way here just to see him. Nothing really. I just wanted to see the man who became the spark for this war. Boa Hancock's voice was calm. She looked at Ace, her so-called brother-in-law, with quiet resolve. What a joke, Ace said bitterly. Meanwhile, Jinbei, who had just been locked up, stared in shock. He couldn't understand why the Empress, who had always ignored government orders, would choose now to help them. You're Boa Hancock. What, are you clinging to your warlord title now? You're Jinbei, right? Hancock turned to him, her tone cold. Don't push me. Come on, sweetheart. We'll treat you real nice. Whistles, vulgarities, laughter. The barrage of filth didn't stop. Finally, Magellan, who had been standing silently nearby, lost his patience. Can't you bastards shut up for even a minute? We're in the middle of a meeting. Oh, shut up, Magellan. What are you gonna do, give us diarrhea again? Yeah, what are you gonna do, poison pants? Ha ha ha, let us have the woman instead. Diarrhea boy. HSSS. That was the last straw. Magellan's eyes went bloodshot, veins bulged on his forehead. His voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. You're all seriously getting on my nerves. Thump, thump, thump. With each step, the floor vibrated. Magellan's body began to transform, melting into a torrent of dark purple poison. In a flash, he became the venom demon. W8, Warden, please. Hannyabal panicked, shouting in desperation, but Magellan was beyond reason. AOHH. NOOO. The prisoner's eyes widened in terror as the liquid Magellan surged forward. Let me remind you who runs this prison. Venom dripped to the floor, hissing and melting stone with a corrosive sizzle. 3 massive, serpent-like poison dragons burst from his body. The convicts screamed in fear. Stop, Magellan. Hey, you idiot. He's going full demon mode again. As chaos erupted in the cell block, Boa Hancock stepped up to Ace's cell and quietly said, Luffy is on his way to save you. What? Ace's eyes widened in utter shock. The words hit him like a cannonball to the chest. Aha, Magellan, damn you, give us the antidote. One by one, the prisoners collapsed, groaning in agony from the toxins. Satisfied, Magellan returned to normal and stepped beside Hancock. All right, Princess Hancock, please Please, continue your conversation. No need, she said, turning away. I've said what I came to say. Wait. Were you telling the truth? I have no reason to lie. But why? As she walked away, Ace remained shaken. Jinbei, watching from his nearby cell, asked, Ace, what did she just say to you? Ace looked up, voice low and shaky. She said my brother is here. What? You mean, Straw Hat, that reckless fool? Jinbei's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Boa Hancock, of all people, involved in this? His gaze slowly drifted back to Ace, trying to piece it all together. But Ace had no time to think. A familiar voice echoed in his mind again. Heh, so the Straw Hat boy has arrived. Looks like my time is almost up. No way. Heh, that's right. In just over a day, my seal will be fully broken. Still, that poisoned dragon of Magellan's really pissed me off. Daring to steal my likeness. Magellan, once I'm free, I'll be sure to make you my first course. Capitulo 6, Chapter 6, The Millennia-Old Lifeform, Ghidorah. The seal was breaking. Eyes wide, Ace stared toward the massive cage deep within eternal hell, heart pounding. If that monster gets loose, what would happen? Would the world be flipped upside down? Tess, what am I even worrying about? I'm already a dead man walking. Ace let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle, then shut his eyes, choosing to ignore the voice that had haunted his mind. Instead, he drifted into memory, back to his childhood with Luffy and Sabo. As time ticked by, and he sank deeper into his past, regret filled every corner of his heart. But at this point, it was too late. All that awaited him now was death. Hey, I still don't know your name. A long time passed before Ace finally spoke, seemingly to no one. Jinbei, in the same cell, opened his eyes in surprise. Ace, who are you talking to? Looking around, Jinbei saw no one, his face creased in confusion. Ace didn't respond. He simply gazed toward the enormous cage, silently waiting. Eventually, that chilling voice echoed once more in his mind. My name. Ghidorah. That's what they called me centuries ago. Ghidorah. Ace repeated the name in his mind. And then it hit him. W8 centuries ago. Just how old are you? Ace, what's wrong? Jinbei asked, seeing the shock on his face. Hess, I don't really remember the exact number anymore, Ghidorah replied calmly. But it should be around 1,500 years. What? Ace was more stunned than when he'd learned of his own execution. 1,500 years. What kind of monster lives that long? What the hell is this thing? Now I really want to see what you look like, Ace muttered, curiosity overcoming fear. Heavy. I doubt you'd want to see me. From inside his icy prison, Ghidorah smirked coldly. He could feel the seal weakening. Only about 30 hours remained before he broke free. Pathetic, isn't it? Can't even fulfill your last wish. Ace sat cross-legged, looking up toward the ceiling of eternal hell, sorrow creeping into his expression. Then your wish isn't worth much. Ghidorah's voice returned, unexpectedly soft. Don't give up so easily, young one. You have a fine grandfather. To that old man, he's just a stubborn fool, Ace scoffed, recalling Garp's brutal training. No blood ties, yet he acts like he cares. There are things you're not ready to know yet, Ghidorah said quietly. But remember this, you carry the blood of the D clan. Live in a way that honors it. The world is about to change. And when it does, you'll understand everything. With that, Ghidorah fell silent. No matter how much Ace questioned him, he got no reply. The monster's attention had shifted. His senses were now fixed on the upper levels, where chaos had erupted. He had already located the one he was looking for. Straw Hat Luffy. Thump, thump. Screams rang through blazing hell as Luffy fell to his knees, clutching his poisoned arm and panting. Hey, you're persistent, aren't you? Magellan sneered. But you're already dying. This is the end. As he spoke, a thick purple mist poured from his mouth, filling the level with deadly poison. Luffy coughed and gasped, his movements sluggish. His attacks missed completely. The toxins blurred his vision, even reality itself was warping in his eyes. And yet, he refused to give up. Driven by sheer will, he forced his battered body to keep fighting. You still don't get it. Poison takes everything from you. Magellan, despite himself, was shaken by Luffy's resolve. What kind of conviction keeps a person moving like this? At last, Luffy collapsed face blue, limbs twitching with a dull thud. Magellan walked toward him, checking his condition, then turned to leave. But before he could take more than a step, Luffy began to stir. Thump, thump, thump. His forehead slammed repeatedly into the ground. Groaning through clenched teeth, he used pain to clear his fogged mind. Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes snapped open, filled with fury. He staggered to his feet and launched himself at Magellan once more. Seeing this, Magellan's expression hardened. If you just closed your eyes, it'd be so much easier. He tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the sluggish punch. Then he grabbed Luffy's arm and slammed him into the ground. Cracked. Stone shattered beneath the impact. You're such a fool. Ace is a condemned criminal. He's about to be executed. And you want to save him. These crimes will not be forgiven. Shut you p. Luffy's roar cut through the air as he threw another punch. Even in this poisoned state, he refused to stop. But it was no use. Magellan caught the punch, yanked Luffy forward, and drove his fist into his gut, sending the boy flying across the floor. And still, Luffy stood up again. He entered second gear, his body steaming. This tenacity began to irritate Magellan. Enough. He activated Venom Demon mode, dark purple sludge oozing over his body, forming into 3 serpent-like poison dragons. Every time Ghidorah saw this form, something inside him twisted with rage. Those pitiful little serpents. What a disgrace to the 3-headed image. Aochachach. With a furious scream, Luffy lunged at Magellan. Give me back Ace. Venom Hydra. Without hesitation, Magellan launched one of the dragons straight at Luffy. But just before impact, thump, thump, thump. A reverberating pulse, like the beat of a massive heart, echoed through the air. Gah! In midair, Luffy's body went limp. He collapsed to the floor, unconscious. What? Magellan's brow furrowed. His attack had missed. But that sound just now. Yabai. A realization struck him. Without a word, he turned and sprinted toward level 6, barking orders over his shoulder. Send Straw Hat to level 5, the freezing hell. HMPH, so reckless with the young. From deep within eternal hell, Ghidorah chuckled bitterly. His irritation surged, and a burst of pressure exploded from his sealed body. A faint but visible crimson ripple spread across the prison. The entire 6th floor trembled. Several guards who had just arrived to escort Ace lost consciousness instantly. Aochach. W, what is this? Not again. Damn it. This pressure. It's been happening more and more lately. Oi Ace, what the hell is going on? Capitulo 7, Chapter 7, Level 6 Shaken, Ghidorah reveals his true form. Inside Ace's cell, Jinbei was experiencing the terrifying pressure for the first time. His eyes widened as he turned to Ace, who was drenched in cold sweat. What the hell is that thing doing now? That monster's out of his mind. Ace gritted his teeth and glared toward the massive sealed cage in the distance. Since being thrown into level 6, Jinbei had noticed the massive, frost-covered structure surrounded by cold mist. Seeing Ace staring at it again and recalling his mutterings, Jinbei finally asked, "That thing, what exactly is it?" "I don't know the full story," Ace replied through clenched teeth. "But it calls itself Ghidorah. Could be some kind of monster, for all I know." Even speaking was difficult under the crushing pressure. Ace spat on the ground. Eventually, the sheer weight of the presence became unbearable. He roared, face twisted in pain. "Damn monster, that's enough." Jinbei watched in disbelief as, in response to the scream, a terrifying wave of red energy recoiled inward, sweeping through the cavernous floor. A gust of invisible, violent force blew the white fog away, and for the first time, the massive sealed cage was fully exposed. Everyone still conscious on level 6, prisoner and guard alike, looked up and saw the truth. What they saw terrified them beyond reason. How could something like this even exist in the world? A hulking frozen beast. More accurately, 3 colossal heads, sealed in crystalline ice. They looked dragon-like, but not quite. Covered in blue-green scales, massive jaws locked in frozen snarls, each head radiated a silent, overwhelming threat, even with their eyes closed. Just looking at them sent shivers down every spine. So, this is what you really look like. Ace's voice trembled as he gazed at the monstrous heads. Ha ha ha, hhha. To think I, Douglas Bullet, would get to see your true form in this lifetime. Looks like I finally surpassed you, Roger. Bullet laughed maniacally, then his expression sobered. The Deathless Beast, Ghidorah. I wonder, are you really as powerful as the legends say? As the entire floor fell into stunned silence, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Magellan stormed in with a team of guards. What the hell is that? No, the mist is gone. Damn it, why now? Seeing the exposed cage, Magellan's face darkened with dread. A cold wave of fear gripped him, a feeling he hadn't had in years. This is bad, really bad. Without hesitation, he barked orders. Take Fire Fist Ace to Vice Admiral Onagumo immediately. Then he ran toward the giant cage. Ghidorah. Standing before the monstrous heads, Magellan's heart pounded. The beast hadn't moved, but standing this close. He could feel it. It was waking up. The legends passed down through generations of prison wardens, the warnings, the secrets. All of it was real. Every prison warden had shared one goal: don't let anything go wrong during your tenure. And Magellan was no different. Face pale, he muttered. Ghidorah, what are you planning? Magellan, came a chilling voice inside his mind. I told you, this place can't hold me. Damn it, can't you ever stay quiet? They had spoken before, brief mental contacts through the seal, but this time, Magellan could feel it. The monster was almost free. It's been centuries. I wonder what the world looks like now, Ghidorah mused. Whatever it looks like, you're not leaving on my watch, Magellan replied coldly. The words echoed the hopes of every warden before him. Haki. Ghidorah let out a low, devilish laugh. I've told you before. None of you can stop me. A demon trying to destroy the world. Magellan stared up at the beast, eyes narrowed. Destroy the world? What a ridiculous, ignorant notion. Ghidorah's chuckle turned cold, almost insane, like he was mocking Magellan's naivety. Bureau, 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 bureau. Just then, the den mushy in Magellan's coat buzzed. Click. Warden, it's bad. Someone else just invaded Impel Down. What? Who? Magellan's face twisted into a snarl. It's a warlord. Blackbeard ahhh. The line cut off with a scream, and the unmistakable sound of wild, maniacal laughter. Zehaha. Blackbeard. Magellan's eyes flashed with alarm as memories surged. Files from Marine HQ, warnings about a man dangerous enough to capture Ace. This wasn't someone ordinary guards could stop. Without another word, he gave Ghidorah one last glance, then ran toward the elevator. As he passed Shiryu of the Rain's cell, Magellan hesitated. Then made his decision. I'll have them release you. I need your help putting down this riot. Inside the cell, Shiryu gave a slow, sinister smile. A riot, huh? Sounds like fun. His eyes gleamed red with bloodlust. Magellan stared at him for a long moment, then turned and left without another word. He knew this was risky. Before, he could handle intruders like Luffy on his own. But now, with Blackbeard in the mix, even he couldn't guarantee anything. What Magellan didn't realize was this. He wasn't releasing an ally, but another monster. Moments later, a team of guards arrived with Shiryu's sword, trembling as they unlocked the cell. The man stepped out without a word, a cruel grin on his face. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag, smoke swirling into the cold air of eternal hell. His long-dormant bloodlust stirred awake again. So Shiryu, how's it feel to be out? Came Magellan's voice through a den mushy. Ahi. Endless boredom, I thought I'd die of it, Shiryu muttered. But once I do my part, I'm not going back in, right? He grinned coldly. He didn't believe Magellan for a second. He asked the question on instinct, not trust. You're still on death row. This is a stay of execution. There won't be another. Hess, I'll remember that. Shiryu took the blade from the guard, gripping it tightly. Blackbeard's crew is yours to handle, Magellan said. I'm sealing off level 2. Understood. As he tightened his grip, a gleam of bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. It's been a while since I felt this alive. Suddenly, without warning, he drew his sword in a swift, clean motion. A single slash tore through every guard in front of him. No survivors. Hey, how delightfully savage. From deep inside the giant cage, Ghidorah chuckled coldly, having witnessed it all. Then, sensing something, he stretched his awareness across the entire frozen prison. His attention fixed on the melting ice crystals, the droplets forming at the edges of his cage. Thin trails of water trickled down the massive block. He laughed softly. The seal is almost undone. Capítulo 8, Chapter 8, Blackbeard's Ambition. Impel Down Level 1. After Blackbeard and his crew broke in, the guards suffered devastating losses. The warlord Blackbeard has betrayed the Marines. Send for reinforcements. Zehahaha. Blackbeard laughed wildly as he ignored the guards' desperate counterattacks, striding toward the stairs to the lower levels. His crew followed behind, ruthlessly cutting down anyone in their path. It wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Such an arrogant bastard. Suddenly, a cold, low voice echoed through the corridor. The guards froze as if they'd seen a ghost. Cold sweat poured down their faces. W. Warden Shiryu. When did you get out? Shiryu of the Rain stepped from the shadows, calmly smoking a cigar. He walked straight toward Blackbeard's crew, his killing intent heavy and suffocating. 5 of you, huh? Blackbeard eyed him with a wide grin. Who's that guy? He looks tough. Is that Magellan? So you're Marshal Detached, Blackbeard. Shiryu's voice was like a knife's edge. Zehahaha, that's right, and who the hell are you? Blackbeard grinned. Haki. Without warning, Shiryu drew his sword and unleashed a powerful slash. Zehahaha, feisty, aren't you? Blackbeard immediately activated his dark fruit powers, absorbing the slash with a swirling mass of darkness. His face twisted slightly in pain. Gee, still hurts though. A devil fruit user. Shiryu raised an eyebrow at the black mist that swallowed his strike. Zehahaha, a strong swordsman, eh? Say, why not join my crew? Blackbeard made the offer with his usual manic grin. What? The remaining guards were stunned. This lunatic just invited Shiryu to join him. Shiryu didn't laugh. Didn't mock. He just stared. A pirate crew, huh? Could be fun, but first, let me see if you're worthy. He didn't care who he followed, so long as it let him kill freely. But before he pledged loyalty, he needed to test Blackbeard's strength. He grinned and tightened his grip on his sword, Regu Thunderstorm. One sword style, Charging Tiger. With a powerful swing, a blood-red crescent slash tore across the ground, rushing toward Blackbeard like a descending beast. Zehahaha, now that's what I like to see. A torrent of black mist erupted from Blackbeard's palm, his right arm engulfed in swirling darkness. With a wicked grin, he roared. Dark vortex. Boom! The red slash collided with the darkness in an explosion of force. The entire corridor shook violently. Aotch. Run! Panicked guards fled in every direction, trying to escape the storm of power. The stone floors and walls began to crack and collapse from the sheer pressure. Zehahaha. Blackbeard grinned wildly, though his arm trembled with pain. He poured more darkness from his body, consuming the red energy like acid melting steel. Aagh, damn, that hurts. Even through the agony, he refused to back down. With a roar, he charged forward, slamming his giant fist into Shiryu's blade. Zehahaha, not bad, huh? Shiryu held his ground, his sword vibrating under the impact. He clenched his teeth around his cigar. Then leapt back, eyes gleaming with killing intent. If you can withstand this one, I'll consider you captain-worthy. He raised his sword. A crimson aura wrapped around him, heavy, tangible, and filled with the stench of blood. Blackbeard didn't move. He watched in silence, evaluating. If he wanted Shiryu as an ally, he needed to earn it. So for once, he stood his ground. The red aura thickened. The air crackled like bubbles popping. A low growl resonated through the corridor. Shiryu grinned. Take this. Usura Hell Slash, OC. WOSH. A flood of blood-colored energy surged from his blade, crashing down on Blackbeard and his crew like a tidal wave. Cough, that's it for my old bones. Doc Q, still slumped over his horse, cried out in horror. The rest of the crew were silent, eyes wide in disbelief. They'd never seen a slash like that. Blackbeard's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed, and he instantly pushed his powers to the limit. Dark dimension. A massive wall of black fog erupted in front of them, forming a towering shield. Hisses. Cracklings. The red slash slammed into the dark wall. Instead of an explosion, a sizzling, corrosive sound echoed as blood-red energy was consumed. Zehaha. Let's see how you handle this. Blackbeard threw his arms wide, pushing his darkness to the extreme. He wanted to crush Shiryu with overwhelming force, to break his spirit and gain his loyalty. Ace. Ace. Suddenly, from deep within level 6, a familiar voice rang out. So full of energy. Are all rubber fruit users this wild? Ghidorah, on the brink of breaking free, couldn't help but smirk. He expanded his awareness. Just like in the original timeline, Luffy had arrived at level 6, and now stood before his old enemy, Crocodile, who demanded to be freed. Nearby, Jinbei's voice echoed from his cell. Please take me with you, I can help. I've known Ace ever since he joined the Whitebeard pirates. He often spoke of his brother. Hearing this, Luffy instinctively ran toward the cell nearest Ghidorah's. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. His eyes bulged. His tongue lolled out. AHH. What is that? You talking to me? Ghidorah, whose icy prison was now covered in melting water, groaned at the reaction. Over here, Straw Hat. Jinbei called out, exasperated. AHH. Why? Ivankov and the other escapees turned the corner, only to be met with the frozen, monstrous visage of Ghidorah's 3 heads. Everyone's face went pale. What the hell is that thing? A sea king. Why does it feel so horrifying? They all backed away, voices filled with shock. Ghidorah was unfazed. He'd seen that look countless times over the centuries. Straw Hat. How about letting me out? He didn't need Luffy's help. His seal would break soon regardless. But having the Straw Hat's cooperation might spare him a messy awakening. Aye. Capitulo 9, Chapter 9, The 5 Elders Are Shaken. A strange voice suddenly echoed in Luffy's head, sending a shiver down his spine. Hey, how about letting me out? Ghidorah spoke again. This time, Luffy turned to face the enormous frozen heads inside the giant cage. After a long pause, he replied bluntly. I refuse. Huh. Now it was Ghidorah's turn to be surprised. Wasn't this kid supposed to be the brainless type? Why? He asked after a moment. No reason, Luffy replied. You just feel dangerous. Dangerous, that's your reason. Ghidorah's aura flared in fury. The pressure he had been holding back surged outward once more. WHMMM. Aye. That's he. A suffocating force blanketed all of level 6, making the very air feel like sludge. Luffy, what did you just do? Jinbei, who had just been released, recognized this terrifying presence. He turned toward Luffy, pale with fear. I just said I wasn't gonna let him out. Luffy cried, barely standing under the pressure, pointing at the enormous cage. What? The others felt like their heads were spinning. Seriously, you turned down a monster like that, without even trying to soften the blow. What kind of hell have we stumbled into? Everyone, we need to get out of here now. Ivankov, sweating bullets under the immense pressure, shouted with urgency. If we stay here, we'll be crushed. And if Magellan comes back before we're out, this jailbreak is finished. Hearing this, the group turned and bolted for the elevator. Seeing Luffy nearly collapse beside him, Jinbei grabbed him and ran. You've got guts, kid. Rejecting me like that. From within the cage, Ghidorah rumbled with frustration. The seal wasn't fully broken. He could only release a fraction of his aura. All he could do was watch as Luffy was carried away. Still, even after I break free, I won't kill him. Not with the name Garp in the equation, and not with that D in his blood. Looks like I'll have to break out the hard way after all. Let's just hope I'm not too late for the war at Marineford. He knew exactly what Garp was doing, loosening the seal just enough. That old man wants me to save Ace. Saving people had never interested Ghidorah much. But he never left debts unpaid. And this was a debt. Cracked. A sharp sound echoed from within the icy cage. The massive block of frozen crystal was beginning to break. Meanwhile, Impel Down level 1. Shiryu was on one knee, catching his breath. Captain Zehayahaha. Blackbeard walked up to him, grinning with wicked satisfaction. Shiryu, welcome aboard. He held out his hand and pulled him up. Now, I've got an important job for you. What is it? Shiryu asked. Cut off all communication between Impel Down and the outside world. Blackbeard's voice turned serious. That's easy. But tell me, what are you planning? Zehahaha, I'm going to the bottom floor. To meet the legendary creature. His grin widened as he thought of the information he had read. The mythical fruit, rumored to be sealed deep within Impel Down. If it existed, it could only be obtained using the dark fruit. That was why he had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for so many years. The immortal beast. If I want its power, I'll need darkness to pull it free. Just wait, in a few hours, the world's in for the performance of a lifetime. Zehayahaha. Even Shiryu, who delighted in carnage, felt his spine chill at the memory of the thing in level 6. What a madman. Still, he obeyed and made his way to the communications room. At Marineford, headquarters of the Navy. Tension hung like a storm cloud over the fleet of 100,000 elite soldiers. Suddenly, the door to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office burst open. Fleet Admiral. What is it? We've located the missing warlord, Blackbeard. Several hours ago, he and his crew commandeered a marine ship and headed toward Impel Down. NA&I. Sengoku shot to his feet, eyes wide in genuine panic. Not even Luffy's rampage in the prison had made him react like this. But Blackbeard, that was different. Powerful, cunning, and entirely unpredictable. And the true reason for his enlistment in the warlords had always been murky. And now, right before the war, he sneaks off to Impel Down. Yabai. The words left Sengoku's lips in a rare display of emotion. Contact. Sir, we just lost all contact with Impel Down. What? Sengoku slammed his desk and bellowed. Where's Kizaru? Get Kizaru here now. Moments later, the laid-back admiral strolled into the room. Yo Tilda, what's going on? Calling me over at a time like this. We've got a crisis. You're going to Impel Down immediately. Ew. Isn't this a bit sudden? Kizaru tilted his head, curious. What could be more urgent than Ace's execution or the coming war with Whitebeard? This isn't the time to question orders, Sengoku snapped. If we don't act now, Impel Down could become something far worse than this war. Find Blackbeard and kill him on sight. Sengoku's voice was like ice. Even Kizaru's expression changed slightly. Behind his shades, a flicker of seriousness flashed. A scary assignment, sheesh. Still, he didn't argue. He turned into light and vanished from the room, shooting through the sky toward the prison. Man, what kind of mess is hidden in that prison? Even an admiral isn't told everything, huh? As Kizaru vanished in a blur of golden light, Sengoku sat in his office, anxiety gnawing at his gut. Finally, he made a decision. He picked up the Den mushi and dialed. Sengoku, at this hour, what's happened? A deep, aged voice answered, one that belonged to the 5 elders themselves. Honorable elders. Warlord Blackbeard, Marshal Detached, has gone to Impel Down. 10 minutes ago, we lost all contact with the prison. For a long moment, silence. Then, what? Sengoku, do you have any idea what's sealed in there? And you let someone from that clan go inside. Fury roared through the receiver. Sengoku, however, had already made up his mind. The situation is out of control. After Ace's execution, I will resign. Silence. Then the voice returned, colder. Your resignation will be handled later. We will dispatch elite agents to Impel Down ourselves. If this turns into a catastrophe, the execution of Fire Fist Ace may need to be postponed. For now, you have full authority. The line went dead. Sengoku set the receiver down. His chest felt heavy with conflict. He turned toward the window, eyes fixed on the horizon, on Impel Down's direction. Please let my instincts be wrong. Capítulo 10, Chapter 10, an era is about to end. Located in the calm belt along the Grand Line, Impel Down had fallen into chaos unlike anything in its history. Not even the infamous breakout of the Golden Lion had caused such turmoil. Now, with Luffy leading a breakout force of former prisoners, including Ivankov and 2 warlords of the sea, the prison's upper levels had become a battlefield. The group charged upward, trying to escape the impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, the unexpected intruder Blackbeard encountered Magellan, who was in the midst of chasing down Luffy. As a venom fruit user, Magellan's strength was overwhelming, and he crushed Blackbeard and his crew without mercy. His monstrous venomous dragons surged forward like a river, consuming the Blackbeard pirates in an instant. Leaving only one sentence behind, he walked away with his back to them. I don't have time to ask why you came here. As the venom corroded their bodies, Blackbeard's crew could only watch in disbelief as Magellan left. None of them had imagined he would be so powerful. Compared to the chaos above, level 6, eternal hell remained eerily quiet. The prisoners who hadn't escaped slumped hopelessly inside their cells, defeated. But a few kept their eyes locked on the giant frozen cage at the far end. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice fracturing echoed softly. There's no mistaking it. Douglas Bullet muttered, eyes wide with disbelief. That thing is really waking up. Bullet, you seem to know a lot about that thing. The adjacent cell's occupant, the aloof, Patrick Redfield, looked over with curiosity. Thanks to his unique form of observation Haki, Redfield could feel what others couldn't. That massive ice cage, though it appeared unbreakable, was coming apart. Its collapse was only a matter of time. Gee, who knows, Bullet said with a sigh. Just things I saw long ago. He remembered a time during his travels with Roger, when they had discovered a massive stone slab and a mysterious devil fruit on an island in the New World. That stone held fragmented records about a monster named Ghidorah, a being from over 1,000 years ago, a creature of immense strength and immortality. Unfortunately, the records were incomplete, and even the name Ghidorah had been half erased. It was because of the inscription about its undying nature that Roger had dubbed it. The immortal beast, Ghidorah. Hey, just a few fragments, huh? Redfield didn't seem convinced. He turned his gaze toward the ice cage. His blood began to boil. That aura, it makes every drop of blood in my body tremble. I don't think this prison can hold him much longer. Hey, the old man's interested too, Bullet grinned. Ha 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 ha, if he really breaks free, maybe we've got a chance to escape. Holy Land Mary G-wise, Pangea Castle. The seat of power in the One Piece world. In the room of authority, 5 aged men sat together, the highest rulers in the world. The 5 elders, leaders of the world government and commanders of its military and espionage arms. Our CP0 agents are already moving, said the blonde elder with the mustache, who oversaw intelligence operations. We can only hope Blackbeard isn't after that thing. Even if that isn't his goal, what he's done already shakes the very foundations of the world, replied the elder with the long white beard, the guardian of world history. He had been responsible for the Ohara incident and for overseeing the suppression of the Void Century. Still afraid of that thing after all these centuries. The world government, our army, our navy, we fear nothing, not even that monster. So what if the seal breaks? The elder in the kimono, bald and always polishing his famed blade, stood and sheathed it with finality. He's just a big reptile. That was his era, not this one. He spoke with grim resolve. The fifth elder, the one who wore a black hat and rarely spoke, remained silent, but his tense expression betrayed his concern. That creature was legend. Perhaps we're overreacting, said the elder with the curled mustache and receding hairline. After hundreds of years sealed away, he may not even have the strength to pose a threat. We can't take that chance, said the blonde elder firmly. That monster once terrified the world. Of the five, only he and the bald swordsman had lived long enough to witness the catastrophe Ghidorah once caused. And so, when the report came, they had no choice but to act. Marineford Navy Headquarters. Hundreds of thousands of elite Marines were now assembled at the port. Aside from a few top commanders, all were armed, tense, and prepared for war. It wouldn't be long before Fire Fist Ace, sentenced to public execution, would be escorted in. And when that happened, Whitebeard would come. And so would a war unlike any before. In the top floor of Marine HQ, the War Council was underway. Every top officer was present for what would be their final meeting before battle. But someone was missing. Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Both Aokiji and Akinu frowned when they noticed the empty seat. As lazy and aloof as Kizaru often was, he would never skip this kind of meeting. The only explanation was something serious. Something so urgent he had to be dispatched immediately. Both admirals considered asking, but sensed it was not the time, so they held their silence. Across the room, Garp sat on the couch, chewing on donuts like he didn't have a care in the world. But behind that carefree facade, even he was wondering the same thing. Something's happened at Impel Down. Will it be in time? The justice he had followed his whole life. All his beliefs. This war might shatter them forever. Beneath the brim of his marine seagull cap, Sengoku looked over the room solemnly. Then finally he spoke. Blackbeard has attacked Impel Down. Kizaru has been dispatched to deal with him. In just 1 hour, Fire Fist Ace will arrive through the gates of justice. And when that happens, the Whitebeard pirates will make their move. We will soon stand face to face with the most powerful pirate on the seas. I want everyone here to give everything you have. This is not just about the honor of the Navy. It's about the end of an era. His words were heavy, final. A silence fell over the room, one laden with tension. Every officer could feel it. The storm was coming. And nothing would ever be the same again. Capitulo 11, Chapter 11, Stealing Devil Fruit Powers. Inside Impel Down, the battle was raging like wildfire. Magellan had finally caught up with Luffy and his group. But thanks to Mr. 2 Bon Clay's devil fruit ability, they had bought just enough time to keep fighting back. Just as they were about to escape. Unwilling to allow any stain on his record, Magellan snapped and went berserk, transforming into his ultimate form, the Venom Demon. He planned to wipe out the entire group of escapees in one overwhelming attack. Outside, Buggy the Clown, leading a mob of misfits, charged through the prison gates and arrived at the harbor. But then... What the hell, there's not a single ship out here. They stared at the sea in disbelief. No ships, no way to escape. What were they supposed to do now? Swim. Boom. Just then, a gigantic sea king leapt out of the water. That killed the swimming idea instantly. Forget it, they were all devil fruit users. Getting in the water now. They'd be nothing more than turtle food. Back on level 6, Blackbeard, who had barely escaped with his life, burst out laughing. Ha. Shuryo, you really came just in time. If it wasn't for you, we'd be dead meat by now. The rest of the crew turned to Shuryo of the Rain with grateful eyes. If he hadn't arrived with the antidote to Magellan's poison, they'd have been corpses already. Having dodged death, the group quickly began regaining their energy. I figured that stuff might come in handy, so I grabbed some. Don't underestimate Magellan, Shiryu warned, chomping on his cigar. He's no joke. Oh, I agree, he's a monster. But enough talk, let's raise hell. Z tilde ha ha ha. Down in eternal hell, the prisoners, hearing the commotion, stirred once more. They rushed to the bars, craning to see who had come. Shiryu. Many of them immediately backed away in terror. Letting Shiryu out was one thing, asking Shiryu to let them out. Might as well gulp a mouthful of arsenic. Z tilde ha ha ha. So these are level 6's big shot prisoners. Blackbeard scoffed, sneering at the terrified men. Kinda disappointing, honestly, but no matter. I'll be letting you all out anyway. He flashed a vicious grin. All you have to do is fight, kill, rip each other apart. The last one standing, I'll take with me. How's that sound? Without waiting for agreement, he nodded toward Lafitte, who began unlocking the cells. Creak. Cell doors began to open one by one. Strangely, none of the prisoners moved at first. They eyed the outside cautiously, especially the special cells in deeper corners of the floor. They soon realized those particular cages weren't being opened. Seeing this, confidence surged through them. They charged out. Kill. Suddenly, level 6 erupted into a blood-soaked arena, a brutal deathmatch as hundreds of vicious criminals fought to survive. Z tilde ha ha ha, kill each other like animals. Shiryu, hold the gate. If anyone tries to run before I finish, cut them down. As the bloodbath raged behind him, Blackbeard strode calmly toward one particular cage. Now this one's interesting. Inside stood Douglas Bullet, arms crossed, glaring through the bars. He could feel the sinister aura oozing off Blackbeard. This man wasn't just dangerous, he had ambition. Z tilde ha ha ha, Demon Heir Douglas Bullet. You're not someone I can control just yet, but soon, I'll be back for you. Then he turned toward another cage. You too, Red Count Patrick Redfield. The legendary man said to have fought Roger and Whitebeard single-handedly. You're no joke. Blackbeard wasn't stupid. His mouth ran wild, but his mind stayed sharp. These monsters. He couldn't release them yet. First, he had to get what he came for. And that meant acquiring a very special devil fruit ability. Aochh. Oelele. Cough. What the hell is that? From behind him, Burgess and Lafitte shouted in shock. Even the perpetually ill Doc Q nearly passed out from fright. Z tilde ha 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 ha, so that's the legendary monster, huh? Damn, it's even bigger than I imagined. As he laid eyes on the colossal triple-headed dragon, a twisted smile spread across Blackbeard's face. When he was a child, his family's notes had described this being, sketched out roughly in margins, almost like myth. But this was far beyond what he'd expected. Seeing it in person, Blackbeard's greed ignited. That power, that body. That fruit. Hey, what a reckless fool. Bullet muttered, watching the scene unfold. He could sense it, Blackbeard was strong, but he wasn't ready for that. That thing would crush him, body and soul. Wait, who's that? Blackbeard paused as he spotted another frozen cell, tucked quietly into a corner of the massive prison. Inside was a man encased in ice, walled. Whatever, probably not important. He dismissed the mystery man and turned his focus back to his real prize, the 3 dragon heads locked within their icy tomb. His eyes gleamed with mad anticipation. Z tilde ha ha ha. It's finally happening. Ghidorah, you've been my idol since I was a kid. Ever since I read those notes, I dreamed I'd one day get your powers. And then, I learned of a devil fruit power that could steal other fruits. I've waited so long, but now. Even the heavens are on my side. Soon, I'll be king of this world. Z tilde ha 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 ha. That power is mine. Crack, crack, crack. Lost in his frenzy, Blackbeard didn't hear the quiet cracking sounds. His dark fruit powers swirled from his hands, sending tendrils of inky black mist crawling up the prison bars. Cracked. The bars groaned under the pressure of the spreading darkness. Boom. Finally, unable to withstand the energy, they snapped apart. Even the chains connecting to the upper levels were severed. Z tilde hayahaha. Your power is mine. Mad with glee, Blackbeard unleashed a tidal wave of black energy from beneath his feet. It surged over the massive ice crystal, where Ghidorah's triple heads lay dormant. The dark mist, dense as smoke, seeped into the ice, beginning to eat away at it. From a distance, Bullet and Redfield watched the storm unfold. Their eyes widened in awe. What kind of power is that? Neither of them had ever seen such a devil fruit before. But what really unsettled them was what Blackbeard had just said. A fruit that could steal other devil fruit powers. Steal powers. The very idea was terrifying. Their blood ran cold. Capitulo 12, Chapter 12, The Three Serpents Break Free from the Ice. Zehahaha. Blackbeard's manic laughter echoed through all of Level 6 of Impel Down. His eyes burned with madness and elation as he stared at the colossal mass of ice, now wrapped in his dark fruit's power. It would only be a matter of time. Once his darkness fully consumed the ice and made contact with that monstrous beast, he would steal its power. And then the whole world would tremble beneath his feet. Watching his maniacal expression, both Douglas Bullet and Patrick Redfield were shaken. They couldn't even begin to imagine what the world would become if Blackbeard really did acquire that devil fruit ability. At this very moment, Blackbeard stood at the center of everything. Even the prisoners who'd been fighting moments earlier stopped, turning wide-eyed toward the shadow-wrapped cage. Their bodies trembled. They couldn't help it. Thom. Suddenly, from within the darkness, a dull thud rang out, like a war drum. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What was that sound? Before anyone could speak again, another rhythmic pulse echoed through the level. Thum, 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 thum. It was steady. Building. Like the heartbeat of something ancient. It began softly, then grew louder and faster, shaking the very ground beneath them. Each beat made the floor quiver, each pulse made their hearts tighten. Especially Blackbeard, whose mad grin had faded. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression grew tense. Crack, crack, crack. The ice groaned and shattered further. Even the darkness that surrounded it began to ripple wildly. Then, Marshal detached. A voice echoed from within. It was hoarse, low, and sharp, like a demon from the underworld had spoken. And again it rang out. So even after 1,000 years. Your bloodline is still filled with filthy mongrels. You're kind, I hate you with every fiber of my being. Ziza. As the twisted voice spoke, strange electrical static filled the darkness, like a jammed signal buzzing through a speaker. He's alive. From afar, the crowd stared at the expanding dark mass with horror. Blackbeard, what the hell had he awakened? The dark power around the prison throbbed like a living thing, and now even Blackbeard himself panicked. Zehahaha, what a terrifying beast. But so what if it's alive? My darkness fruit nullifies all devil fruit powers. Nothing can stand against it. Zehahaha. Still drunk on the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, Blackbeard ignored the warnings. He didn't even register what the voice had just called him, martial bloodline. All that mattered now was taking the power before the monster fully awoke. Devil fruit. What a joke. From deep inside the swirling darkness, Ghidorah opened his 3 sets of golden eyes and let out a deafening roar. Roar. Boom, crack, boom. The sound of shattering ice echoed around the level. The darkness that had encased the prison burst apart like a balloon, completely unable to contain the being within. Shhhraa. A visible shockwave tore through the air, like blades of wind slicing in all directions. Aza. What is this? Help GHK. The windstorm ripped through level 6 like a hurricane. Weaker prisoners were torn apart on the spot. Those with a bit of strength weren't spared either, shredded by the winds or flung into stone walls, unconscious or dead. Holy hell. Bullet, what is that thing? Even Redfield, cool and composed, was visibly shaken as the monstrous scene unfolded. AARGHHH, ITBURNS, ITHURTS. Blackbeard, now at the center of the explosion, rolled across the ground like a man dipped in blood. Roar, roar, roar. 3 monstrous dragon heads burst from the wreckage, roaring into the sky. With each roar, circular shockwaves rippled from their mouths, expanding outward. 10 meters, 15-20. Boom, booms, boom. The shockwaves slammed into the surrounding stone, cracking walls and blasting chunks of the prison away. Ah, the feeling of freedom. Ghidorah, twisting his 3 heads with a crack, 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 savored the sensation of movement. His body had rusted from centuries of stillness. And because each head had independent consciousness, the creature had 3 minds. The left head snaked down toward the groaning Blackbeard. It sniffed. Disgusting, you reek of garbage. Only an idiot would eat that kind of fruit. Then the right head, furious, shouted. You dared use that filthy power on the body of a king. Die, scum. It slammed into the other heads, pushing them aside, and opened its giant crimson maw. Whoosh. Boom. But just as it prepared to fire, the center head caught something in its golden eyes. A man with white wings, Laffit, who had just rescued Blackbeard. You dare interfere, Birdman. Boom. The right head growled and aimed at Laffit, forming a yellow glowing orb in its mouth, crackling with electricity. Kevin, one of Ghidorah head, stop. The center head shouted and slammed into the right, canceling the blast. Don't forget, we're not fully free yet. No need for pointless attacks. Kevin, get us out. The right head, Kevin, clearly annoyed, snorted and scanned the area. There's another human down here. Whatever, I'll try not to kill you. Mumbling to himself, Kevin reared up and pointed his mouth at the base of the ice prison. A glowing golden orb formed, sparking with electrical arcs. What the hell is that? Far away, Bullet gasped, eyes widening as he felt the energy surge. Holy hell, hey, dumbass, open this cage. Even the Evercom Redfield lost it, shouting toward Blackbeard's crew. Zehohahe. I'll open it if you help me fight him. Blackbeard's lying bloodied on the ground, knew he'd messed up bad. But he wasn't ready to give up. If he could just get the fruit. You're insane. Bullet and Redfield shouted at him. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. He'd already been shredded by wind pressure alone. Now he still wanted to challenge Ghidorah. Had he taken too many pills? Or not enough? Capitulo 13, Chapter 13, I have a devil fruit, do you want it? Roar, roar. Rumble. Magellan, now in his berserk poison giant form, had lost all semblance of rationality. His normally disciplined personality could not allow any chaos within Impel Down during his tenure. Yet suddenly, just as he prepared to strike again, the entire prison shook violently. A massive roar thundered from the lower levels, shaking the undersea fortress to its core. The ocean above surged into wild waves. The skies darkened as if a natural disaster loomed. No good. Startled, Magellan briefly snapped out of his frenzy and stared in horror toward the depths of Impel Down. If the Straw Hat's breakout was negligence, then this monster awakening, he would have to commit seppuku. He immediately abandoned pursuing Luffy and sprinted toward level 6 with all his might. As Magellan spun away, a breezy voice echoed. Oh ho, what lively folks you are. A golden beam of light condensed into humanoid form, standing before the Straw Hats. What? Admiral Kizaru. Ivankov and Jinbe widened their eyes in disbelief. But why was the Marine Admiral, supposed to be on Marineford preparing for war, here in Impel Down? Kizaru merely tilted his head and said casually, Well, I have no idea why Magellan let you go. But something bad's definitely happening. With that, he instantly transformed back into light and beamed deeper into Impel Down. The greater danger clearly lay beneath, not with Kizaru's orders alone, but with Garp's grandson involved as well. This was alarming. Caught between warfront and prison, the crew was stunned as Kizaru vanished. Still relieved, they cheered, then sprinted toward the gate at the port. Moments later, Kizaru caught up with Magellan at the elevator entrance. Startled, Magellan exclaimed, Admiral Kizaru, why are you here? Kizaru replied matter-of-factly, Marine HQ detected abnormalities in Impel Down. Fleet Admiral Sengoku ordered me to investigate. And, well, it seems something bad is definitely happening. Magellan swallowed hard. He realized the alarm couldn't be hidden anymore. He truly might have to commit seppuku. Clang! The elevator doors opened. Magellan stepped inside, determined. Time's critical, I can't explain. Please come with me to suppress it. Even with Kizaru beside him, Magellan knew how dangerous the situation was. But as long as he held the title of warden, he would finish the job, even at the cost of his life. Kizaru, curious, followed in. Whatever could be down there to shake all of this. Magellan tensed, recalling confidential documents from when he first took the position. It's a very powerful monster. I suspect the ice coffin failed, and that's why this is happening. Kizaru blinked, thoughtful. He'd never actually been to level 6. Only the warden and the fleet admiral knew about what lay below. Something very suspicious was at play. The moment the elevator door opened on level 6, a blast of icy wind rushed out. Kizaru gasped as the massive three-headed dragon prison was exposed. One of its heads glowed with a golden light, preparing a strike. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? Impel Down locking up sea beasts now. Suddenly, a booming roar from beside the giant heads. Blackbeard, our deal's over. A figure in a prison uniform surged forward with black-wrapped fists, striking the glowing head. As the golden beam erupted from the strike, it cleaved the stone floor, carving a massive trench. Kizaru's eyes widened at the streak of light. What incredible power! Meanwhile, Magellan watched, horrified. Blackbeard. Kizaru. Blackbeard, drenched in blood and radiating menace, had struck Ghidorah's head. Grossly bloody yet triumphant, Blackbeard laughed. Bullet, this stroke saved everything. He stepped back with his crew, ready to spectate. Suddenly, a deep, ominous voice echoed at the entrance. Ghidorah. Magellan. Blackbeard turned to see Magellan standing at the threshold, blood on his lips. He brooded. Are you planning to attack too? I think we should work together to take this thing down first. Magellan looked grim, staring at the three-headed beast. The very worry he feared had come true during his watch. This is unforgivable. KRRASH. Ghidorah's right head, nicknamed Gyro, slammed into the stone, cracking the floor. The left head, Kevin, cautioned. Hey Gyro, don't be impulsive. Let me launch another attack. The center head, the dominant mind, grunted in disgust with the two. Ghidorah realized his massive body was barely lodged. Shaking apart the floor might collapse the prison entirely. He couldn't act recklessly, but he needed help. He turned his massive gaze toward Blackbeard. In a deep, rumbling voice. Blackbeard, if you help me smash through the floor, I'll give you a devil fruit. For all his pride, Ghidorah admitted, he didn't need random secondary power-ups. But Blackbeard's fruit, powerful as it was nothing compared to Ghidorah's own power. Any fruit you have would be useless compared to me, but I can offer it anyway. Capitulo 14, Chapter 14, What are you doing? Zehayahaha. I don't think there's any devil fruit in this world better than the Yami Yami no Mi. Blackbeard let out a wide, manic laugh. You martial folks are all the same, Kevin said with undisguised disdain. Gyro, don't waste your energy, Ghidorah said, bumping into Gyro. HMPH. Gyro bumped slightly, lifted his enormous head and let out a cold snort, releasing a puff of white smoke. Ghidorah's three heads each possessed independent consciousness, yet their memories were fully shared, and the main body remained under Ghidorah's complete control. It sounded paradoxical, but in truth, it made them frighteningly powerful. He had known this from the moment that devil fruit had appeared. Even though consuming it meant never being able to return to human form, he had still chosen to eat it. Because this fruit had a far more secret power. Just like Blackbeard's Yami Yami no Mi, if events were to follow the original canon, that guy would eventually go after the Gura Gura no Mi. No doubt that was a terrifying fruit. But pairing the Yami Yami no Mi with the Gura Gura no Mi, only a fool would do that. Back in the day, a fool like that did emerge from the Blackbeard family, and was ultimately crushed to death by Ghidorah. Ghidorah's enormous golden beast eyes stared coldly at Blackbeard for a long while. "Blackbeard, do you have a death wish? Well then, when I get out of here, it will be your time to die." As his words echoed out, Ghidorah raised his hideous dragon head. "From now on, let's just call it that for simplicity." Gyro followed closely behind, while Kevin looked at the two dragon heads with confusion, seemingly a bit out of sync. Roar, roar. A sharp, piercing screech suddenly split the air. The very atmosphere began to tremble. Roar. Kevin, finally catching on, looked startled, then tilted his head back and let out a howl of his own. Bzzz, crackle. Golden rays, like electromagnetic beams, erupted simultaneously from the three dragon heads' mouths. Graviton beam. Violent energy beams blasted upward, striking the ceiling with a deafening explosion. The shattered stones caught in the gravitational wave were drawn into the beams and obliterated. Air currents were ripped apart, dust whirled around the rays, golden electric serpents flashed chaotically. The sight was like a cosmic nebula, a visually stunning and overwhelming display that left everyone dumbfounded. Boom, crack, crack. The sound of earth and stone splitting echoed out. Massive cracks spread across the fortress's vaulted ceiling. "Stop him!" Magellan roared in fury at the unfolding chaos. "I don't know what that is, but it's really terrifying." Even Kizaru, normally the laid-back and sarcastic admiral, now had fear clouding his eyes. This was no longer the lazy man who once joked about beating the Yonko when the paycheck was right. He was fully aware, whatever that creature was, not even the 5 elders' salary would make facing it worthwhile. But now was no time to slack off. "Damn you, Sengoku, you've screwed me." Filled with resentment, Kizaru leaped into the air. His hands glowed with intense golden light. "Yasukani no Megatama." Shoo 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 shoo. Like a Gatling gun of divine light, his glowing hands fired a barrage of dazzling golden bullets. Booms, 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 boom. The usually low-effort admiral had now gone full firepower, his light bullets hammering into the right dragon head. Venom demon. In the middle of the explosions, 3 horrifying, snarling purple poison dragons, cloaked in venom mist, rushed at Ghidorah's left head. Blackbeard, refusing to fall behind, pushed his powers to the max. With a loud stomp, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider web, and he launched forward like a cannonball. Dark energy billowed behind him like smoke, making him look like a humanoid meteor charging straight for Ghidorah. That devil fruit, he had to have it. Bullet glanced at the nearby Redfield, hesitated briefly, then turned and ran toward the lift. Redfield also paused for a moment, smirked coldly, and dissolved into a swarm of blood-red bats. The storm surged as Ghidorah's towering form finally tore free from the collapsing stone and magma. Crackling with electricity and radiating with power, Ghidorah howled with rage. Boom, booms, boom. Behind him, the ground ruptured again. 2 massive tails, each nearly 100 meters thick, erupted upward. Covered in jagged spikes, the tails cracked like whips and smashed the black stone pressing against his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant wings flapped violently, stirring a roaring hurricane. With an earth-shattering boom, Ghidorah's mighty body finally rose from the shattered ground. Splash, boom, crash. Magma and debris fell away, plunging into the pitch-black crater below, as Ghidorah emerged in full, landing on the surface with a seismic thud. H, I'm free. Pirate world, prepare to greet your new king of the skies. Only someone like Kevin, with his screw-loose brain, would shout something that absurd. Gyro rolled his eyes at Kevin in disdain, then tilted his head back and roared, venting centuries of rage and repression. The wild, bestial cry shook the very foundations of Impel Down. Ghidorah ignored the antics of the 2 idiots. Instead, he raised his head toward the upper floors, golden eyes gleaming with excitement. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, he tore through the thunderclouds with a crackling ziing. Riding the force of 1,000 thunders, he soared upward, blasting through the fractured dome above. Capítulo 16, Chapter 16, Magellan Goes Berserk. The sky above was as dark and heavy as ink, with lightning serpents weaving through the thunderclouds. Fierce winds whipped across the sea's surface, as crashing waves slammed into the walls of Impel Down. This chaotic, apocalyptic weather, normally the domain of the New World, had somehow manifested here, in the typically still and windless calm belt. The escaped prisoners, having fled up from below, stared blankly at the scene in front of them, their minds numb with terror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Is this really the calm belt? I think so. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Faces turned ashen. All of them looked toward the roiling sea with utter despair. As the tremors intensified, two figures shot out of the prison. Admiral Kizaru. M. Magellan. The fugitives who recognized the two immediately cried out in dread. But the two figures didn't even glance at them. Magellan turned around and stared at the central tower of Impel Down, his gaze dark and terrifying. Kizaru pulled out a den mushi, attempting to contact Marine headquarters. Bureau. The den mushi looked half asleep, its calls weak and lifeless. Over and over it rang, but received no response. Scary stuff, even the den mushi isn't working, Kizaru muttered grimly, putting it away. Boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled like a massive earthquake. A second later, a violent explosion tore through the top of the central tower. A massive golden beast, trailing smoke and crackling with lightning, soared into the sky. In the next instant, bolts of thunder rained down from the ink-black heavens, striking the giant creature in rapid succession. Crack, crack, crack. All eyes widened in sheer horror as they gazed upon the beast, now bathed in lightning. Unaffected by poison. Unaffected by magma. Now even lightning doesn't faze it. What does this thing fear? Aroizirarars. A thunderous roar, like the combined cry of a dragon and tiger, erupted from the beast's throat and echoed across the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each flap of its massive wings summoned stronger gales, whipping into hurricane-force winds. Several weaker prisoners were blown straight off the island and into the sea. Help. Save me. But before they could swim back, dark shadows surged from beneath the sea. With a monstrous splash, a colossal sea creature breached the surface, jaws wide. And with a chomp, it swallowed them whole, men and water together, then dove back into the depths with a heavy splash. The prisoners on the dock, having witnessed this horrific sight, were frozen stiff. Their faces were pale, overcome with hopelessness. The raging sea, the ruined Impel Down. Looking at the disaster-stricken prison, Magellan felt his heart burn with fury. At the same time, he realized his time as chief warden was probably over. He stared at the sky, at the true culprit behind it all. His eyes began to redden as toxic liquid bubbled around his body with a heavy glorp. The purple venom began to turn crimson, swelling and spreading like multiplying cells. Warden, calm down. From behind, Hannibal's eyes widened as he tried to intervene. But Magellan, lost in fury, had already surrendered to rage. He couldn't hear a thing. In a flash, a 50-meter-tall poison giant took shape. Ghidorah. The massive red figure let out Magellan's voice, low and cold. Whoosh, whoosh. Soaring in the skies, Ghidorah turned his gaze toward Impel Down. When he spotted the red poison giant, his golden eyes narrowed with disdain. So you want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Also, those 3 venom dragons of yours really pissed me off. Having been dormant for so long, Ghidorah gave his body a stretch. Then, with a flap of his wings, dived toward the main tower of Impel Down. Oiha, we're all gonna die. Magellan, you bastard. If you want to die, don't drag the rest of us with you. Run for it. Seeing the massive beast blocking out the sky as it dove, the prisoners below screamed in rage and terror. But panic gave them nowhere to run. The sea was full of deadly sea kings. Impel Down itself, now cracked and crumbling, could collapse at any moment. Why? Why is even escaping so damn hard? This had to be what it meant when people said, despair just opened the door for despair's mom. and they both came in together. As Ghidorah approached, the violent winds beneath his wings grew even more savage. Within the storm, blades of air, razor-sharp wind edges, sliced through the chaos. This wasn't just wind anymore, it was a living shredder. The weaker prisoners did all they could to resist, while even the stronger ones struggled to hold their ground. What the hell kind of nightmare is this? Ghidorah, you destroyed Impel Down, you destroyed my life. Even if I die today, I won't let you walk away unscathed. The red poison giant, Magellan, raised a massive red fist and hurled crimson poison orbs at the descending Ghidorah. Splat, splat, splat. As soon as they hit the wind blades, the poison orbs exploded like water balloons, turning into a toxic red rain that poured from the sky. Asa, Magellan, you madman. The prisoners screamed, their panic worsening. Now they had to fend off wind blades and dodge poison rain, caught between the chaos and their unhinged ally. Boom! Ghidorah slammed into the top of the main tower like a thunderbolt. With a single stomp, his powerful legs crushed the rooftop beneath him to rubble. Then 6 golden eyes looked down at the people below. He inhaled. Roar, roar, aroar. His savage breath kicked up a storm of debris, sending prisoners tumbling and flying in all directions. Die! Magellan, fully consumed by madness, raised his poisonous fist and swung it hard toward the tower. Kevin, his mind still as goofy as ever, saw the dripping red poison on the giant fist and licked his lips like a hungry child. As the punch approached, he slithered forward, forked tongue out, ready to taste it. Idiot! Gyro nearby cursed loudly. A second later, the red poison fist slammed straight into Kevin. But Gyro's massive dragon head struck right after. With a snap, he bit clean through the arm attached to the red fist. Boom! The poisoned arm exploded violently. Toxic liquid sprayed in every direction, hissing and burning the surrounding stonework. Stop thinking about food all the time. Gyro barked at Kevin, his mouth dripping with red poison. If he hadn't intervened just now, that idiot would have probably gulped down the poison like soup. Sure, it wouldn't kill them, but no one wanted a belly full of toxic sludge. He wasn't a poison dragon, damn it. Oh, Kevin muttered sheepishly. Magellan. Unlike the carefree Kevin, Gyro's golden eyes gleamed with wrath. He lunged forward and sank his teeth into the poison giant's body. Meanwhile, Ghidorah, who had remained silent until now, stood motionless, golden eyes fixed coldly on the battlefield. More precisely, on Kizaru, who stood awkwardly among the ruins. Ignoring Kevin and Gyro entirely, Ghidorah spoke in a deep, curious tone. Admiral Kizaru, what brings you here instead of Marineford? Are you here to stop me? Capitulo 17, Chapter 17, Venom Colossus, Judgment of Hell. Oh ho ho, what a frightening tone. I'm just passing through, that's all. Yep, just passing through. Faced with Ghidorah's fearsome visage, Kizaru responded with a mock-serious expression, playing the fool. Passing through. Heh, you're right, who would believe that? Just as Ghidorah was about to speak again, a thunderous boom shook the air. Gyro, jaws wide with fangs bared, collided with Magellan's red venom giant. Splash! The soft, liquid-like red giant's shoulder was instantly bitten through, sending arcs of crimson venom splattering into the air. Wrapped within the poison, Magellan's eyes blazed with ferocity. He raised his remaining arm and wrapped it around Gyro's neck, roaring. Go to hell. Venom Colossus, Judgment of Hell. With his shout, the giant began to boil. Its color deepened from red to a dark rust brown. A moment later, its skeletal skull-like head opened its slime-dripping jaws and lunged straight at Gyro's face. Gyro snarled, eyes blazing with rage. With a violent twist of his neck, he broke free from the giant's grasp, then slammed his dragon head down like a hammer, smashing it into the venomous skull. Boom! A dull explosion rang through the sky. The brown poison skull burst like an overripe watermelon, spraying thick, sludge-like venom in every direction. Sizzle, sizzle. The rust-colored venom that hit the ground instantly released acrid, corrosive smoke as it ate through the stone. AAHH. W, what is this stuff? I don't want to die, somebody help me. Those in the crowd who were splashed, even by just a drop, screamed as the venom quickly spread across their bodies, killing them within seconds. Everyone watching was horrified. That poison, one touch was death. No one wanted to stay another second. But this was Impel Down, in the middle of the calm belt. Without a ship, escape was impossible. Look, a ship's coming. Someone shouted in the crowd. Those drowning in despair instantly turned and looked toward the sea. There, on the horizon, a world government warship was cutting through the waves, heading straight for the island. Seeing the government flag, the prisoners waved frantically, their faces lighting up with hope, desperate for rescue. On board, the ship bore the world government insignia and the CP-0 crest. 2 CP-0 agents, both over 3 meters tall, stood on deck in long white robes and masks, staring at the chaos of Impel Down in stunned silence. One question echoed in both their minds. Since when could sea kings fly? And apparently, now they take dumps on top of Impel Down. Was this a mockery of the Marines? A direct challenge to the world government? Sent by orders of the 5 elders, these 2 CP-0 agents never expected to witness such madness. As the ship cut closer through the storm, the agents noticed the docks were crowded with escaped prisoners, all waving at them like they were saviors. Magellan, that useless failure. One agent muttered coldly. He can't even take down one oversized lizard. Without hesitation, the agent in the black and white mask stepped onto the air using Jeppo moonwalk and shot toward Impel Down. His comrade, wearing a golden bird-like mask, followed close behind. Meanwhile, Magellan, his poison giant's head shattered, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, his body turning back into a pool of venom that flooded down the walkways and spilled into the sea. Seeing this, Gyro let out another furious roar and lunged toward Magellan's fallen body, mouth wide open. The man who had once defiled the 3-headed beast, he had always wanted to end him. Before, frozen in stasis, he hadn't had the chance. Now, he wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive force crashed into Gyro's head, knocking him aside. He smashed into the side of Impel Down, reducing part of the wall to rubble. Aroyarar. Rising from the debris, Gyro shook his head. CP-0. His eyes locked onto the newcomer, a tall figure in a white robe and black and white mask. He paused. Magellan, you've disgraced the world government. The masked CP-0 agent shot a cold glance at the collapsed Magellan, then turned toward the beast standing atop the tower, Ghidorah. No matter what you are, daring to challenge the world government means only one thing: total annihilation. With those chilling words, he vanished from everyone's sight. The next moment, he was already in front of Ghidorah, both hands cloaked in deep, jet-black armament Haki, crackling with intensity. Ghidorah stared down at the man, who was the size of an ant to him, with unmoving golden eyes. He didn't even acknowledge the overwhelming presence the man tried to exude. Challenge the world government? What's so impressive about that? His tone was dripping with contempt. The words made the CP-0 agent's anger spike. A Zoan type, are you? He sneered. Doesn't matter what you are, before the world government you're trash. Die. With a sonic boom, the agent launched himself forward, his movement leaving ripples in the air behind him. His arms, completely coated in top-grade armament Haki, gleamed black and emitted violent shockwaves that tore through the atmosphere like blades. Is that a Marine? No, that's CP-0, the world government's strongest intelligence unit. I heard everyone in it is a monster. Look at that attack, that punch could probably level a mountain. Among the prisoners on level 6, some more knowledgeable ones immediately recognized CP-0 and gasped at the display of force. Even for a creature like Ghidorah, they thought. Could he really take that head-on? Boom! A massive explosion erupted. The punch triggered a violent shockwave that blasted dust and debris into the sky above the tower. HMPH. That's it, I expected more. The masked agent scoffed as he pulled back, standing in the air with arms crossed. So much for your size, just a brute force Zoan, huh? But, what? As the dust cleared, the agent's eyes widened in disbelief. Ghidorah stood there, completely unscathed. Not a scratch. The crowd of prisoners gasped. Their eyes bulged as they watched the dust settle around the unharmed Titan. Was he really invulnerable? Among them, Blackbeard, hiding in the crowd, looked grim. He had seriously underestimated the terrifying power of this devil fruit. If stealing it was no longer an option, then he'd better focus on escape. His gaze shifted toward the slowly approaching government ship. Was that a mosquito bite? Ghidorah glanced down at the masked agent, speaking with utter indifference. For a monster that could shrug off magma, physical blows were utterly meaningless. Unless the attacker had mastered the advanced Haki known as Ryuo from Wano, nothing was going to break his defenses. Bastard! The agent's face turned bright red with fury, feeling utterly humiliated. His aura flared violently. With a roar, he stomped down, shattering the ground beneath and shot forward like a missile. You damned lizard! I'll make you regret mocking me. Capitulo 18, Chapter 18, Warden, your vengeance will have to wait until the next life. Regret. Ghidorah's golden eyes flashed with a moment of thought. He replied with a calm, detached tone. I don't think I've ever regretted anything in my life. Boom, booms, boom. So fast. That monster, it can't even fight back. Haha, finally, someone can take that thing down. As the CP0 agent went berserk, his figure began blinking in and out around Ghidorah's central head, leaving sonic booms and thunderous blasts in his wake. Ghidorah's snarling head was being pummeled left and right by a relentless barrage of punches. To the crowd, it looked like a one-sided beatdown. It's not doing anything, is it? Despite his usual aloof manner, Kizaru's sharp eyes instantly saw the truth. That CP0 agent may have looked dominant, raining down blow after blow, but it wasn't having any effect. And Ghidorah, he was smiling. A mocking, amused smile. Boom! With a final, full-powered punch, the CP0 agent struck Ghidorah's neck, twisting his head sideways until it crashed limply to the side. HMPH, that's what happens when you go against the world government. The agent landed on the ground, smirking triumphantly. Wait, did he really take it down? The prisoners, many of whom were rushing to seize the nearby warship, stared wide-eyed at the toppled Titan. But just as hope bloomed in their hearts, a playful voice rang out. Not much force, but your neck massage technique, not bad. You know what, for the effort 5 stars. Gyro, give him a good review. The teasing tone made everyone feel like they'd just been thrown into an ice bath. He's still fine. Everyone watched, dumbstruck, as the massive dragon head slowly lifted back up, gave a casual twist, and reset into place like nothing had happened. BZZZTT. A violent beam suddenly shot out from the side. The CP0 agent didn't even have time to scream. He was completely engulfed by the destructive graviton ray. His partner, the golden bird-masked CP0 agent, watched, horrified, as his comrade was obliterated. His eyes bulged. His legs began to tremble. What the hell? What did the 5 elders send us into? Compared to his fallen teammate, he knew full well his own strength was insignificant. Fear gripped his heart. He turned to flee. But then he glanced behind him and cursed under his breath. The world government warship that had been approaching the port was already overrun. A horde of escaped prisoners had boarded and seized the ship. Damn it, the bird-masked agent spat. He turned back toward Ghidorah. I'm with the world government's intelligence unit. If you dare attack me, then you're defying. Whoosh. Boom. Cracked. AOHHH-HE8HIM. Before he could even finish speaking, Kevin lunged forward and bit him in half, chewing twice and gulping him down whole. Everyone was stunned. That was a Zoan, ancient type. Kevin muttered with a thoughtful look. Tasted like Stoneclaw Beast, pretty rough. Ghidorah glanced lazily at Kevin, muttering to himself, then turned his gaze toward Magellan. The Doku Doku no Mi has some use. Keeping it on you is just a waste. As Ghidorah spoke, Kevin's golden eyes flashed with greed. He stared hungrily at both Magellan and Kizaru. Hey, isn't that a little too blatant? Kizaru grimaced as he noticed Kevin's hungry gaze, like someone staring at a plate of fried chicken. Even if Magellan was battered and broken, he was still a marine. And to be eyed like food, right in front of Kizaru, was just too humiliating. Of course, deep down, he also realized. If he tried to save Magellan now, he'd be throwing his life away. Maybe if he ran. There's no one in the world who can catch light, right? Huh, what's that you're saying? Can't quite understand you. Kevin narrowed his golden eyes and brought his massive, toothy head close to the two men. Magellan's fists clenched, he gritted his teeth. Impel Down was gone, and the one responsible was right in front of him. And yet, he couldn't even fight back. The rage in his chest surged. Mustering the last of his strength, he activated his devil fruit once more. Venom Demon. Admiral Kizaru, I'll hold him off. You need to get out and report this to HQ. 3 massive purple venom dragons burst from Magellan's back. Even if it couldn't kill Ghidorah, even if it meant his own death, he would tear off a piece of that monster. Such a devoted marine. But before Kizaru could even offer a word. Cracked. A meteor-like tail smashed down from above. Boom! The venom dragons were instantly obliterated. The tail slammed into Magellan, cracking the ground beneath him. GRRGH, damn you. Half buried in the shattered ground, Magellan bled from his mouth, gritting his teeth and raising his armament Haki-covered arms to keep himself standing. But Ghidorah didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned his long neck to face Kizaru. The glint fruit, not exactly top tier among light powers, but I bet it still tastes pretty good. Kizaru twitched. He looked at the bloodied Magellan, sighed, and said, Warden Magellan, I'll make sure your bravery is reported to the Fleet Admiral. Take care. With that, golden light burst from his body. Kizaru was preparing to flee. Die. Just as the light flared up, Gyro's beam shot forward, hitting the luminous figure. A scream rang out from within the light, then Kizaru vanished from sight. Full speed ahead. The prisoners on the hijacked warship saw even an admiral flee and immediately began screaming in terror. Warden! Somehow aboard the warship, Hannyabal stood at the railing, eyes full of anguish. Though he had always wanted to dethrone Magellan and become warden himself, he had never wished for his death. Watching the man struggle, barely standing, left his heart heavy. Hannyabal, just go, Impel Down, is gone, don't think of revenge. Magellan's voice was weak, fading. Warden, if I can't avenge you in this life, then I'll do it in the next one. Hannyabal mumbled to himself. Like hell I'm picking a fight with that monster now. You'd have to be brain dead. Boom. You talk too much. Kevin's enormous tail struck again, smashing Magellan deep into the earth. Then his monstrous head burst from the smoke and bit down, teeth shattering bone and stone alike. Gulp. Just like that, Magellan was gone. Raw cooked, soft or crunchy, Kevin ate everything. Hurry, move the ship. Everyone on board screamed in fear. The warship, though hijacked, still had marine crew aboard, and at the sight of that horrifying monster, allegiance didn't matter anymore. They launched the ship and sped away from the port, fleeing toward the gates of justice, carrying a full load of prisoners. Zehahaha, so everything went to hell. Standing on deck, Blackbeard looked up at the tower where Ghidorah remained, eyes filled with frustration. But I still have options, if I can get that devil fruit. He thought of Marineford and Whitebeard's tremor fruit. A new fire lit in his heart. If I can claim that power, not even Ghidorah will stand in my way. Capítulo 19, Chapter 19, Sinful Bloodline. After Kevin devoured Magellan, a mysterious energy surged and spiraled within him. It replenished part of the energy he had lost. As for the Doku no Mi Venom Fruit ability, due to Kevin's unique physiology, the power recondensed into a devil fruit, which was now stored inside his internal sac capsule. Absorbing devil fruit users to restore energy, this was one of Ghidorah's inherent abilities. After all, this world didn't have nuclear energy. Back when he consumed the ancient Titan fruit, he had already planned for such a contingency. This was one of the many reasons why, 1,000 years ago, his name alone struck fear into the world. "Hey, hey, Blackbeard's getting away," Kevin remarked, watching the retreating warship. "Run!" Ghidorah's golden eyes flashed with disdain. "The world's not that big, where could he possibly run to? We'll meet again soon." With the Paramount War, Marineford War, about to begin, Ghidorah wasted no time. He cast one last look at Impel Down, the prison that had held him captive for 800 years. Whoosh! His enormous fleshy wings spread wide, and with a single powerful flap, lifted him high into the sky. Roar, roar, roar. His 3 terrifying dragon heads let out a deafening roar, and with a hum, 3 graviton beams shot down. Boom, booms, boom. The blasts, imbued with sheer rage, crashed into Impel Down's central tower. The overwhelming energy instantly disintegrated the structure, but Ghidorah wasn't done yet. His wings trembled. The skies shifted. Storm clouds rolled in, black as ink, pressing down on the remnants of Impel Down. Crackle! Snakes of lightning slithered from cloud to cloud. Zap! Countless bolts of lightning began falling, some striking Ghidorah himself, others hammering what remained of the prison below. The graviton beams surged, doubling in intensity as chaotic energy ripped through the main tower. Lightning poured like rain, striking every building in sight. Heaven and earth connected through sheer force. Boom, booms, boom. Beams, hundreds of meters thick, blanketed the sky, while flames and smoke spiraled in the hurricane winds. Thunder and lightning bombarded everything in sight. Even the surrounding sea began to boil. Enormous sea kings floated belly up, eyes rolling back. Under this apocalyptic fury, the entire sea region turned to chaos, with a final wave of destruction. Impel Down, the prison that stood for 800 years, collapsed beneath the waves, lost to the sea. Roar, roar, roar. Ghidorah let out a triumphant roar, glancing once more at the sunken ruin below. Then, with another wing beat, he shot off in the direction of the fleeing Kizaru. Paramount War, I'm coming. Marineford Marine Headquarters. At the massive bayport, 100,000 elite Marines stood assembled. Warships filled the outer perimeter. Move faster. Get everything in position, no slacking. Marine officers barked orders, directing troops to carry supplies and weapons for the coming war. Shells were stacked beside massive cannons atop the inner bay walls. Stay sharp, no matter what happens. Justice will never lose. Today, the Navy ends it all. We will end this evil age. A vice admiral, stern-faced and commanding, spoke with deep, resounding authority. His voice echoed into the ears of every Marine on the bay, igniting their fighting spirit and firming their resolve. RHH. A deafening battle cry rang out. This was a steel-blooded army, an unyielding force of justice. Whitebeard. So what? They were the Navy's finest. 100,000 strong. Ah, this atmosphere gets your blood boiling. Among the front ranks, several giant vice admirals felt their fighting spirit blaze to life with the rallying cries. As shouts of unity rose, top-tier forces began arriving. First came the pirates bearing the title of warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracule Mihawk, Boa Hancock. All were present except Crocodile and Jinbei. Seeing 5 warlords together, most Marine soldiers were pumped with excitement and confidence. Yet, a select few couldn't help but break into cold sweat. Yes, they were allies, but these 5 were notorious criminals, far from paragons of justice. FWOSH. A fierce wind whipped through, making the Marine flags flap violently. Atop the execution platform's wall, a figure appeared. Looks up there. An admiral. As the cry echoed, 2 of the 3 Marine admirals, Akinu and Aokiji, took their seats. But something was wrong. One seat remained empty. All the Marines began to murmur. Where was Admiral Kizaru? At a moment as critical as this, the absence of a top admiral was deeply unsettling. What's going on? Did something come up? Still, the Marines did not let it shake their morale. In fact, their war cries grew even louder. 100,000 strong, united in purpose, the sound of their shouts and cheers drowned out fear. Look, the man at the center of it all has arrived. Attention shifted to the staircase of the execution platform. 2 soldiers marched up with rifles in hand, escorting a single prisoner. Is that the one responsible for starting this global war? That's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Cheers erupted as Sengoku, clad in full admiral's uniform and the iconic marine hat, stepped onto the execution platform. The soldiers below roared with pride, unable to contain their excitement. Sengoku raised a hand, and silence fell. He took out a broadcasting den mushi and began to speak. There is something I must announce. After a brief pause, he continued. Portgas d'Ace. Today, we execute this man, for a reason far greater than mere piracy. Ace, tell everyone your father's name. Ace slowly looked up, his thoughts flashing back to his conversation with Garp in Impel Down, level 6. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. My father is Whitebeard. The name stuck in his throat. That's not true. No, it is. It's only Whitebeard, no one else. Ace shouted, filled with anger and defiance. For that other man he felt only distance. He couldn't even say his name. Sengoku continued. When we began investigating, we suspected a child may have been left behind, hidden away on some island. Using intel from CP, we conducted full investigations into all newborns and pregnant women. But found nothing. Which in hindsight made sense. Your birth cost your mother her life. That alone suggests a secret. Because you inherited the most dangerous bloodline in the world. Sengoku paused, inhaled deeply, then shouted. Your father is the Pirate King. Gul D. Roger. His voice echoed across Marineford, carried by the broadcast den mushi, and transmitted to the world. At that very moment, the entire globe was shaken. Hey! Everywhere, people froze, mouths agape. The Pirate King, Gul D. Roger, has a surviving heir. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. This is the biggest news of the century. Contact the presses, print a special edition. He's alive. The Pirate King's bloodline. Good thing the Navy caught him. A son of Roger would be insanely dangerous. Capitulo 20, Chapter 20, The Strongest Man Appears. The bloodline of the Pirate King still lives. Portgas d'Ace is the son of Gul D. Roger. This earth-shattering news exploded across the world in an instant. Countless people looked on in fear at the young man about to be executed. No one could have guessed that this was the descendant of such a sinful legacy. Ace. While the world remained frozen in shock, Garp, standing below the execution platform, felt as if his entire heart had shattered. Though Ace was not his biological grandson, he was family. In his mind, scenes from the past replayed, particularly the day he met Roger in prison. Can I trust you, Garp? My child is about to be born. Sadly, I won't be there to see it. But that child and his mother, they're innocent, and what I saw on Raftel I've already told you. Now that you know everything, what will you choose? The so-called noble family, or this false sense of justice? Maybe this is the fate we share. As fellow bearers of the will of D, you're the only one I can entrust with this. Because deep down, we're not enemies, we're comrades, aren't we? Damn you, Roger. Garp clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Garp, this wasn't your fault, said Vice Admiral Tsuru, trying to console him. Tsuru. Garp turned toward her, trying to speak, but just then, the sirens began to blare. WOO, WOO. Fog rolled in across the outer bay. A fleet of massive pirate ships emerged as shadows in the mist. It's Whitebeard's grand fleet. A lookout cried out. Upon hearing that, the soldiers looked out at the encroaching ships, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Quick, identify Whitebeard's location. Flower Sword Vista. The De Calvin brothers. Great Whirlpool Spider Squad. No sign of Whitebeard yet, shouted another lookout in panic. But, it's undeniable, Every last ship is part of Whitebeard's pirate fleet. Do we engage? The air around Marineford grew tense. A massive war was on the brink of erupting. No sign of Whitebeard, that's impossible. Sengoku scowled. The fleet was already entering the inner bay, yet still, Whitebeard himself was nowhere to be seen. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, bubbles began surfacing in the water inside the harbor. Then, boom! The sea erupted as a massive hump of water surged upward, reaching dozens of meters high. A split second later, a colossal wave exploded upward, followed by the emergence of a 100-meter-long whale-headed ship that soared from the depths. With a thunderous crash, it landed in the harbor, sending torrents of seawater raining down. Degrees omega degrees, nanny. Every marine soldier stood stunned, mouths agape as they stared at the gargantuan ship. W. Whitebeard. He came from beneath the sea. The Moby Dick has arrived. Sengoku's face twisted into a scowl as he stared at the legendary ship bursting up from the ocean. So, he attacked from underwater. Damn it, all of our plans have been thrown into chaos. Boom, boom. 2 more massive warships burst through the waves, following the Moby Dick. That's 1st Division Commander Marco. A Marine recognized the figures on the deck and shouted in alarm. All 14 Whitebeard Division commanders were present, each a legend in their own right across the Grand Line. Facing such an overwhelming pirate force, could they truly win this battle? As they finally stood face to face with Whitebeard's full might, a chill ran down the spines of every Marine. To think he got this close to our doorstep. Sengoku's forehead broke into a cold sweat. All the carefully laid strategies shattered. Ghidorah. Sengoku, it's been 20 years, hasn't it? Just hold on a little longer, Ace. From the ship's bow, Whitebeard stepped forward. And in that moment, the entirety of Marineford fell silent, oppressed by the sheer presence of the world's strongest man. Calm and composed, Whitebeard stood tall, facing 100,000 elite Marines like they were nothing but ants. No one dared utter a word, all eyes locked on him with grim, heavy tension. He planted his Bicento, Murakumajiri, beside him, pulled aside his coat, and revealed his scarred, muscular torso. He bent forward slightly, flexing his massive arms, and then, slam! He brought his fists downward, and the very air around him cracked like shattered glass. Crack, crack, crack. Spiderweb-like fractures spread through the atmosphere. Then, boom! Shockwaves surged across the sea. Water erupted, the sea's surface surging upward. A towering tsunami, rising hundreds of meters high, dwarfed the Marineford walls. The monstrous tidal wave blotted out the sky, casting a massive shadow over the entire island. Ahhh. He made the sea quake. This is Whitebeard's power, the might to destroy the world. This is the world's strongest man. Ghidorah. Laughing, Whitebeard looked at the devastation he had caused. Under the shadow of the tsunami, Marineford fell into darkness. Countless Marines trembled, unable to move. If that wave came crashing down, it would obliterate Marine HQ in an instant. But at that critical moment, Admiral Aokiji leapt from the wall. He flew between the twin tsunamis and launched 2 streams of freezing air. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the temperature of Marineford plummeted. The twin 100-meter waves froze solid, encased in layers of deep blue ice. The frost spread outward, coating the entire harbor and reaching hundreds of meters down into the sea. The tsunamis, frozen mid-surge, stood like 2 colossal walls of ice, guarding the harbor like ancient monuments. That ice brat. Whitebeard let out a grin as he saw his seaquake neutralized. He's given us a fine platform to stand on. Let them witness our might. Men, let's go save Ace. Charge. Save Ace. In the blink of an eye, the Whitebeard pirates leapt from their ships onto the frozen sea, weapons raised. Their charge across the icy battlefield had begun. A war that would shake the world had finally begun. Capitulo 21, Chapter 21, The Former Sky Sovereign has returned. Boom, boom. Crash, crash. Chargely. At the front lines, Marines leapt from the elevated docks of the harbor, their battle cries shaking the skies as they stormed toward the charging pirates. Push forward. We'll take Ace back. Fight. The pirates roared back with equal fury, clashing head-on with the Marines. In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted. The largest-scale war in history had officially begun. Within seconds, over 100 lives were lost, slain by blade, bullet, or cannon fire. Pirates and Marines alike were bathed in blood, their own or their comrades'. The stench of fresh blood saturated the air, fueling adrenaline and war frenzy like a drug. Kill them all. Don't let them near the execution platform. For justice, destroy every criminal. For Ace, for our brother, charge. Let the Navy taste the wrath of the seas. The bay inside Marineford descended into a storm of chaos and violence. And far away, at the gates of justice, another scene was playing out. Boom, booms, boom. They're firing again. There's too many of them behind us. More Navy ships incoming, run. Near the towering gates of justice, a solitary ship was under siege from a fleet of pursuing warships, their cannons relentlessly firing. This gate, how the hell are we supposed to open something this massive? There's no way that thing opens with manpower. Damn it, we made it this far, and there's no path forward. On board the ship carrying Luffy and his crew, despair was sinking in. All eyes stared helplessly at the towering gates of justice. They had made it this far, only to be stopped at the doorstep. What do we do now, shark guy? Buggy shouted, grabbing Jinb by the collar. We smash through it, Jinb replied calmly. Smash? Are you out of your mind? Look at the size of it. Boom, booms, boom. Behind them, the Navy warships continued to fire. Luffy's group had been pushed to the brink. If they couldn't get through the gate, they were doomed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gale tore across the sea. The already gloomy sky darkened even further. What the hell is that? It's huge. Someone on deck looked up, and their eyes went wide in horror. A massive black shadow was descending from the sky, thunder rumbling in its wake. It's Him. Up ahead, Luffy's pupils dilated at the sight of the descending beast. Was he here to punish them for not helping? Boom, boom. Oh, blocked by the gates of justice. Ghidorah's eyes swept over the scene, instantly taking it all in. With a flap of his enormous wings, he began gliding downward in a swift descent. Ayote. Buggy's body parts flew in all directions in panic as he screamed in terror, seeing Ghidorah dive straight toward them. Boom! Cracked! With a thunderous impact, Ghidorah landed on one of the Navy warships in pursuit, crushing it beneath his feet, driving it into the sea like a paper boat. Compared to Ghidorah's massive, 150,000-ton frame, the battleship might as well have been a toy. Without pause, Ghidorah's wings flared again. He surged forward, skimming over the sea, and pounced onto another nearby ship. The sea exploded into chaos. Crunch! Ghidorah snatched a battleship in his claws, beat his wings, and soared upward, dragging the massive vessel into the sky. Ew! When he reached nearly a kilometer above the sea, he let go. The broken ship plummeted like a bomb, crashing into a fellow Navy ship below. Boom! A massive blast rocked the harbor. When the smoke cleared, only wreckage and screaming Marines remained. That flying monster, that sea king from hell, was a natural disaster. Ghidorah! Jim's face turned grim as he stared at the sky. He remembered what Ace had told him back in Impel Down. A 1,000-year-old monster named Ghidorah. And now he was clearing the Navy out of their path. But why? What was his goal? Gaiai tilde. Ryad, Ghidorah is so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he watched in awe, his previous fear completely gone. Don't be stupid, Jim snapped, glaring at him. That creature is nothing you want to mess with. No one knew what Ghidorah wanted. If they angered him, they wouldn't survive. Fortunately, Jim's fears didn't come to pass. After his assault, the remaining Navy ships froze in place, the sailors too terrified to move. Ghidorah hovered above them, eyes scanning Luffy's crew, then turned toward the gates of justice. A cold sneer formed on his face. The world government, shameless dogs and hypocrites. They even dared to defile the gate of a fallen kingdom. To paint the world government's emblem on it, how disgraceful. Even though he'd known about the gates of justice from the original story, seeing it with his own eyes stirred an indescribable fury. He recalled the man who built the gate, long ago, an idealist who dreamed of leaving behind a miracle of architecture. "Heh, Darsik Osi, your wish came true. One day, I'll bring him back too." With a sigh, Ghidorah spread his wings and ascended, gliding up toward the top of the gate. "Straw Hat, you don't have the strength to save Ace. If you step into this battle, you may very well die. For Garp's sake, let me offer you one warning. Take your crew and get as far away from here as you can. Because after today, there will be no more Marineford." "Eh?" Everyone on the ship gawked in disbelief. No more Marineford. Not even Whitebeard would make a claim that bold. They stared at the colossal figure soaring ever upward, their hearts pounding with disbelief. Could he actually do it? No. Luffy's voice cut through the silence. He stepped forward, eyes burning with resolve, and shouted toward Ghidorah. "I'm going to save Ace. Even if it costs me my life, I'll go." "She's stubborn little brat," Ghidorah muttered to himself as he soared toward Marineford. He wasn't surprised by Luffy's answer. This war, it was inevitable. He didn't intervene out of curiosity or sport. Partly it was to repay Garp, to help save Ace. But more importantly, it was to announce to the world government and the world itself. He, the former sovereign of the skies, had returned. It had been 800 years, but he believed that the old ones were still alive. After all, in that ancient era, the secret of eternal life had not been unknown. And it was that very secret which had ignited the war of the old world. Greedy men would always face justice. Even if they called themselves gods, he would drag them down from their throne. Capítulo 22, Chapter 22, Marco the Phoenix. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Amidst the earth-shaking war cries and explosive sounds of battle, countless voices overlapped and clashed, creating a terrifying, chaotic symphony of war. The inner bay had become a massive meat grinder. Both pirates and marines were merciless, consumed by bloodlust. At this moment, fear and ideology had vanished, leaving only one instinct behind: kill. They fought purely on reflex, hacking down anyone who wasn't an ally, using any means necessary. With every breath, someone fell. Hot blood spilled onto the frozen ground, dyeing the blue ice a deep crimson, which then crystallized into shimmering blood-red ice under the cold air. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched the chaos unfold, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The war had reached a fever pitch in an instant, and this was still just the frontline soldiers. When the heavy hitters began to move, it would be even more devastating. The battlefield was so packed with combatants that the ice sheet looked like a sea of heads. This was, without a doubt, a clash of unprecedented scale. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor shook the battlefield. A colossal marine vice admiral, one of the giants, leapt down from the wall and landed heavily on the ice. He swung his giant sword, as large as a ship's hull, like a windmill, and smashed it down with a deafening crash. The attack surged forward, sweeping across 100 meters and sending dozens of pirate grunts flying. Roaring, the giant vice admiral raised his sword again, preparing to launch a second devastating strike. But then, a figure wreathed in blue flames rocketed in from above. Its 1st Division commander, Marco the Phoenix. A marine recognized him and cried out. Wings spread wide and wrapped in blazing blue flames, Marco flew straight to the giant's face. His body twisted midair, and his right leg came crashing down. Phoenix Talon. Boom! The fiery explosion consumed the giant instantly. His anguished scream echoed as he collapsed, rolling across the ice in agony, trying to extinguish the ethereal blue fire. I can't let you slaughter my comrades so easily. Hovering midair, Marco stared coldly at the burning vice admiral, then turned his eyes to the rest of the battlefield. Wherever he spotted a target too strong for a crewmate to handle, he would dive in, unleashing his flames. Soon, streaks of blue fire flashed across the ice like lightning bolts. Marco was everywhere. "Bastard, you think we'll just let you run wild?" On the grandstand, Admiral Akinu clenched his fists and stood with a roar. Swoosh! He leapt high into the sky and descended like a meteor, heading straight for the battlefield. But in that very moment, a streak of golden light zipped past him. A blur, then a body. The golden light landed back on the Admiral's podium and reformed into a man. "What?" The commanders nearby gasped as Admiral Kizaru collapsed into his seat, bloodied and battered. Even Sengoku, renowned for his composure, could not hide his shock. He rushed to Kizaru's side and asked with urgency. "Something happened at Impel Down, didn't it? That monster couldn't be stopped." Kizaru, pale and drained, forced a bitter smile. "What?" Sengoku's heart sank. Could it be he survived? Was it Blackbeard? At that moment, far away, aboard a military warship full of escaped prisoners, deep in the cargo hold, a shadowy figure crouched in the corner, clutching a den mushy, whispering into it. "Holy Land Mary Geoise, Pangaea Castle, Room of Authority." Inside the sanctum of the Gorosei, the blonde elder's eyes widened in horror as he received the report. The CP0 operatives sent to Impel Down were all dead. And worse, they were killed by a flying, three-headed monster. A heavy silence filled the room. The image of that creature, and what it symbolized, chilled each of the 5 elders to their very core. "Report, Gorosei-sama, what do we do now?" "The entire warship is filled with escaped prisoners." "Should we intervene?" "Intervene." "Impel Down is gone." What could they do? Try to guide the ship through the gates of justice, take them to the Army HQ. As for the Navy, AAHH. Suddenly, the call was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream, followed by a sinister laugh. Zehehaha, so there was a rat hiding below deck. "Who's there?" The blonde elder's voice rose in fury. "Whoever you are, your actions are a direct provocation against the world government." The Gorosei, "Zehahaha, I thought you were just Navy pests. Turns out I've angered some real big shots. But hey, technically I helped you out. After all, Ace, I delivered him to you myself." "Blackbeard." The blonde elder's face twisted in rage. "What the hell are you trying to do? You released that thing." Zehahaha, so even the Gorosei have something they fear. But let's get something straight, I wasn't the one who let it out. The room fell silent again. The 5 elders exchanged stunned glances. None of them had expected that answer. Because if Ghidorah hadn't been released by Blackbeard, that meant he escaped on his own. A possibility they had considered, but never believed likely. Then why did you go to Impel Down? You must know something. The blonde elder narrowed his eyes. The name, Marshall, had long carried a cursed legacy among the D clan. Zehahaha, what kind of warlord would I be without powerful subordinates? Blackbeard offered his explanation, calm and self-assured. He knew that if he didn't provide at least some answers, these 5 old demons wouldn't let it go. The elders exchanged glances once more, then slowly nodded. If the Impel Down incident truly had nothing to do with you, then, as a warlord of the sea, you are to head to Marineford immediately to provide support. As for your crimes at Impel Down, we'll overlook them for now. For now. Blackbeard smirked in the ship's dark hold. Zehahaha, Marineford's a mess right now. I could go, but if I'm going to help, we'll need to talk terms. Don't push your luck, Blackbeard. We're already turning a blind eye. Zehahaha, ever heard of the Yami Yami no Mi? Does that qualify me to negotiate? He interrupted coldly, intentionally revealing a piece of his greatest secret. He knew these men. He knew what that name meant. Sure enough, the room of authority fell into total silence. After a long pause, one voice, ancient and commanding, spoke. Blackbeard, what is it that you want? Zehahaha. I knew you'd come around. And as a show of good faith, let me offer you one more piece of valuable information. Capitulo 23, Chapter 23, The Marine Crisis. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as a magma fist exploded before Marco's eyes. Scalding lava scattered across the frozen battlefield, creating a violent sizzle as fire met ice, thick white steam billowed upward. That was close. Marco landed in a crouch, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stared at Admiral Akinu. Had he reacted a split second slower, he'd have taken a direct hit. Even with his mythical Zoan Phoenix powers, Marco still feared the terrifying intensity of magma. Seeing his attack narrowly dodged, Akinu's fury deepened. With a snarl, he leapt forward, launching himself toward Marco. Though Marco was the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division commander, and undeniably powerful, he still wasn't on Akinu's level in raw strength. If not for his Phoenix regeneration, he wouldn't be able to hold his ground at all. But thanks to his mythical Zoan healing, Marco barely managed to stall the Admiral. "You damn pirate scum." Akinu's eyes burned with wrath as his right arm transformed into roiling magma, jet black smoke pouring upward. "As long as I'm here, none of you are leaving alive." With a roar, Akinu's magma arm swelled grotesquely and then burst outward. Great eruption. Boom, booms, boom. A massive fist of lava shot skyward, illuminating half the battlefield in a hellish red glow. The Marines in the vicinity, seeing the colossal magma fist soaring through the air, cheered with renewed hope and began to fall back. "It's Admiral Akinu. We're saved, he's taking the lead." On the pirates' side, however, a wave of terror swept through the ranks as they stared at the descending inferno. What is that? That magma fist, it's Akinu. Underneath the shadow of the burning sky, many pirates were frozen in fear. Suddenly, the massive magma fist rumbled ominously. Gurgle. Oh no. One of the pirates panicked. The next moment, the fiery fist burst apart midair, erupting into a rain of molten projectiles. The scattered fireballs rained down like hellish meteors toward the pirate front lines. Run! It's volcanic bombardment. The pirates at the front screamed in horror, scattering in all directions. Boom, booms, boom. AAH. We can't block it. Help! Explosions tore through the battlefield as each lava orb slammed into the ground, igniting everything it touched. Screams echoed as pirates were set ablaze alive. The battlefield transformed into a burning sea of fire. Cries of agony filled the air. A fiery hellscape had consumed Marineford. This was the true cruelty of war. On the deck of his ship, Whitebeard stood motionless, listening to the screams echoing across the bay. His eyes narrowed sharply. Then, a massive magma orb headed directly for him. Whitebeard's sharp eyes glinted coldly. As the fiery boulder neared, he stepped forward. With a burst of strength, he raised his Naginata, Murakumajiri, and stabbed it directly into the heart of the fireball. SHHK. The burning orb stopped midair, pierced by his weapon. Whitebeard stared across the battlefield, locking eyes with Akinu. Such excessive fireworks. He took a slow breath and with a mighty exhale, FOOO, blew out the flames as if snuffing a candle. Then, in a deep, mocking tone, "With that level of skill, you're better off lighting birthday candles, magma brat." Akinu scowled darkly. HMPH, what Whitebeard, you don't care for a grand funeral. GYU. Whitebeard let out his signature laugh. He gave a final flick of his Naginata, flinging the now extinguished magma rock aside. Then he looked to the execution platform, where Ace was still shackled. Raising his weapon high, he shouted, "My sons, show these Marines what we're made of. They dared to hurt my family, we'll make them pay dearly." His thunderous roar echoed across the entirety of Marine headquarters. Then, with a mighty leap, Whitebeard landed on the ice, his Naginata poised for battle. CHARGUE. The Whitebeard pirates, seeing their captain enter the battlefield, erupted in euphoria. Their morale surged like a tidal wave, their blood now boiling. Across the field, the Marines' expressions tightened. They realized that Whitebeard was not just their strongest enemy. He was also the symbol that held the pirate forces together. Damn it, he's entered the battle himself. Back on the Admiral's platform, Sengoku's face darkened. He was already agitated after hearing Kizaru's report about Impel Down. "Brr are you? Brr are you? Brr are you?" Just then, the den mushy in his coat pocket began to ring. Cold sweat broke across his forehead. He dreaded what new disaster was calling. And yet, he had no choice but to answer. This line represented absolute authority. With a heavy heart, Sengoku picked it up. "Sengoku, this is the Gorosei." "Yes, esteemed elders, this is Sengoku speaking. What are your orders?" He braced himself for the worst. And he was right to do so. Ghidorah has broken through the gates of justice. He could arrive at Marineford at any moment. What? Sengoku's eyes went wide. Though he had never witnessed Ghidorah's power firsthand, the reports in classified archives were absolutely terrifying. If those records were even half accurate, Marine headquarters could be in mortal danger. What about Ace's execution? After a long pause, Sengoku asked the question weighing most on his mind. "You are granted full authority. Everything is in your hands now." The voice on the other end was cold and resolute. "What?" Sengoku couldn't believe his ears. His heart filled with anger. If Ghidorah's power truly matched the records. He looked across the battlefield at the countless Marines, the best of the Navy, and felt a deep sorrow. "Understood, but after this is over, I will formally request to step down." "Permission granted." "Do not let this pressure consume you. Blackbeard will be arriving soon to reinforce you." The line went dead before Sengoku could say another word. As he processed what he'd just heard, Sengoku's expression darkened further. So, the Gorosei had already struck a deal with Blackbeard. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if something massive was rapidly approaching. Capítulo 24, Chapter 24, The Gaze from the Abyss. Thud, thud, thud. The dull, thunderous impacts cut through the smoke-laden air of the ice-covered bay. The violent tremors stopped every combatant mid-strike, all eyes turning toward the water beyond. From the haze of gunpowder and steam, a colossal shadow began to emerge. With each quake, it grew more massive. What is that? Marines stared in horror at the ever-expanding giant figure. On the other side, pirates reacted with the opposite emotion, sheer excitement. "It's him, he's here. Go Orwa, destroy their warships." The pirates' cheers exploded through the battlefield as the shadow stepped fully into view. Aroayar. A gargantuan humanoid, hundreds of feet tall, roared like a mythical beast. In his hand, a cleaver-sized blade that could split steel crashed into a nearby warship, ripping it in two. Marines strewn across the deck let out agonized screams as the ship disintegrated. "Nice one, little oars." "All right, lads, follow oars, retake ace." "Charge, let the Navy feel the strength of Whitebeard's crew." With oars at the front, morale exploded among the pirates. They surged forward with reckless abandon, ready to die for their cause. Amid the chaos, the Marines fell back. The presence of this 100-meter-tall giant filled them with dread. "Whoa, there's a man that big at sea." Boa Hancock whispered from the wall. "Incredible." High above, Gecko Moria stared at oars with greedy eyes. "Ha ha ha, a devil who could be my ultimate zombie. If only I could claim his corpse." "Hahahi." Doflamingo, standing nearby, let a low, mocking laugh slip out. "Open fire, shoot it down." Marines all along the warships let loose a barrage of cannon fire at oars. Boom, boom. Shell after shell hit the giant, yet against him, they were like fireworks. The shot struck his skin with negligible effect, hardly slowing him down. Nearby, giant vice admirals emerged, attacking with relentless force. Their weapons struck Orr's leg, but he barely flinched. Stop that, he must not reach the bay. Warships and ice alike shook under the confrontation. As oars advanced, a sudden tornado swept across the field, kicking up plumes of snow and smoke. What's this wind? Marines shielded their eyes as a swirl of darkness emerged above the bay. They looked up, jaws agape, to see clouds churning in midair, laced with flashes of lightning. A hurricane of black clouds. On the command platform, Sengoku stiffened. Beside him, Kizaru murmured. It's oars, but what about those clouds? How long do you intend to wait? Sengoku barked at the warlords below. HMPH, now this cloud. Doflamingo sneered, observing the sky's change. He then leapt down toward the battlefield. Damn, Doflamingo! Moria shouted, charging to follow, unwilling to lose out on Oars's prize. Atop the wall, Dracule Mihawk stared up, his gaze locked on the electrified clouds. I've never felt such oppression. His voice was quiet, but heavy with the admission that this was no ordinary weather disturbance. Down on the field, the towering presence of Oars had already filled them with dread. Even creatures born of the giant race found themselves trembling. His blade, he cleaved straight through us. He's perfect, Moria whispered in glee at the sight. He leaned forward to activate his powers, when suddenly, Kuma appeared before him. Kuma, what are you doing? Moria gasped. Kuma said nothing. His expression remained cold as steel, reflections glinting off his white glasses. He stood, arms spread wide in front of Oars. As Moria prepared to strike, Kuma raised both arms. From his palms emanated a rhythmic thump-thump, a pulse like drumbeats echoing across the battlefield. A pale white energy sphere formed between them, shaped like a giant claw. With each pulse, the sphere grew 10 meters, 40-50, and then began to shrink, collapsing back into Kuma's open palms like a ticking bomb. Onlookers gasped in terror. That thing would cripple you. The sphere grew smaller and smaller until it fit neatly between Kuma's hands. He stared at Oars with chilling intent. From his towering height, Oars roared again. Ace, I'm here to bring you back. But Ace cried out from the execution platform. Oars, no, don't come. Kuma gave no reaction to Ace's plea. He spoke once. Papa press. The sphere pulsed again, drifting slowly toward Oz. All around, spectators watched in frozen awe as the miniature storm approached. Boom! Suddenly, the clouds above erupted. A crackling golden beam surged from the storm's core, piercing the sphere and vaporizing it in an instant. What? The stunned crowd looked upward in horror as the black clouds parted. There in the storm's eye, a towering, monstrous visage appeared, a three-headed golden beast. Lightning flared against its fearsome silhouette. That head. Those eyes. Is that a flying sea king? All fell silent under its chilling, cataclysmic presence, standing on the edge of abject terror. Capitulo 25, Chapter 25, Sengoku, you can't stay seated either. The sky had turned into an inky abyss as Marineford lay under the pall of an impending apocalypse. Amid crackling lightning and fiery sparks, a spiraling vortex slowly closed. Deep within its grip, a monstrous dragon head loomed, its golden eyes frozen in icy stillness, like a god weighing humanity. Under that relentless gaze, both Marines and pirates stood transfixed in terror, trembling from head to foot. Ghidorah. Sengoku tilted his head upward, his expression more grave than ever. Kurarara. He's bringing someone dangerous, he muttered. Even Whitebeard, dubbed the strongest man at sea, felt his pride shaken under that godlike stare, exposed and unguarded. Beneath the execution platform, Garp gazed into the sky with unsettling eyes. What he thought was hidden in his heart, no one could guess. A hero with secrets, the man who had tampered with the seals. Is terrifying. Admiral Kizaru, wounded and breath-shallow, confessed quietly, fear still in his voice. The Impel Down incident had shaken him, his faith in the Navy now shaken. Showboating freak, Admiral Akinu sneered, his clenched fists puffed with dark smoke. Kurarara, ha, soon Moria's zombie army will get a new recruit. You mocking me? A warlord who falls to a rookie has no right to mock me, Kurarara. A flash of rage darkened Moria's face. You're blasting for death. Mihawk glanced at the vortex, his hand trembling imperceptibly, fear or anticipation, none could say. The battlefield froze as that roiling vortex sealed. My sons charge with me, bring Ace home. Whitebeard erupted from his stunned trance. With a single swing of Murakumajiri, he unleashed a roaring shockwave, his command slicing through the air. Kurarara, Ace, hang on. Father's coming. With laughter and roaring strength, Whitebeard unleashed wave after wave of concussive force, flattening enemies like a living harvesting machine. The shockwave sent hundreds of Marines flying, some injured, others launched airborne. Screaming, pleading, "Why?" Their cries echoed beneath the tyrant's might. Whitebeard smiled grimly and lifted his left fist, punching the air with bone-shattering ferocity. White crackles of energy ripped across the battlefield, fracturing the air, sending warriors into pain-soaked disorientation. Mass screams filled Marineford once more, an area left utterly vacant by his brutal barrage. Akinu glared, his voice low and cold. "Whitebeard, relic of a bygone age, I'll send you to hell myself." With that, he activated his foot technique and soared upward, two magma-formed arms dripping blackened heat aimed at his foe. Hellhound! With a thunderous crash, the magma arms smashed downward. Whitebeard watched them fall with disdain, and calmly formed an energy sphere with his blade. "Magma brat, you're still green." In one stroke, he swiped out the magma arms, causing explosive cracks in the air. They shattered like glass upon contact. Boom, lava shattered into mist over the ice. "Brat!" Just as Akinu prepared a follow-up strike, Whitebeard appeared behind him in a horrifying flash. "What?" Akinu, though made of magma himself, involuntarily stiffened at Whitebeard's sudden appearance. He swelled his magma fists again, still playing with elemental tricks. Whitebeard snarled as he caught the Admiral's shoulder mid-swing and slammed him into the ground. Thud! Akinu coughed, reforming himself on frozen earth. "Don't rely on elemental armor with me." Whitebeard growled as he raised another energy-infused fist. The air contracted, warping around Whitebeard's strike. Akinu, just regaining form, twisted and barely dodged the blow. "Stop it!" A furious roar broke across the compound as Sengoku, now in his Daibutsu, Great Buddha form, descended with tremendous force, energy wave in hand. Sengoku can't stay seated either. Whitebeard growled, pressing his attack. "Die magma brat." BOOM. Capitulo 26, Chapter 26, You and Marineford disappear together. A thunderous shockwave exploded across Marineford, blasting everyone off their feet like debris from a volcano. When the smoke cleared, three figures remained standing. Whitebeard, towering with fierce intensity, blinked in surprise as he locked eyes with the massive Sengoku, now in his Great Buddha form, blocking Whitebeard's full-strength attack. "Sengoku," Whitebeard growled, "haven't clashed in decades, have we?" "You've come for your life, Whitebeard," Whitebeard roared just before Akinu sprang from the earth. His magma-forged fist rocketed toward Whitebeard. "Sakazuki!" Sengoku swept forward, palm outstretched in a violent clash that scattered magma and pinned Akinu to the ground. "Don't act recklessly, things have changed." Sengoku's tone was steady but imperious, fraught with urgency. He avoided Whitebeard's gaze and said bluntly, "Whitebeard, it's over, stand down." Every Marine, pirate, and even Akinu himself froze. A Marine admiral offering Whitebeard peace? Unthinkable. "Kurarara, Sengoku, are you insane or is it me you think is stupid?" Whitebeard laughed his booming laugh. "War's already begun, how can we stop now?" Without hesitation, he lifted Murakumajiri in a savage arc toward Sengoku. "Damn it!" Sengoku scooped up the struggling Akinu and retreated backward. The shock sent fissures cracking through the ground. Akinu spat between clenched teeth, fury flaring. "What do you mean by that?" Sengoku's composure quivered. He ground out truthfully, "It's an order from the 5 Elder Stars." "What?" Akinu's voice shattered with disbelief. He had eagerly supported the Elder's purge of the old world. He should have heard nothing of halting it now. "Kurarara, Sengoku," Whitebeard taunted. "I don't know what games you're playing, but if war starts, it ends only with someone's death." He hefted his quake blade, foot-crushing stone, and charged Sengoku with unwavering fury. In his icy eyes burned the single mission: rescue Ace, no excuses. To thousands of pirates dying, war ends only when one side is annihilated. Akinu's rare agreement surged through the battlefield. His arms melted into magma, he bore down on Whitebeard. Sengoku sighed, overwhelmed. Originally, this was meant to be an execution. not a full-scale war. A molten eruption erupted, hurling Akinu away under Whitebeard's power. Sengoku leaped into the fray himself, and now the summit war had completely spiraled beyond control. High among thunderclouds, Ghidorah watched, admiration stirring in his minds. Developing the quake fruit to this tsunami level, impressive. Below the execution platform, Garp clenched his fists, his gaze shifting to Ace kneeling there. A subtle twist of bitterness unfurled in Ghidorah's thoughts. Then a deafening roar resonated across the skies. With a tremendous beating of colossal wings, Ghidorah unleashed a storm of fracturing gold lightning. Marineford froze, dread flooding every heart. Golden lightning crashed down without warning, battering the Navy citadel into rubble. Hundreds of lightning strikes shook the ground. Heavy steps followed. Marineford fell silent under Ghidorah's roar. In a single motion, 3 dragon heads emerged from the vaulted clouds, their wings unfurling massive lightning-laced wings. The ancient beast swooped downward onto the remains of Navy headquarters with cataclysmic power. Left Head cast a sideways glance at Ace, on the platform, and spoke with a mocking tone. "Ho ho, long time no see, Ace." A collective gasp shattered the air. It talks. They had thought it was just some giant sea beast. Now, standing mere feet away, it spoke human words. Whitebeard stared at the colossus in astonishment. "A devil fruit user," he whispered to himself. Dark laughter rolled from the depths. "Ghidorah." The ground trembled again. Another gigantic figure, black-clad, humanoid, loomed along the shoreline. "I planned to wait until your war ended, but for that treasure, I couldn't hold back." "Blackbeard." "The colossal worship, St. Juan Wolf." Voices echoed in terror as 3 gargantuan monsters dominated the scene. The devilish humanoid rudling the worship, the demonic sea beast, and lightning-wielding Ghidorah. Navy hearts pounded with dread. Ghidorah, imperious and disdainful, swept across the fractured courtyard. He snatched Ace from the platform and hurled him toward Garp. "Kid, catch your grandson." He shifted to face St. Juan Wolf's massive frame and roared in lethal challenge. "Blackbeard, today you, and the Marineford will vanish from this world." Capitulo 27, Chapter 27, Blackbeard, you think you've got what it takes. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entirety of Marineford. The ice cracked apart, and the earth trembled violently. A shockwave blasted through the air, sweeping up dust and smoke, clearing everything within a kilometer radius in an instant. Roar! From the chaos came a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens. It was a cry of joy and euphoria, the exhilaration of a beast breaking free from its shackles, laced with a terrifying and violent bloodlust. Immediately after came Ghidorah's signature hoarse and sinister voice. "Teach, you think you're ready." "Zehahaha." "Ghidorah, your time is long gone," Teach replied with a wild laugh. "The age that belongs to me is just beginning. Even you, what can you do? I've acquired an even more powerful fruit now." Amid the smoke and debris, Blackbeard's face was filled with arrogant glee as he let out his mad laughter. He had finally moved past his obsession. Once, he had fixated solely on acquiring Ghidorah's devil fruit, but after the Impel Down incident and receiving an immensely powerful fruit from the Gorosei, he realized he had other options. Now, with newfound strength, he truly believed he was second to none. "Oh." Ghidorah raised a brow, surprised the man had gotten hold of another fruit. But considering how chaotic the storyline had become, he wasn't too shocked. Still, he couldn't help being curious about Teach's new power. After all, this man had read the complete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. If he was willing to abandon the Gura no Mi, then whatever he obtained couldn't possibly be trash. Thinking this, Ghidorah let out a cold snort, 2 white-hot breaths flaring from his nostrils like steam. "So, you really think you're ready?" "Zehahaha, there's only one way to find out." Standing on the shoulder of San Juan Wolf, Blackbeard spread his arms wide and shouted maniacally. "Boys, let's raise some hell." As his voice rang out, a group of pirates in prison uniforms leapt from San Juan Wolf's back. Jesus Burgess, Shuryu of the Rain, Van Augur, Avalo Pizarro. Ghidorah sneered at the sight of the familiar, and a few unfamiliar, faces. Teach, you really are a clown. Do you seriously think this pathetic mob is enough to challenge me? Then you can go ahead and die now. Without even bothering to use his gravity beams, Ghidorah twisted his massive body. With a swing, two of his enormous tails swept violently toward San Juan Wolf. Tail whip. Whoosh crack. His thick, muscular tails shattered the sound barrier with explosive force, creating a series of bone-rattling sonic booms as they lashed out toward Blackbeard's crew. Booms, boom. The blasts echoed like thunder, shaking the entire frozen inner bay. Cracks crack. The overwhelming force shattered the icy surface, sending enormous fractures ripping outward in every direction. Alarg. Help. Caught off guard, many Marines and pirates fell screaming into the cracks in the ice. Faced with this apocalyptic scene, all nearby combatants, Marine and pirate alike, abandoned their fights and fled from the battlefield. Ice fog and smoke enveloped the field, plunging everything into chaos. The powerful figures from both factions stared at the war zone, deeply shaken. What is that thing? Just one sweep of its tail had such horrifying power. Yeah, that hurt so bad. As the smoke began to clear, the mountain-sized San Juan wolf let out a pained scream. His usually blank expression had contorted in agony, with massive tears streaming from his eyes. I'll kill you. After the scream, he twisted his gigantic body and stomped straight toward Ghidorah in a rage. Failing to knock the giant down in one blow didn't surprise Ghidorah. Even if the guy wasn't that strong, the sheer mass was still considerable. As the behemoth lunged at him, Ghidorah's two side heads let out fierce roars, lunging forward to bite down on San Juan Wolf's arms. Cracked. A sickening crunch echoed as the head snapped both his arms. Idiot, still just an idiot. Ghidorah gave the twisted, pain-stricken face of San Juan Wolf a disdainful glance, then opened his middle jaw to bite into the giant's throat. He didn't even feel like using his powers. Against opponents like this, close-quarters combat was more satisfying. That visceral, teeth-on-flesh sensation, it was intoxicating. Unsinkable ship, rope style. Just as his jaws were about to sink into the throat, a deep voice echoed. Jesus Burgess had leapt into the air, blasting a massive shockwave directly at Ghidorah's head. Boom! The shockwave struck one of Ghidorah's heads with tremendous force, erupting in an explosion. Immediately after, Laffit, Van Augur, Doc Q, and others launched a coordinated assault. Each unleashed their most devastating abilities without reservation. Shockwaves, slashes, devil fruit powers, bullets. An endless barrage of attacks rained down like a storm. Those watching from afar were left dumbfounded. This. Even Whitebeard would have died under that kind of barrage. Bullshit, Pops was the strongest man in the world. No way that'd take him down. The war had temporarily paused as Marines and pirates alike stared fearfully toward the battlefield in the inner bay. And of course, new arguments erupted from their reactions. Ghidorah. Back near Garp, Ace stared at the battle anxiously. Ha ha ha, brat, wipe that look off your face. Garp chuckled and casually pulled a key from his pocket, tossing it to Ace. Old man, you. Ace instinctively caught the key, eyes wide in disbelief. To him, Garp had always embodied the pride of a Marine. Betraying the Navy, unthinkable. Yet here it was, happening before his eyes. Don't look at me like that, as of today. The hero of the Marines, Garp, is retired. All that's left is a grandfather who wants to see his grandson fulfill his dream. Hadohata. He laughed heartily, but anyone could hear the sorrow hidden in that laughter. You old man. Ace's eyes welled with tears. Without hesitation, he unlocked his seastone cuffs and burst into flames, rocketing toward the Whitebeard pirates. As he took off, he whispered, "Thank you, Grandpa." The resigned expression on Garp's face froze, and tears formed at the corners of his eyes. You little brat. Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru silently observed the scene. Though she said nothing, the depths of her eyes were filled with thought. Booms, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment had continued for more than 30 seconds, leaving everyone's nerves frayed. That monster has to be down now, right? And then, from the heart of the smoke, came a furious roar. Aruirarars. A terrifying dragon head burst from the smoke, completely unscathed. Under everyone's horrified gaze, it opened its massive, spiked jaws, and with a sharp buzz, unleashed a golden, electromagnetic beam. Bang! Everything it touched was instantly obliterated, and half of San Juan Wolf's head was blown clean off. Splurt! Simultaneously, Ghidorah's side heads violently yanked in opposite directions, ripping off both of the giant's arms. A fountain of blood sprayed into the sky as each head flung an arm aside. Boom, boom. The severed limbs crashed to the ground like meteors, shaking the earth again. Screams erupted everywhere. HHHSSSHH. That's insane. He got torn to pieces. From afar, everyone stared in disbelief as the massive titan was ripped apart by the monster's raw power. Teach, if this is all you've got, then I won't be holding back anymore. Capítulo 28, Chapter 28 there, Family. Boom! The massive body of San Juan Wolf crashed down, shattering the ice beneath with a thunderous impact. Shards of ice blasted outward like bullets. All of Marineford trembled, as if struck by a magnitude 7 earthquake. As the tremors subsided, the lifeless San Juan Wolf, now collapsed in the crater, rapidly shrank until he returned to a still giant but much smaller form, around 6 meters tall. Sticking to his no-waste philosophy, Ghidorah gave a cold command to Kevin. Eat him. A Sigma, A. A horrifyingly cruel and gruesome scene unfolded, sending chills through the watching crowd. Some gagged, others turned away, nauseated. No one expected it, that monster was eating people. Ghidorah cast a frigid glance down at Blackbeard and the others, who looked like mere ants from his towering height. Teacher. Zehiyahaha. Blackbeard glanced around at his remaining crew. The casualties were mostly the low-level inmates. Among his core crew, only San Juan Wolf had died. Suddenly, he began to laugh wildly. Ghidorah, I admit you're strong, but in the face of my second devil fruit ability, even you are nothing to fear. Retreat, fall back from the battlefield. At his command, the remaining crew members hesitated for just a moment, then turned to withdraw. HMPH. Trying to run. A bit too confident, don't you think? Ghidorah snorted coldly. With a sudden motion, his massive wings spread wide and he threw his heads back in a thunderous roar. The storm clouds above Marineford surged and twisted as if answering his call. Thunder roared, lightning cracked. Before Blackbeard's crew could retreat, bolts of raw lightning came crashing down. Booms, booms, boom. Lightning rained like a monsoon, connecting heaven and earth, scorching everything within a 500-meter radius. The wild lightning storm attacked without discrimination. What the hell? Yes. The assault was apocalyptic. Even far-off spectators were terrified out of their minds. What is this monster? Isn't this a bit too brutal? More and more onlookers began to wonder, what the hell did Teach do to provoke a creature like this? Atop the city walls, the 3 admirals stood stunned, watching the carnage unfold. The injured Kizaru had already started considering early retirement. Aokiji stood in silence, brows furrowed, concern flickering in his eyes. Akinu was fuming, his eyes ablaze and fists clenched, as if ready to charge out and destroy the monster himself. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, however, was expressionless, though deep worry shimmered in his eyes. The stronger Ghidorah revealed himself to be, the heavier Sengoku's heart grew. If Teach couldn't hold him off, then the next to suffer would be the Marines. Elsewhere, Whitebeard, now reunited with Ace, watched the storm with a grim expression, recalling a cryptic message Roger once shared with him long ago. His division commanders were shocked at the brutality, but as they remembered Ghidorah had saved Ace, some of the dread in their hearts began to fade. AAHH. AARGH. The lightning storm tore through Blackbeard's men, and their agonizing screams echoed across the bay. Ghidorah showed not the slightest bit of mercy. Anyone willing to follow Teach was already no saint. In his eyes, they all deserved to die. Ghidorah. Watching his comrades die in horrific pain, Blackbeard finally snapped. Those he had chosen to walk with were ambitious, full of potential. He had intended to raise them into powerful, independent commanders. Now they were gone. His fury erupted like a volcano. Ghidorah's golden pupils narrowed. He'd noticed something strange. Teach, though caught in the middle of the lightning storm, remained completely untouched. Though the lightning strikes fell randomly and indiscriminately, none struck Teach. That was beyond luck. Squinting his massive golden eyes, Ghidorah observed more closely. The lightning wasn't missing Teach. It was avoiding him. Every bolt that approached would either vanish or veer off, as though the space around Teach was insulated, an absolute no-go zone for electricity. Realization struck him. He stopped unleashing his electromagnetic storm. Looks like you've really gotten your hands on something interesting. Now I'm very curious. Who gave you that fruit? Ghidorah stared coldly at Teach, a flicker of suspicion already forming in his mind. Ghidorah, you've ruined everything I built. I'll make you pay in blood. Teach didn't respond to the question. His voice was low, ice cold. Then with a roar, he charged forward, boom. Mid-sprint, he raised his fist, and with a distinct pop, a transparent white bubble materialized around it. What? That's the Ghidorah no Mi. How's that possible? The crowd watching from a distance instantly turned to look at Whitebeard. Everyone knew it was impossible for two people to have the same devil fruit ability, unless Whitebeard was dead. But he was still very much alive. Even Whitebeard himself blinked in disbelief. He instinctively activated his ability, and sure enough, a white shock bubble appeared on his fist as well. Seeing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence, glancing between Whitebeard and Teach, their faces pale with disbelief. Explode. Boom, Sirisikk. With Teach's furious cry, the bubble-wrapped fist slammed toward Ghidorah. A thunderous crack echoed, as if the very air had split apart. The space in front of the three-headed beast began to warp violently. From afar, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. He could see it now. Teach's power wasn't quite the same. Within the distorted space, red sparks crackled and surged. Then boom. An explosive blast erupted outward, sending a massive shockwave that pushed Ghidorah's three heads backward in recoil. Black vortex. Teach seized the moment. He leapt, his right hand cloaked in thick black smoke, and slammed it against Ghidorah's chest. The smoke surged like a tide, crawling rapidly across Ghidorah's body. Ghidorah, even if I can't steal your devil fruit ability, I'll seal you away. You won't be able to use that beast form ever again. But before he could finish, a chill shot down his spine. He looked up and saw 6 enormous golden eyes, cold and emotionless, staring straight into him. His face turned pale, beads of cold sweat instantly forming. Teach, you made a mistake, Ghidorah said, his voice cold as death. What? Teach stammered. This is my true form. With a furious roar, Ghidorah's enormous tail swung horizontally. Cracked. It smashed straight into Teach, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Before he could land, Ghidorah's wings spread wide, his twin legs kicking off the ice with a deafening boom, launching his massive form into the air. A violent gale swept through the frozen bay, sending everything into disarray. His colossal body skimmed low across the ice, shockwaves trailing behind him as he rocketed toward Teach, reaching him in an instant. With a single talon, Ghidorah snatched Teach out of midair. Slam! And drove him into the ground. KOFF. Blackbeard's eyes bulged as he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. He let out a blood-curdling scream. AAGH, ITHURTS, HURTS. Ghidorah looked down at the writhing pirate beneath his foot, golden eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. Damn, his body really is monstrous, must run in the bloodline. Spare me, ancestor. Teach, no longer arrogant, no longer smug, sobbed as he begged for his life, barely holding back the agony. Omega, nanny. Ancestor. The entire battlefield fell into a stunned uproar. Blackbeard and that monster, our family. What the hell is going on? Capítulo 29, Chapter 29, Blackbeard dies the forbidden name. The moment the word ancestor left Blackbeard's mouth, The entire battlefield erupted. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, staring in disbelief at the two figures in the arena, so utterly mismatched in scale, yet now revealed to be connected. All across the world, the transponder snails broadcasting from Marineford transmitted this moment live. And with it, a massive storm was unleashed worldwide. The newly instated warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, had just called that monstrous creature his ancestor. It was simply beyond belief. Sabyati Archipelago, high in a tree, Rayleigh sat watching the broadcast. His eyes widened as the image of that titanic beast appeared on screen. Staring at the living mountain of a creature, his voice trembled slightly. Ghidorah. Roger. Back when he and Roger reached the final island, Laugh-Tale, they had uncovered everything. And so, he too knew of the secret that should have never been known. Now, recalling Roger's wistful words, "What a shame I wasn't born in that era. I would have loved to witness the legendary Ghidorah myself." It hit him hard. Roger's regrets had come to life. Rayleigh whispered, eyes narrowed. "Roger, the legends have awakened. The world government's end may already be upon us. From this moment forward, the name Ghidorah would be forever burned into the memory of the world." North Blue, the darkest and most chaotic of the four seas. An island near the Calm Belt, home to a small town, had gathered in its square to watch the live broadcast. At the front sat a hunched old man in a wooden chair, white-haired and wrinkled, but with fierce black eyebrows. His cloudy eyes snapped wide open when Ghidorah appeared on screen. His grip on his cane trembled. The Guardian has returned." Tears shimmered at the corners of his eyes. After a long pause, he slowly stood and turned to leave. "Lord Mew, OC, aren't you watching?" someone asked. "I'm tired, you all can watch." And with that, he hobbled away. Similar scenes played out all across the world. Among the ancient bloodlines hidden within society, reactions varied, some in awe, others in dread. With the reawakening of a monster that had slumbered for 800 years, the world itself was beginning to stir. And that included certain forgotten kingdoms. "Haki. Teacher. Let's get something straight, don't throw that title around. I'm no ancestor of yours, you're not my descendant." Joy Boy himself excommunicated the martial lineage from the clan of D. Ghidorah grinned wickedly as he gazed at the trembling Blackbeard beneath his claw. Then, he opened his jaws, ready to finish him off. Panicked, Teach screamed, struggling in terror. Wait. I know where Rodden the Skylord OC is sealed. I know his location." "Rodden's?" Ghidorah paused, his mind flooded with memories of that flame-following tag-along from 1,000 years ago. For a moment, he lost focus. "Opportunity." Teach's heart leapt, he roared. "Vacuum." With a crackling pop, a visible disturbance swept through the air. A milky white barrier rapidly expanded outward, encompassing the area in a kilometer-wide dome. "I hear help." I can't breathe." Several unlucky soldiers caught within the barrier instantly went red in the face, eyes pinpricked in panic, choking and clawing at their throats. "Zehuyahahe." Surprised Ghidorah. "This is my second ability, the Gasu Gasu no Mi air fruit. Within this vacuum domain, I control every molecule of air. No oxygen, no survival. Let's see how long you last. This era belongs to me, the era of Blackbeard, Zehuyahahe." Bloodied but grinning, Teach stood tall before Ghidorah, drunk on his own madness. Behind him, several Marines caught in the vacuum lay dead, faces blackened from asphyxiation. The sight sent fresh shockwaves through the battlefield. Everyone's expressions were pale with fear. "Haki." Just then, from deep inside the suffocating vacuum, a cold laugh echoed out. "Whoever told you I needed oxygen to survive? And by the way, that's not how you use the air fruit." Gasps broke out as all eyes snapped toward the source of the voice. Through the airless field, the colossal beast moved, completely unaffected. Then, with a thunderous boom, Ghidorah's wings spread wide and slammed down like a curtain of night toward Blackbeard. He was no ordinary creature. He was a pure-blooded Ghidorah. His biology had no dependency on oxygen. So long as his body held together, Even space itself wouldn't stop him. Though, one question still lingered in his mind. Hadn't Joy Boy hidden the air fruit long ago? Why was it in Teach's hands now? Whatever the case, this power had to be reclaimed. If awakened, it would become catastrophic. Crack boom! Ghidorah's massive wings crashed down, unleashing hurricane-force winds that tore the vacuum domain apart like paper. Caught off guard, Blackbeard was sent flying again, eyes filled with terror. In that instant, he made his choice: flee. No more hiding. Using his control over the air, he tried to lift his non-elemental body and fly out of Marineford. HMPH, running in front of me. Ghidorah sneered. With 3 simultaneous roars, all 3 heads unleashed a synchronized electromagnetic blast. HMMM. 3 golden beams laced with buzzing arcs of electricity shot through the air, slamming directly into Blackbeard's escaping form and detonating. The graviton beams shredded through his vacuum defense without hesitation. Boom! The resulting explosion ignited the very sky, orange flames and shockwaves erupting in all directions. It burns. Blackbeard's body, engulfed in flames, rolled helplessly across the ice. A moment later, a milky ripple pulsed from his body, extinguishing the fire, using the residual vacuum power. But when the flames cleared, what remained was a charred husk. Blackbeard was covered in burns, unrecognizable, twitching, and broken. Terrified, he looked up at Ghidorah, crawling, falling to his knees, trembling. Cough, cough, please, don't kill me. Ancestor, I am your descendant. WTOSH. Ghidorah landed with a booming gust, his golden eyes cold, merciless. I already told you, I'm no ancestor of yours. And for the record, I don't even have the surname Marshall. Go to hell and beg Saki for forgiveness. At his final word, Ghidorah's left head, Kevin, roared to the sky. His golden eyes gleamed with hunger as he lunged forward, razor fangs opening wide. No, wait. I'll tell you where Rodden is, just don't. I'll find Rodden myself. Kevin had no mercy in his heart. His jaws snapped shut, biting down hard on Blackbeard and the shattered ice beneath him. Crunch! The grotesque, wet sound of chewing echoed across the battlefield. Holy shit. Didn't that thing just eat another devil fruit user? That's 2 now. Onlookers, marine and pirate alike, screamed in horror. As Ghidorah sensed 2 new devil fruits pulsing inside Kevin, he gave a cold grunt. Teach was finished. With that, he turned his piercing gaze toward the Marineford stronghold. What are you planning to do, Uranos de Ghidorah? From the ramparts, Sengoku's face was darker than storm clouds. In his panic, he'd uttered the monster's forbidden full name aloud. Capitulo 30, Chapter 30, the name that shakes the world. Uranos. The moment that name was spoken, 2 men in all of Marineford visibly changed expression. One was the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. The other was the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard. Neither could have imagined that the colossal beast before them was the legendary Uranos. Realizing what that name represented, even the strongest figures of this era couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread. Fufu, I see. I finally understand that secret now. The former celestial dragon and ex-warlord Donquixote Doflamingo, watching from afar, suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Uranos. What a terrifying existence. What, Uranos? A sharp exclamation echoed through the palace hall of Alabasta. Nefertari Cobra, the 12th king of Arabasta, stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the broadcast screen, more precisely, at the titanic creature shown within it. Uranos. He muttered the name, his face darkening into a cloud of ominous seriousness. Father, what's wrong? Princess Vivi had noticed his unusual reaction. Hearing him repeat the name over and over, her concern grew. It's nothing. Cobra softened his expression, then turned to her and said, Tomorrow, I'll find you a teacher. 2 years from now, I want you to go to sea and find the Straw Hats. Really? Vivi's face lit up, then quickly furrowed in suspicion. Something's wrong, isn't it? No. Cobra forced a calm smile, burying his worry deep inside. You've already done enough for this kingdom, Vivi, so while you're still young, go chase your dream. But in truth, he knew the truth could no longer stay buried. Wano's had reappeared. And with it, Arabasta's ancient secrets were bound to resurface. The Nefertari family had played the role of villains during that ancient event. Though they had given up all honors and hidden themselves in the sands, that was never a justification, especially not before someone like Wano's. Wano's. On Whole Cake Island, in the New World, Big Mom's eyes widened as the name reached her ears. Mama Tilda, what a terrifying revelation. Looks like we were all wrong about everything. Hey, Sengoku, you've gone and said something you shouldn't have. On Sabyati Archipelago, Silver's Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of liquor, clearly startled by what he'd just heard. Damn it. Back atop Marineford's battlements, Sengoku's face darkened in panic. Seeing the reactions of Garp and Whitebeard, he immediately tried to cover his mistake. Ghidorah, are you planning to challenge the world government? Boom, boom. Ghidorah did not reply immediately. He began walking slowly toward the center of the bay, his gargantuan form shaking the ice with every step. Marines and pirates alike scrambled out of his path in terror. Hey, challenge the world government. I never said anything about challenging it. Hearing this, Sengoku and the others let out a brief sigh of relief. But before they could settle, the monster's tone shifted. Ghidorah's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and merciless. I plan to destroy it. This twisted political system should never have existed in this world. What? Sigma, A. The hoarse yet absolute voice carried such terrifying conviction that even the entire world shuddered. The world government, with over 100 member nations, regarded as the supreme global authority, was treated by Ghidorah as nothing more than a sandcastle, one he intended to knock over without a second thought. Damn it. Shut down all broadcasts. Sengoku barked, his face stormy with rage. Soldiers moved to obey, frantically cutting connections to every transponder snail. But they were too late. Too many snails had been secretly planted throughout Marineford by various global factions, desperate to witness this legendary battle. Moments later, the broadcast resumed across Sabyati and other locations worldwide. Arrogant bastard, die. A furious roar echoed from the city wall. Akinu had leapt into the air, his fists surging with molten magma, trailing black smoke as he hurtled toward Ghidorah. In that split second, everyone froze. Akinu's attack arrived almost instantly. A colossal magma fist, nearly 20 meters tall, surged forth like a volcanic eruption. But compared to Ghidorah, it looked no more threatening than a baby's punch aimed at an adult. Ghidorah's golden eyes remained flat and unfazed. As the magma fist neared, his body suddenly twisted. Wham! His massive dragon tail whipped through the air like a hurricane, slamming into the magma below with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening shockwave tore through the bay. Even the air trembled. Under the immense heat, rippling heat waves danced across the battlefield. The magma burst like fireworks, scattering molten chunks across the area. Crash! Fiery debris and searing gusts expanded outward, engulfing the battlefield in a blazing storm. Kid, magma's not something you throw around like that. From within the inferno, Ghidorah stretched and shook his massive frame as if relaxing in a hot spring. Then he spread his enormous wings wide and swoosh, flapped once. A tornado of wind blasted the surrounding magma and scalding mist outward, like a shower of flaming meteors hurtling toward Marine HQ. No. Sengoku's face changed drastically. Without a second's hesitation, he activated his Buddha form, the Golden Daibutsu. With a massive swing of his arms, he released two enormous shockwaves, intercepting and dispersing the incoming firestorm. Ghidorah, are you really going to go through with this? Sengoku's eyes, heavy and dignified in his Buddha form, locked onto the beast. Enough with the speeches. Boom! Ghidorah roared and launched himself straight at Sengoku. What I want to do, no one can stop me. And I'll never accept anyone dictating what I can or can't do. Crash! The two clashed. Ghidorah's massive frame radiated unrelenting force. Within moments, his powerful claws crushed down on the golden Buddha's shoulders, pinning Sengoku in place. Hath, using the Hito no Mi, model Daibutsu like that, you're wasting it. He looked down with disdain at the struggling Sengoku beneath his feet and pressed harder. Rumble. The sound was like a mountain collapsing. Visible cracks spread rapidly across the plaza floor beneath Sengoku's feet. Boom! The ground caved in, shattering as if the entire plaza had snapped like glass. Puh! Sengoku spat a mouthful of blood, eyes wide with horror. Impact! He growled, teeth clenched. Two massive shockwaves formed in his palms. VMMM. The invisible force buzzed with tension, vibrating the air like 1,000 bee stingers. Sengoku, you brat. You really think that's enough? Ghidorah stood firm. Feeling the twin shockwaves under his feet, he simply smirked. Then he squeezed. Boom! An explosive burst of energy shot out from the clash point, erupting like a ruptured dam. The raw force swept outward in all directions like a nuclear shockwave, devouring everything nearby. Crash. Buildings shattered, debris flew like shrapnel, smoke and sand blanketed the air. As the dust began to clear, what emerged was a Marineford plaza, utterly ruined. Ghidorah. From within the massive crater, Sengoku, face smeared in blood, let out a furious roar. Capítulo 31, Chapter 31, The world will tremble beneath my feet. The golden light of the Buddha illuminated everything, and the land cracked inch by inch. There was no pity in the gaze, only the fierce determination of a wrathful warrior. Looking at that towering, majestic body, unyielding and proud, the violent shockwave erupted from the golden Buddha's palm, surging forward like a tidal wave. The air made a sharp, grinding noise as Marineford trembled uncontrollably. Boom! However, in response to the overwhelming shock, the colossal beast lifted one giant foot and stomped down with incredible force. With a deafening roar, the violent energy exploded outward. Invisible shockwaves, carrying debris, swept across the entire Marine headquarters plaza. Like a sandstorm, the dust and chaos instantly engulfed the weaker soldiers. The overwhelming fear of staring into the abyss, facing death, caused all the soldiers to fall into despair. Weapons dropped, and they fled in a frenzied panic. You're not as strong as I thought. With that little strength, you can't stop me. Ghidorah's golden eyes glinted coldly as he stared down at Sengoku and suddenly mocked him with a grin. Damn it! Sengoku, having been injured by the shockwave, gritted his teeth, glaring at the beast before him. He knew the creature was powerful, but he never imagined the disparity between them would be so vast. As his eyes swept across the ruined Marineford, he felt a wave of bitterness rise in his chest. His position as the Marine Admiral was at its end. Faced with this unassailable terror, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, seeing the fleeing and injured soldiers, all his frustrations and negative emotions vanished in an instant. He was the pillar of the Navy. If even he was afraid, what hope was left for the Marines? Even if I can't stop it, I'll still try. Even if it's invincible, I'll still stand my ground. I am the Marine Admiral. I won't just watch you destroy everything. I can't allow that to happen. Like an enraged warrior, Sengoku stared unflinchingly at the creature and spoke with unwavering determination. HMPH. You don't have much power, but your words are big. Ghidorah sneered, flapping his enormous wings, sending Sengoku flying with a powerful strike. As Sengoku was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, he shouted angrily. If you know of my existence, you should know that tragic history too. The world government is full of fake righteousness. This world has been twisted by those abnormal creatures. As the avenger of a fallen nation, those creatures from 1,000 years ago should. Shut up. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically as he angrily cut off his words. Some things could never be revealed to the public. His Buddha-like eyes were filled with a sharp glare as he retorted. Your era has long passed. Don't you understand that yet? Understand? I don't need to understand. I don't want to understand. With a resounding bang, Ghidorah spread his wings wide, causing a massive flurry of wind. The sound of his wings resonated like the rattling of a rattlesnake's tail. The next moment, electromagnetic energy spread across the wings of the golden beast. Winds stirred, and storm clouds gathered over Marineford, gradually darkening the sky. As long as I'm alive, the era won't end because I am the era. My hatred burns in the abyss, they tremble because of my existence, and the tragic kingdoms will eventually regain their glory. In the end, all abnormalities will be destroyed beneath my feet. Not good. Seeing the crazed beast, Sengoku was filled with fear. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately gave orders to everyone behind him. Evacuate all soldiers from Marineford. The 3 admirals and the 7 warlords prepare to attack. The soldiers, already paralyzed by the scene before them, were shaken back to reality by Sengoku's command. Looking at the disaster-like beast, everyone panicked, screaming as they rushed toward the inner bay's icy surface. In this moment, people surged in all directions down the various paths. How could this happen? Some soldiers, knocked sideways by the frantic crowd, remained oblivious, still staring blankly at the creature flashing with lightning. Dad! On the Moby Dick, Marco, with a complicated expression, gazed at the Marineford Plaza and instinctively called out to Whitebeard. Instantly, Whitebeard understood Marco's unspoken meaning and said with a heavy tone, "Let's wait and see. The Marines can no longer take care of themselves." As time passed, the clouds above Ghidorah's head grew thicker and thicker. Already eager to fight, Akinu's eyes burned with fury. His molten arms rapidly swelled, growing larger and thicker. The next moment, he leaped forward, launching a powerful attack at the towering beast. Dogtooth Crimson Lotus. The magma roiled and immediately transformed into 2 snarling dog heads, each 30 meters tall, with jagged red fangs bared. With a swift, vicious lunge, the molten dog heads aimed for Ghidorah's neck. Block of ice, 2-pronged spears. A cold voice rang out. Following close behind, Aokiji leaped into action, forming 2 large tridents of ice, each over 20 meters in length, which shot toward the beast at high speed. So terrifying. I'm injured. Without his usual playful attitude, Kizaru mumbled under his breath. This month's salary had already been cancelled because of the Impel Down incident. Whether he worked next month or not was irrelevant. Thus, he chose to retreat to the inner bay. As he left, he couldn't help but glance at Bartholomew Kuma, standing on the city walls, compressing his impact powers. Muttering to himself, they really did overhaul him thoroughly. Beside him, Boa Hancock had already distanced herself from the battle when Luffy arrived and joined Whitebeard. Indeed, women and children are the most difficult to raise. As for Doflamingo, he remained with an enigmatic smile, as if he were a madman plotting something. Maybe it's time for him to take his medicine. As for Gecko Moria, who was he? Just some unknown nobody. Whether dead or alive, no one would care. In fact, even his grave wouldn't be remembered. Living was more of a tragedy. The most shocking, however, was the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, who for some unknown reason seemed to have lost his mind. Drawing his black sword, Yoru, he shot out like an arrow, his youth giving him the freedom to act recklessly, unlike the admirals, who were bound by meager salaries. The most unexpected thing, however, was the marine hero, Garp, standing silently, his fists clenched tightly, looking as though he were in immense pain, suffering some inner turmoil. Roar! Seeing everyone's reaction, Ghidorah's golden eyes narrowed as he let out a low growl. A bunch of weaklings, and you dare to act up in front of me. Do you really think I'm just some plaything? In the next instant, 2 ferocious dragon heads roared as they lunged at the 2 magma dog heads. Capítulo 32, Chapter 32, World Boss Raid, Tank, Heals, and Double DPS. If he had a middle finger, Ghidorah would have flipped it at all of them. Damn it, seriously. They had a tank, a rogue, double spellcasters, ice and fire, and a physical priest charging a big skill in the back. They were treating him like a world boss raid. On the frozen inner bay of Marineford, nearly 100,000 soldiers stood dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the chaos unfolding in the plaza, a thick layer of terror clouded their eyes. At this moment, the world was about to shake again. Even Golden Lion Shiki, during his escape years ago, probably never received such top-tier aggro. Under the world's stunned gaze, two massive ice tridents infused with biting winter energy struck Ghidorah's heads with immense force. Boom! The crowd of Marines erupted into cheer. Yes, Admiral Aokiji is awesome. Direct hit. Correct. But the next second, those mighty, frost-laced ice spears shattered like brittle glass. Shards of broken crystal fell like snow to the ground. And along with it, so did everyone's jaws. Brat, this ice might as well be used for snow cones. And not even the fruity kind. Completely unharmed, Ghidorah shook his frost-covered heads with a smirk. Really? Aokiji muttered to himself, glancing down at his frost-covered hand. Am I really that weak? The blow to his pride was real. Before he could dwell on it, the two gigantic magma hounds, blazing with heat and pressure, collided violently with Ghidorah's remaining heads. Boom, boom. Massive explosions erupted. Black volcanic smoke soared skyward, completely obscuring the scene. That monster, no matter how strong, there's no way it can withstand Admiral Akinu's magma, right? Some Marines began whispering among themselves, directing all attention to the twin plumes of smoke. After all, magma was supposed to melt everything. No creature should. FWOSH. Before the thought could finish, a chorus of whooshing noises pierced the sky. Blazing volcanic fireballs shot out from the smoke, each trailing black smoke as they punched holes in the thick cloud. Dozens, hundreds of fireballs blasted through the haze, rocketing outward like flaming meteors. AAHH, that thing. Cries of horror echoed as people caught glimpses through the ruptured smoke. What they saw froze their blood. Beneath those cold, emotionless golden eyes in the half-opened gaping maw, drips of thick, glowing red fluid trickled out. Magma. The magma Akinu had launched, now melting off Ghidorah's teeth like soup. HSSSHHH. A collective gasp rippled through the soldiers. A creature that could eat magma. This defied all logic. It was a nightmare. Hot drinks need sugar, too. A deep, sarcastic voice growled. Two of Ghidorah's terrifying, demonic heads burst from the smoke, magma still dripping from their jaws. Gulp. Even veteran Marines couldn't help swallowing nervously. They bit through magma. They bit magma. They ate magma. Also, it tastes like crap, 1 star. The demonic head that emerged like something out of a hellscape glared at Akinu with fury. Impressive. At that moment, Dracul Mihawk, who had just arrived on the battlefield, stopped in his tracks. As those terrifying heads emerged from the smoke, Mihawk's hawk-like eyes gleamed sharply. Let me see just how vast the gap is between us. His arm bulged with vein-popping strength as he gripped Yoru, the world's strongest black blade. Suddenly, a fearsome aura erupted from him, razor-sharp and boundless. The surge of pressure was so violent it shredded the very air, slicing everything near him to ribbons. And still, the aura kept rising. Sweat beaded on Mihawk's brow. Then, with a sharp glare, he let out a low growl. Slash. No need for flashy moves. Just a single pure, all-out strike. With a shriek, a blazing green slash over 50 meters wide burst from Yoru. Like a crescent moon, the slash sliced through the air, shrieking across the battlefield toward Ghidorah's right head. HMPH. Ghidorah's right head sneered. The golden-scaled face twitched as spiked jaws opened slowly. ZHHZT. With a thunderous hiss, a golden electromagnetic beam shot out from its mouth. Like a golden lightning serpent, it collided with the slash in midair. BOOM. A massive explosion thundered across Marineford. In an instant, the emerald slash shattered, disintegrated by the golden beam, dissolving into violent shockwaves. Invisible force waves radiated outward, like ripples from a bomb dropped in the sea. Boom! The residual force of the beam blasted into the plaza below, shattering the ground into a massive crater. The shockwave erupted outward like a ring-shaped detonation, ripping apart structures and leaving nothing behind but dust. In the heart of the storm, Mihawk, his black coat flapping violently in the wind, stared silently, eyes wide. He knew the gap between them. But not like this. Not like a canyon, but like an abyss. Was I defeated? His sharp eyes dimmed for a moment, dazed as he murmured. No, I wasn't defeated. After a moment of doubt, clarity returned. Determination burned once more in his gaze. He lifted his head, staring directly at Ghidorah, and slowly raised Yoru. Ghidorah, thank you for showing me what the true, strongest in the world really means. From this day forward, I swear upon my blade, you will be the one I surpass. And with that declaration, he sheathed Yoru onto his back, turned around, and left without hesitation. Hawkeye, where are you going? Akinu's voice growled, eyes narrowing darker than before. I'm not his match. A battle with that kind of power difference is meaningless. Mihawk paused for a moment, glanced at Akinu and the others, then disappeared from Marineford without looking back. Damn it! Akinu's fury erupted, magma roiling around him as he prepared to strike again. Thump! Suddenly, a strange soft thud echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's heart jumped at once. They all turned toward the compressed energy sphere forming in the distance. No one dared underestimate what that was. They could feel it. Something terrifying was coming. Capitulo 33, Chapter 33, Devil Fruit's Final Form, the Star Devourer. Thud. Thud. Like a beating heart, the sound held the entire arena in its grip. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the incoming Kuma Claw shock. Would the fearsome creature, immune to ice, magma, and sword strikes, now withstand Kuma's impact? Hope surged in every heart. Gulp! The tension was suffocating. Then, suddenly, a defiant voice cut through the moment. Overstrike whiplash. A burst of white light shot across the sky, slicing through the bubble enveloping Kuma's shock attack. Then boom! The bubble exploded violently, unleashing fury in waves. Admiral Akinu, caught off guard, soared backward as the expanding shockwaves obliterated everything in their path. The ground beneath them cracked wide, twisting like spiderwebs. Doflamingo. Amid the howling wind, capes flared as Akinu whirled to the wall. His eyes, hidden beneath his brim, burned with rage. Everyone finally realized. The white light that had blasted apart Kuma's attack was from hundreds of transparent filaments, Doflamingo's strings. All eyes turned to him in shock. Doflamingo! An astonished roar echoed from Sengoku, firmly planted on the ice. He could not believe Doflamingo would dare interfere at such a critical moment. Doflamingo floated up with a nonchalant step, head held high, and looked directly at Ghidorah. Care to form a partnership? The crowd gasped. Doflamingo! Sengoku growled at the desecration of protocol. Sengoku, you can look at me like that all you want. But fine, I'll leave the 7 warlords. Doflamingo offered a crooked grin, utterly unbothered by the gravity of his words. Sengoku's face hardened into the wrath of a stone Buddha. Oh. Ghidorah tilted his golden head, intrigued. Partner with me. This was unexpected. Doflamingo, the very master of chaos, even he had not anticipated such a move. A slow, cold laugh escaped Ghidorah's lips. Huh, you think you're in my league? His words cut like ice, freezing Doflamingo's bold smirk. From Ghidorah's right head, a golden electromagnetic beam hissed to life. Doflamingo's heart thundered. Fighting his instincts, he activated his devil fruit, flinging out hundreds of string filaments. The ground under him baked into white waves. White string surge. A massive wall of strings surged forward, colliding with the beam. Boom! The impact echoed, loud enough to shake Marineford. Shockwaves erupted outward, shaking every bone in the plaza. Crack, crack. Doflamingo watched in horror as his proud string waves snapped like glass. Before he could move, wham! He was blown sky-high, his right hand snapping grotesquely under the pressure. A primal fear seized him. He alone had dared to stop Ghidorah, and now he understood the price. With a rattling crack, he collapsed to the ground, smashing into buildings like a lifeless puppet. Cough. Blood erupted from his lungs. Every inch of him was agony. His sunglasses were gone. Only fear remained as he stared at the beast above. Terrifying. Then, with manic energy, he laughed. That truly was a lethal attack. Though near death, he understood something crucial. The blow had been brutally powerful, yet not meant to kill him. It was a statement. The alliance was sealed. Traitor! How dare you turn on the Marines? Akinu's growl cut through the air. Doflamingo winced but stood tall. I didn't betray. You traitor is you, Admiral. I quit the warlords. And a sneak attack from a Marine Admiral isn't noble. Spitting blood, he pelleted forward. As he darted at Akinu, his fingers unleashed razor strings. Puff! Akinu's torso split in two, crashing to the ground. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku froze, ready to intervene, but then Ghidorah's voice thundered from the sky, just as storm clouds thickened overhead. Boom, booms, boom. So you still think you're useful? Lightning struck down like divine judgment. Sengoku braced himself. Buddha hands formed a majestic seal, then shockwaves burst skyward in defiance of the storm. Haki. Ghidorah's murmured approval filled the winds. Still barely worth it. All thought devil fruit, awakening, was the height of transformation. Few realized true mastery lay beyond. This was demonic form, the final evolution. Ghidorah had only touched its surface after a millennium. Star, devour form isn't awakened easily. Capitulo 34, Chapter 34, The Betrayal of the Seven Warlords. Looks like we've all been deceived by you. Molten magma swirled into form, reshaping itself into Akinu's likeness. His words, laced with malice, echoed through the plaza. Deceived us, how is that on me? You were tricked by your own assumptions. From behind Akinu, Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and curled his lips into a cold grin. With a flick of his wrist, streams of transparent strings erupted, slicing toward Akinu. Bang! Akinu's Haki-infused magma fist caught the strings in its grasp. His face dark, he roared, his arm igniting with molten fury. In his eyes burned fierce violence as he spoke with thunderous conviction. You scoundrel! The world government forcibly recruited you pirates, always despised you. You dared to betray us, then you all deserve to die. Lava erupted around him, propelling outward with explosive force. In moments, the heat shattered Doflamingo's strings, and his magma fist crashed forward. Incredible power. No hiding left, is there? Besides, I've always been a pirate, so betrayal never applied. Doflamingo laughed calmly, stepping backward with finesse. In the past, he'd never have dared oppose an admiral, but now he needed to prove his worth to Ghidorah. With a flourish, he spread his arms. The ground behind him surged with radiant white strings. Sharp filaments cut through the air as they intercepted the magma fist, splitting it into countless tiny orbs of molten rock. Snap, boom. Akinu's eyes narrowed in shock. He even awakened his devil fruit power. Few had truly unlocked their awakening, and Doflamingo's sudden power was unexpected and impressive. Hey, the Puppet King chuckled. He recognized the chasm between his strength and Akinu's, but for now, he'd maintained parity. Akinu roared, eyes blazing beneath his brimmed cap, his arms reformed into roaring plumes of magma. With cataclysmic intensity. Great eruption. Two colossal magma arms twisted upward like towering infernos, barreling into the rising tide of white strings. Boom crash. The collision sent fiery shockwaves billowing outward. The magma arms exploded, raining molten bombs that fell with deadly crash. Doflamingo, outmatched but not defeated, erupted strings again. Shuash. They morphed into a fierce beast-shaped wave, tearing through the sky, slicing each magma bomb into harmless fragments. Atop the rubble, Sengoku watched with dawning respect for Doflamingo's might. From above, a bone-chilling voice thundered. Feeling relaxed, are you, still looking elsewhere? The air tore with a piercing shriek as Ghidorah's tail, each strike like a celestial dragon, smashed the earth around them. Sengoku responded in reflex. Gold-tinged Buddha palms met the blow, releasing a torrential countershock. Buildings shattered, earthquaked, dust and stone erupted outward. When the dust settled, Marineford lay in ruins. Sengoku's heart filled with dread. The marine symbol had crumbled. If he didn't evacuate his elite, none would remain. The Navy might lose its place in the world. He straightened, fury and purpose blazing in his eyes. I will carry your wrath alone. Release the innocent soldiers. Ghidorah's huge golden eyes blazed back at him. And who made you judge of that? Bioluminescent wings crackled with electromagnetic power as they swept toward the admiral. Even in his Buddha form, Sengoku stared upward, unflinching. He raised both palms, fighting back with a hurricane-like defensive blast. Bang! An earth-shaking crash, twisted wind, shards of rubble. Sengoku coughed blood as the ground fractured beneath him. He gritted his teeth. They had fallen to the beast. For him to stand down would doom what's left of the Navy. Gathering every last reserve, he roared. Buddha's impact. Booms, boom. The golden shockwave erupted from beneath him. Ghidorah's wing scraped back by a brutal distance. Sengoku leapt aside, just in time. Boom! Ghidorah's wing crushed the plaza, sending tremors through Marineford once again. Even perched at the top of this disaster, Sengoku stood firm, wounded but unbowed. Capitulo 35, Chapter 35, The Pillars of the Navy. Marineford could only be described as a grand battlefield to Ghidorah. A single step meant catastrophe. He lowered his immense wing. Buildings collapsed. A hurricane of debris thundered through the streets. Admiral Sengoku, grievously wounded, panted with every breath. His eyes, bloodshot and resolute, fixed on the rampaging abomination. I admire your tenacity. Ghidorah emerged from the dust, towering over the admiral. His voice was an icy taunt. Your tone is repulsive. Sengoku wiped blood from his lips, mind unwavering. You may have destroyed the symbol of the Navy, he said. But I will not allow you to destroy its foundation. Ghidorah paused, his golden gaze flickering. He swept his eyes to the tens of thousands of Marines still standing on the frozen bay. Their collective glare was like an abyss staring back at him. Soldiers froze in place, unable to breathe. In that silence, Ghidorah withdrew his eyes. The soldiers gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat. What are you fighting for? Ghidorah asked, turning back to Sengoku. As admiral, you know everything. Is your twisted justice worth preserving? Sengoku's silence was telling. Ultimately, the world government used the Navy as its puppets. Ghidorah's voice echoed across Marineford, and around the world through transponder snails. My dream was simple, to let everyone live happily. But everything changed once they arrived. I am a demon from the abyss. Now, by my justice, I will destroy your so-called light and righteousness. Shockwaves erupted, ripping through shattered walls. The air grew thick, suffocating, as if time itself was crumbling. Marines dropped like wheat before a swathe. The shockwave reached Whitebeard's fleet offshore. The waves knocked sailors to their knees. On the Moby Dick, Marco gasped. Oyagi. A cracking wave of awe and fear followed. They're just passing out, Whitebeard murmured, yet his eyes blazed with defiance. Returning on board, Whitebeard's decision was clear. He would fight. Back on the battlefield, Ghidorah roared. Sengoku, gathering his last reserves, met the challenge headlong. Tail whip versus Buddha's palm. Shockwaves merging, buildings crumbled. Marineford was drowning in devastation. Sengoku's bones splintered, but he held firm, spurred on by his belief that he must stand so the Marines might survive. Each blow shattered plaza towers. Clouds rolled in, rain threatened, and then lightning struck the teetering Buddha Tower. Fist of Faith impact, OC. Suddenly, just as the bolt was about to land, a deep, authoritative voice broke the tension. Bang! A shockwave collided with the lightning strike. No massive explosion. For a moment the sky itself seemed to tear apart. I thought you'd watch this from a distance. I'm not here to save you, replied Garp, stepping into the fray, battered but unyielding. I can't bear watching what you once stood for be erased. Sengoku relaxed slightly, relieved. I'm sorry, but from today on, the Navy has no hero Garp. He corrected him, no more legends, only grim necessity. Old ancestor, Garp breathed, the words foreign and awkward. Even the otherworldly referent, Ghidorah's, that term carried weight. Do you wish to challenge me too? Ghidorah asked, eyes narrowing. Garp, Marines trembled the air thick with disbelief and dread. Capítulo 36, Chapter 36, The Ancestor's Coffin Exploded. Why is everyone calling that monster ancestor? Blackbeard calls him that. Even the hero of the Marines calls him that. What in the world is happening? In this world of hidden undercurrents, the uproar erupts once again. The ruins of Marineford, now resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland, have once more become the center of global attention. And especially that one word, ancestor, took everyone completely off guard. The Arabasta royal tombs, located in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the resting place of the former kings of Arabasta, not far from the capital city of Alubarna. Outside of specific ceremonial rituals, few ever come to disturb the slumber of their ancestors. And yet, at this moment, Nefertari Cobra's eyes widened as though he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Standing before him was a gaunt middle-aged man, with a pointed golden goatee and a small black felt hat on his head. Cobra was completely at a loss. What the hell is going on? He had only come here to pray, after witnessing Ghidorah's resurrection, hoping the ancient beast wouldn't drag Arabasta into war. But unexpectedly, at the mere mention of the word Ghidorah, the coffin lid of the founding emperor himself had blasted open. The man had torn open the lid and emerged on his own. This is too damn terrifying. Cobra looked at the man in front of him, hesitating. Should I also call him ancestor, like everyone else seems to be doing nowadays? After a long pause, Cobra reluctantly got down on one knee and addressed him. Ancestor. And oddly enough, it kind of rolled off the tongue naturally. Nefertari, Ivan looked at his descendant, who was clearly far older than him in appearance and was momentarily speechless. Upon asking about the current time, Ivan learned he'd been asleep for 800 years. Then, hearing Cobra mention Ghidorah, he immediately questioned. Ghidorah has been resurrected. Yes. Cobra nodded. The palace is still broadcasting the battle at Marineford. He paused mid-sentence. Suddenly, he had no idea how to address himself. Do I say this humble one, your descendant, great-grandson, this king? For a moment, no title seemed appropriate. Whatever, just take me to watch it already. Ivan waved his hand dismissively and strode out of the royal tomb. Cobra sighed deeply and hurried after him. What is wrong with this world? Since when did resurrected ancestors become a trend? Forget it, maybe I'll just declare today as Arabasta's official Resurrection Day. With Cobra leading the way, Ivan returned to the palace that was at once familiar and unfamiliar. A portrait of Nefertari hung in the palace's main corridor, showcasing his historic achievements to the world. But no one could have imagined they would one day see the man in the flesh. Eyes bulged, mouths dropped. It was as if they were looking at a zoo animal, both astonished and horrified. Fortunately, the former king paid them no mind. He and Cobra hurried into the Grand Hall, where the ongoing battle at Marineford was being projected on the wall. A mountainous figure stood atop the ruins of the Marine headquarters. His massive dragon tail swept across the debris, collapsing buildings in its wake. Dark silhouettes flew like cannonballs into the rubble. Old man. Oyagi. Seeing Garp get knocked away, Ace and Luffy screamed in rage, ready to charge in. Bangs, bang. You brats better sit down. Whitebeard grabbed the two brothers, one in each hand, and scolded them sternly. Garp's not so fragile that he needs saving from you too. Watch carefully, your grandfather is none other than the hero of the Marines, Garp. Held tightly by Whitebeard's massive hands, the two struggled, but were completely unable to break free. Their faces contorted with fury as they stared toward the marine ruins. Crash. Hadohata. Bleeding and battered, Garp crawled from the wreckage, laughing heartily as he gazed at Ghidorah in the distance. Though his injuries looked severe, Ghidorah's casual demeanor told him one thing. The beast hadn't even started fighting seriously. If it had, Garp wouldn't just be bleeding, he'd be dead. Boom! Armed with Haki surging around him, Garp shot forward again, laughing wildly. Utterly fearless, Ghidorah looked at him charging and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Do you really think just because you're some ultra-distant descendant of mine, I won't kill you? But in the next moment, Ghidorah realized. I might be overthinking it. Garp's body radiated Haki. His face twisted, veins bulging like a Super Saiyan as he unleashed a torrential storm of fists aimed straight at Ghidorah's right head. Ghidorah's golden pupils narrowed. He met the attack head-on with a brutal headbutt. Your attacks are too weak, Garp. With those words, the colossal dragon head rammed into Garp like a freight train, smashing him through what little remained of the buildings. Splurt. Garp midair coughed up blood. Garp. If this keeps up, I won't hold back anymore. Ghidorah's voice boomed with fury, his protectiveness obvious to all. But in the silence that followed, a hoarse voice came from the rebel. I never asked for your protection. Today, there is no Monkey D. Garp. With a loud crash, Garp stood up again, wiping blood from his mouth. There is only a veteran Marine. Because of this damned D bloodline, I refused countless promotions. Because of this cursed bloodline, I've been caught in endless dilemmas. Watching my mischievous grandson face public execution, it tore me apart. Because of those damn celestial dragons, even my most basic beliefs have started to crumble. I have no reason left to live. I don't want to fight you, but let me fulfill my duty, as a Marine one last time. Garp gritted his teeth. Tears of pain welled at the corners of his eyes as he roared out the anguish in his heart. Boom! His pained expression now terrifying, the veins on his body bulged violently. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst from him. Lightning crackled faintly, white arcs of energy danced around his body. Why? Conqueror's Haki infusion. Sengoku, watching the scene, was utterly shocked. He wasn't surprised that Garp had Conqueror's Haki, but rather, the white lightning swirling around him was nothing like any Conqueror's Haki he'd ever seen. Capitulo 37, Chapter 37, Then Let's Have a Real War. Garp. Sengoku stepped forward to stand beside Garp, calling out in a low, steady voice. He glanced at the comrade who had grown up with him, the friend who'd fought by his side through countless storms, and his heart was heavy with guilt. He had not only concealed the truth about the will of D, but had also been complicit in the attempt to execute Garp's grandson. When he thought about everything he had done, and then looked at Garp. Even after learning the truth, even on the edge of death, the man still stood by the Marines. After today, whether I live or die, there will be no more Garp in the Navy. Surrounded by swirling Haki, Garp's voice was calm, but carried a sense of unshakable finality. You. Sengoku's Buddha-like eyes widened. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Then, after a deep breath, he responded. Fine, then let's give them a real fight. Shockwave of the Buddha. As his voice rang out, the air trembled. Raising his massive golden palm, concentric shockwaves rippled outward. Fistbone impact OC. Following closely, Garp roared, stomping down with a thunderous crash that shattered the ground beneath him, leaping upward with fierce force. His jet-black fist crackled faintly with streaks of white electricity. As both moved in unison, the entire airspace above Marineford buzzed violently. Within a radius of a kilometer, space visibly twisted. A terrifying wave of raw, chaotic energy surged like a great river toward the ancient behemoth before them. Looks good, don't disappoint me, Sengoku Garp. Ghidorah's 3 terrifying dragon heads twisted into a savage grin. The 2 side heads opened their massive jaws simultaneously. Arooisiar. Violent golden energy gathered in an instant, then, with a sharp buzz, 2 spiraling beams shot forth, each aimed at one of the legendary Marines. Under the dim skies of Marineford, the twin golden beams wrapped in electrical discharges lit up the entire battlefield. The crackling of electricity was so fierce it pierced the ears like 1,000 shrieking birds. It's terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. That monster fires off attacks like it's nothing. It's like doomsday. Can Sengoku and Garp even survive against such power? Aboard the Moby Dick, captains of the Whitebeard pirates erupted into frantic discussion, all eyes fixed on the devastating clash. Luffy and Ace stared in wide-eyed horror at the incoming beams of destruction. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming forces from both sides collided. Two deafening blasts echoed through the sky, shaking the entire sea. A massive shockwave was born where the two forces met, raw energy smashing into raw energy. It triggered a cyclone of fierce wind. Invisible shockwaves surged. A choking, despair-inducing pressure flooded the battlefield. Boom, booms, boom. The impact was so immense it forced Ghidorah back 2 steps, slamming him into the already ruined Navy headquarters watchtower. The tower instantly crumbled into dust. Crackle! The violent energy still hadn't subsided. From the center of the explosion came a sound like shattering glass. The distorted air now shimmered with streaks of black, as though space itself was about to rip apart. Boom! A new explosion, this time even more terrifying, erupted. A mushroom cloud of energy rose high into the sky, its center pulsing with rippling shockwaves that surged back downward. Below those ripples stood Sengoku and Garp, both already coughing up blood. Before they could even react, the shockwaves slammed into them. Their faces turned grim as they felt the overwhelming force. But it was too late. The unstoppable energy engulfed them. Splat, splat, splat. Even with Haki wrapped tightly around their bodies, their skin cracked open under the pressure. Goodbye. Soaked in blood, Garp's lips curled into a faint smile. Though his mouth moved, no sound came out. Old man. Oyaji. From the distance, Luffy and Ace screamed, their throats hoarse with grief. They struggled desperately to escape Whitebeard's grip. But it was hopeless. No matter how hard they fought, Whitebeard's massive hand pinned them down like an immovable mountain. Their cries turned into shrieks of agony, throats tearing from the strain, but they still couldn't break free. Vice Admiral Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Not far from the blast zone, Aokiji and Akinu watched, horror written across their faces. 2 of the Navy's greatest pillars, swallowed by that monstrous energy. The ground beneath them felt like it was crumbling away. They tried to charge forward, but the rampaging energy swept them back again and again. Their bodies continuously shifted into elemental form, endlessly torn and healed by the forces around them. Ripped open, regenerated, then ripped again. Phew, 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 phew. Doflamingo, scorched and burned in many places, had fled the moment the beams were fired. Using his devil fruit powers, he escaped in time, his eerie laughter echoing in the distance. Not bad at all. Amid the storm, Ghidorah's golden eyes gleamed as he looked down at the 2 bloodied figures before him, giving a rare nod of approval. Blood rained from the sky. The background was bleak, unyielding. Their bodies were scarred from head to toe. Their mouths overflowed with blood. The blood soaked into the soil, returning to the earth. The scythe of death always hovers by the neck. Whether it strikes or not depends on death's mood. As the storm subsided, the battlefield grew quiet. A massive crater, smooth as a bowl, was left behind. At its center lay 2 bloodied, barely breathing men. 2 legendary icons of the pirate era, now lying broken before him. With just one step, Ghidorah could crush them, erasing both from history. He stared down at them for a long while with his enormous golden eyes. But he couldn't find a reason to step down. One was his distant blood descendant. The other, a tactician he deeply respected. Boom! Suddenly, a volcanic blast rained down from the sky. It snapped him out of his thoughts and made the decision for him. Looking up at the dark red magma bombs falling from above, he moved again. With a sweep of his massive tail, Ghidorah shattered every single lava projectile. Golden eyes flashed coldly. He glared at Akinu and mocked him with icy contempt. You little magma brat, go home and play with candles. To Ghidorah, everyone in this world was just a child. After all, he had lived far too long. Akinu's expression twisted with fury. Since becoming Fleet Admiral, no one, not even Sengoku or the Gorosei, had dared speak to him like that. Ghidorah, today will be your last day. Even as he spoke, Aokiji, already prepared, shot into the ruins, grabbing Garp and Sengoku. Then, without hesitation, he fled into the distance. It was a plan they had agreed upon earlier. The Navy could survive without Garp, but it could not survive without Sengoku. Ghidorah saw it all, but didn't care. His decision had already been made, no regrets. And if he did regret it, he could always kill them later. To him, deciding who dies was a matter of mood, nothing more. But this Akinu standing before him now, he was dead for sure. Let's hope your words aren't empty boasts. Ghidorah's lips curled into a savage smile. He spread his enormous wings, and the worlds between heaven and earth lit up with thunder. Capítulo 38, Chapter 38, Then I'll Just Watch You Show Off. Akinu didn't waste words. His eyes narrowed, instantly sharp and menacing. Great eruption. Molten magma surged violently upward, blasting out into two massive arms of fire that exploded into a barrage of volcanic bombs, each hurling toward Ghidorah like blazing meteors. Even knowing that magma had little effect on this beast, Akinu still chose a wide area attack. His reasoning was simple. If a little didn't work, he'd try overwhelming quantity. If small amounts of magma were ineffective, he'd unleash enough to turn all of Marineford into a sea of fire. But what he didn't know was just how big a mistake he had made. As the volcanic meteors rained from the sky, Ghidorah's eyes remained calm and still, utterly indifferent. To him, Akinu looked no different from an ant, utterly insignificant. Boom, booms, boom. Meteors exploded around and even directly on Ghidorah's massive body, but he didn't so much as blink. Meanwhile, the thunder and lightning coiled across his wings, reaching up into the sky. He just stood there, watching silently, letting Akinu show off. That expression of complete disinterest, as if all this was beneath him, only made Akinu even angrier. His face darkened, his voice low and seething. Great eruption. More magma bombs rained down, consuming what was once Marineford. Centered around Ghidorah, a sea of molten lava at least a kilometer wide spread out. Yet within that inferno, he remained unchanged, like someone relaxing in a hot bath, maybe even about to whistle a tune. Akinu was about to explode from rage. His pupils were now bloodshot. The dignity of a marine admiral gone. That monster's completely unharmed. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders stared in disbelief at the beast standing in the sea of lava. Ghidorah. What a suicidal move. Even Whitebeard admitted he could never stand there like that. Looking back, he had once seriously considered fighting Ghidorah. Now, that'd be nothing short of throwing his life away. Better to spend what little time he had left with his family. In that moment, he saw through everything: fame, power, wealth. None of it compared to family. Perhaps fading away quietly was its own kind of peace. Swish! Suddenly, Aokiji landed at the bow of the ship, carrying Garp and Sengoku over his shoulders. Aokiji, what do you want? Marco instantly activated his devil fruit powers and readied himself, guarding against this uninvited guest. Old man. Pops. Whitebeard released Luffy and Ace, who rushed to Garp's side and broke down in gut-wrenching sobs. Vice Admiral Garp's not dead yet, Aokiji interjected. He's not. The two froze. Then, in perfect unison, they did something that made everyone around them sweat bullets. They each grabbed one of Garp's arms and began shaking him violently, screaming, "Grandpa!" Watching this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. At this rate, if he wasn't dead from the battle, they were gonna shake him to death. Fortunately, the Whitebeard pirates had plenty of experienced ship doctors due to the ongoing war. And Whitebeard's generosity, he truly earned the title of King of the Seas. He immediately ordered medical aid for Garp and Sengoku. After all, calling them enemies wouldn't be accurate, but calling them friends felt off too. Boom, booms, boom. Back at the battlefield, the explosive blasts of magma rang out once more. Akinu, nearly blowing himself up in the process, was on the verge of losing his mind. His magma, once unstoppable, was completely useless. Meteor volcano. He hurled another barrage of titanic magma, fists into the sky. They fell like shooting stars, crashing down toward Ghidorah. Boom, boom. Ghidorah casually swayed his heads left and right, dodging them with ease. Each magma fist that landed erupted into bursts of molten lava. Now, the entire area around him bubbled like a boiling cauldron of death. Is that all you've got? Ghidorah looked toward the panting Akinu, his golden eyes flickering with mockery. Damn it, a devil that dares threaten the world. Even if it costs me my life, Akinu, won't let you off easy. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Akinu was running on fumes. You want to die? That's easy. Ghidorah's golden gaze narrowed. He raised one colossal foot, then brought it down with a crash. The entire Marineford shook violently. The ground beneath Ghidorah cracked with a sharp crack. Within seconds, a massive fissure opened beneath him, swallowing magma and spewing it skyward. Then, the lightning on his body surged. Opening his jaws wide, he unleashed an enormous golden energy beam, many times thicker than before. This time, he wasn't holding back. The blast screamed through the air like a thunder dragon, ripping toward Akinu with fury. The scythe of death has been at your throat all along. Whether it takes your life depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll kill you. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll still kill you. Boom. The spot where Akinu had stood erupted into a blinding mushroom cloud nearly a kilometer wide. At the very end, his mind still echoed Ghidorah's words. Words he could never comprehend. What a joke. That was a Navy admiral. Ivan, watching the live broadcast, sneered. That was a Marine admiral. Cobra's eyes widened in disbelief. What even is the Navy? Ivan asked, confused. It's the world government's military arm. They exist to uphold. Cobra, like a patient teacher, began explaining the Navy and its ideals to his ancient ancestor. But when he mentioned that the Navy represented justice, Ivan burst out laughing. Justice, don't make me laugh. They're just a pack of hypocrites in uniform. Where's the justice in that? Cobra was speechless, clearly embarrassed. Trying to salvage the situation, he said, well, Arabasta is currently a member of the world government. A member? Ivan's OC face turned pitch black. Which brainless idiot signed us up? I worked so hard to get Arabasta out of that corrupt organization, and now you idiots are crawling back in. He was furious. Everything he'd sacrificed, all for nothing. Please don't be angry, ancestor. Cobra tried to placate him. The previous king did it for the good of Arabasta, and, well, the world government is incredibly powerful. Even with someone like Ghidorah revived, I'm not sure they'll lose. Fools, utter fools. Ivan suddenly stood up, eyes blazing with fury. If that monster only had that much power, I'd never have left the government in the first place. His expression darkened. You're all wrong, everyone's wrong. That creature isn't a devil fruit user. He is. Capitulo 39, Chapter 39, he is the demon. A demon. The creature before them was a demon in every sense of the word. In the ruined remains of Marineford, countless stunned gazes locked on the terrifying giant beast standing atop the wreckage. That deathly grin curled at the corners of his mouth, like a god of death smiling from hell, sent shivers down their spines. Bartholomew Kuma, emotionless as ever, stared straight at the demonic being. You planning to dance too? Ghidorah, wreathed in magma like he'd crawled straight out of hell, glanced toward Kuma and spoke coldly. But his words disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea. No response. Not even a twitch. Kuma stood frozen, like a lifeless steel doll drained of power. Not talking, huh? Ghidorah narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze toward the harbor. Boom, booms, boom. Each step he took flattened the remaining structures, utterly ignoring the ruins beneath him. Stop right there. Suddenly, Aokiji appeared in front of him, his voice like cold steel. Stop. That word was laughable. What was he supposed to be, Gamera? To Ghidorah, this trip to Marineford was already a success. Only one task remained. Sink the entire island. And now, facing this attempt at obstruction, he felt no hesitation. He lifted his foot and kept walking. If Aokiji didn't know his place, Ghidorah was more than happy to educate him. Zzzzt, whoosh. Out of nowhere, the silent Bartholomew Kuma suddenly opened his mouth and fired a laser beam. Boom! The searing hot laser struck Ghidorah's right wing, kicking up a massive wave of force. The hell, you really do want to dance. Caught off guard, Ghidorah's golden eyes sharpened instantly. The blast didn't hurt much. About as effective as a light massage. But this wasn't about damage. It was about face. And on matters of pride, he did not play around. His right head opened its jaws, preparing to unleash a graviton beam. Boom, boom. But before he could, 2 golden lasers slammed into his body. What the hell? Seeing the lasers, Ghidorah's first thought went to that salaryman admiral, Kizaru. Wasn't me. Seated atop a warship some distance away, Kizaru threw up his hands quickly when their eyes met. Noting Ghidorah's still fresh wounds, Kizaru furrowed his brow. And then, more lasers pierced through the ice mist and shot toward Ghidorah's position. Pacifistas. The word immediately surfaced in Ghidorah's mind. Humanoid weapons developed by the world government, modeled after Bartholomew Kuma, and outfitted with laser beams modeled after Admiral Kizaru's abilities. Standard lasers were weak to him, like scratching an elephant. But those supercharged lasers, now those packed serious punch. Even then, the damage was limited. What pissed him off was the shockwaves. Still, Ghidorah figured such tech had to be insanely expensive. Even the world government wouldn't be stupid enough to mass-produce them. Right. Wrong. From the mist emerged 5 warships, all bearing the emblem of the world government. What the hell? When Ghidorah saw what was on board, even he sucked in a breath. The world government is filthy rich. No wonder people say war is a game for the wealthy. Each warship's deck had 10 pacifistas standing in formation. On the lead ship, a strange figure stood at the bow. Watermelon haircut, red belly band, a childlike face holding a massive axe. Sentomaru. Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he flew over immediately. Oh yeah, there you are. What a terrifying monster. I almost kicked the bucket. Your injuries really do look bad. Sentomaru glanced at him and replied, the Gorosei have issued a kill-on-sight order. Terminate that monster at all costs. And a high-ranking figure is on the way. High-ranking. How high? The Gorosei themselves. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. That didn't sound right. Those 5 geezers rarely left Pangaea Castle, even if the Marines burned to the ground. Who else could it be? Kizaru didn't have an answer. This government really is a black ocean of secrets. Well, I'm injured, so I'll be sitting this one out. Kizaru plopped down on the deck, openly lazing around. Sentomaru didn't argue. Instead, he turned and issued the command. Fire! Zzzzt, 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 zzzzt. Lasers erupted from all 5 warships, a storm of golden light erupting across the battlefield, all aimed straight at Marineford. The hell? Kizaru, who had just sat down, jumped in panic and dropped to the floor. Sentomaru, are you insane? There are still tons of unconscious Marines down there. Sure, he was a work-for-pay kind of guy. But those unconscious soldiers were innocent. They didn't deserve to die like this. The Gorosei's orders were absolute, Sentomaru said coldly. Sink Marineford, take the monster down with it. What? Kizaru's eyes flared with rage, though it quickly faded behind his usual lazy facade. But inside, his fury burned white-hot. What did those unconscious soldiers do wrong? Then again, this was exactly the kind of thing the world government and its higher-ups would do. God damn it. Do they think I'm just some DPS test dummy? As the blinding laser light lit up the skies, even Ghidorah's heart skipped a beat. Then, his fury ignited. With a thunderous roar, all 3 heads opened wide. 3 graviton beams fired simultaneously. The golden beams clashed with the incoming lasers like electric whips, lashing out wildly. Wherever they touched the lasers, the energy warped, bent, and exploded under the crushing pressure of gravity. Boom, booms, boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, shaking all of Marineford. The tremors were so strong, the cracking ice beneath them jolted many unconscious Marines back to life. As their eyes opened, they were nearly blinded by the golden light. As their vision adjusted, many had the same thought. Maybe it was better to stay unconscious. Terrifying golden lasers streaked overhead like intercontinental missiles. The hair-raising, scalp-numbing sensation drove the survivors nearly mad with terror. Even Ghidorah couldn't block them all. Over 10 lasers made it past and struck the Navy Plaza. Because Ghidorah had stepped forward slightly, he was now closer to the harbor's edge. The explosions around him triggered massive shockwaves that overlapped and compounded, becoming even stronger. The impact sent nearby Marines flying like ragdolls. Dazed, injured, and screaming in pain, they crashed to the ground. Some had the misfortune of being flung into shattered ice shards left from earlier battles. And in an instant, blood burst into the air. With casualties mounting, the area erupted into chaos. Survivors fled like a flood toward the warships in the inner bay, desperate to escape. Capitulo 40, Chapter 40, to follow one's heart, that is justice. Flames scorched the land. The sky burned red. Aboard the warships, pacifistas continued unleashing wave after wave of laser fire. Marineford, once the proud headquarters of the Navy, was now being consumed by destruction. It was about to become history. The fleeing Marines were gripped by despair. None of them had ever imagined that the world government they served so faithfully would be capable of something this monstrous. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky. With both hands raised, Aokiji released a chilling surge of frost, erecting a towering wall of ice in a desperate attempt to shield his comrades. But it was futile. The wall crumbled almost instantly beneath the relentless onslaught of lasers. Watching the tragedy unfold before him, Aokiji once again fell into silent reflection. Just like that day, when he'd stood before his old friend Jaguar D. Saul. Justice, what even is justice? Is it destroying so-called threats at all costs? Or is it staying true to your heart, seeking light, truth, and meaning? It had been over a decade, and still, he had no answer. He stared, confused, at the disintegrating Marineford, knowing only one thing. This wasn't the justice he believed in. Aokiji stood atop the icy battlefield, blankly observing as Marineford fell into ruin. Roar, roar, roar. The howls of an ancient beast, fierce, furious, primal, echoed across the island. HMPH sounds familiar. From within the smoke-choked ruins of Marineford, the monstrous voice of Ghidorah boomed forth. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent windstorm swept across the battlefield, tearing away the thick smoke. The golden-scaled beast spread its massive wings, thunder crackling across the sky. The moment his wings unfurled, the heavens and sea responded. A storm of despair rushed from the Navy Plaza outward, slamming into the inner bay and beyond. Dark clouds churned, forming a sky of ink. Golden lightning rained down like divine punishment. It was a sight both beautiful and terrifying, a vision of apocalypse. Graviton beams. In a flash, the 3 colossal dragon heads opened their jaws. With a hum, 3 golden beams of destruction burst forth, coiled in searing arcs of electricity. Golden light flooded the heavens, warping the very air with its world-ending power. Ziza-ziza-tee. Boom, booms, boom. The beams pierced through the pacifista lasers, striking the distant warships directly. The deafening explosions ruptured eardrums, leaving the survivors momentarily deaf. Blinding energy bloomed outward, ballooning into massive spheres of destruction. The ocean and ice surged upward into a giant dome of force. Before erupting skyward, sending wreckage flying in all directions. Another wave of shockwaves swept the battlefield. Somebody help. I don't want to die. The sheer force instantly annihilated everything nearby. Even those farther away, upon seeing the incoming energy surge, fled in blind panic. When gods go to war, mortals suffer. In this moment, only the weakest, those low-ranking Marines, suffered. Why is this happening? A young marine with pink hair collapsed to the ground, trembling. Tears and terror filled his eyes as he stared at the hellish landscape before him. This scene was nothing like the dream he once had of serving justice. It shattered everything he believed in. "Father, what do we do?" In the midst of the roaring storm, the Whitebeard pirates remained frozen on the ice. Marco, his clothes whipped by the howling wind, looked toward the man who was their pillar of strength, his face pale with fear. "What do we do?" "We run." "Sons, prepare yourselves." Whitebeard, the once mighty king of the seas, had never looked more serious. Even his heart wavered. With a sudden roar, his arms bulged with power. The wind howled around his tattered cloak, revealing his scarred, battle-worn body. His eyes turned razor-sharp. And with a thunderous double punch to the air. Cracked. The space around him shattered like glass. In the next instant, boom! The ice imprisoning the crew exploded into fragments. A massive tidal wave surged beneath them, lifting every pirate ship and carrying them toward the open sea. "Oi, oi, oi, don't you think you're being a little reckless?" On the outskirts of the blast zone, Kizaru called out, expression grim, as he watched Sentomaru escape with dozens of pacifistas. For once, the lazy admiral looked genuinely displeased. He'd grown up in poverty. Beneath his aloof, half-hearted exterior was a heart full of pain. Now, watching helplessly as so many low-ranking Marines were sacrificed. His anger quietly boiled over. This wasn't about status or rank. It was about human decency. "I had no choice. The Gorosei gave the order. Don't throw the Gorosei in my face." Kizaru's voice, though still soft, crackled with fury. "Can't you see there are tens of thousands of Marines still trapped down there?" Sentomaru blinked in surprise. But before he could speak again, "Sorry," he said quietly, "I didn't have a choice either." Yo, who would have thought the brat from back then would grow up and think for himself? Kizaru's wrinkled, fox-like eyes narrowed as he studied him. "Or maybe those 5 old bastards are threatening you with something." At those words, Sentomaru's body tensed, just a fraction. But it was enough. Kizaru understood. What a disgusting bunch. He raised a glowing finger and aimed it straight at Sentomaru. "Then I guess I don't have a choice either." Ziza. A golden laser burst from his fingertip. Sentomaru's eyes widened in shock. But the beam missed, barely grazing his chubby cheek as it flew past and struck a pacifista behind him, detonating it in a fiery blast. "That feels a bit better." Kizaru turned away. Looking toward the frozen bay, he said to Sentomaru, "Remember, you're part of the science division, not the Gorosei's lapdog." With that, he shot into the air in a flash of golden light. "Seems I don't even need to resign. The Navy probably won't want me around after this anyway. Pissing off the Gorosei isn't exactly a good career move, but hey, at least I get double pay." He glanced down from the sky at the chaos below. Whitebeard's ships riding waves to escape. Navy foot soldiers suffering massive casualties, trapped in the ice. He spared a glance at Aokiji, still frozen in place. "Still too young, huh?" Then he muttered, "Yada no Kagami." In an instant, Kizaru's hands lit up with golden light. He unleashed a hailstorm of light orbs, his laser barrage, fine-tuned to perfection. Each one struck with expert precision. The ice shattered. And somehow, not a single ship or person was harmed. Boom, booms, boom. The explosions jolted Aokiji out of his daze. He watched Kizaru's technique in awe. And suddenly, the answer he'd been searching for all these years became clear. No matter the type of justice the world offered, it wasn't the justice he was looking for. If he couldn't find the justice he wanted, then he would forge it himself. To follow one's heart is justice. With clarity in his heart, Aokiji sprang into action. He dashed across the ice, joining Kizaru in evacuating the remaining soldiers. Capítulo 41, Chapter 41, Farewell, my friend. Watching the 2 men evacuating the soldiers, Ghidorah ceased his attack. He was a vengeful force, yes, but that did not make him a senseless destroyer. He was still a part of this world. Though he had no grand ideals about preserving peace, neither did he seek to destroy everything. After all, his bloodline still flowed in some of the people here. Even if they were countless generations removed, they were still his true descendants. A branch that had lost its way. Worshipping false gods. Kizaru and Aokiji, seeing Ghidorah halt, felt a faint stir of gratitude. But far more than gratitude, what they felt was bitterness. Because if not for this monster's arrival, none of this chaos would have unfolded in the first place. A low groan sounded from the deck of the Moby Dick. Sengoku had awakened, lying injured on the planks. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a crowd of pirates. He jolted up, only for the pain of torn muscles and shattered bones to force a muffled grunt from his lips. Ghidorah, you've got one hell of a life force. Whitebeard, ever magnanimous, chuckled aloud. You. Sengoku's eyes widened, stunned to see the towering figure of Whitebeard standing at the ship's bow. He couldn't believe it. He'd been saved by his enemy. Spare me that grateful look, Whitebeard scoffed. It makes my stomach turn. Aokiji was the one who pulled you and Garp back. Sengoku's expression softened. Still wincing in pain, he nodded slightly. Either way, I'm grateful. With wounds like these, I should be dead. He looked down at his tightly bandaged body, then forced himself to stand. But the moment his eyes fell on the hellscape of the inner bay, his face darkened instantly. Especially when he spotted the rows of pacifistas nearby. His fury boiled over. He turned to look at Garp, now wrapped head to toe like a mummy. Seeing no sign of consciousness, he silently turned away. With a moonwalk, he leapt into the sky, leaving behind only a few words. Thank you. He glanced back at Garp, his voice dropping to a whisper. Farewell, my friend. They say, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. Sengoku knew Garp was already awake. Because the teardrop at the corner of his eye had betrayed him. Their friendship. Perhaps it ended here. Or maybe. This was the best possible goodbye. Bizazizate, bizazizate, bizazizate. Zizazizate, zizazizate, zizazizate. Suddenly, the air trembled. On the shoreline, 20 or so remaining pacifistas suddenly activated and opened fire. Hey. Sentomaru, what the hell are you doing? Kizaru's voice thundered in frustration. Admiral Kizaru, I didn't do anything. Sentomaru, still carrying his giant axe, looked confused and panicked. That was a remote command. Sengoku's battered voice rang out from the rear. Damn it, evacuate the soldiers now. Kizaru and Aokiji didn't hesitate. They immediately began rallying and evacuating the remaining Marines from the inner bay. Damn it. Sengoku stared at the attacking pacifistas, rage surging in his chest. It was a rage that burned even brighter than the destruction Ghidorah had caused. The rage of being stabbed in the back by your own side. Of spilling blood on the battlefield while your comrades plunged the knife behind you. Worse yet, they outranked you and you still had to salute. But that anger, someone else expressed it for him. A golden beam suddenly cut across the battlefield, exploding several pacifistas in a single blast. Sengoku, eyes narrowed, gave a silent nod of approval to the one he had once hated. Ghidorah had joined the fray. He opened his jaws, launching graviton beams that erased pacifista after pacifista. As his head swept across the field, the golden energy scythed through machine after machine, ripping them apart in brutal succession. He had seen enough. The world government would stop at nothing to kill him, even if it meant erasing Marineford itself. And so he wiped them all out. Just as he was about to cease fire, his enormous golden eyes caught movement below. A figure, emotionless and silent, appeared beneath him. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Bartholomew Kuma teleported, his poor-apt hand striking Ghidorah's abdomen. Boom! The hit sent a surge of violent energy ripping through his body. His scales rattled under his skin. Snap, crack, snap. The titanic body emitted the sounds of bones and flesh tearing. A horrific internal shockwave. You really do want to dance, don't you? Ghidorah roared in fury. His right head swung down savagely at Kuma. Boom! His head slammed into the ground, shaking the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. The pawpaw fruit huh? Ghidorah narrowed his gaze at the now distant Kuma, mildly surprised. His attacks were whatever. But that instant transmission ability, that was a real pain. Still, that was all it was. Roar! With a bellow, the right head's eyes blazed with savage fury. Then, a graviton beam exploded forward. Even with his teleportation ability, Kuma couldn't fully evade. The beam clipped him mid-jump, ripping off half his arm and flinging him across the battlefield. Crash! He hit the ground hard, rolling violently, pieces of machinery flying from his body. For a cyborg, wounds like that caused no pain. So long as his legs were functional, he could keep fighting. Ghidorah looked on in silence, watching blood and oil mix beneath the mangled form of a once human man. You could have lived as a man, and yet you chose to become a machine. What happened to this world? Ziza. Kuma stood and fired another laser. But this one was red. The red beam struck at Ghidorah's feet. A massive explosion erupted. In the heart of the blast, Ghidorah felt the searing heat. He unfurled his wings. With one mighty flap, he dispersed the shockwave, flattening it instantly. Still, the force pushed him back several steps. The golden scales on his belly now, stained with ash and soot. The explosion drew the eyes of everyone nearby. Even Sengoku turned to look. By now, most of the soldiers had been evacuated. Only the heavily wounded remained. And then, a new sound rose from the sea mist. The roar of something massive cutting through the waves. Sengoku and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Who could be arriving now? As the sound grew louder and closer, everyone turned toward the foggy sea. Eyes widened in disbelief. From within the smoke and haze, a massive silhouette began to take shape. Nearly 100 meters long. The shape resembled a ship. But was it really that huge? With a thunderous boom, the enormous figure burst through the mist. A world government battleship, colossal in size, entered full view. And on its deck sat a giant, dozens of meters tall. His face was brutal and lifeless, like a corpse that had forgotten how to feel. Capitulo 42, Chapter 42, Gigant Titan Core Saki. Saki, you're still alive. Seeing that long-lost figure standing atop the massive warship, Ghidorah's golden eyes snapped wide open. Cha-cha-cha-cha. It's been a while, monster. A booming laugh rolled across the sky, dispersing the smoke and haze. On the massive ship, a mountain-like man rose to his feet, his towering frame terrifyingly immense, like a mountain forged of steel. Standing upon the colossal deck, he resembled a pillar holding up the heavens. Though he was laughing, his expression remained frozen, emotionless. Who is that? He is huge. The retreating Marines looked up, stunned by the over 100-meter-tall figure, panic creeping through the ranks. Even Sengoku, usually composed, felt a chill of dread in his chest. I don't know either. Feeling the gazes of Kizaru and Aokiji, Sengoku shook his head grimly. From all the intelligence he'd ever seen, there was no such monstrous being in the world government's records. The Five Elders. He had always believed the Navy was powerful enough to face anything, but now, even he began to question what kind of secrets those 5 old men were hiding. Planned precaution, or long-established contingency. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. Because what was about to happen could erase Marineford from existence. Everyone, get the wounded on board now. Despite his injuries, Sengoku barked out orders, organizing a rapid evacuation. Out of 100,000 elite Marines, only 2/3 had survived. The dead had been crushed by energy blasts or plunged into the ice-choked abyss below. The fallen were gone, the living had no time to mourn. Not even the corpses could be recovered. Boom! The massive warship plowed through the ice, stopping inside the bay. The giant's foot slammed onto the ice, crossing over everyone's heads. As his back leg stepped forward, a violent gust swept out. 2 massive weapons cut through the air above the Marines. a short-handled axe and a long sword, both black and gleaming coldly, each over 40 to 50 meters long. The wind howled as it blew through their clothes. Looking up at the towering giant crossing above, every marine's scalp tingled. Goosebumps exploded down their arms. Such a nostalgic and detestable title. To think you're still alive. As the giant approached, Ghidorah couldn't help but sigh. By his estimate, this man's lifespan should have ended 6 centuries ago. And yet here he was, unchanged, standing before him like a ghost from the past. Cha-cha-cha-cha. That strange laugh again. Then Saki spoke. I'm surprised too. Didn't expect the first thing I'd see upon waking would be you, monster. If I'd known, I'd have rather stayed in eternal sleep. Oh. Ghidorah's eyes narrowed. There it was, a vital detail. This man hadn't lived continuously. He had been asleep, revived by someone. Or perhaps, he was a seed planted long ago in preparation for this day. A tragic truth indeed. And I've got something even more tragic to share. Today, the last surviving member of the Marshall family is dead. I killed him. Ghidorah's lips twisted into a cruel grin, like he was describing something utterly trivial. What? You bastard. You went after my family again. Saki's body trembled with fury. Veins bulged across his arms. His massive legs bent slightly. Then with a deafening boom, he leapt into the air. One hand gripped his axe, the other his sword. And both weapons came crashing down at Ghidorah. No reunion, no celebration. Only the thunderous stench of war. Still as quick-tempered as ever. Ghidorah sneered. Lightning crackled from his wings as they spread wide. As thunder rumbled across the sky, all 3 of his heads opened fire simultaneously. 3 graviton beams shot forth, converging into a single devastating blast aimed directly at Saki midair. Golden light flooded the sky, tearing through the heavens. But the Titan, forged like a statue of war, showed no fear. Supreme slash. With a roar, a horrifying energy erupted from Saki's body. Wrapped in purple-black lightning, he slashed both weapons through the air. 2 massive energy slashes, crossing in an X shape, hurtled toward the beam. Boom! The impact shook the heavens. Nearby fighters felt their chests tighten, ears buzzing from the force of the blast. In the next instant, the point where the golden and purple energies clashed, the air itself began to twist and distort. Sparks of orange-red fire erupted where the colors collided. Then, a massive fireball exploded at the epicenter. The energy storm surged outward in layered shockwaves. Some upward, some downward. Ripping through the sky and the earth in roaring succession. As it reached the ice of the inner bay, it shattered it instantly, launching massive shards of frost skyward. Only to be instantly vaporized by the heat wave that followed. Everyone on board, evacuate immediately. Sengoku's expression turned grim as he saw the oncoming tidal blast. Even the wounded left in the dust and debris, he could only pray they'd survive. Splash, splash, splash. The gaping hole left by the vaporized ice was quickly filled by surging seawater. 800 years later, and this is all you've got. If this is your best, then you alone won't stop me. You might even die. Standing amidst the scorched remains of Marineford, now leveled by their clash. Ghidorah mocked the giant, who'd been knocked back from the blast. Die? I've already died once. You think I'm afraid of it? Saki bared his metallic teeth, glinting with steel. Then he charged forward again with a thunderous roar. Oh, that's right. You're a dead man walking. Ghidorah snorted. With a flap of his massive wings, he launched from the ground, charging straight toward his opponent. Boom! The 2 titans collided, a shockwave ripping across the entire island. The sheer force obliterated everything in its path. Even the hidden den mushi used for surveillance were wiped out. And with that, the global broadcast went dark. Damn it. Quick, someone, get to Marineford. We can't let the feed go down now. This is the biggest news story in history. No, I'll go myself, only then can I be sure. At the World Economic newspaper, Morgans flew into a rage. staring at the frozen screen. He grabbed his camera and bolted out the door in a frenzy. Across the world, islands everywhere erupted in outrage. The signal cut out, what the hell? Right at the best part, this is worse than a blackout during that scene. The feed had died. The signal vanished. In Alabasta, Nefertari Ivan stared at the final frozen frame, his mind in turmoil. Gigant Titan Corps. Back in the day, they were the elite force of the original 20-nation alliance. Constructed from the corpses of powerful bloodlines, re-engineered to retain both intellect and thought. Ivan had thought them extinct. And now, a terrifying realization crept into his heart. If he could put himself into suspended animation, then what's stopping them from doing the same? If that were true, this world is on the brink of chaos once again. Ivan slowly turned to look at Cobra and Vivi beside him. Which side should we stand on this time? Capitulo 43, Chapter 43, President, Something's Rising. Mary G.'s Holy Land Pangaea Castle. Ever since returning from the Flower Capital, the 5 elders wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. I never expected that someone had prepared in advance. After a long silence, the blonde elder finally broke the tension. It's unsettling news. The Gigant Titan Corps are still alive. The bald elder's glasses reflected a sharp gleam as he spoke gravely. Haven't any of you noticed an even bigger problem? The goat-bearded elder's eyes clouded with concern. If the Titan Corps are still alive, then what about those ancient figures buried beneath the royal tombs? He was right. If the members of that ancient 20 Kingdoms alliance all revived, none of the 5 of us would matter anymore. Humans are selfish, even when we think we're high and mighty. We've grown used to our authority. Carrying Imusama's shadow over our heads is already painful. Now, if the ancient kings were also alive, our golden days would be over. The bald elder's eyes darkened with resistance. He picked up a den mushy and dialed. Click. A voice responded immediately. Have you reached Marineford? Yes, Elder, we've arrived. That person has engaged the monster. What's the battle situation? Sir, the energy is too intense. Our ships can't close in. The island is engulfed in smoke. We can't see clearly. But hearing the clash, it seems they're fairly matched. Continue monitoring. Report updates immediately. Understood, Elder. Boom. A massive roar shook Marineford. Beneath a veil of smoke and flame, a gigantic foot stepped forward, followed by an enormous towering figure. As it emerged from the haze, a 3-headed titan surged anew through the ruins. The giant retreated, its veins writhing like dragons, before brandishing a huge axe and bellowed. Die! The axe, black and crackling with purple lightning, sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ghidorah. But right head spun with lightning speed and gnawed clean through the axe hand. Blood gushed forth. The weapon clattered to the ground, leaving only a pale scratch. A useless attack. Not only did it not kill me, it cost you your life. Ghidorah snarled at the giant, his teeth anchored into the wound. He tugged, tearing flesh, and the giant crashed to the earth limp. Blood pooled, staining the parched ground. Such a wound would incapacitate any normal man. But this giant barely flinched, his face remained deadpan. Pathetic. Ghidorah looked on at this former member of the D clan, feeling a hint of pity. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Still as ruthless as I remember. The giant examined his arm, found it unhurt, and chuckled mechanically. He swung the axe once more, purple lightning surging, and charged Ghidorah. Too close now for energy blasts, the fight became raw primal combat. The giant stood meters tall. Ghidorah nearly double that height. Despite their size difference, each landing blow erupted with earth-shaking force, shards of land exploding outward. Boom! Ghidorah's mighty tail crashed into the ground, cracking the earth in a massive fissure. The giant stood unwavering, undaunted. Their clash was savage, beast versus titan, both unleashing primal fury. Dark clouds scattered, sunlight pierced through, illuminating the battlefield. Rubble, dust, ice, fragments shattered on impact. Aroyararars. A mushroom-shaped shockwave surged, thunderous and awe-inspiring. The island trembled on the verge of breakup, collapse. At its epicenter lay the giant, nearly 100 meters tall, prone. Cough, cough, cough. Cha, cha, still that hopelessly strong. The giant coughed blood, but his face remained impassive. He rose again, unyielding like a cockroach that never dies. Ghidorah spread his wings and descended on him, crashing both feet down like mountain avalanches. Well versed in his opponent's style, the giant twisted and swung his axe with brutal force. Crash! The black axe, forged from unknown metal, smashed into Ghidorah's lower limb. Ghidorah stumbled, crashing down amid swirling dust. Thunderous rock. The giant rolled clear. Then, with reckless determination, he vaulted back into the fray. Ghidorah, 300 years ago, you shamed me. Today, I make you pay. Supreme slash. He roared, axe alight with purple lightning, striking toward one of Ghidorah's snarling heads. You've got guts, Saki. The beast's voice rumbled from the dust. Even the Titan core failed to take me down. What makes you think you can? With disdain etched across his voice, Ghidorah's right head burst through the smoke, lunged behind, and bit down on the giant's calf. Then, with a mighty shake of its neck, swung the 100-meter man into the ground. The quake stunned the island, dust blotted out the sun. Ghidorah rose, roaring triumphantly with all three heads to the sky. A worthless man in life. Turned into a puppet in death. You dream of washing away your shame. Foolish delusion, you and your kind are mere trash. With an aquiline nudge, his other two heads coiled around Saki's arms. His massive wings flapped, lifting the giant upward, dragging his unwilling form skyward. Meanwhile, high above the island, a massive bird soared at kilometer-high altitude, carrying three figures on its back. One was a young man, addressing the white-feathered beast. President, the entire island is shrouded in dust. We can't see a thing. These were Morgan's, president of the World Economic Daily, accompanied by two assistants. They lifted off near Marineford, under special clearance granted for aerial coverage. But as they approached, they discovered Marineford, to quote Morgan's, blanketed in an apocalyptic haze. What are we supposed to film? Giants battling, smoke so thick nothing is visible from ground or sky. Boom. Aya, oh tilde tilde. P. President, something's approaching. It's huge. Morgan stifled his scream as he stared at the approaching behemoth. Capitulo 44, Chapter 44, Marineford has vanished. There's an old saying. Fear doesn't always come from a lack of courage. Sometimes, it's born from a lack of judgment. At this moment, Morgan's embodied that perfectly. When you watch monsters clash in a movie, it's entertaining. But when that same destruction unfolds in reality, no one can possibly stay calm. Staring up at the beast bursting through the clouds, dragging a giant like a rag doll, Morgan's and his two companions were completely frozen. All their thoughts vanished into raw fear. Their only instinct was, get away from here, now. And then, one of the monster's terrifying heads glanced their way. Just a single golden eye. And it felt like the world had gone dark, like they were being swallowed into an abyss. But in the midst of that terror, Morgan's hand brushed against the camera hanging around his neck. His memories flashed back. And somehow, he managed to suppress the fear bubbling inside him. Trembling, he raised the camera. Click, click. He didn't stop to think if he'd be attacked next. He only had one thought. This story will make the World Economic News the most powerful name on the planet. High in the sky, Ghidorah noticed him. That ridiculous outfit, that birdman form, it immediately told him who it was. Morgan's, one of the 4 emperors of the underground world. But he didn't care. He had no time to waste. Still clutching the struggling Saki, he continued to ascend. Bastard, Saki growled, voice hoarse from the chokehold. Bastard. Not quite, you're the dead one. Ghidorah's voice was mocking, cold. Then, at several thousand meters above sea level, he suddenly released his grip. And so, a dead man's final resting place should be buried deep beneath the earth. Marineford makes a fine grave for you. He let go. And the giant plummeted. You monster, the giant Titan core will never forgive you. And the ancient kings even less. Even as he fell, Saki's face showed no fear of death. Calm as ever, he roared up at Ghidorah. Gravity took over. He fell faster than he rose. Friction ignited his body. Flames engulfed him. Skin and muscle burned away, exposing blackened metal bones. The flames intensified. His skeleton glowed red-hot. Boom! The impact shook the entire world. Like a meteor striking Earth, Marineford split apart. A shockwave radiated outward in rings. Sand and stone soared toward the coastline, and within seconds, a tsunami dozens of meters high surged across the sea. Gigantic warships were instantly ripped to pieces. High above, Ghidorah looked down at the devastation below, completely satisfied. Titan core. Ancient kings. Perfect. If you're all alive, then revenge is going to be so much more fun. Muttering to himself, Ghidorah dove back down toward the earth. On the back of a giant white bird, Morgans and his two assistants stared down at the monstrous crater, now replacing what was once Marineford. No one could believe it. That this was the same naval headquarters that once stood as the symbol of absolute justice across the seas. Just as they stood dumbstruck, the monstrous figure descended once more. All three of them tensed. He didn't even glance at them, just continued falling. Morgan's eyes gleamed. He hesitated, then slapped the bird's side. Jasher OC, we're going down too. Ay. His two assistants froze in panic. President, are you sure we should go down there? One of them stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Heh, I believe that guy is, well, probably friendly. Morgan said this with the confidence of a liar who didn't even believe himself. Still, the giant bird hesitantly flapped downward to follow Ghidorah's path. If it could talk, the bird would definitely have cursed. This is suicide, damn it. Ghidorah hovered above what had once been Marineford, now just a giant crater slowly being filled by seawater. He looked down. You could have been human, and yet you became a monster. He muttered to himself quietly. The mission was complete. This was victory. The next step. Find the rest of his old subordinates. He was sure they were still alive, somewhere in the world. Whoosh, whoosh. A voice suddenly called out from nearby. Greetings, Lord Ghidorah. I'm Morgans, president of the World Economic Newspaper. I was wondering, would you mind giving me a quick interview? A giant white bird landed nearby. Atop it stood the tall birdman himself, doffing his top hat nervously. Oh my God, he actually asked. We're gonna die. His two assistants were trembling behind him, on the verge of collapse. Ghidorah's golden eyes shifted toward them. Then, after a long pause, he grinned. Sure. That grin, like a demon's, sent a shiver down all three of their spines. Morgans paused for a second, then bowed politely. Heh, Lord Ghidorah, apologies for interrupting your time. I'm very curious about your identity. I have some information, but I'd love a direct confirmation. Oh. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Ghidorah smirked. Even if I told you, you wouldn't dare publish it. Unless you're ready to lose everything you own. The three of them inhaled sharply. He wasn't bluffing. Morgans knew, with the kind of power Ghidorah held if he published the wrong thing. The World Economic News could very well become the next Marineford. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, truly a shame then. Well, may I ask, now that Marineford is gone, what's your next move? Next move. Ghidorah paused, then grinned. Why, to go home, of course. Go home. Could you tell us where exactly that is? The red line, Mary Eyes. He said it coldly. Nanny eyes. Some sign OO. The three froze, they couldn't believe what they heard. Mary Eyes. The Holy Land. The center of global power. Was this monster's home, there? That could only mean another devastating war was coming. This is it, the biggest scoop in history. All right then. Time for me to go. With that, Ghidorah spread his wings and soared toward the red line. President H, he's gone. One assistant stammered, still stunned. Morgan snapped out of it, then screamed in excitement. Quick, get ready to fly to Mary Geoise. This is it, Ancient Monster Slaughters Mary Geoise. That'll be the headline of the century. Ah, President, see, can we just go back and write the story from here? Both assistants shouted in unison. But Morgan's was completely possessed. Eyes locked on the red line, he yelled. Fly faster, Jasher, to the Holy Land. The clouds cleared, the smoke faded. Sunlight returned to Marineford's skies. But on the blue sea, the island was gone. In its place was a crater, filling with seawater, and jagged rocks protruding from the depths. On the calm sea nearby, a pirate ship slowly approached. Hey, Captain, did we come to the wrong place? A fat pirate gnawed on a drumstick, his beady eyes staring at the empty ocean. Aw crap, guys, we messed up. At the bow, a tall red-haired man in a black cloak, with 3 scars over his left eye, looked horrified. No, we're not late. We're just too late. A gray-haired man with a cigarette in his mouth and a flintlock at his waist spoke grimly. Too late. But where's the island? Where's the Navy HQ? Capitulo 45, Chapter 45, My Hometown Holy Land Mary Geoise. Holy Land Mary Geoise, at the summit of the Red Line. A city of opulent architecture, a living masterpiece, and the very center of global power. As the seat of world authority, Mary Geoise was defended with uncompromising security. Its walls and gates were guarded by heavily armed troops. Within its confines lived the descendants of gods, the celestial dragons. On an ordinary day beneath serene skies, the guards of Mary Geoise patrolled lazily as usual. One such guard was Arthur, O.C., a veteran of 5 years standing watch over Mary Geoise's city walls. He had mastered one rule. Mind your post, don't meddle, don't look. Loyal on duty, steady through the month, 5 insurances, housing fund, life was tranquil and comfortable. He stood faithfully at his station until something far off caught his eye. A tiny black speck appeared on the horizon, like a bird in the distance. As it drew nearer, curiosity stirred in him. He lifted the telescope from his chest, and his face went pale. Flesh crawling with goosebumps, scalp tingling, the black shape grew into a 3-headed monstrosity. Horror gripped his breath. He stumbled back to the guard tower, scrambling for the den mushy. No, this is bad. A monster is flying toward Mary Geoise. His screech echoed through the device. Within moments, a squad of guards surrounded their captain at the tower. Their eyes widened at the horrifying sight approaching. What is that? A flying sea king. They stared in terror at the golden 3-headed beast drawing ever closer. All ability to think vanished, none even remembered how to sound the alarm. Finally, fully realizing the threat, the captain shouted down to the streets. Enemy attack, intruders incoming. An instant later, alarms blared across Mary Geoise, shattering its peaceful calm. The streets filled with panicked civilians fleeing in every direction. Inside the Pangaea castle, however, the celestial dragons paid no heed. In their eyes, no one could penetrate their sacred city. Anyone approaching would be eliminated long before reaching Mary Geoise proper. Outside, a gale erupted, rising swiftly into a hurricane. Guards pressed themselves tightly against the city wall, eyes wide, as the golden beast neared. Dust and sand whipped in its wake. Without warning, the creature swept directly overhead, and an explosive rush of wind struck them. Buildings buckled, structures shredded, reality shattered. A series of sonic booms echoed, then pure blackness. The beast soared toward the most grand towers of the castle, and as it flew, its sheer force, plus the sonic shockwaves and turbulence, sliced entire roofs and walls into ruin, leaving a trail of destruction. Several celestial dragons standing at the palace gates were paralyzed with fear as havoc raged behind them. Some fainted, others trembled until they wet themselves. A news tower immediately relayed the warning to the guard posts, with the first wave of reinforcements rushing in. When they arrived, they were stunned. There, towering above the palace, stood a primal nightmare, leveling towers with the casual swipe of a hand. These beings were not mere beasts, they were ancient gods. Word reached the world government swiftly, and CP0 agents were dispatched at once. The cloistered Imusama, residing deepest within Pangaea Castle, was immobilized upon hearing the report. The 5 elders, alarmed from their power chambers, abandoned their comfort and assembled in haste. The bald and blonde elders hurried to the outer walls, while the remaining 3 raced toward Pangaea's inner sanctum. This was no simple disturbance. It was a direct challenge to the world government itself. From the fortress tower vantage, the bald elder stared at the approaching beast, his voice low, grim. Ghidorah. As wind and destruction wrecked the city, the beast heard its name and glanced down. When he recognized the elder, bald, bespectacled, the beast touched down casually in a residential district, looking up. 5 elder. Indeed, the elder replied, his tone sharpened. Storming Marineford was audacious. Storming Mary Geoise itself, this is suicide. In an instant, 3 masked figures appeared behind him. Without hesitation, they unleashed the 6th Fleet special technique, Storm Kick Arashiashi. Ghidorah barely moved. Cold and disdainful, he said, "When did you world government agents get to decide who may walk through my home?" 3 powerful kicks struck him, bursting against his form with explosive force, sending smoke dancing across the ground. But to Ghidorah, the strikes left no mark. "Your home. You're a stray dog, calling this your home." The elder sneered. Ghidorah spun instantly, his massive twin tails sweeping like dragons, obliterating the tower beneath. The 3 CP0 operatives were buried under rubble. The bald elder was thrown clean off the tower, falling to a neighboring rooftop. Fuming with rage, the elder drew his dagger, face set. "I might not defeat you, but a fight is worth having." Ghidorah snorted. Wings flared, he leapt high into the air. Feet planted with thunderous force, he slammed toward the elder's rooftop. At that moment, peace in Mary Geoise was irreversibly shattered. Inside the castle, celestial dragons watched their towers collapse. They screamed in panic, some even bawled, snot and tears streaming, rushed to flee to the city's center. The imposing celestial dragons had never felt fear until now. Slaves and servants, gazing at the looming beast, stared wide-eyed, some flushed with excitement, as if witnessing a mad myth. A terrifying storm had begun here, one that would soon engulf all of Mary Geoise. Capitulo 46, Chapter 46, Bald Monk, Behold the Great Divine Dragon. In the sacred city of Mary Geoise, at the pinnacle of the Red Line, lived the celestial dragons, descendants of gods. Among them was Saint Charlos, a privileged celestial dragon who had recently recovered from being blasted through the air by that notorious Straw Hat pirate. Today, feeling well enough to venture out, he decided to buy a few special, slave entertainers at the Shabundi slave market, perhaps a dinosaur Zoan devil fruit user to ride. Walking through the streets of Pangaea Castle, nose streaming, he daydreamed about his slave purchase with blissful ignorance, until... Boom! A thunderous roar ripped through the air. Charlos, startled, nearly swallowed his own snot. Above him, a human body hurtled overhead, blood spraying. With a sickening thud, it crashed into a nearby pastry shop window. Bright red droplets spattered at his feet, staining the cobblestones. Still stunned, Charlos's masked head turned robotically toward the smoking ruin. A person. A dead person. In Mary Geoise. Then a monstrous roar, ancient and godlike, echoed through the city. A brutal windstorm surged into existence. Charlo's fat lips quivered in horror as he glimpsed the colossal 3-headed beast, towering above the city. Nua! He screamed, body frozen in terror. City defenses, world government soldiers, CP0 agents, brought in to stop this abomination looked like insects at its feet. Charlos finally understood why other celestial dragons were fleeing like seeing ghosts. Move, move. But his legs wouldn't obey. He stood dumbfounded, snot dripping into his mouth. Boom! Stone walls shattered like childhood sandcastles before the creature's might. Soldiers scrambled under orders. Hold formation, alternate volleys, don't panic. Yet bullets slammed into the monster, without leaving a scratch. With a flick of its massive tail, A hurricane of wind swept the gathered troops aside, sending them flying. Blood erupted in red mists. Cries of agony pierced the air. Charlo's eyes turned scarlet with bloodlust or disbelief. It didn't matter which. His body shook violently. For the first time, he truly felt fear. Is no one strong enough to stop this beast? Then a stern, commanding voice cut through the chaos. Ghidorah. Mary Jihuai's was not made for you to trample. It came deep from above. Upon seeing the immense bald figure standing aloft, Charlos trembled, for this was one of the 5 elders himself. A godlike guardian of celestial dragons. Hope flooded him. With the appearance of a 5 elder, any monster could be obliterated. Their peril would end. He regained control. 5 elder, please kill that monster. Bald monk. A heralded call, the elder's charge thundered. Divine dragon strike, graviton beam. Golden energy coursed from the elder's forehead, lighting up the sky. Charlo, who had been shouting encouragement, blinked in horror, watching the bald elder vanish beneath the golden light. The elder is gone. Impossible. With the elder's annihilation, Mary Jihuai's descended into utter chaos. The once invincible 5 elder, one of the ruling lords of the world, was erased fully, not even ashes remaining. Celestial dragons still fleeing, soldiers still advancing, all froze in disbelief. Who dares assault the 5 elders? Boom, boom. Snaps and crackles accompanied Charlos's screams. Then Morgans, the journalist riding the giant white bird, arrived in time to witness the elder's destruction. He didn't hesitate, furiously pressed the shutter. Since founding the World Economic News, he had never felt such exhilaration. This is the biggest scoop ever. Closer, Morgans barked, pressing on the bird's flank. No, but Mr. President, you're risking your life. His assistants protested, fear and excitement battling in their eyes. You must remember, Morgans growled, you're a journalist. A sacred vocation. We must bring truth to the world from the front lines. He continued snapping photos, never glancing back. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, a grim-faced elder with gilded hair watched. Ghidorah, you actually killed a 5 elder. He roared. The beast's words thundered. 5 elder. Yes, the one you killed. His voice echoed across the city, mad, cold, unstoppable. Mary Jihuai's rippled into chaos. Nobles, celestial dragons, high-ranking officials, all sensed an unfathomable dread. Then another 5 elder, the blonde one, gripped his sword and summoned all his strength. Though not devil fruit users, they were martial arts masters, and controlled the world government's entire intelligence network. It had been a century since he last acted. Now, energy built within him, winds whipped into a frenzy. The 5th elder takes action. Crowds below saw the rising surge of divine power. Even now, despite Ghidorah's might, this new wave was a challenge, perhaps the one that could turn the tide. The future of Mary Jihuai's hung in the balance. Capítulo 47, Chapter 47, he killed a 5 elder. A monster is called a monster, for good reason. Here stood no mere beast, but a force of nature. Never flash your teeth at such a creature, or you will pay dearly. The blonde 5 elder's aura intensified sharply, surpassing even admiral-level power. As the energy swirled violently around him, veins crackled with golden lightning, a sign his conqueror's Haki had fused with physical force. From among the celestial dragons below came cheers. All hail the 5 elder. Strike down that monster. Prove who truly rules this world. He dares harm a descendant of gods. No, bind him, make him my slave. Watching their champion crackling with power, the dragons regained their courage, forgetting all earlier terror. The elder himself flushed slightly with pride, though he had originally planned to stall until hearing from Imusama. Now, thrust by these worms into the spotlight, he could only grit his teeth and summon every ounce of power, fiery purple lightning crackling around his fist. Dominion fist. Boom, boom. Dark energy, electric purple, surged from his punch like a raging torrent, rushing toward Ghidorah. Below, the dragon nobles trembled, bladder quivering in awe, adrenaline skyrocketing. This is godlike power. "Kill him, kill that monster," came the roar from one dragon. With that cry, the plaza erupted. All celestial dragons watched, certain that the beast would be consumed by the wave. Then a chilling snort. Eh. Pathetic, descendants of gods. Glancing downward, the onlookers beheld a sight unforgettable. A massive golden tail swept aside buildings, and in a thunderous arc, struck the blonde elder squarely. Thunk! Rocks flew, blood sprayed in crimson mist. The once worshipped elder, fallen like fragile tofu. "He's dead, a 5 elder, he's dead." A stunned whisper swept across Pangaea Castle. Sprawled, dust-filled plaza, the dragons erupted in chaos, shrieking in disbelief. Unbelievable. A 5 elder, stronger than any admiral, taken out with a single tail strike. Meanwhile, Morgan's, camera blazing, captured every shocking moment. He didn't flinch, thrilled by the magnitude of the scoop. For him, this was sheer journalistic euphoria. To the world, 5 elders symbolized not just authority, but the dignity of the celestial dragons and over 100 allied nations. And now 2 had just been slain. This was no mere humiliation. It was total annihilation. Earth trembled as Ghidorah's massive form descended further into Pangaea Castle. Chaos reigned. Dragons fled toward the towering center of the city where Imu-sama resided. Imu, their leader, their deity. Buildings crumbled, walls collapsed, dust roared like a sandstorm. Charlo Saint collapsed to his knees, shaking. Beads of terror glistened in his wide eyes. How can this be? Even 5 elders can't defeat him. What has this world become? He gazed helplessly at the monster-crushing buildings and his kind, destroyed beyond hope. Then a roar erupted through the chaos. A neutral-tone scream, powerful enough to halt everyone. Instinctively, all eyes darted toward the central tower. The inner chamber of the celestial dragons, where Imu-sama sat. Within that sanctuary, news of the fallen elders stunned the remaining 3. Not all elders were strong, but the 2 strongest lay dead. Imu-sama, upon hearing the news, froze. He had never witnessed such brazen recklessness. 5 elders represented not just rule, but his own image and legacy. He stood furious. "Ghidorah! Wretched monster, why have you come here?" His word trailed off as he vanished from the throne chamber. Ghidorah advanced across Pangaea Castle with each step, an apocalypse underfoot. The earth ripped, dragons were trampled beneath his titanic weight. By his boot lay Charlos, pants ruined, staring in hopeless terror. He shut his eyes, bracing for pain that never came. When he timidly opened them again, Ghidorah's foot hovered inches away. Relief washed through him. But then, the foot slammed down, scattering blood mist as Ghidorah rose upright once more. 3 reptilian serpents now towered, their golden eyes flashed dangerously. For centuries, Imu-sama had known that inevitably this day would come. Finally, a black-cloaked figure appeared atop the distant central tower. Silence stretched between them. "You should never have come here," came a mid-tone voice from the figure. "Why?" Ghidorah's voice was mocking, amused. "Imu," he said. "Because this place no longer belongs to you," came the cold reply. "Doesn't belong to me." Ghidorah laughed. "I gave this city its name. And yet you desecrate it." "Desecrate?" "I simply refuse to allow garbage to pollute my domain. If they won't respect it, then I'll destroy it." He scanned the trembling dragons below with his golden gaze. Killing intent shone in his eyes. Capítulo 48, Chapter 48, Imu takes action. Within Pangaea Castle, the celestial dragons stared up at the monster, an existence worthy of worship. Yet Ghidorah dared to claim he would destroy their sacred domain, right before Imu-sama himself. How brazen! Roars of indignation echoed from those who considered themselves divine. Their leader, Imu, was their deity. With him present, they feared nothing. "How dare you?" Imu's voice thundered. Ghidorah's laughter was cold and dismissive. "Millennia ago, I already did so once. What makes you think I lack courage now?" Imu's heart trembled. History confirmed Ghidorah's ruthlessness. Countless lives perished at his hands. "This is now my city, and I will not allow you to violate it." Raising his hand, Imu unleashed a sphere of spinning, electric blue energy. The sphere grew larger, darker, electrifying the air with urgent whines. Ghidorah sneered. You dare wield that power in my presence? Did you forget who created it? He unfurled his massive wings. A storm rose. Imu responded without hesitation. He unleashed a roaring column of blue light which smashed into Ghidorah's chest. The monster's golden scales momentarily charred, pain flashing across his features. With a powerful sweep of his wings, Ghidorah launched himself upward, crashing down atop a cluster of buildings. His massive tails whipped outward like twin rattlesnakes, shattering structures in their path. Emerging from the dust, Imu dodged to midair in front of Ghidorah. Stop it or I swear. A slender, deep blue energy cloaked Imu's palm as he aimed a strike at Ghidorah's abdomen. Against such an entity, he seemed tiny, but those energies held weight. Ghidorah, curious, struck at him with a wing. The impact blew open the plaza, flinging dust into the air. Gale force winds carried away terrified dragons, sandstorms ripped through streets. Ghidorah used one wing as a shield, while the blue energy ripped skyward like a spear. Streaking through clouds, it vanished into the horizon. Feeling the sting in his wing, Ghidorah hissed. A pitiful quantum beam. Thunderclouds gathered overhead. Lightning crackled across his wings. In a sudden roar, massive lightning crashed upon him as dark clouds covered Mary Geoise. Ghidorah stood godlike amid storm and chaos. 3 fierce golden eyes focused on Imu. Ghidorah unleashed a graviton beam. A violent golden arc tore into the city streets, seeking the leader. Imu swiftly dodged, his cloak swirling, hood shadowing his face. Ghidorah flowed the beam horizontally, crushing the real estate Ghidorah had once helped build. The once glorious French-inspired architecture now lay in ruin beneath his rage. Imu's anger burned hot. This city, conquered and inhabited by the 20 kings for 8 centuries, was in danger of being another Marineford, to be razed to the ground. You forced my hand, Ghidorah. But his words were cut short by a violent earthquake. Massive figures emerged from across Mary Geoise, 4 colossal giants, stepping toward Ghidorah. They came forward strongly. It was a charge. Ghidorah, the lead giant, resembling an ancient Roman warrior, roared hatred and charged. Buildings collapsed underfoot, the ground cracked. His gaze burned as though meeting a sworn enemy. These were not the present strongest fighters. They were the ancient Titan army, creations of the 20 King era, crafted from ancient giants, the ultimate force of their time. Ghidorah's side heads snarled as he let off a roar and lunged. Hody OC. His side heads immediately engaged the lead giant, biting into both shoulders and flipping him away with bone-cracking force. The impact unleashed a dust storm across the plaza, sweeping up terrified dragons who stared at the horror of 4 giants fighting beside a greater monster. Their leader, Imu, their city, disintegrating around them. Hellish winds shredded buildings as Ghidorah clashed again. Dragons and the sacred space turned to rubble. Finally, a commanding voice rang out. Everyone, evacuate with CP0 members. The owner of this voice, the goat-horned 5 Elder, took command. CP0 agents appeared, organizing a swift retreat. Chaos reigned. A young celestial dragon woman turned to her elder. Where are we going? This city, our holy land. He gave her a sorrowful look and said nothing. There would be no return to Holy Land as they knew it. For Mary Geoise had been shattered. Capitulo 49, Chapter 49, Imu, I've been wanting to rip your neck off. Staring at the colossal beast before him, the goat-bearded Gorosei felt a deep, hopeless sorrow, like being lost in a boundless sea. This monster, it destroyed Impel Down, obliterated Marineford. And now, it's wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise. What the hell does it want? To go home. If you asked Ghidorah what he wanted right now, his answer would be simple. Go home. It's like walking out one day only to find someone else has taken over your house. How would that make you feel? Even if he doesn't plan to live there anymore, he sure as hell isn't going to let others enjoy it in peace. Just like a child with a broken toy. Even if I don't want it anymore, I'd rather smash it than let you have it. And right now, Imu is like a child clinging to a broken toy. Can't play with it, can't toss it away. So she made her choice, to break it all. If no one gets to play, then let's ruin everything. In other words, kick up the sand and burn the whole sandbox down. The chaotic battle had begun, and the evacuation of Pangaea Castle was underway. However, compared to the fleeing people, the castle was simply too massive. Some didn't even make it to the gates before being crushed under falling rubble or the feet of towering giants. HMPH. How nostalgic. Fine then, if we're all still alive, it's a good chance for me to vent the grudge I've held for centuries. Facing 4 giant warriors, Ghidorah felt no fear. It was like this 800 years ago, and it's the same now. Summoning lightning into his body, he opened his mouth and blasted out a golden beam. The moment the radiant beam erupted, the 3 other giants quickly grabbed their massive shields from their backs, bracing them in front. Boom, booms, boom. The beams were blocked, but their explosive force was overwhelming. Even giants over 100 meters tall were blasted backward by the sheer impact. Ghidorah's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he stared at the colossal shields, ancient relics forged by the scientific division of the 20 Kingdoms Alliance. If not for that metal back then, he wouldn't have been sealed away in Impel Down. The bitter memories reignited his fury. He stopped using his gravitational beams and charged in with brute force. Even without those beams, his overwhelming physical power was unmatched. Boom, booms, boom. His massive wings moved with the dexterity of arms, the sharp bones at their ends tough as steel. He swept down buildings and sent a giant flying once again. Then, with a powerful flap, he soared into the air, diving after the airborne giant. Boom! With a crushing stomp, his massive talons shattered the giant's chest armor, its internal metallic skeleton giving way under Ghidorah's massive weight. Then, without hesitation, his right head lunged forward and bit down on the giant's skull. Crunch! Blood gushed upward as the enormous head and a chunk of the spine were torn clean off. Only then did the left head, as if belatedly reacting, lower itself to sniff the spraying blood from the headless corpse. Roar! The right head, clearly displeased, let out a thunderous growl. Ghichidioarh! A furious shout rang out, followed by violent tremors. Hody, the squad leader, watched as one of his men was slain in a single blow, his eyes glowing red with rage. He charged forward, shield raised. The earth trembled underfoot as the remaining 3 giants surged forward again, their massive shields slamming into Ghidorah's frame. Boom, booms, boom. The force staggered him, his massive form retreating a few steps. He opened his mouth, about to unleash another beam, but the giants quickly raised their shields once more. Ghidorah spat disdainfully and gave up on the beam attack. Instead, his massive wings flared, lightning surging across his body like a thunder god. He flapped again, stirring a hurricane. Then, with a tremendous roar, he hurtled low across the battlefield and crashed into another giant. If he couldn't win with powers, he'd win with sheer tonnage. Ghidorah landed with an earth-shaking crash, stomping down on the shoulders of 2 giants. Cracked. Their legs shattered, splintering from the knee down, bone piercing the earth. Without hesitation, the right head lunged again and bit into one of the giant's skulls, with a sudden twist, like a dragon turning in flight. Crunch! The sickening sound of bones breaking rang out. Only then did the left head again slowly lean in. Swish! Splurt! Suddenly, a crescent-shaped slash of dark blue energy flashed across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the left head was severed, soaring through the sky. The severed head's massive golden eye blinked in confusion. Damn it! Ghidorah cursed under his breath. He turned cold, focused eyes toward the source of the attack. Among everyone here, only one person could combine quantum energy and strike hard enough to slice off his head. Emo! Ghidorah's icy voice rang out as he glared at the attacker. Why must you always destroy everything? Emu shouted back, eyes brimming with rage. There's no why. You ungrateful creatures, I should have wiped you out 1,000 years ago, Ghidorah growled. Then, with a twitch of his left neck stump, the mangled flesh began to writhe. The right head tore off a patch of biomembrane, and a new head slowly began to regrow. Its fresh golden eyes blinked in a daze, before snarling at Imu, only to be headbutted into silence by the right head. If not for those damn old families on Pika, do you really think I would have spared you all back then? Pika OC, Imu froze for a moment. You invaders, you're all evil incarnate. You should have been erased from history long ago. Invaders? Feh, greedy cowards all of you, there's no point talking. As Ghidorah felt the left head fully regenerate, he roared in fury and let loose his energy beams. 3 beams fired in succession. The first 2 instantly shot forward, while the third lagged behind slightly before joining them, merging into one massive blast hurtling toward Imu. But Imu had already abandoned Pangaea Castle. She wasn't stupid enough to go head-to-head in an energy clash, especially since her quantum reserves were hard to replenish. With a flash, she dodged the beam entirely. Missing his target, enraged Ghidorah. He whirled around and redirected his next beam at Hody. Hody raised his shield to block. Boom! The violent explosion hurled the giant back, smashing him into the rubble. He struggled to rise. Boom! Seeing the opening, Ghidorah whipped his tail, smashing the skull of another half-crippled giant, then took flight and descended upon Hody like a meteor. Boom! His mountainous body crashed down, crushing Hody into the shattered earth. Splurt! A geyser of blood exploded as Hody's head was ripped off by the right head and flung aside. With everything done, Ghidorah turned, his massive golden eyes fixed on Imu, his voice cold and deadly. Now the extras are all gone. Imu, it's been centuries, and I've really been dying to rip your neck off. Capitulo 50, Chapter 50, what you owe me, I'll reclaim sooner or later. Hearing those words, Iam couldn't help but recall the last time he had his neck bitten. A chill ran down his spine. Don't say such disturbing things. Then, with a voice dripping in malice, he continued. Since you're so fond of turning Pangaea Castle into a grave, then it's yours. Once the king of the underworld awakens, the 20 Kings Alliance will come to bring you down again. You'd better enjoy what little peace you have left. We sealed you once before. We can do it again, or even kill you this time. Kill me. King Ghidorah's golden eyes narrowed. He didn't bother to argue with words. Instead, he lifted his wings and slammed them down toward the enemy. Iam had already made up his mind to retreat. Seeing those colossal wings descend like a shadow over the land, he didn't resist and instantly withdrew from the attack range. His robe flapped wildly in the wind and sand. Facing the storm, he shouted, King Ghidorah, what you owe me, I'll reclaim it sooner or later. With that, his figure flickered and vanished like a mirage from King Ghidorah's sight. The storm gradually dispersed, revealing the ruins of Mary Geoise. Most of the remaining celestial dragons had already fled. All that remained were civilians and wealthy merchants. The city resembled a place struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Wails of anguish echoed in all directions. King Ghidorah ignored the cries, crashing through buildings as he made his way to the central tower. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out. The tower collapsed. From the rubble, his massive head rose, unearthing a giant straw hat. This really is the one from back then. He turned and looked at the shattered, empty Pangaea Castle. Then, satisfied, he lay down on the rubble beside the collapsed tower to rest. Ever since breaking out of Impel Down, it had been one ordeal after another. He was tired, too. With the terrifying war finally over, Morgans, ever the dedicated journalist, immediately got to work. He captured aerial shots of the devastated Mary Geoise from every angle. He zoomed in and got exclusive close-ups of the terrifying beast resting in the ruins. He had considered whether to try and interview it, but seeing King Ghidorah's closed eyes, he wisely dismissed the idea. The first-hand material he now held was more than enough to boost his newspaper's reputation again. Once the shoot was complete, he quietly left with his crew. The survivors, those who had endured a doomsday-level catastrophe, looked upon the half-destroyed Mary Geoise with sorrow. With the world government evacuated, the people had no choice but to organize relief efforts themselves. Streets and alleys were filled with busy figures. Everyone instinctively avoided Pangaea Castle. No one dared provoke the creature that now resided there. Time passed in the flurry of recovery. According to preliminary post-disaster statistics, this catastrophe had resulted in tens of thousands of deaths in Mary Geowise, with over 50,000 injured. But more shocking still, among the celestial dragons, nearly 100 were confirmed dead. That number might not seem high. But considering there were barely 200 celestial dragons in total, this meant nearly half were wiped out. One more disaster like this, and they could face extinction. To the common people, the death of the celestial dragons brought no sorrow, only shock and a sense of grim satisfaction. Pity. Not a chance. One day later, Morgans returned to his newsroom and published a headline that shook the world. The world government's capital, the Holy Land Mary Geowise, destroyed. Not only that, the celestial dragons and the world government had been driven out of the Holy Land. Even more explosive, the so-called descendants of the gods, the celestial dragons, had suffered near extinction. Each of these revelations was enough to overturn the world. Like a hurricane, this terrifying news swept across the globe. Bang! A loud crash echoed in the temporary marine headquarters on an island in the New World. The goat-bearded elder of the 5 elders slammed the newspaper onto the table. Damn it, is Morgans trying to go against the world government now too? Our report, sir. A few member nations of the world government have submitted formal applications to withdraw. The messenger entered the office, clearly nervous under the intense atmosphere. What? The 3 elders inside exclaimed in unison. The Navy had suffered devastating losses. The world government had taken a massive blow. And now, in this critical moment, countries were choosing to withdraw. This was nothing less than a death knell. Who's leading this? Asked the black-hatted elder. Withdrawals like these wouldn't happen unless someone took the lead. It's the kingdom of Arabasta. Arabasta. Damn it. At the name, the 3 elders' expressions grew grave. If it were any other nation, they might have had room to maneuver. But the kingdom of Arabasta was not like the others. Understood, you may leave. The goat-bearded elder rubbed his temples and waved the messenger away. Our current priority is to rebuild the Navy. With Sengoku retired, we need someone to take the role of Fleet Admiral. We had originally planned to promote Akinu to the position. But now that Akinu is dead, the best candidate would be Aokiji. But that bastard disappeared without a word. We have no choice. Only one admiral remains. Kizaru will have to become Fleet Admiral. On a certain island under the sun, Kizaru, wearing his usual Hawaiian shirt, lay on a beach chair sunbathing, calling it recovering from injuries. Buru Buru. Moshi Moshi. Kizaru slowly answered the Den Den Mushi and said lazily, "How's that transfer request of mine going? If they don't process it soon, I might just become the next Fleet Admiral Tilda. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, Tilda. The situation has changed. Your request was unanimously denied. You are to remain undercover for 3 more years." Click. With that simple statement, the call was ended. Kizaru's forehead creased with deep wrinkles. After a long sigh, he muttered to himself, 3 more years, again. Do they want me to sit on the 5 elders' council before they're satisfied? A terrifying storm swept across the New World. On the Moby Dick, in an unknown sea, Whitebeard crumpled the newspaper in his grip. After a long silence, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Kurarara, what terrifying news. Looks like the world is about to plunge into chaos. On Onigashima, the island next to Wano country, inside a dark chamber, a giant man gulped down sake from an enormous gourd. Tun tun tun, he drank deeply, then smashed the gourd to the ground. With a drunken, savage grin, he growled, "A terrifying monster, I wonder if it can kill me." On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom's heavily made-up face began to smear as she read the news. "Mama mama mama, my Tato land could use a monster like that." Time passed. A few days later. Despite the destruction, the civilians had not evacuated Mary Geowise. Because they had nowhere else to go. That beast, as if making the place its new home, had remained sprawled atop Pangaea Castle without leaving. Occasionally, a few survivors would glance toward the ruined city walls, hoping for a glimpse of the monster, or tempted by treasures rumored to lie in the celestial dragon's vaults. But the terrifying creature, now resting, there was like a dragon guarding its hoard. And they were not heroes destined to slay it. Still, some were willing to take the risk. Think the monster's dead. It hasn't moved in days. A group of homeless refugees peered through the broken walls toward Pangaea Castle. No way, didn't you see its belly? It's still breathing. It's probably just sleeping, someone offered. What if we sneak in while it sleeps? I mean, that place was the celestial dragon's. Are you nuts? That thing could kill you with a sneeze. But my home, the man was interrupted. I suggest you forget about it. If you've got a death wish, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. If you're going to try it, wait until we're long gone. Faced with their warnings, the man hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly followed the group away, though not without casting one last glance toward the creature lying within Pangaea Castle. At dawn, as the first light crept over the horizon, a lone shadow slipped out of the refugee camp, sneaking toward Pangaea Castle. Unbeknownst to him, hidden in the morning fog, other shadows were also silently approaching the ruins. Capítulo 51, Chapter 51, The Ambition of the Clan of D. The morning mist had yet to lift. Moisture hung thick over Pangaea Castle. The dense, milky fog only vaguely outlined the contours of the massive city. Shadowy figures loomed, more and more of them, vague and gray in the haze. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps crunching on broken stones echoed faintly. A man sneaking about stiffened in alarm and turned around abruptly. And they claimed they weren't interested in the treasure. Seeing the gray silhouettes in the mist, a flicker of disdain flashed across his eyes. But in the next instant, that disdain was replaced by sheer horror. Black cloaks, blood-red markings. Beneath the enormous hoods were cold, stern faces, each expressionless, each oppressive. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps grew louder as the group drew nearer. Staring at the merciless faces one by one, the man collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Yet the group of cloaked figures walked past him without even sparing a glance, eyes fixed forward. If you want to see tomorrow's sunrise, get lost. One of them, tattoos marked on the left side of his face, paused at the end of the line and coldly warned. Tell everyone in Mary Geoise that from this day forward, this place is forbidden to all. Ah! The man's heart pounded wildly under the glare of those vicious eyes. Letting out a scream, he scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the refugee camp. His terrified shriek shattered the stillness of the dawn like an alarm clock tearing through dreams. Whoosh tilde. Within Pangaea Castle, King Ghidorah stirred. As if sensing something, he exhaled a blast of hot air from his nostrils and slowly opened his massive eyes. Monkey D. Musend O.C. Looking at the trembling old man leading the group, a faint smile curved Ghidorah's savage dragon mouth. Uncle Ghidorah. At his words, tears welled in Musend's eyes. His aged face lit up with the smile of a child reuniting with a long-lost parent. You're finally back. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. For centuries, we searched the world, but never imagined you were locked away in Impel Down. It wasn't until a few years ago that young dragon suggested sending people to investigate there. As the old man's tears streamed freely, Ghidorah cut him off mid-sentence. It's all in the past. Don't worry, the pain we've endured, the hatred we've buried, all of it I will repay. Musend dropped to his knees and wept like a child returning home after years of suffering. Behind him, the clan members looked on, startled, unsure how to react. Even their elder had lost all composure. No one interrupted, no one dared to. Only after a long time, after centuries of anguish had poured out, did Musend realize how disgraceful he must have looked. He quickly stood and straightened his robe, bowing apologetically. Forgive me for showing such a shameful display. No, it's good to finally release what's been buried all these years. Ghidorah curled his lips in a smile and slowly stood with a thunderous rumble. Welcome back to paradise. From this day forth, Pangaea Castle belongs once again to the clan of D. Go now, Musend, Retrieve every treasure from the vaults. This will be our starting capital for the revival of the clan of D. It won't be long before the great kingdom rises again to its former glory. At once, hearing this, Monkey D. Musen stood tall despite his frail frame, his face solemn. Then, as if recalling something, he turned and gestured toward a middle-aged man behind him, introducing him to Ghidorah. "Uncle, this is the hope of the Monkey D family. Dragon, this is the great guardian of the clan of D I've told you about." At those words, Dragon removed the hood from his head, revealing a face marked with tribal-like tattoos reminiscent of Native American designs. He bowed deeply and respectfully. "Monkey D. Dragon, greetings, ancestor." Seeing the tattoos on Dragon's face, Ghidorah's golden eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. After a moment he said, "Mythical Zoan type, that's that fruit, isn't it?" Startled, Dragon nodded, "Yes. Don't waste its power. It's not merely the wind and thunder you think it is. After all, it was created with the intention of forging a god of the skies." Ghidorah paused, realizing he might be saying too much, and rephrased. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just cultivate it well. Someday, you'll rule the skies." "My powers are nothing compared to yours," Dragon said humbly, lowering his head. "Heh, no need for that with me." Ghidorah narrowed his massive golden eyes and said with a faint grin, "Besides, I've already seen it in your eyes, the unwillingness, the longing. Since that's the case, then go ahead and raise hell according to your will. Remember, in this world, nothing can stop the ambition of the clan of D, not even the 20 kings of old." Hearing this, Dragon's pupils trembled. He looked up instinctively at the colossal beast before him. As time passed, Musen led the clan to excavate the hidden treasure vaults. Dragon, meanwhile, remained behind with Ghidorah. Although Dragon's revolutionary army had gained some strength, in the coming events they would still be far too weak. That's why Ghidorah had kept him back, to teach him the revolutionary theory stored in his memories. As their discussions deepened, Dragon's eyes widened with each passing moment. Eventually, he gazed upon Ghidorah with eyes full of awe. The beast's words had opened a brand new world to him. Especially theories on new democratic revolution, socialist revolution and construction, the building of revolutionary forces and military strategy, policy and tactics, ideological and cultural work, and party building, each one brimming with originality and vision. To Dragon, it was like a long-lost treasure of knowledge. By the end of their conversation, Dragon was practically treating Ghidorah as a divine being. Seeing the reverence in his eyes, Ghidorah couldn't help but feel a little smug. "Good thing I've got an excellent memory. I still remember everything I once studied." His throat dry from all the explaining, Ghidorah waved Dragon off to help the others dig out the treasure. Dragon, now treating him as a god, of course obeyed. But just before leaving, he stopped and turned back. "Ancestor, during my investigations, I came across a lead regarding the Sky Lord Rodden." "Rodden? What news?" Ghidorah asked. "After your disappearance, Rodden apparently attacked the early world government, wreaking havoc. He was eventually wounded by the 20 kings and fled, but he didn't die. His current whereabouts are unknown." Dragon explained. "Heh, if he's not dead, that's good news. Knowing that guy, he wouldn't stray far from volcanoes. Once I have a list of volcanic island locations, I'll search personally." Ghidorah murmured to himself. A being who thrived in fire would never wander far from volcanoes. As long as he lived, he would be found. "Understood. I'll instruct the Revolutionary Army to compile the data, if you need." "No, this isn't something your people can help with. It involves entering active volcanoes." "Oh, right. If there are any promising individuals in the Revolutionary Army, especially those without devil fruit powers, you can recommend them to me. After all, I don't use devil fruit abilities myself." Recalling the vast manpower needed in the coming days, Ghidorah decided it was time to begin nurturing powerful individuals. For others, this might be a monumental task. But for him, it was just something to do while taking a nap. Capitulo 52, Chapter 52, Whose undercover am I under anyway? In just a single day, Musen and the others unearthed all the hidden treasure troves once hoarded by the celestial dragons. The wealth they recovered could no longer be measured by mere numbers. Staring at the mountainous piles of treasure, everyone's eyes bulged as wide as buns. Especially those dozen or so devil fruits, they made everyone's gaze burn with desire. Ghidorah handed over all the treasure to Muzan to manage, and tasked him with rebuilding Pangaea Castle. In the days that followed, Pangaea Castle welcomed a new ruler, and the post-war reconstruction brought a glimmer of hope to the civilians of Mary Geoise. The rebuilding of the disaster-stricken Holy Land progressed in an orderly fashion. 3 days later, Dragon's Revolutionary Army brought over a compiled report on volcanic islands to Pangaea Castle. The one who came was none other than the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. When Sabo saw Ghidorah, his eyes were full of shock. He simply couldn't believe that this gargantuan beast lying before him was the legendary Uranus, the Heavenly King. Thinking of the task Dragon had entrusted him with, he quickly pulled a file from his person, only to immediately freeze in awkwardness. The beast before him was simply too massive. For a creature this size, a normal document probably wasn't even good enough to wipe with. You can just spread the documents out in front of you. The colossal head leaned in toward Sabo, and with its breath came a wave of bloody, fishy wind. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort, Sabo quickly laid out the files on the ground in front of him. Those massive golden eyes scanned the documents once, and instantly remembered the island names and rough geographic locations. Then, recalling a promise made to Dragon, Ghidorah's left head opened its enormous jaws and placed a devil fruit before Sabo using its tongue. Dragon should have told you already. Eat this, and you'll gain the power of the dark fruit. Eat it. Was this a joke? Sabo's face turned green in an instant. Never mind how strong the fruit's power might be. You pulled it out of your mouth. Who could bring themselves to eat that? Due to the nature of his own fruit, Ghidorah couldn't revert from his beast form. So normally, he stored important items in a special space within the left side of his neck. You don't need to eat the whole thing, just one bite is enough. Seeing the other hesitate, Ghidorah knew exactly what he was thinking. Still, he could only offer a well-meaning reminder. Sabo, who had now recovered his full memory, was indeed deeply tempted by the power of the dark fruit. But, deep inside, he still felt resistance. After a long hesitation, he finally picked up the fruit, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Blegh. A taste beyond description assaulted his tongue, violently overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, only one bite was required. Any more, and he might have died from sheer nausea before even gaining the power. Upon eating a devil fruit, the user instantly acquires its ability. Looking at the faint black smoke rising from his hand, all of Sabo's prior discomfort vanished in an instant. Like a child with a new toy, he excitedly experimented with his newly acquired darkness ability, absorbing nearby stones into the shadows and then releasing them again. But as he continued testing, he realized something was off. Despite being a Logia type, the dark fruit didn't allow him to become intangible, and he felt a strange sensation growing in his heart that made him frown. You felt it, didn't you? Ghidorah spoke slowly as he watched Sabo's expression. The dark fruit may be classified as Logia, but it doesn't allow for element-based intangibility. Still, it possesses a unique trait no other devil fruit can match. It allows the user to acquire a second devil fruit. I've got quite a few devil fruits stored here, but unfortunately, none are suitable for you. And one more thing, don't be like that fool Blackbeard and try to forcibly take powerful abilities. That path is not for you. The only one that truly complements the dark fruit is the swallow fruit. From here on, keep an eye out for that one. Just thinking about the fusion of the dark and swallow fruits, a product he himself once created, made Ghidorah visibly excited. The Revolutionary Army didn't lack strong fighters. What they lacked was logistical support, someone who could create anything. As for what powers might be born from combining those two fruits, no one could say for sure. After all, the same devil fruit could yield very different results depending on its user. There was no doubt about that. Luffy and Joy Boy had already proven it. Time passed. Sabo spent 2 days in Mary Geoi's mastering his new devil fruit powers, and then, upon hearing news about the Swallow Fruit's current wielder, left in haste. Meanwhile, the reconstruction of Pangaea Castle continued. Ghidorah claimed the entire plaza area for himself and turned it into his own lair. And far across the seas, in the New World, the G1 naval fortress was also undergoing expansion. With the previous fleet admiral stepping down abruptly, Vice Admiral Garp had retired to Windmill Village, and Vice Admiral Tsuru had fallen ill from worry after the Navy's losses. Among the new generation of admirals, some had died, others had left. Only Kizaru was left to hold up the entire force. The last man standing becomes the boss. Forced onto the stage, half pushed, half resigned, Kizaru was made the new fleet admiral. Now sitting in his broad and modest office, head buried in endless paperwork, he looked utterly exhausted. With Marineford having sunk, the Navy had to establish a new headquarters. The G1 fortress in the New World had become the top choice. Listening to the clanging of hammers and drills outside, Kizaru didn't feel any joy, only fatigue and gloom. This man, who once swore by the motto, "Pay me enough and I'll take down a Yonko," now found that a higher salary didn't necessarily mean a better deal. He used to think drawing a salary, while doing the bare minimum, was the perfect life. But now, not only had the paycheck grown, so had the workload. And that wasn't even the worst of it. The worst part was, whose side am I even on anymore? Another step up, and he'd be among the 5 elders. Wouldn't that mean going undercover on myself? Holding the documents in his hand, his mind wandered off into bizarre thoughts. Fleet Admiral, we've received word from Mary Geoi's. A few days ago, Pangaea Castle began reconstruction. Surveillance units reported sightings of Revolutionary Army members in the area. At the mention of the Revolutionary Army, Kizaru involuntarily shuddered. Revolutionary Army, huh? Kawani. Forget it, pull the surveillance team out, that place is far too dangerous. When compared to that terrifying monster, the Revolutionary Army isn't even worth mentioning. The more he thought about that beast and the man who had contact with it, the more exasperated he felt. Back when he was just an admiral, none of this really weighed on him. But now, as Fleet Admiral, with access to secrets he never knew before, his brain felt like it was constantly exploding. One more thing, sir. Recently, a few groups of mysterious individuals have appeared at the Grand Line's entry point. Some are even attempting to cross the comm belt directly into the New World. What kind of people? Kizaru asked, eyes narrowing. We're not sure yet. They're unfamiliar faces. Their identities are currently unknown, the messenger replied. All right, I get it. What a chaotic time we live in. Kizaru slumped deep into his chair, lifting his head as his dull eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't help but feel that he had stepped onto a path of no return. Capítulo 53, Chapter 53, Journey to Wano. Time passed quickly, yet something strange was happening. Despite the chaos Ghidorah had stirred up and the massive loss the world government had suffered, not only did they not issue a bounty for him, they hadn't made any public move whatsoever. That kind of silence was all the more thought-provoking. Then again, even if the world government had reacted, it was unlikely Ghidorah would have cared. Bounties, things like that meant nothing to him. After a few days of rest, Ghidorah set out to search for the volcanic island Sabo had pointed out. But despite visiting several volcanic islands near the Red Line in the New World, he sensed nothing unusual. Instead, his massive form soared through the skies, sometimes passing above pirate ships, which would descend into panic at the mere sight of him. As he flew through the clouds, a particular island surrounded on all sides by mountains caught his attention. After a moment of thought, as if searching through his memory, he recalled its name, Dressrosa. Once under the rule of the Don Quixote family 800 years ago, the island had now seemingly returned to its former hands, currently ruled by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Round and round it goes, only to end up back in his hands. Ghidorah murmured, recalling Doflamingo's actions during the Marineford War. With a flick of thought, he changed direction and flew toward the island. Dressrosa Royal Plateau, King's Palace. All the members of the Don Quixote family had gathered. Since the end of the Paramount War, Doflamingo had been in a perpetual state of shock after receiving word of Ghidorah's destruction of Mary Geoise. He had never expected that creature to do something so earth-shattering. Even more unbelievable was the fact that the supreme figure among the celestial dragons, Emu, had fled in fear and vanished into the New World along with the remaining celestial dragons. Doflamingo knew this wasn't the end. He had been seeking a chance to approach that creature ever since. Be bad news, young master. A gigantic beast is descending from the sky. It looks like Ghidorah. At that moment, a member of the Don Quixote family burst through the door without knocking, tripping, and stumbling, his face pale with terror. Nice. The rest of the Don Quixote officers inside the room were stunned. That monstrous creature, the one that had become infamous across the world in less than half a month, had actually come to Dressrosa. This news was explosive enough to shake them to their core. Compared to the world government, their little Don Quixote family was hardly enough to satisfy a beast like that. Just as everyone was frozen with worry, Doflamingo, seated at the head of the room, suddenly burst into laughter. Phew 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 phew. Family, our Don Quixote family's Don has arrived. He stood up, arms outstretched, an excited grin spreading across his face. Come, let us go greet the heavenly king of this world. The officers widened their eyes in realization. The young master had once mentioned that he'd reached some sort of agreement with the creature during the Paramount War. And now, the chance to partner with such a terrifying entity filled everyone with thrilled anticipation. As they left the palace, laughter echoing wildly, a massive golden three-headed beast flew toward them from the sky. A furious windstorm blasted against their faces, sharp as blades. Yet none of them flinched. Instead, their eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Though the Don Quixote family appeared powerful on the surface, in the grand scheme of things, they were still fragile. Take Kaido, for example. Though Doflamingo and he had a business partnership, even Doflamingo himself had always feared him. But Ghidorah. Doflamingo believed this creature would be the ideal partner, no, his greatest backing. Boom. A thunderous crash shook the ground as Ghidorah landed before the palace, unleashing a massive shockwave. As the dust settled, Doflamingo and his followers stepped forward until they were about 20 meters from the beast. Esteemed Lord Ghidorah, welcome to Dressrosa. After speaking, he led his people in a deep, respectful bow, his posture completely deferential. Hey, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Should I call you a celestial dragon, or something else? Ghidorah leaned his monstrous heads close, golden eyes gleaming with amusement and menace. Hey. A fetid wind laced with blood and rot rushed over them. Everyone froze in place, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Doflamingo's celestial dragon lineage wasn't exactly a secret, but only a few knew the truth. Yet the fact that this beast knew, and even disdained the celestial dragons, was deeply unsettling. After a long, frozen silence, Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter again. Phew 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 phew. He then declared loudly, with a wide, almost deranged grin. Yes, I am a descendant of the celestial dragons. The bloodline runs deep, it can never be erased. But his face turned dark and vicious. If I could, I would personally wipe that wretched race from existence. Ghidorah chuckled coldly, before muttering. I'll take your word for now. I'd love to see the clash between two generations of Don Quixote tyrants. Then his golden eyes narrowed slightly. But if you think a fruit awakening alone will make that happen, you may never get the chance. Doflamingo, who possessed many celestial dragon secrets, had received relatively kind treatment in Impel Down even after his defeat in the original timeline. But now, hearing Ghidorah mention the Don Quixote lineage made him recall strange things he'd seen in his youth. My ancestor. So that rumor was true. True or not, we'll know soon enough. They're just a bunch of cowards hiding in the shadows, Ghidorah sneered. He slowly pulled his head back and looked down at Doflamingo from above. Don Quixote Doflamingo, this is the last time I'll ask you. Will you join the Great Kingdom plan? Great Kingdom Plan. What happens if I say no? Doflamingo asked. You die. Ghidorah didn't hide his intent. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Everyone trembled. The air around them turned heavy. Phew 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 phew. Then, on behalf of the Donquixote family, I accept. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, showing not a trace of resistance. His mind had quickly pieced everything together. Joining the so-called Great Kingdom plan, no matter the cost, would bring massive returns. Even setting everything else aside, the sheer overwhelming power of Ghidorah was enough to make the alliance worth it. Good, in that case, cease all Donquixote family operations. I know you control many industries in the underworld. Your new mission is to mass-produce weapons and recruit personnel. Our enemies are the 20 kings and their 100 allied nations. Ghidorah wasted no time giving his first order. But what about Kaido? Doflamingo asked with a troubled expression. HMPH, don't try to play tricks. You're in the new world now. Go to Wano country and see for yourself. You don't need to worry about Kaido. Just carry out the mission I gave you. When the time comes, I'll send someone to negotiate with you. With that, Ghidorah unfurled his wings in a mighty gust, soared into the sky with a burst of wind, and flew toward the land of Wano, guided by memory. Capítulo 54, Chapter 54, Arrival at Onigashima, Kaido's not home. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, lay the closed-off country of Wano. It was a land with a long, storied history, once sharing close ties with the ancient kingdom ruled by Ghidorah. That kingdom had long since withered and faded into obscurity. And as for the current state of Wano and Momonasuke's role in the original timeline, Ghidorah found it not only disappointing, but outright revolting. From high above in the clouds, the island below resembled cascading cliffs and waterfalls, majestic and grand. There was the picturesque flower capital, the desolate wastelands of Kuri, the corrupted prison mines of Udon, and the ominous skull-shaped island known as Onigashima. Even without the detour through Doflamingo, Ghidorah had always intended to come to Wano eventually. Onigashima, base of operations for the Beast's pirates, where the one known as the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, typically resided. Kaido, infamous for his strength, spent his days not only brooding on the island, but also indulging in his favorite pastime, attempting suicide. If not ending his life, he was often on his way to try again. Ghidorah scoffed at such behavior with absolute contempt. As the sun set and dinner time arrived, Onigashima was buzzing with activity. Wild laughter, joyous music, and the stench of liquor filled the air, the typical life of a pirate. But beneath that rowdy cheer was a hidden darkness, one both vile and grotesque. The Beast's pirates were not mere brigands. They were a crew of bloodthirsty monsters, steeped in every imaginable evil. Be bad news. A panicked, high-pitched scream suddenly tore through the festive banquet on the first floor of Onigashima, instantly shattering the atmosphere. The entire hall fell silent as hundreds of Zoan-type devil fruit users turned their heads toward the trembling underling who had just run in. Under all those eyes, the pirate was visibly more anxious, his legs shaking like waves. What's the matter? A large, bald, rotund man with sunglasses and black and white striped overalls stepped forward. It was Queen the Plague, one of the all-stars of the Beast's pirates. Lord Queen, it's bad. There's something falling from the sky. Something from the sky. What the hell are you talking about? Queen frowned in confusion. Another lackey burst in behind him, tripping on his feet and literally rolling into the hall. What now? Queen's expression darkened as he saw the terrified look in the man's eyes. Ghidorah has landed on Onigashima. ASHH. Sigma, A. Everyone in the hall stared in horror, eyes bulging out of their sockets. All of you with me. Queen shouted, spinning around to lead his men outside. Boom! A deafening explosion interrupted them as a reinforced wall exploded inward, chunks of stone raining down. Through the dust and rubble, a monstrous dragon head, different from Kaido's azure dragon form, forced its way into the first floor of the hall. ASHH. Sigma, A. The pirates, barely able to collect themselves from the first shock, were now frozen in sheer terror, their eyes locked on the grotesque dragon's head. Cracked. We're doomed. I can't do this. I can't. As the sound of glasses shattering rang out, Queen's eyes bulged, his tongue rippling like waves, stammering in terror. Why you're Ghidorah, aren't you? The massive dragon's mouth opened, unleashing a wave of blood-soaked breath. La, what exactly is going on here? Why the hell is this monster on Onigashima? Queen's jaw couldn't even close, his tongue still wobbling, his voice quivering like crashing waves. Seriously? This is what one of the all-stars of the Beast's pirates looks like. Ghidorah stared down at the panicked Queen and mocked him with icy contempt. You're mocking me, ARGH. Queen, enraged, suddenly began to transform, his body inflating and twisting until he morphed into a giant yellow brachiosaurus. You're not allowed to mock Emmy. Disappear, monster. With a roar, the floor beneath him cracked. The massive dinosaur leapt skyward, nearly crashing into the ceiling of Onigashima, and then slammed down, aiming a crushing blow at Ghidorah's head. What the hell kinda move is that? A brachiosaurus can jump that high. Ghidorah was genuinely surprised. Boom! The colossal impact rocked the entire first floor. A cloud of blood mist burst from Ghidorah's head. Gah! In his brachiosaurus form, Queen shuddered violently, blood spraying from his mouth. His skull felt like it had shattered. Ghidorah, by contrast, looked completely unfazed, not even remotely hurt. With a deafening swing, his hideous dragon head whipped to the side, smashing Queen across the hall. Boom! Gah! Queen crashed into a stone wall, rebounded, and collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Another mouthful of blood gushed from his jaws as his eyes rolled back, and he slid lifelessly to the floor. QQ Queen SAMA. That's terrifying. He took down an all-star in one hit. RUUND. The entire first floor of Onigashima erupted into chaos. Panicked pirates fled in all directions, running for their lives. What the hell's? Amid the confusion, a cold, vicious voice rang out. Its owner entered the hall, eyes locked on the monstrous head poking through the wall. Ghidorah. This is the Beast's pirates' base. Are you trying to start a war? The returning Jack the Drought had instantly recognized the terrifying dragon head. His face was dark with tension. Start a war? The Beast's pirates, Ghidorah snorted. You think you lot are even worth that? The contempt in Ghidorah's eyes made Jack involuntarily tremble. He realized that with Kaido absent, if this beast truly unleashed its full wrath, Onigashima would fall, just like Marineford. Forcing down his fear, Jack activated his Zoan fruit and transformed into an ancient mammoth. You're not allowed to rampage here. Just you wait. The disdain in Ghidorah's gaze made Jack furious. You know who I am. I'm Jack the... Boom. Splurt. Before Jack could even finish, Ghidorah spun around and lashed out with his colossal tail, shattering the wall and flinging Jack across the room. The mammoth's body barreled through several buildings, before exploding out of the main hall in a massive crash. Your strength sucks, and your trash talks worse. With Jack down, Ghidorah raised one of his enormous tails again. With another crashing blow, he smashed through the left half of the skull-shaped mountain, the very structure of Onigashima trembling under the impact. He roared, King, you little brat, get out here. Capitulo 55, Chapter 55, If you want to die, why run around? Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a flaming pteranodon dove from the sky, its sharp beak slamming into King Ghidorah's head, erupting into a burst of flames. Blazing fire instantly engulfed Ghidorah's entire head, but extinguished just as quickly, leaving behind wisps of black smoke curling into the air. Ghidorah shook his head slightly, the smoke dispersing as his beastly pupils shifted to lock onto the figure hovering in midair, King. Brat. The voice was flat and emotionless. No one could tell what it meant. The members of the Beast's pirates, seeing the lead all-star appear, immediately acted like they had found their pillar of strength. One by one, they shrank behind King, who was completely clad in black and wore a mask. Boss King, that guy is attacking Onigashima. He knocked out Lord Queen and Lord Jack too. Although calm and composed, King knew full well he wasn't a match for this being. But with Kaido still out seeking death and nowhere to be found, he was now the strongest left on Onigashima. Hearing the barrage of complaints, King narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low, serious voice. "You've come to Onigashima, what's your purpose?" "I was originally here to find Kaido, but it seems I'm a little unlucky. My boss will return soon. If you don't mind waiting, please refrain from causing any more destruction to Onigashima." Faced with the terrifying creature, King had no choice but to lower his stance. That earlier strike hadn't injured the opponent at all, and instead had left King's own blood and energy surging from the shock. Right now, the best option was to try and appease the creature until Kaido returned. "Rumble." Hearing King's words, Ghidorah pulled his tail free from Onigashima's giant skull and glanced at him. "I can wait, but you'll have to chat with me." King frowned at that, glancing around at the damage before nodding. "Fine." With that, he flew past Ghidorah toward the edge of the island. Ghidorah flapped his wings and followed, his beastly golden eyes filled with reminiscence as he watched the flames flickering from King's back. At the edge of Onigashima, the massive golden three-headed beast lay resting, seemingly lost in thought. Dressed all in black and masked, King stood silently nearby like a bodyguard. His gaze frequently flicked to the side, stealing glances at the colossal creature. Though his expression was hidden, the rapid beating of his heart betrayed his shock. Nothing escaped Ghidorah's perception. Slowly, he opened his golden eyes and looked at the winged figure. "You're the last surviving Lunarian, aren't you?" Though he already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. The moment the word Lunarian came out, King's body trembled violently. He turned sharply to the massive beast beside him, eyes wide with disbelief. How do you know that?" "There's nothing in this world I don't know." The Lunarians possess incredible adaptability. They can survive in any environment, and more importantly... Ghidorah paused. King frowned, noticing the silence, and asked, "More importantly, what?" After a moment, Ghidorah spoke again, his voice calm. "More importantly, they were once known as a divine race since ancient times. I imagine your current plight must be due to those old bastards from Bika, OC. Bika." At the mention of that name, King involuntarily shuddered again. At the same time, a far deeper question emerged in his mind. How does he know about Bika, that obscure little island? As if reading his mind, Ghidorah added softly, "Bika was once my home as well. If you really are a Lunarian, then you must have heard the name Lunaria class." "What?" The moment he heard the name Lunaria class, King could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened as he stared at the giant beast beside him. When he was a child, back when his family was still alive, his mother had often mentioned that name. To the Lunarians, class was not just a name. It was legend, ancestor, and hero all in one. It was said that the very reason their people had managed to live on the surface of the world was thanks to class. The exact details, no one knew. But to every Lunarian, class was a sacred name, untouchable, unchallengeable. Even now, with King the only one left, he still clung to what his mother had told him. One day, their hero would return to the world. But this can't be right. There's no way. I don't know where you heard the name Lunaria class, but please don't joke about someone else's faith. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life." As he spoke, King slowly placed his hand on his sword hilt, flames blazing from his back. "I'll give everything I have to make you pay for your insult." "HMPH." Ghidorah snorted coldly. "Brat, put away that pitiful flame of yours. Ghidorah is just the name of my devil fruit." "Then, Uranos," King asked, confused. Uranos was just a title Sky King. Some arrogant fools added it later, Ghidorah replied dismissively. "Then what about the D?" King pressed, even more puzzled. "D-huh. They're just a bunch of GHIDORAH." Just as he began to explain, a deafening roar shook the skies. Thunder and lightning erupted as a blue dragon dove from above. "A nuisance has arrived," Ghidorah muttered. "King, you should leave Onigashima. This place no longer has any meaning. With a loud boom, Ghidorah soared upward, his cold words echoing in King's ears. King stared silently at the massive form rising into the sky, unable to draw his sword. Ghidorah's words left him conflicted. After all, he was now the only Lunarian left. No one should know the truth of their ancient past. Especially not the name class. No outsider could possibly know that. Right now, more than anything, he wanted to know. What really happened to the Lunarians back then? Boom! The two colossal beings collided high above Onigashima, producing a massive shockwave. The air exploded outward like radiation, buffeting the entire island. Onigashima quaked violently under the pressure of their clash. Down below, King stared in disbelief at the titanic collision above. Realizing the danger, he bolted into the island's main hall and found the unconscious Queen and Jack. He quickly evacuated them from the skull-shaped structure. Flames and lightning streaked across the sky as violent winds swept over the island. With another earth-shattering explosion, the skull's roof cracked open from the impact. This was just their first exchange, and it was already this destructive. There was no need to imagine what would come next. Onigashima might truly cease to exist. Gyurururu, such tough scales, you've actually managed to make me feel pain. Let's see if you can really kill me. High above, standing atop clouds in his dragon form, Kaido narrowed his eyes at the golden, three-headed beast before him. You want to die? I can grant that wish. No need to run around for it. Capítulo 56, Chapter 56, Twin Dragons. Kaido's furious gaze turned sharp and savage, his bared fangs and crazed expression etched deeply onto his face. What does a truly enraged beast look like? Just look at Kaido. Hearing Ghidorah's words, Kaido, in his azure dragon form, exhaled scalding white steam like a furnace. Good, you've officially pissed me off. The sheer disdain and mockery in Ghidorah's tone had crossed the line. Kaido could no longer endure it. His eyes gleamed crimson as he twisted his massive form and lunged straight at Ghidorah. A melee charge. Ghidorah's expression remained unchanged, his gaze filled with nothing but contempt as he watched Kaido barrel toward him. He didn't know who exactly had created the azure dragon devil fruit, but he was certain its origin must have come from him. After all, only he had ever spoken of the legend. A carp leaping over the dragon gate. The mighty, 100-meter-long azure dragon twisted with rage. Beneath that fearsome grin was a torrent of wrath, and with it came an overwhelming pressure that bore down on the island below. At the same time, Kaido's massive dragon head smashed directly into Ghidorah's chest. Boom! Hard, no-flesh cushion, as unyielding as steel. That was Kaido's first impression, followed immediately by searing pain shooting from his skull down to every nerve in his body. Kaido! Struck in the chest, Ghidorah roared in fury. His enormous wings, sharp and vast like giant blades, swept out in a storming arc toward Kaido. Seeing those wings, even Kaido, who claimed to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, felt a chill in his soul. His thoughts raced. That thing might actually swat me to death. Sure, Kaido was always acting suicidal, but that was only because he knew he couldn't die. He was flexing from a place of invincibility. But now, faced with this monstrous set of wings blotting out the sky, he didn't dare hesitate. Twisting his serpentine body like a writhing flood dragon, he narrowly evaded the strike. Boom! Kaido dodged the blow, but the gale stirred by those mighty wings swept directly toward Onigashima. The beast's pirates below weren't so lucky. A massive storm engulfed the island. Buildings crumbled. Grunts were sent flying like leaves in a hurricane, screaming in chaos as they whirled through the air. Ayochech. Help us, Lord Kaido. Ga-ak blarg. Amid the cacophony of shrieks, Onigashima looked like the end of the world had arrived. The pirates who hadn't been blown away clung desperately to whatever they could grab. Despair and terror filled their eyes as they looked up at the two monstrous titans above, wishing they could just dig a hole and hide underground. Kaido stared at the island ravaged by the storm. Years of planning and preparation, about to be destroyed in an instant. His fury boiled over. Mouth open, Kaido let out a low, guttural growl. Hiraruru. You've completely enraged me now. I'll show you what it means to anger an emperor of the sea. Zzzzt. As his energy built, a searing red sphere began to form in Kaido's mouth. Whh. Noo, Lord Kaido, we're still down here. Run, he's losing it again. The pirates below, who hadn't been blown away, screamed in horror at the forming red energy above. That earlier gust had nearly killed them already. If Kaido unleashed his heat breath again, there might not even be dust left of Onigashima. As cries of despair rose from the ground, the sky responded. Boom. The already dark sky began to churn with thunderclouds, rolling violently. Golden lightning crisscrossed the heavens, and wild winds tore across the island. Above Onigashima, light and shadow danced in chaotic contrast. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire island as it struck down onto Ghidorah. With that single strike, a downpour of blinding, golden bolts followed, like a rain of divine punishment, connecting the three-headed golden beast with the storm above. The sight left the pirates below utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Ghidorah's scales pulsed with red light from within, his body glowing like a paper lantern set ablaze from the inside. Under the deafening roar of thunder, voices filled with awe and dread rang out. This is the move, the one that destroyed the Holy Land. We're doomed, Onigashima is finished. Far away, having already escaped, King looked back at the beast, Ghidorah, now glowing like a god of storms, and then to Kaido gathering energy. His heart was flooded with mixed emotions. He knew he was powerless to intervene in a clash like this. But Kaido had once saved his life. Just standing by and watching felt unbearable. Ahhh. Just then, Queen woke up on the ground beside him. The sight of the sky made his eyes bulge and tongue flail in panic. Golden lightning rained down, illuminating the entire island. Amid the thunder's roar, Kaido's cold and furious voice thundered across the heavens. Bolo breath. A column of scorching red flame erupted from his mouth. The blazing heat warped the very air around it. Like a crashing tidal wave of fire, it surged toward Ghidorah with unstoppable force, ready to incinerate everything in its path. VMMM. Faced with the raging inferno, Ghidorah's center and right heads opened their jaws, emitting a golden beam of energy. The left head, just a moment behind, followed. The three beams merged into one, screaming through the sky with a deafening roar to meet Kaido's fire. Boom. Lightning and flame collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. The two opposing forces clashed violently, their raw energy causing shockwaves and thunderous impact. Before the onlookers could even react, a crushing, unstoppable pressure descended from above. The pirates were slammed flat to the ground, gritting their teeth in pain. Crack and crack. The skeletal skull structure of Onigashima groaned under the immense strain, echoing with hair-raising creaks. How can this be? Suddenly, someone noticed a terrifying change in the sky and screamed. Kaido, Lord Kaido's bolo breath, it's being pushed back. In the eyes of all those watching, Kaido's bolo breath lasted not even half a second before being overwhelmed. It wasn't just pushed back, it was obliterated. Ghidorah's gravitational energy beam surged forward with annihilating force, rushing straight toward Kaido. Seeing his bolo breath crushed, Kaido's eyes widened. His colossal body twisted to evade the golden beam. But just as his attack ended, the golden ray surged forward like a wild beast, let off its leash. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, blood burst from Kaido's tail like mist. Splash! Bright red dragon blood spilled from the sky, falling like rain upon the land of Onigashima. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon cry echoed across the island. Kaido's massive dragon form twisted wildly above, roaring in rage. Unforgivable. You actually made me feel fear. I'll kill you. Capítulo 57, Chapter 57, Battle of the Azure Dragon. Fierce, brutal, overflowing with killing intent. The Beast King, Kaido was enraged, truly enraged. You angry now? Faced with Kaido's blazing fury, Ghidorah remained completely unfazed, even mocking him with a smirk. His dismissive tone, utterly indifferent, as if Kaido weren't worth his attention, sent the Emperor's dragon pupils burning red, like they were soaked in blood. A beast that loses its reason is terrifying. But a beast that retains its reason while fighting, that's even more terrifying. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, lightning tore the sky apart. It was as if the end of the world had descended, engulfing all of Onigashima. Kaido, massive and serpent-like in his full dragon form, began to spiral around Onigashima like a colossal gyroscope. Dragon Twister. In an instant, blinding lightning, deafening thunder, and violent winds surged forth. Rocks, dirt, and unlucky pirates were hurled into the sky. The howls of wind, mixed with lightning strikes and the screams of those caught in the storm, created a scene of utter terror. Suddenly, countless distorted wind serpents writhed across the heavens and earth. You wanna play with wind? Feeling the immense gales around him, Ghidorah's eyes flashed with disdain. When it came to controlling the wind, aside from the yet unseen wind fruit, there was no one who could rival him. He glanced at Kaido with contempt. With a sudden boom, Ghidorah unfurled his colossal wings and flapped them mightily, generating a hurricane even more terrifying than Kaido's. The two storms clashed midair, their turbulent winds colliding with the force of a Category 18 typhoon, engulfing the entire sea. Winds howled, darkness covered the sky, lightning surged, the world lost all color. Tatsumaki Kaifu, Dragon Twister Demolition Breath. Within the dark and chaotic maelstrom, Kaido opened his massive jaws and released countless wind blades. The slicing gales, sharp like kametachi, tore through the sky, racing toward Ghidorah. What a slow learner. Seeing the attack, Ghidorah's lips curled into a cruel smile. His massive wings flapped again. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish. A ferocious cyclone exploded forth, dispersing everything in its path, accompanied by visible, blue-tinged wind blades. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. The sounds of blades slicing through hide echoed as the azure wind blades shredded through the massive dragon's body. Blood splattered from the air, a crimson rain falling to the island below. The island was devastated. Craters pitted the ground, fissures split the earth, and the once mighty skull structure of Onigashima lay in ruins. Aroarar. Kaido, torn open by the blades, roared in pain. A dragon's howl filled with agony, as if his body were being ripped apart. The world blurred around him, his massive form wavered. If this keeps up, I really might die. In that moment, the so-called strongest creature on land, sea, and air realized just how close death truly was. Close enough to chill his soul. His will flickered, and in that instant of lost focus, Kaido could no longer hold his form. Boom! The strongest creature on the seas plummeted from the sky, crashing into the shattered remains of Onigashima's skull. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust that blanketed half the island. Hirararu. So this is what death feels like. His devil fruit's form faded automatically. Lying amidst the rubble, Kaido stared blankly toward the heavens. He had survived countless battles in his life. His body, tough beyond belief, had grown numb to pain. Strongest creature, huh? What a joke. The cold, mocking voice pierced Kaido's heart like a dagger. His massive body, covered in deep cuts and cracks, shuddered involuntarily. His will faltered. But only for a moment. I'm Kaido, how could I just give up? His unfocused eyes suddenly snapped open. A terrifying force of will surged from within. Kaido, still lying on the ground, forced himself upright in a single, explosive motion. Ghidorah, don't even think about beating me that easily. He raised his kanabo high above his head. With a sneer, he let out a chilling laugh, and with it, a surge of overwhelming aura exploded from his body. Conqueror's Haki infused. As violet-black lightning crackled and swirled around him, Kaido's form swelled and shifted, transforming into a hybrid dragon man, enveloped in the aura of a true tyrant. Oh, so you're the cockroach that just won't die. I was planning to grant your death wish, you know. Ghidorah narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised by the rapid regeneration closing Kaido's wounds. His grin grew ever more ferocious. HMPH. Kaido snorted, then launched himself into the air with a boom. His thick, muscular arms bulged, veins pulsing, as black lightning crawled along the length of his kanabo. The dark club spun with a howling wind, crackling violently. With a thunderous roar, Kaido bellowed. Descending 3 realms, Hell's Dragdown. Black lightning burst from the weapon, and as it slammed downward, a monstrous shockwave erupted from its tip like a raging flood. Cracked! The sound of the air itself shattering rang out. With blood-red eyes filled with cruelty, Kaido watched the wave of destruction he'd unleashed. A savage grin spread across his face, as if he could already see the end of the battle. But then, his smile froze. His bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The devastating strike, shrouded in Conqueror's Haki and cloaked in black lightning, slammed directly into the golden behemoth ahead. A massive explosion erupted. But before Kaido could even feel triumph, a single gust of wind blew the smoke and debris away. And there, standing exactly as before, untouched, unmoved, unscathed, was Ghidorah. Kaido, if this is all you've got, then you can die now. With a furious roar, Ghidorah's wings pulsed. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from view, reappearing with a boom at point-blank range. His enormous eyes were cold, emotionless. One of his massive legs shot out, slamming toward Kaido. Boom! A rippling shockwave exploded outward as Kaido's body was kicked like a cannonball, smashing into Onegashima's surface. He crashed into the ground with such force that he left a human-shaped crater, dozens of meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, Kaido's body spasmed with pain. Blood bubbled from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, all 7 orifices weeping red. The blood streamed down his neck like a river. His appearance was terrifying. In all his years, this was probably the first time he had been beaten this brutally. And yet, his fish fruit, azure dragon form, granted him monstrous regeneration. As long as he had a single breath left, he could not die. Damn it! How could I possibly lose? I'm Kaido. Fueled by monstrous vitality and near-inhuman pain tolerance, Kaido rose again, slowly but surely. It was this unrelenting endurance, this madness, that earned him the title strongest creature alive. His sheer ability to endure suffering exceeded that of anyone else. Looking at the world of golden light outside the crater, he climbed out like a demon from hell itself. Ghidorah! Seeing the blood-soaked Kaido rise again, Ghidorah was genuinely stunned. This guy's fruit powers and sheer durability had far surpassed his expectations. As Kaido emerged like a blood-drenched war god, like a demon who'd clawed his way out of hell, Ghidorah's eyes narrowed. With a deafening boom, he dove from the sky like a meteor, his massive body breaking the sound barrier as it shrieked downward. Kaido, already prepared, didn't hesitate for a second. Black lightning raged across his arms. Muscles bulging, he gripped his weapon tight. His eyes blazed with fury. Usura Dragon Army. Capítulo 58, Chapter 58, Slaying the True Dragon, Seeking the False One. Booms, boom, boom. Kaido's weapon, wrapped in black lightning, suddenly expanded in size, its swings forming countless afterimages as he lashed out with everything he had. Now completely consumed by rage and stripped of all reason, Kaido struck wildly at the golden beast before him, throwing caution to the wind. His terrifying aura uprooted everything in its path. A violent storm erupted without warning. The sky changed color. Dark, oppressive storm clouds were suddenly split in half by the violent updraft. The ocean roared, towering waves rising like mountains. VMMM. Ghidorah, who hadn't stopped unleashing his beam, simply shifted his head slightly, his golden energy sweeping downward like a torrent of lightning, crashing into the earth and then into Kaido's path. The destructive ray shattered the massive illusionary weapons in an instant, and without slowing, surged toward Kaido. Seeing the incoming energy, Kaido prepared to use Conqueror's Haki to meet it head-on. But in the next second, he regretted it. The moment his Haki-lace strike made contact with that golden beam, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. VMMM. Splat. Light faster than thought. In that fleeting instant, Kaido felt something slice through him. Heat, a searing pain, and the acrid smell of burning flesh. In his blurring vision, he saw a severed arm, massive, scaled, and covered in dragon tattoos, spinning through the air in front of him. He couldn't believe it. Not until the searing pain of torn flesh and bone reached his mind did he realize the truth. He had been severed. So easily, defeated. Only now did Kaido truly understand. The gap between him and that monster wasn't just wide, it was unfathomable. Kaido, Ghidorah's voice rang out from the skies, calm and unmocking. I'll acknowledge you as the strongest creature of land, sea, and air. In the past 800 years, you're the only one who has survived a direct hit from my beam. You should be proud. It was a sincere compliment, no sarcasm. But to Kaido, it sounded like mockery. His expression twitched, his jaw clenched, the words stabbed into his soul like poisoned daggers. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. And yet he knew, if this continued, he would die. But still, to be mocked like this, to just let it go. Unthinkable. Who was he? Kaido, the supreme commander of the Beast's pirates. The strongest creature alive. A man with dreams of dominating the seas. How could he swallow such humiliation? Bastard! Suddenly, Kaido roared in fury, grabbing his weapon single-handedly and screaming to the heavens. Aargh. Strongest creature, you dare throw that title in my face like it's an insult. Even if it kills me, I don't want your damn title. With his roar, Kaido unleashed every last ounce of his power, burning through everything he had left. In his one-armed Dragon Man hybrid form, black lightning surged wildly over his body. The ground beneath his feet collapsed and cracked from the sheer force. His Conqueror's Haki rampaged outward, consuming everything in its wake. Aohh. He had gone beyond his limits, now burning his very lifespan as fuel. His face twisted in pain and fury. SSSSHT. Suddenly the raging storm stilled. The clouds parted, the wind died, and moonlight spilled gently over the shattered remains of Onigashima. For a moment, the world held its breath. Kaido, wreathed in flickering crimson and black lightning, stood unmoving, silent. Even the lightning wrapping around him seemed to roar in silence. Seeing Kaido's state, Ghidorah's eyes glimmered faintly. So he's touched that state, he thought to himself. In this eerie silence, Kaido's eyes snapped open, lightning flickering in his pupils. He bellowed. Supreme King Haki, Hakai no Kuni, land of destruction. VMMM. A shockwave of black energy, streaked with crimson lightning, burst from him, breaking the sound barrier as it tore toward the heavens. In that moment, the world lost all color. Good. Ghidorah didn't hesitate. He called forth his inner reserves of thunderous energy. 3 golden beams surged from his mouths, merging into one overwhelming blast, rushing to meet Kaido's attack head-on. Crackle ZZZT. The collision was deafening, 2 forces clashing with cataclysmic power. Where they met, a massive spherical energy field formed, half golden, half black, glowing with streaks of red lightning. They battled for a single second. And then, Kaido's energy began to retreat. Aarghh. Blood trickled from Kaido's lips, veins bulged across his face, his teeth clenched so hard they cracked. But it was no use. The golden beam only grew stronger. VMMM. BOOM. Ghidorah's overwhelming ray crushed Kaido's full-power attack and smashed into him directly. At the moment of impact, Kaido's life flashed before his eyes. From forming the Beast's pirates, to joining the Rock's pirates, to starting over and seizing control of Wano. His entire life passed by like a flickering slideshow. His blood-red, furious eyes softened into clarity, then into confusion. Without realizing it, tears streamed from his eyes. Thud. So this is what death feels like. He let go of his weapon and looked up at the sky, trying to glimpse the golden beast once more. But all he saw was endless golden light. So blinding. BOOM. A thunderous explosion shook the world. A massive shockwave expanded outward, forming a mushroom-shaped cloud in the sky. Whoosh! A gust of wind carried the mushroom cloud higher and higher. Crimson flames lit up the remains of Onigashima, and choking dust spread for miles. Lord King. On a pirate ship near the shores of Onigashima, a trembling grunt turned to the figure at the bow. The energy's coming this way. We have to escape, otherwise the ship will be torn apart. King turned to glance at the unconscious Jack and the panicked Queen. Then, without hesitation, he spread his wings and took to the skies. Queen, take Jack and leave the New World. The Beast's pirates are disbanded. With that, King ignored the shouts behind him and flew straight toward what remained of Onigashima. King, I'm not giving up this pirate life. Queen, usually a goofball, stared at King's fading figure for a long moment. Then, turning back to the crew, he barked. Set course for Whole Cake Island. Everyone understood. After today, Kaido would not return. The chances of surviving such an attack were zero. The Beast's pirates were finished. But Queen, who had spent his life as a pirate, had no intention of slinking off into obscurity. Instead of starting from scratch, he figured it was smarter to join Big Mom. Whoosh! The monstrous energy faded. What had once been Onigashima was now gone. In its place was a shattered sea of jagged rocks and coral. High above, King flew, hoping against all odds to find a trace of Kaido, planning to avenge him. Suddenly, Ghidorah's cold voice echoed from above. King's body flinched. Then he answered calmly. Kaido showed me kindness, but I know the difference between us is too great. Not completely stupid, I see. Ghidorah looked down at the pteranodon below and spoke after a moment. Kaido's crew is no more. Come with me. With a flap of his wings, he began flying into the distance, offering no room for refusal. King hesitated briefly, then followed. Where to? Punk Hazard. Heard there's an annoying little brat there. You want me to kill him? Why else? Why me? Because you're too weak. Hey. Hearing that, King nearly dropped out of the sky. Too weak so I should do the cleanup. What kind of logic is that? Capitulo 59, Chapter 59, The World in Uproar and the Origins of the Divine Race. Dawn broke. The first light of morning spread once more across the sea. Before most had even risen from their beds, the tireless news couriers had already traversed the entire world. Like leaflets scattered from the sky, newspapers fluttered down like snowflakes upon every island. Those early to rise picked one up instinctively. And in an instant, they froze in place, as if turned to stone. Just as the world was beginning to recover from the shock of Marineford and the destruction of Mary Geoise, a new, earth-shattering headline took its place. The creature once known as the strongest on land, sea, and air, Kaido, is dead. Completely annihilated, not even ashes remain. This explosive report once again threw the entire world into turmoil. Cake Island, New World. NANI. On a colossal throne, the heavily made-up Big Mom stared wide-eyed as the news of Kaido's obliteration reached her ears. After a long silence, her face turned pitch black with fury. She stared icily down at Queen and Jack, her tone heavy and ominous. Queen, what the hell happened? Though Kaido had long been her rival, they once sailed under the same flag. And as someone who deeply respected Kaido's power, she found it unthinkable that anyone could have defeated him, let alone eradicated him so completely. It sounded like a bad joke. I don't know either, Queen stammered. That thing attacked Onigashima out of nowhere, and by the time I woke up, Boss Kaido was already fighting it. Queen recounted everything he could recall. As she listened, Charlotte Linlin remained silent, her fists clenched tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She wasn't even thinking about recruiting Ghidorah into Tato Land. Her only hope now was that he never came to Cake Island. Otherwise, even her beloved sweets wouldn't be safe. Elsewhere, in a remote sea cave, a group of pirates was in the middle of a boisterous feast. But the joy was suddenly shattered by a cold, bone-chilling voice. You idiots still have the nerve to party. You're all heartless morons. The laughter died instantly. Every head turned toward the mouth of the cave, where a tall man in a top hat and piercing hawk-like eyes slowly stepped in. Haha, what a coincidence. Join us for a drink. The red-haired man with 3 scars across his face Shanks grinned and raised a sake gourd. You fools. Dracule Mihawk caught the sake jug tossed at him, and without hesitation, threw something back. Shanks caught it. A glance told him it was a newspaper. He unfolded it reflexively, slap. The sake gourd slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Fragrant liquor splashed across his boots. Impossible. Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief. He shot a look at Mihawk. If it's that creature, then nothing's impossible. Against him, I don't stand even the slightest chance, Mihawk replied calmly as he opened a fresh jug of sake and took a sip. Is he really that strong? Shanks asked, shocked. Among the 4 emperors, only Shanks and Big Mom had never directly encountered Ghidorah. So, they hadn't witnessed his true power firsthand. But based on the events alone, they understood. His strength was monstrous. Still, they knew exactly what kind of monster Kaido was. A walking tank, impossible to kill. A beast of unmatched endurance and raw power. And yet, this indestructible beast was destroyed, completely and permanently. The seas are going to spiral into chaos very soon. Even Imu has retreated into the deep reaches of the New World with the celestial dragons. The 4 emperors no longer rule this world. Mihawk stood up, then paused briefly before adding, as a friend, let me give you one final piece of advice. If you ever run into that monster, run as far as you can. Or go to that island your father once visited. Imu once said it holds a power strong enough to shake the very world. With those final words fading, Mihawk's figure disappeared into the misty cave mouth. The red hair pirates fell silent. While their bonds ran deep, closer than family, none had ever truly asked about Shanks' origins. All they knew was that he once served as an apprentice on the Pirate King's ship. Beyond that, nothing. But today, Mihawk's cryptic remarks sparked a flurry of speculation. How hot. All right, let's keep going. Party's still on. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Shanks silently cursed Mihawk's entire family, then quickly laughed and waved it off. The crew laughed and returned to celebration, seemingly forgetting the odd moment. Only Ben Beckman, standing off to the side, watched Shanks closely, deep in thought. Despite his rugged appearance, Beckman was feared across both pirate crews and naval ranks alike for his sharp intelligence. Sometimes, his mind was terrifyingly clear. He had suspected something about Shanks' origins since their 2nd year together. But he'd never brought it up, never pushed for an answer. Now, after Mihawk's visit, Beckman felt more certain than ever. At the same time, however, a new curiosity emerged. Who exactly is Mihawk? If he knew that much about Shanks, then his own background must be just as secretive. Smart people often notice the details others ignored, and Beckman had noticed plenty. Elsewhere, on a quiet shore, no one in the sea was more composed than Whitebeard. After witnessing Ghidorah's power at Marineford, he had fully grasped the extent of the creature's strength. Holding the newspaper in one hand and surrounded by medical equipment, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a deep attachment to the world. It wasn't fame or power he longed for, but his children. Marco, Ace. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh and turned to his gathered crew. Someday, if your old man dies, just toss my body into the sea. Disband the Whitebeard pirates. His voice was gentle, but the weight of those words made it hard to breathe. To his crew, the Whitebeard pirates were more than comrades. They were family. If their home vanished, what reason was left to sail these seas? Ignoring the protests around him, Whitebeard closed his eyes, ready to face the final chapter of his life. Back in Wano, a nation awakens. Of everyone in the world, perhaps no one celebrated Kaido's death more than the oppressed citizens of Kuri, Wano country. With Kaido dead and the All-Stars in retreat, the Beast's pirates collapsed overnight. Word spread fast. A massive wave of rebellion erupted across Wano. Samurai stormed Udon, liberating the prisoners. Kuri's warriors rallied and smashed Kaido's factories. As more joined the cause, a full-scale uprising began, directly challenging the tyrant shogun, Kurizumi Orochi. Without Kaido's support, Orochi was nothing but a cowardly parasite. Facing the wrath of warriors who had endured years of torment, his devil fruit powers meant nothing. To think such power ended up in the hands of a spineless, sniveling worm was laughable. High above the world, far above the chaos, thousands of meters in the sky, Ghidorah remained unaware of these events. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He had no intention of involving himself in Wano's internal affairs, regardless of prior connections. Elsewhere in flight, after asking Ghidorah a few more questions about the Lunarians, King had come to trust him. Because the knowledge Ghidorah possessed about the Lunarian people was simply impossible for any outsider to know. Calling them a divine race was no exaggeration. Because in truth, they did not originate from this world. Capítulo 60, Chapter 60, Kazuki Momonosuke. The second half of the Grand Line, the New World. To most pirates, this was a sea of demons. Unpredictable weather, bizarre ocean currents. It was no exaggeration to call it a graveyard for pirates. Yet, thousands of meters above this treacherous sea, a massive, dark shadow flew through the sky, trailing distorted air currents in its wake. Each flap of its wings birthed a storm. Thunderclouds surged behind it, flashing with lightning. A golden beast soared through the heavens. The strange weather patterns it created were mistaken as part of the New World's natural chaos. No one knew. They had just narrowly brushed past death. Punk Hazard, located near the front end of the New World. Once a Navy research base, it had long since become a desolate, uninhabited island. Its barren town stood in ruin. Near the town, a towering mountain loomed. Midway up, a colossal stone gate was embedded into the rock, like an entrance to some hidden base. But a thick layer of dust on the ground told the truth. No one had come here for a long time. Due to Ghidorah's past actions, Akinu was dead, Aokiji had vanished, and no one had claimed the position of Fleet Admiral. As such, Punk Hazard was no longer the dangerous, contested location. It was in the original canon. As Ghidorah and King circled high above, a pirate ship bearing the Don Quixote family flag slowly docked at Punk Hazard's abandoned port. At the bow stood a man with tribal-like face paint and a red cape, his figure rugged and warrior-like. Diamante. From above, Ghidorah narrowed his eyes as he spotted the man. He remembered seeing this one back on the King's Plateau during a meeting with Doflamingo. As he pondered, voices from the deck below drew their attention. Pirate grunts led a group of children out of the ship's hold. The crying of the kids reached both Ghidorah and King instantly. The Don Quixote family, huh? King stared at the pirate flag, muttering to himself. He was well aware of Doflamingo's dirty business, but seeing a group of abducted children still caught him off guard. Not out of pity, King didn't care for such things. He was simply surprised that Doflamingo had stooped this low. As for the fate of the children, it had nothing to do with him. Hey, perfect timing. Ghidorah's cruel smile spread when his gaze landed on one specific child among the group. King, go down there and bring that target to me. What? King blinked, puzzled, and glanced toward the deck, when his eyes locked on a small, trembling boy among the children. He froze. That's Momonosuke. Back when King had joined the Beast's pirates, Kaido had already begun his invasion of Wano. So King was familiar with the Kazuki clan and had heard of Kazuki Oden's son. He never expected to find Kazuki Momonosuke, long presumed lost for over 20 years, here. But what puzzled him most? That frail body still looked exactly like it did 20 years ago. Just as you're thinking, Ghidorah confirmed, that's Oden's son. His mother possessed the time fruit. After Oden's death, she used its powers. Ghidorah gave King a brief rundown of the events that had happened. Time travel, there's a devil fruit that can do that. King's eyes flickered with interest. Seeing his curiosity, Ghidorah added coldly, don't get your hopes up. The fruit was designed to only send people forward in time, not a second backward, not even 1 minute. Hearing that, King's eyes dimmed slightly. With a flap of his wings, he dove straight down toward the pirate ship below. Diamante, unaware of the danger above, was doing what he always did, delivering supplies and specimens to Punk Hazard. Thanks to the Don Quixote name, Even in the New World, few dared to interfere. As a result, he was the only executive on board, the rest were grunts. Given the secrecy surrounding Punk Hazard's operations, the Don Quixote family intentionally kept their visits quiet. After all, some of their experiments were far from ethical. Diamante's gaze swept coldly across the children. There was no pity in his eyes. In this law of the jungle world, weakness was a crime. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air trembled as a piercing sound tore through the sky. Ahem. Diamante looked up instinctively, spotting a tiny black dot falling rapidly toward them. The dot grew larger and clearer. Why? King, one of the All-Stars. The moment he recognized the incoming figure, Diamante's face contorted in alarm. While the Don Quixote family and Beast's pirates were business partners, Diamante had no idea where the smile fruits were truly manufactured. And now he was face to face with King. The implication was terrifying. Could it be, Kaido found out? Watching King descend in a blazing trail of crimson flames, Diamante's mind raced. He hadn't yet heard the news that the Beast's pirates had been annihilated, so the fear in his heart only deepened. But honestly, even if he had known Kaido was dead, he'd still be scared. Because in the New World, King's strength was second only to the four emperors. Everyone, get ready. Run! Seeing the flaming black figure draw closer, Diamante gave the order instantly. Boom! Don Quixote family executive, planning to flee already. King landed on the deck in a burst of fire, glaring coldly at Diamante. Haha, so it's just you, Lord King. I thought we were under some kind of attack, Diamante said awkwardly, forcing a smile. That kid, I'm taking him. King didn't waste a single breath. He pointed directly at the small boy cowering among the children. Without waiting for permission, he stomped forward, grabbed Momonasuk like a sack of rice, and lifted him into the air. Let go of me, what are you doing? Let go. Momonasuk flailed wildly, his legs kicking in panic. After being separated from Kinemon and the others, he thought he had escaped the worst. Never in his nightmares did he expect to fall into the hands of a Beast's pirates officer. Haunted by the memory of his father's death and Wano's ruin, he burst into tears on the spot. King grimaced at the wailing. Disgusted, he extended his arm to hold the boy as far away from himself as possible. If it weren't for orders from his superior up above, he'd have burned this annoying little brat to ashes already. Lord King, of course, take him. Diamante, realizing that King wasn't here about the smile fruits, exhaled in relief and nodded furiously. If he could get rid of a specimen and be left alone, so much the better. King ignored him. He turned to leave, dragging the sniveling Momonasuk along. But just before lifting off, he paused, then turned his head. Lord Uranus asked me to give Doflamingo a message, King said flatly. The Smile Project can be shut down. That thing is worthless. Uranus, Diamante frowned. Who's that? Ghidorah. With that, King shot into the air, dragging a crying, flailing Momonasuk with him, leaving nothing but flames in his wake. Capitulo 61, Chapter 61, Momonasuk embedded in an island. Let me go. His terrified screams were swallowed by the howling wind. His delicate face rippled like waves under the relentless gale. Kazuki Momonasuk, heir of the Kazuki clan, and one of the last remnants of Wano's noble family. Whether in the original story or now. To Ghidorah, he felt like dead weight, completely lacking the qualities of a strong warrior. Utterly disappointing. 1,000-year-old Kazuki line, and it produced this oddity. A once glorious nation, destined to vanish in the river of time. Ghidorah muttered to himself. At his side, King seemed to interpret some unspoken order from those words, and instinctively let go. AHH. WAHH. Momonasuk plummeted from the sky, tears and snot streaming down his face as he screamed in terror and despair. The rushing wind, the shrinking clouds, and the rapidly approaching ocean surface, it felt as though his heart was about to burst from his mouth. His mind went blank, overcome with pure fear. Hey, why'd you drop him? Ghidorah asked absent-mindedly as he noticed. Had he misunderstood? King, startled, suddenly spread his wings and dove. With a burst of supersonic speed, he caught the frail figure just moments before it would have crashed into the sea. With a thunderous flap, he returned to Ghidorah's side high above. Momonazuk, his face deathly pale, looked like he had returned from hell. Realizing he was airborne again, he burst into tears, shouting, "Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Ghidorah glanced at King a few more times, clearly surprised. He hadn't expected this seemingly cold, stoic man to harbor such twisted humor. Catching his look, King frowned and asked in confusion, "Weren't we killing him?" "Did I ever say we weren't?" Ghidorah shot back, glancing at him. "Just in case, wait until we see an island, then we'll deal with him." King's eyes twitched at the words. He looked down instinctively at the boy he was carrying. As if reading King's thoughts, Ghidorah said slowly, as if to himself, "Fate is a strange thing. Sometimes, it throws in unexpected twists." King didn't quite understand. Ghidorah didn't elaborate. The two flew toward the first half of the Grand Line. Along the way, they came upon an island. King dropped Momonazuk again. Boom! The feeble boy crashed into the island with a deafening thud, embedding himself in the ground. Without another glance, the two took off again, continuing their journey toward the first half of the Grand Line. Ghidorah had already searched every volcanic island in the New World, but found no trace of Rotten. All that remained were the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they dove back into the cloud cover. But not long after, while gliding through the clouds, Ghidorah's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he noticed activity in the sea below. On the sapphire surface of the ocean, dozens of warships bearing the world government's insignia surrounded an island. No, not an island. A living creature. Zanesha, Zu. The ancient elephant, the symbol of a once prosperous beastman race. Nika steed. He hadn't expected to run into it by chance, and upon realizing what he was seeing, Ghidorah's expression darkened. Those warships below clearly belonged to the world government. So, Imu has set their sights on this too. Zanesha, an ancient being with immense symbolic and destructive power. Seeing it now, Ghidorah couldn't just look away. Especially since the city on its back was once a part of Bika. And Bika, to both the ancient world and Ghidorah himself, held a very special meaning. As if sensing something, Zanesha suddenly froze, its massive body trembling. But with that tremble, the mink tribe living on its back suffered. Like a sudden earthquake, the entire civilization atop its back descended into chaos. The minks, who had lived peacefully for centuries atop Zanesha, had never experienced anything like this. Panic spread rapidly until they noticed the warships approaching. Blaming the disturbance on the invading fleet, the mink tribe began to mobilize for battle. Arawoyar, Arawoyar. What they didn't expect was for Zanesha, silent for centuries, to suddenly bellow. A terrifying trumpet blast echoed through the skies, so powerful it left every living creature dizzy and deafened. "Hey, hey, Jumbo, if you keep shouting like that, the country on your back's going to be rubble." At that moment, a voice, impossibly loud, rang out from the sky. A shadow shot down from the clouds, landing with a boom atop Zanesha's massive head. "Ruar Tilda." Zanesha responded with what sounded like a happy, joyful call. "Can you calm down already? Have you forgotten our promise from back then?" Ghidorah, clearly annoyed, rebuked the elephant sternly. As his words fell, the turbulent waves gradually subsided. The swaying warships below finally stabilized. "I thought I was dead. That was insane." On the decks, world government soldiers collapsed, pale-faced, still trembling in fear as they stared up at the towering behemoth. "Ayochech." Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. A soldier pointed at the elephant's head in shock. It opened its eyes. The giant opened its eyes. Everyone on the surrounding warships instinctively looked up. Centuries of time had left Zanesha's eyes deeply sunken. So much so that even the most detailed records had never included their appearance. But now, from within those deep sockets, a brilliant sapphire blue eye gleamed, subtly glancing upward. It tried to look toward the sky, but its deeply recessed eyes seemed to fail it. That vast blue gaze carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. And then, just as everyone watched in awe, that gemstone eye suddenly turned angry. Zanesh's enormous trunk rose high. Not good. Turn the ships around. Recognizing the movement, the warships below broke into chaos. They scrambled to retreat. But it was too late. Zanesh's massive trunk came crashing down with a deafening roar. Boom! A tsunami-like wave erupted, sweeping across the entire sea. The world government's warships shattered like toys, reduced to floating wreckage. Bastard! Even before the waters calmed, a furious roar pierced the air. From within the crashing waves, a silver-haired man shot skyward, ripples spreading behind him as he launched a kick toward Zanesha. Compared to the mountain-sized elephant, the figure looked smaller than an ant. And yet, that minuscule body distorted the very space around him as he flew, shaking the heavens with his power. On Zanesha's head, Ghidorah's expression changed the moment he felt the overwhelming force. His eyes widened in shock. One of the 20 kings. Since escaping Impel Down, Ghidorah had faced many powerful foes. And yet, none had shaken him like this. Because the 20 kings were not just rulers of a mighty ancient alliance. Each of them was a monster in their own right. Even for someone like Ghidorah, this was no fight to take lightly. Capítulo 62, Chapter 62, Blaze of the Ancient 20 Kings. Charmako Blaze OC. As Ghidorah launched himself off Zanesha's head and saw the figure below, he instantly recalled the man's name. Boom! Arowoir. A deafening crash was followed by Zanesha's agonized wail. A massive crater had been gouged into its colossal body, and around the wound, its skin was cracked in countless places, blood pouring out in torrents. Little elephant, I've made up my mind. Your vow with Nika is fulfilled. Now take Sky Island and leave these waters. No. With Ghidorah's voice fading into the wind, a deep, earth-shaking rejection echoed across the sea. For the first time in millennia, Zanesha spoke again. I will stay behind. You damned fool, then get out of my way and wait for me beneath Bika. Ghidorah barked angrily. As mighty as Zanesha was, his massive size made him a liability against an enemy of this caliber, one of the 20 kings. Just seeing Charmako Blaze here confirmed what Ghidorah had feared. Imu intended to use Zanesha. He hadn't expected their hatred to run so deep. I will be waiting there for you. Zanesha responded stiffly, step by step lumbering toward the first half of the grand line, blood trailing behind it. Damn it! Charmako Blaze, silver-haired and furious, cursed loudly as he turned his gaze toward Ghidorah. Ghidorah, so you're still clinging to hope. Hope, Ghidorah sneered. The best solution for traitorous dogs like you is extermination. He didn't waste another word. With a single flap of his wings, he dove at Blaze, summoning fierce storms as he went. Not a chance. Sensing the shift in the sky and wind, Blaze sprang into the air without hesitation. His fingers stretched wide, claws curved inward as he tore through the air. VMMM. A subtle sound rippled as the space around him twisted like silk. Then, from above, King, still observing, was stunned to see 2 enormous ocean spouts rise from the sea, each nearly 100 meters wide. Like watery dragons, they spiraled upward, hurtling straight at Ghidorah. Ghidorah moved to dodge. But suddenly, a gravitational force engulfed his massive body, yanking him toward the torrents with inescapable strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fighting the crushing pull, Ghidorah's wings flapped with explosive fury, generating a storm that swept across the region. Dark clouds swallowed the sky. Hurricane winds roared as if the sea had entered a typhoon. The wind, like blades, slammed into the 2 waterspouts and shattered them instantly. And just like that, the gravity vanished. 800 years, and you haven't improved a bit. Ghidorah mocked coldly, glaring at the now breathless Blaze in the distance. Arowoir. With a thunderous cry, black clouds churned, and bolts of lightning rained down. Linked to the thunderclouds, Ghidorah himself became a conduit of electricity, his golden scales flickering like lightning rods. From each of his 3 heads, a beam of energy fired, converging on Blaze in an overwhelming strike. Just before impact, Blaze's firm voice echoed. Gravitational wall. Suddenly, the space to the right of the beams warped and shimmered. Under King's wide-eyed gaze, the beams were redirected, as if tugged by an invisible force, arcing around Blaze and shooting off into the horizon. King's eyes widened, his worldview felt shattered. Light can bend. What he didn't know was this. Charmako Blaze possessed a gravity devil fruit. A fearsome power, akin to, but even more refined than Fujitora's gravity fruit from years to come. While gravity and weight may seem similar, gravity could manipulate even light, given sufficient force. Back in the ancient days, the 20 kings began researching devil fruits specifically to counter Ghidorah. Blaze had once been the main countermeasure, warping and distorting Ghidorah's attacks. What a thoroughly infuriating ability. Ghidorah grunted, retracting his beams without emotion. He dove again, wings crackling with thunder, leaving a trail of sparks in the sky. Blaze raised his claws and tore at the air before him, this time generating waves of gravity. From the ocean below, razor-thin water blades rose, sharpened by inverse gravitational pull. There were 10 of them, each over 100 meters long, transparent and shimmering blue. Under the immense pressure of reversed gravity, the blades tore through the sound barrier with a screeching howl. Boom, booms, boom. An unrelenting series of explosions erupted. Water vapor filled the sky like rain. Inside the droplets, thin strands of red mingled. But Blaze showed no joy. He knew this level of attack was nothing to that monster. Without hesitation, his face strained with pulsing veins as he shouted. Gravitational field. A low hum whispered through the air. A dark gray spherical space suddenly expanded, stretching nearly a kilometer wide. HUMMM. Within that massive sphere, space began to tremble. Ghidorah midair was violently pulled downward, but halted midway, wings flaring, resisting the drag. From afar, it looked as if the beast were trapped inside a crystal sphere, pulled both upward and downward at once. 2 massive forces, opposing gravitational pulls, wrenched him apart. Inside my field, Blaze declared grimly. Everything is under my control. The gravity here increases with the size of the field. Right now, you're in a 10-fold gravity zone. 1 kilometer is my limit. But within it, 10,000 times gravity should be enough to crush you. Crack, crack. Under the crushing force, Ghidorah's bones began to fracture. His 3 heads were being pulled down, unable to rise. Suddenly, one golden eye, until now shut, snapped open, blazing with radiant light. His lips curled into a slow, cold smile. Blaze, did you forget something? I used to be human too. Looks like you've all been napping these past 8 centuries. Thump, thump, thump. A deep, echoing heartbeat thundered from within him. Rhythmic, powerful, like the beat of a war drum. Blaze's expression changed wildly, as if recalling something terrible. He roared in fury. Bastard! You won't awaken, not here. Throwing caution aside, Blaze pushed his gravity field even wider. His face contorted in pain, with every meter the field expanded. 1 kilometer, his limit was already reached. But he had to do it. He had to destroy him before he awakened. Capítulo 63, Chapter 63, as expected. Thump! A sound like an ancient bell tolled through the air, and an invisible wave radiated outward like ripples across space. Crack and cracked. Under Blaze's horrified gaze, the kilometer-wide gravitational field shattered, web-like cracks spreading across it like fractured glass. With each echo of the heartbeat, the fractures rapidly expanded, until finally, crash! The entire field collapsed into countless shards. Roar! One of Ghidorah's snarling heads, riddled with fine cracks, began to regenerate. It let out a monstrous dragon's roar. The roar unleashed a devastating shockwave that visibly warped the surrounding space, a sonic boom of crushing pressure. Gah! Blaze could no longer hold on. His face flushed red as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. So the first pawn they sent was from the Charmako family. What's wrong? Did they abandon you because you're weak and expendable? Ghidorah's lips curled into a cruel, jagged grin. Suddenly, without lifting a finger, his right head's eyes narrowed. And then, something terrifying occurred. Before him, a massive, translucent gray corridor, hundreds of meters long, materialized from thin air. Trapped within it stood Charmako Blaze. And as if he had realized something horrific, panic filled his eyes. He raised his fist and slammed it against the corridor wall beside him. His arm wrapped in obsidian-black armament Haki. The punch landed in eerie silence. Only the gentle ripples that spread across the wall showed that he had actually struck it. Blaze shouted something at the top of his lungs. But in the outside world, all one could see was his terrified expression. His voice completely silenced. Enjoy the fear while it lasts. Collapse. Ghidorah's cold voice rang out. Then, THOOM. A deep, resonant boom, like an ancient bell at dawn, echoed through the heavens. It was the sound of space imploding, compressing air in on itself, producing a deafening shockwave. In the next moment, a segment of that gray corridor seemed to disappear, as though crushed out of existence, revealing the true space underneath. This was the terrifying secret behind why Ghidorah could never return to human form. If Blackbeard's yummy, no me, dark fruit was considered a bug for allowing him to hold a second devil fruit, then Ghidorah's titan fruit, his Ghidorah form, was a whole different level of broken. Because in this form, he could house 3 separate devil fruit powers, one for each head. That's also why he couldn't and didn't dare return to human form. His form itself represented the titan fruit, but each head carried an apex-level ability. The right head possessed the terrifying soup, no me, space fruit. Within the spatial zones it created, everything was under his control. The sound of space collapsing, so thunderous outside, was pure terror within. And in the next instant, gah! Blaze coughed up more blood like a burst pipe. His eyes and ears even began bleeding. Robbed of his voice, Blaze looked like a mute, kneeling in agony, holding his head as if it were splitting apart. Up in the sky, King watched in utter shock. He didn't know what the gray corridor was, but its power terrified him to his core. From the earlier conversation, he had already guessed Blaze's identity. And he now knew. This man might have been one of the key players behind the extinction of the Lunarian race. Watching him suffer like this stirred a dark satisfaction in his heart. THOM. Space imploded again. Another segment of the corridor vanished. As the corridor shrank, the explosions intensified. Blood poured from all 7 orifices of Blaze's head: eyes, ears, nose, mouth. Even the tiny capillaries at his temples burst. He clutched his skull, writhing and silently screaming in unimaginable pain. Worthy of being one of the 20 kings. You survived the second collapse. But how about the third? Ghidorah's golden eyes were ice gold, but laced with a twisted amusement. He began preparing for another collapse of the spatial corridor. But then, something unexpected happened. As Blaze writhed, his body suddenly burst with blood, and the space around him began to distort. Another force, external and powerful, was starting to tear open Ghidorah's controlled space. Cracks. Boom. With a violent rupture, Blaze's blood-soaked body shot out from the gray corridor like a projectile, plummeting toward the sea. A last-ditch effort. Ghidorah's golden eyes flashed coldly. With a sharp command, he growled. Spatial lock. Buzz. As the gray corridor vanished, a transparent cube instantly formed above the ocean, right in the path of Blaze's fall. The moment he dropped into it, he would be trapped again. But at that final second, a shadow flashed across the sky, and Blaze's body vanished in the blink of an eye. Haki. So much for unity. In the end, everyone's still playing their own little games. Ghidorah didn't look surprised at all. His massive dragon head turned to the left, eyeing a figure circling in the sky. A pterosaur. But not King's familiar species. This one bore a striped black and yellow crest on its head. In midair, King froze upon seeing the newcomer. Though the creature bore a similar form, their sizes were vastly different. The newcomer was much smaller. But he knew, underestimating this one would be a grave mistake. To snatch someone from Ghidorah in midair. There was no way this was some weakling. Don Quixote OC. The moment Ghidorah saw the figure, he recognized him, and his eyes glinted with even deeper malice. This guy, a prime example of the Don Quixote family's legacy. Twisted, cold, and utterly deranged. Hehe, long time no see, old friend Tilda. Croaked the eerie voice of the mutant pterosaur, still holding Blaze's body in its claws. Don't insult me by calling yourselves friends. You Don Quixote scum are nothing but backstabbing filth. Ghidorah's gaze sharpened to icy daggers. Still bitter over the past, the strange pterosaur replied nonchalantly. We had no choice. The power you lot showed back then was simply too terrifying. There wasn't even a hint of remorse in his tone. He spoke of the betrayal as if it were completely justified. If you were so afraid, then I suppose I won't mind showing you what fear looks like again. Ghidorah's voice turned cold as ice. Electric currents surged across his massive body. Battle was imminent. Capítulo 64, Chapter 64, God Valley and the Role of the Celestial Dragons. The New World. Within this mysterious sea, there exist many islands shrouded in secrecy, islands that continue to conceal the hidden truths of the world. Much like the poneglyphs carved by the Kazuki clan long ago. Stones that no one truly understands, nor even remembers where they came from. Among these mysterious places, there is one island more secretive than all the rest. Long ago, due to a certain incident, it nearly became exposed to the world. Fortunately, it was stopped at the last moment by two Navy heroes. That island is called God Valley, an island that guards the greatest secret of the celestial dragons. Once a silent outpost guarded by only a few powerful individuals, it was now teeming with noise and unrest. Especially among the celestial dragons, clad in their respirator helmets and clinging to their false sense of superiority. They now resided in rotting, decaying wooden huts, their faces twisted with discontent and disgust. They had lost their homeland, their treasures, and all that remained was the empty shell of their noble title. World nobles, now reduced to living in shacks, eating tasteless, stale food. They were furious. Many had already approached Imu, demanding that the world government use military force to reclaim their lost homes. But Imu completely ignored them. In fact, Imu seemed utterly disgusted by these so-called descendants of the gods, rarely ever granting them an audience. As their time on this desolate island dragged on, a few celestial dragons slowly came to realize the good days were over. Some even began to make feeble attempts to adapt and survive. But their hope didn't last long. Only a few days later, something far more terrifying began to happen. Celestial dragons started disappearing. Already few in number, their sudden and mysterious vanishings threw the rest into panic. But when they turned once more to the world government for protection, they noticed something chilling. The very officials who once revered them as divine were now looking at them like corpses. And so, night after night, the celestial dragons lived in growing fear. One night, on the eastern side of the island, in the area where the celestial dragons resided, several shadowy figures moved silently under the moonlight. They arrived at an estate marked with a plaque. St. Smotley, OC. Exchanging glances, the figures slipped into the courtyard and crept into the building. Moments later, they emerged, carrying two large burlap sacks. Not a single sound was made. They weaved through the residential zone, darting into the nearby forest. After over 2 hours of non-stop movement, they arrived at a northern mountain valley. Checking to ensure no one had followed, they approached a rocky cliff. One of them groped around a crevice until... click, click. A gear mechanism activated, and a hidden door opened in the cliff face. They stepped inside. The stone door closed silently behind them, blending perfectly into the rock wall. Even a trained investigator would never know it was there. Inside the dimly lit tunnel, they moved forward, torches flickering on the walls. Eventually, they reached a stone chamber, where the burlap sacks were opened. Inside were two unconscious celestial dragons. That's right. They had kidnapped celestial dragons. In this world, even striking one of these gods was a capital crime. But these people, they acted like it meant nothing. They even removed the suffocating helmets from the captives, revealing their faces. One of the kidnappers, a young man with a cold, emotionless expression, stared down at the unconscious nobles with icy eyes. He raised his foot and kicked one of them. What a pathetic bunch. Just then, another figure arrived in the chamber. A young man in a white suit and white cloak, the signature attire of CP0. On his shoulder sat a familiar white pigeon, which spoke in a low tone. Kaku. That's right, these were former CP9 members, defeated in Water 7 by Luffy and his crew. But after the assault on Mary Geowise, they had been unexpectedly promoted to CP0, along with Rob Lucci and others. What made the situation all the more bizarre? These men, who were supposed to protect the celestial dragons as the elite guard of the world government, were now kidnapping them. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the corridor again. A tall figure entered the chamber, completely shrouded in a gray cloak, even their face hidden. Upon seeing the figure, everyone in the room immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully bowing their heads. Imu-sama. In the original story, these were beings from completely different tiers of power. Yet here their paths crossed. And from this mysterious figure's mouth, Lucci and the others had even learned a secret far beyond anything they'd ever imagined. Imu said nothing at first, simply gazing into the chamber with unseen eyes. Finally, those hidden pupils fell upon the two unconscious celestial dragons. A cold voice echoed. Take them to the altar. There was no hesitation. Two members stepped forward and hoisted the bodies like pigs, disappearing into a different corridor. The world believed the celestial dragons were of supreme importance, that the world government would do anything to protect them. But the truth, they were being preserved only for their thin, fragile bloodline. They arrived at the so-called altar. Though it was named dramatically, it was nothing more than a cavernous space with a massive circular skylight and 20 stone coffins arranged in a row. Among the 20, 6 were without lids. 2 of those open coffins, Lucci and the others had seen the occupants before. The other 4, they could only guess. But deep down, everyone believed that this Imu-sama probably belonged among them. Imu slowly walked toward one of the open coffins, the 6th one. A pale, slender hand reached out, gently caressing its surface. Silence reigned. Huff it huffs. Suddenly, there was movement from the skylight above. A massive bird descended into the space and dropped a mangled, bloodied human body with a loud thud. Imu's eyes flashed cold. Why is Blaze injured? No choice. The idiot ran into Ghidorah. The bird landed atop a nearby coffin. In a shimmer of transformation, it became a tall, handsome man with mid-length wavy blonde hair and emerald eyes. When the name Ghidorah was mentioned, the coldness in Imu's gaze deepened. The very air around him grew deathly cold. Even Lucci and the others began to sweat under the suffocating pressure. To them, the blood-drenched man lying before them had strength far beyond an admiral. Yet even he ended up in this battered state. Could Ghidorah really be that terrifying? The more they saw and learned, the less they believed in the old narrative, that they were the center of the world, or that their power meant anything. You're not hurt? Imu asked coldly, turning to Horus. KKK. Guess I got lucky. That beast didn't attack me. Horus laughed strangely, then casually stepped down from the coffin and began walking out of the chamber. There's something I want to confirm. Don't bother me until after the war begins. With that, he left, without waiting for Imu's permission or even caring. Imu's hands, still hidden within his cloak, began to tremble slightly. After a long silence, he turned his cold gaze toward the dying Blaze and growled. Lucci, go capture 2 more celestial dragons. Even if it draws attention, do it anyway. Capítulo 65, Chapter 65, the fleet admiral is slacking off. It turned out that, even during broad daylight, with the skills of Rob Lucci and the others, abducting people in the Celestial Dragon's residential zone was an effortless task. It didn't even draw anyone's attention. They returned once again to the underground catacombs, placing Blaze into a stone coffin as per Imu's instructions, then began draining blood into it. The blood, naturally, came from the Celestial Dragons. Looking at this once high-end mighty group, now reduced to livestock awaiting slaughter, even someone as emotionless as Rob Lucci couldn't help but feel a sense of this world's grotesque distortion. Using the blood of living people to offer sacrifice, or perhaps revive, those ancient beings whose existence had long since faded into myth. It was chilling just thinking about it. The crimson liquid flowed into the coffin, tracing strange carvings as it gradually formed a massive circular symbol at the bottom. Once the blood had filled the grooves completely, 4 sharp black spikes slowly emerged from the sides of the coffin, piercing the corpse within. A strange, bubbling sound followed, as if boiling water, and the Celestial Dragon's blood began to vanish. Inside the coffin, the withered corpse began to plump up. The dry, shriveled skin regained fullness, and lifeless strands of hair regained their luster. "Ahi!" A groan escaped the lips of the man within as he slowly sat up. His emerald eyes appeared dazed for a moment, then suddenly sharpened with a piercing focus, as if he had recalled something critical. He turned to the figure cloaked in a gray robe, Imu, and uttered, in a voice like rusted iron scraping across glass, chilling to the bone. "Has that one awakened?" "Emperor Tade, O.C.?" Imu said with a slight bow to the blue-haired man. "Yes, Ghidorah broke free not long ago. The world is on the verge of chaos. Before this world collapses entirely, we must stop his ambitions." "His ambitions?" Gracie Tade, O.C., sneered as he glanced at Imu. "Imu, back then, didn't we already conclude who the real threat was? After all, you were the only one who gained eternal life from that incident, weren't you?" As he slowly stepped out of the coffin, he cast another sidelong glance at Imu and added, "Fine, I'll help this time. After all, I've yet to taste the pleasures of immortality myself." Imu's concealed expression flickered subtly at the word immortality, a word he least wanted to hear from any of these old relics. This world, in his mind, only needed one immortal ruler. But now wasn't the time to debate this. He lowered his head, letting his entire face disappear into shadow beneath the hood. "Immortality? Everyone may yet have the chance to obtain it. That will depend on the choices each of you kings makes. Until he awakens, everything else is meaningless." Imu's calm voice echoed throughout the underground chamber, and the word immortality left Rob Lucci and the others visibly shaken. But as members of CP0, they understood. Now that they knew this much, only 2 outcomes awaited them. One was being silenced by these terrifying figures. The other, clinging to life, continuing to serve the world government, only to eventually die on some distant battlefield. Either way, it was death. The only question was when. "Lucci, notify Fleet Admiral Kizaru. Have him send 10 warships to rendezvous near this area." Imu's voice echoed again through the quiet tomb. Once Lucci and the others had left, Imu turned toward the blue-haired man. "Since Emperor Tade has awakened, is it time to fulfill your promise and lead me to retrieve that item?" "You're going to use it." Gracie Tade was visibly startled, then warned. "That thing was forged by that clan long ago. You'd best be certain." "There's no choice. A traitor has emerged among the 20 kings. Trying to unite all forces again is no longer realistic," Imu said calmly. "The Nefertari clan, is it?" Gracie Tade muttered. "They've always been a troublesome family. No matter, my only pursuit is immortality." "When do we depart?" "Once the Navy warships arrive." Imu turned again and added, "I hope you'll enjoy the world. 800 years later." Bang! "Fleet Admiral, bad news. Just now, the Drum Kingdom was attacked by the Revolutionary Army." "The Revolutionary Army?" Quinatilda. Now somewhat accustomed to his role as Fleet Admiral, Kizaru still kept his trademark catchphrases. Lounging back in his chair with both legs up on the desk, he tilted his head at the frantic messenger with a puzzled look. I thought the Drum Kingdom was one of our allied nations. Why would the Revolutionary Army target them? And why didn't we hear a peep beforehand? He couldn't help but wonder if he'd truly been abandoned by the organization. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Who's leading the attack?" According to reliable intel, it's the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo, and it seems he's now in possession of the dark fruit. The dark fruit, my, what exactly are these youngsters planning? Kizaru muttered to himself, then told the messenger. With the mass draft coming up, the Navy isn't in a position to act. Just archive the report for now. The messenger didn't seem surprised. After all, for the past month, everything had been sealed and archived. As Fleet Admiral Kizaru had put it, the Navy's vitality is at an all-time low. No point stirring up more trouble, we'd best lie low for a while. Fleet Admiral, another report from Sabyati Archipelago. Yesterday, a giant creature was seen flying across the sky. They believe it might be that thing. Ghidorah. In today's world, any enormous flying creature instantly brought to mind only one name. The three-headed dragon that destroyed Marineford, drove the celestial dragons out of Mary Geoise, and came to be feared as the three-headed terror, Ghidorah. Have we tracked its movements? Kizaru asked after a moment. Its purpose is unclear, but the flight path suggests it's headed toward an island in the first half of the Grand Line. What a bunch of troublesome characters. Forget it, just keep an eye on it. No point in unnecessary sacrifices. As he spoke, Kizaru lowered his legs from the desk and stood up. As if to himself, he murmured, "Today should be the day the top recruits from the Four Seas arrive, right? Might as well go have a look." Drum Island, Grand Line, first half. In the massive royal palace, atop the snowy peaks. Ayochh. What the hell is all this? Refusing to attend the celebratory banquet thrown by the citizens for their liberation, Sabo now sat in the vast royal treasury, staring at the bizarre objects around him, utterly overwhelmed. Inside, he felt completely duped. The entire place felt more like a junkyard than a treasure vault. But now that he wielded two devil fruits, the munch fruit and the dark fruit, he didn't even need to use his mouth anymore. The devouring ability was now fused with the darkness itself. Put simply, he'd become an eternal black hole, incapable of being filled. Anything the dark fruit absorbed could instantly be reconstituted by the munch fruit into something new. If he willed it, he could even make it part of his own body. He wasn't sure if he'd really grown stronger, but one thing was clear. From now on, he'd probably be living surrounded by trash. Feeling betrayed and disheartened, Sabo clutched a freshly synthesized piece of steel in his hand and, without thinking, unleashed his dragon claw fist, now imbued with Haki. Clang! Capitulo 66, Chapter 66, Rodden's location, the Pluton family. Nanny! Sabo felt a faint sting in his fingers and instinctively looked down. When he saw that his pitch-black dragon claw had failed to even scratch a steel plate, his eyes widened in disbelief. Like a child who had just discovered a new continent, Sabo tried again. Clang! A crisp metallic ring echoed. The steel plate, barely larger than his palm, remained completely intact beneath his dragon claw. It only left behind a slight bend, which began slowly rebounding, returning to its original shape. Though young, Sabo knew one thing for sure. This kind of tough and flexible metal had never existed in the known world. He didn't know what it was, but his quick mind recognized its value instantly. Treating it like a treasure, he shoved the metal piece into his pocket and rushed out of the vault to contact headquarters. What he didn't realize was that the moment he connected through the Den Mushi, his fate began to change. From being the Revolutionary Army's #2 figure behind Dragon, Sabo was about to be transformed into the head of the logistics department, the lifeline of the entire movement. A boy who had once stood on the front lines was now being shifted to work from the shadows. Had Ghidorah seen this, his brain might have literally exploded from rage. It didn't matter how precious a metal the munch fruit could create. This was never why he had encouraged Sabo to take that fruit. That power could even consume devil fruit users themselves. And paired with the dark fruit, it had the potential to become absolutely unbeatable. Sabo's fate to spend his life serving the revolution was his own doing. But Ghidorah didn't know this, and even if he did, he certainly wouldn't have had time to care. At this moment he had his own problems, or rather, his own surprise. Nefertari, Ivan, do you know what happens to people who lie to me? In the vast desert, Ghidorah stared down at a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. On his way to Little Garden, Ghidorah had flown over Alabasta, only to find himself ambushed midair. By an old acquaintance, no less. The man before him was Ivan, an ancestor of the Nefertari family, and he hadn't come empty-handed, he'd brought a bombshell. The information is true. This is my token of allegiance, if you'll have me, Ivan said, kneeling on one knee before the towering beast. Though the Nefertari family only ever possessed a portion of Pluton's secrets, we learned one crucial thing. Pluton isn't a one-of-a-kind weapon. From what I've gathered, there are at least 3 of them, based on the serial numbers. Once I realized this, I knew our family had lost its way, corrupted by the allure of that terrible power. Ghidorah's massive, icy golden eyes narrowed as he considered the words. I hope you're not here because you're tempted by it again. Nika, Joy Boy, they both achieved immortality, and what happened? They were erased, scrubbed from history. Immortality, it's a damn joke. Ivan didn't flinch. His eyes remained fixed on the sand as he spoke quietly. 800 years ago, we chose the wrong path. I won't repeat that mistake. Immortality means nothing to me now. My only wish is to give the Nefertari family a sliver of hope in the chaos to come. I can feel it. This time, the upheaval will be worse than anything before. Booms who? Ghidorah's massive head suddenly lowered, sniffing at Ivan, then pulled back with a toothy grin and a gust of fetid breath. Hess, I hope you're telling the truth, but even if you're not, it doesn't matter. You know what I do to liars. He slowly raised his head again, then bellowed. Nefertari, Ivan, go retrieve your family's battleship. War waits for no one. With a deafening thunderclap, Ghidorah unfurled his enormous wings, stirring up a colossal sandstorm as he launched skyward, heading further into the Grand Line. From high above, King the Wildfire had been circling. Upon seeing Ghidorah take flight, he beat his own wings and followed, trailing the massive figure like a fledgling chasing its mother bird. In the Grand Line, even traveling from one island to the next could take pirates a month or more. Even between neighboring islands, 10 to 15 days wasn't unusual. But for Ghidorah, it took only a few hours. Now approaching the prehistoric island known as Little Garden, twilight was falling. Rumble! A cloud of black smoke erupted into the sky, and scarlet lava burst from the volcano, painting the sky blood-red. Heh, looks like I've found the right place. High above, Ghidorah looked down at the active volcano, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He hadn't yet seen the one he was searching for, but instinct told him, without a doubt, that what he was looking for was inside that volcano. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening impact shook the forest below. The resulting shockwave uprooted trees in every direction. Beneath the moonlight, 2 giants squared off, separating momentarily before roaring and charging at each other again. Their attacks weren't just aggressive, they were deadly. Every strike aimed for vital points. Bang! Dwang! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These 2 were like living mountains. Even their most basic attacks sent shockwaves tearing through the jungle, knocking over ancient trees and shaking the earth. Ghidorah instinctively wanted to swat them both away, but paused when he noticed King behind him. Without turning around, he spoke. Quiet those 2 big idiots down. King nodded without hesitation and dove toward the giants. Shiuo. Like a fighter jet, King streaked through the night sky, flames trailing behind him. Without a word, he smashed directly into one of the giants, sending him crashing backward with a thunderous explosion. Who goes there? The other giant roared in anger, seeing his comrade attacked. Without hesitation, he swung his massive sword, wider than a door, directly at King. Though human, King's pteranodon form was large enough to qualify as a giant beast in his own right. With no room to dodge, he instead shifted midair, reverting to his hybrid form. Boom! He slammed a Haki-infused kick into the descending blade, sending the giant's attack recoiling. Seeing this, Ghidorah knew the giants couldn't pose a threat to King and lost interest. He turned his gaze toward the volcano. From afar, it didn't look massive, but up close, Ghidorah saw that the crater was wide enough for him to enter directly. He didn't fear lava, but given the choice, he preferred getting struck by lightning. Standing at the crater's edge, the scent of sulfur thick in the air, he focused his senses downward. Gradually, he felt a familiar presence, foul, acrid, unmistakable. Aroizirarar. All three heads of Ghidorah let out an ear-splitting roar, shaking the heavens. Thunderclouds began forming over the volcano, golden lightning flickering faintly within. Now certain that Rodden was hidden below, Ghidorah didn't hesitate. He would wake him the simplest way he knew. By striking him with lightning. Capitulo 67, Chapter 67, Rodden. Dark clouds loomed over the volcano like thick, indelible ink, blotting out the sky. A raging storm tore through the heavens, thunder and lightning crashing down with terrifying force. Wild bolts of lightning bombarded the volcano below, while molten lava churned and exploded. Dense ash filled the air, blanketing the entire island. Despite the chaos, King remained locked in combat. The two giants fighting him were now covered in wounds, staggering and on the verge of collapse. Golden lightning rained down violently, collapsing parts of the mountain. Lava sprayed in all directions, igniting the surrounding prehistoric forest. Frightened by the upheaval, the island's ancient beasts fled in panic. Scorching heat waves scorched everything in sight. At the volcano's rim, Ghidorah, wings crackling with electricity, intensified the storm. Boom, booms, boom. Suddenly, the island began to tremble violently. Deep within the volcano, lava churned as if boiling over, rising upward, forming a massive bulge in the caldera. It was as though something enormous was pushing up from below. Bang! A thunderous detonation rang out. The lava bubble burst. A massive splash of molten rock erupted, revealing a dark red shadow deep beneath the surface. As the shadow thickened, it burst free from the lava, rising into the air. Who dares disturb this king's slum? The voice was deep, menacing, and furious as the shadow surged upward. But the moment it laid eyes on Ghidorah at the volcano's rim, the voice abruptly cut off. SCHLK. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced rang out. One of Ghidorah's three massive golden heads had clamped down on the creature's wing, teeth sinking deep. Crash! With a savage twist of his neck, Ghidorah flung the dark red beast through the air, sending it crashing into the forest below, instantly igniting the trees. You bastard! Ghidorah finally spoke, eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the monster now rolling in the smoke and flame. Do you know how damn long I've been looking for you? The crimson beast struggled to its feet, stunned, but when it recognized Ghidorah's figure, it stopped in its tracks. A moment passed, then, Boss! The shout echoed with raw emotion, joy, pain, longing. Like a lost child reunited with family after centuries, that single word carried centuries of yearning. Crash! Seeing the reaction, Ghidorah's fierce golden eyes softened. He spread his wings and soared toward the beast, landed before it, and, without hesitation, bit down again and hurled him into another section of the burning forest. You idiot, you had me thinking you were dead. Ghidorah growled, watching Rodden crash into the forest again. Despite the repeated thrashings, Rodden wasn't angry. In fact, he looked overjoyed. Haha, I honestly thought I was gonna die too, Rodden laughed. Who would have guessed? That fruit had this kind of effect. If it didn't, do you think I would have risked my damn life to swap fruits for you? Ghidorah rolled his eyes. Back then, to hide Rodden's identity and give him that devil fruit, Ghidorah had sacrificed one of his own heads. That sacrifice was no less than laying down his life. Ahahaha, only you could have created a fruit like that, boss. As long as there's fire, I can't die. Ghidorah narrowed his eyes at Rodden's smug grin. Knowing his boss's temper, Rodden quickly straightened up and asked, Where the hell have you been, boss? After you vanished, I turned the world upside down looking for you. Got tricked by a bunch of scheming bastards, Ghidorah replied flatly. He briefly explained his capture and imprisonment in Impel Down. Rodden's face twisted in disbelief, then anger. Those 20 kings, we need to settle the score, our kingdom. Gone, it's been 800 years. Ghidorah cut in coldly. What? Rodden froze, his eyes wide like lanterns. He had merely fallen asleep, yet centuries had passed. Yes, just as you're thinking, the kingdom of joy no longer exists. Ghidorah confirmed it grimly. So, everything we worked for, all gone? Rodden asked, unwilling to accept the truth. Not completely. The will of D still lives on, but only a few understand it now. It survives only as a surname. With a thunderous sigh, Ghidorah dropped down, explaining the current state of the world. Arg! How could this happen? Rodden stomped and roared, devastated. Centuries of effort, erased in the blink of an eye. Anyone would be crushed by such a revelation. You're falling apart already, Ghidorah scoffed. Shouldn't wiping them out now feel even more meaningful? Wipe them out. Rodden suddenly stopped, then broke into laughter. Haha, that's why you're the boss. I didn't even think of that. He dropped his transformation, revealing his human form. Rodden now appeared as a tall man, around 2 meters, wearing long, wavy black hair. The right side of his face was etched with an ancient, totem-like pattern. He opened his tattooed arms wide and let out a booming laugh. Ha 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 ha, now this body feels good again. Idiot, don't drop your fruit form so casually, Ghidorah barked. Come on, it's fine. No one recognized me back then, and it's been centuries. Who would even remember me now? Rodden waved dismissively, not concerned in the slightest. Don't get cocky. If someone does recognize you, it'll be a huge mess, Ghidorah snapped. Yeah, I get it. But seriously, can I at least enjoy stretching a little first? Rodden looked annoyed, but he understood the danger. Then, as if something occurred to him, he asked, So, when do we start settling those old debts? Soon, but first, we need to gather strength. The 20 kings aren't just ceremonial. Ghidorah's tone turned grave. The monkey family is already making preparations, and the current fruit inheritor, he's a monkey too. Wait. You mean that fruit little Joy ate back then? Rodden's eyes widened in shock. Yes, that one. He's evolving the wrong way, though, but it doesn't really matter. That fruit behaves differently with every user. Boom! Just as they were speaking, a massive explosion echoed from afar. Looking toward the source, they saw the 2 giants King had been fighting, collapsed in the forest, unconscious. Moments later, King, trailed in black flames, soared down and landed beside Ghidorah, silently reverting to human form like a loyal sentinel. Hi. Rodden blinked in surprise at the sight of King, then peered at him curiously. This little guy's kinda strange. Why does he feel so familiar? He's a Lunarian, Ghidorah explained calmly. Ah, that explains it. Hearing that, Rodden understood immediately. King's aura was the same as Ghidorah's old human form from centuries ago. After his initial surprise, he added, But this kid's power level, kinda underwhelming, isn't it? Capitulo 68, Chapter 68, Preparations from All Sides, the Calm Before the Storm. For someone who held the title of right-hand man to an emperor, being openly looked down on was no small insult. Truth be told, King was furious, but he remained calm. He knew all too well that when compared to the likes of Ghidorah and Rodden, his own strength simply wasn't enough. He quickly buried the frustration in his eyes. Hey, it's fine. Seeing this, Ghidorah's satisfaction with his only descendant grew even more. To me, even an ordinary person with no power can be forged into a force that stands above all others. Lack of strength is no sin, as long as you have the heart of a true warrior. Rodden, hearing those words, glanced at King with a hint of envy in his eyes. He recalled the moment he'd been on the brink of death, and remembered that Ghidorah had once developed a Titan-type devil fruit, one he'd kept in reserve, unused. He wondered, would that fruit end up in this kid's hands? The volcano was now destroying what remained of prehistoric island, and Rodden had already found what he needed. There was no reason to linger. Before leaving, he glanced at the 2 unconscious giants lying in the scorched forest. Perhaps reminded of the giants from the long-lost Kingdom of Joy, he casually grabbed both of them and hurled them into the ocean, saving them from being burned alive by the lava. Ghidorah didn't comment. He simply led the others back to the top of the Red Line, to Pangaea Castle. Because Rodden himself radiated immense heat, he was stationed outside the city. King, on the other hand, joined the rebuilding efforts led by Musend. Pangaea Castle and Mary Geoise were being reconstructed, and everything appeared to be moving in a positive direction. Even the residents of Mary Geoise, long traumatized by recent disasters, had begun to smile again. They discovered a comforting pattern. As long as they didn't cause trouble or venture near the scorched area outside the city, that terrifying creature, Ghidorah, barely moved from Pangaea Castle. Over time, Mary Geoise began to feel normal again. A new organization soon emerged, quietly taking root. The Enforcement Division of the Kingdom of Joy. Most civilians didn't care what this Kingdom of Joy actually was. All they cared about was their livelihoods, and this so-called Enforcement Division hadn't disrupted their lives. In fact, it earned surprising support from many. Crime had surged in the wake of the catastrophe, and many feared anarchy. But ever since the appearance of this division, Mary Geoise's crime rate had plummeted. The most notorious figure in the division was a woman named Below Betty, an exhibitionist officer. Though her speech was crude and her behavior wild, she never hesitated to punish criminals with ruthless efficiency. Because of this, the locals whispered that she was a cold-faced, warm-hearted girl. No one knew what trauma had made her reject clothing, but somehow, that just added to her mythos. Crime was down, but ironically, the number of perverts on the streets went up. Still, everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. While Red Line, now renamed the Kingdom of Joy, enjoyed a period of relative peace, the New World was experiencing something else entirely. At the newly constructed Marine headquarters, a historic draft was underway. Even the famously lazy Kizaru, now Fleet Admiral, was so busy he seemed to be tripping over his own feet. Watching the passionate new recruits flooding in from various secret channels, even he felt a surge of motivation, which lasted all of 2 minutes, because he spotted someone in the crowd, and his heart sank again. At the front of the group stood a girl in a sundress, wearing a small cap and goggles. Kizaru covered his face with a hand in resignation. Quale. He had personally embedded a revolutionary army spy in his own forces. The irony wasn't lost on him. His eyes then shifted to the two men leading the recruits, and his headache worsened. There's a saying, true masters live among the common folk. He used to scoff at that. But after meeting these two men, he would never laugh at it again. The new Marine admirals, Ryokaju and Fujitora, both were already giving him migraines. And yet, what gave him the most unease was neither of them. Standing just off to the side, cold-eyed and aloof, was Mihawk, the former warlord of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, now appointed an admiral by the Five Elders. He's not a pirate, he's not really a marine either. What exactly does that old lot plan to do with him? Kizaru had no idea. The induction ceremony wrapped up quickly. Back in the Fleet Admiral's office, Kizaru barely sat down before someone entered and silently took a seat opposite him. It was Fujitora. Kizaru frowned, unsure what this was about. What's he up to now? The tension hung for a moment, until the blind swordsman spoke. Fleet Admiral, I have a question for you. Admiral Fujitora, what seems to be troubling you? Kizaru tilted his head, playing it cool. What does justice truly mean to you? What is the justice of the Marines? Since joining, what I've seen and heard, it's nothing like what I imagined. Fujitora didn't hesitate. He had blinded himself to avoid seeing the darkness of the world. And yet, even without his sight, he could feel that darkness more than ever. Justice, huh? Kizaru was briefly stunned. It was a sensitive topic. Were it not for this very idea of justice, the Navy would never have sunk to this state. He wouldn't be Fleet Admiral if it hadn't all gone so wrong. It was a paradox, an unanswerable dilemma. Everyone had their own version of justice. No one could represent it universally. Geez, just became an admiral and already throwing riddles at me. He sighed, spread his hands, and said plainly, "To be honest, I don't know either. To me, as long as people have food to eat, clothes to wear, and their lives are safe, that's enough." "Oh." Fujitora lifted his head slightly. His blank, lifeless eyes focused on Kizaru. "I don't fully understand what you mean, but I think I agree with you. In that case, I'll stay with the Marines. If anything needs doing, Fleet Admiral, don't hold back." With that, he picked up his blade and left the office. Kizaru watched his back as he walked away and sighed. Another one of those justice-obsessed types. With the massive Navy draft complete, a new wave of Marines spread across the seas. The world, still reeling from the Summit War, slowly returned to a deceptive calm. The ocean, though still churning beneath the surface, seemed peaceful once again. And with that peace, the entire world seemed to fall into a quiet slumber. But among the great powers, no one was fooled. They all knew. This calm was just the silence before the storm. No one doubted it. A war like nothing seen before was drawing closer. Some factions were already scrambling to stay out of it, hoping to protect themselves, stay neutral. But those hopes were in vain. Even the mighty Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, were now facing a historical decision. Capítulo 69, Chapter 69, Sabo versus Whitebeard. Aboard the Moby Dick, Ace stared at the young man before him, eyes welling with tears. That feeling, when someone you believed dead is suddenly standing alive right in front of you, was beyond words. His body trembled slightly. "Es Sabo." After a long pause, Ace finally cried out his name, overwhelmed with emotion. "Yo, long time no see." Sabo tilted the brim of his hat down slightly, a warm smile lighting up his face as he raised a hand in greeting. "You bastard." Unable to hold back any longer, Ace, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes, lunged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around Sabo's neck. The long-awaited reunion of brothers, after more than a decade apart, instantly moved the entire Whitebeard pirates' crew. "Haha, surprised. I was just as shocked when I saw you in the papers." Sabo laughed as he felt Ace trembling beside him. "You idiot, if you were alive, why didn't you tell me? Or Luffy?" Ace asked, slightly upset. "I'm sorry. I didn't know either, that day." Sabo bowed deeply to Ace, then explained the circumstances of his memory loss. At the end, he added, "What shocked me most was finding out that Mr. Dragon is Luffy's father." "Ah, that I knew," Ace nodded. "There's so much I want to say to you. But I'm afraid duty calls." Turning toward Whitebeard, Sabo bowed respectfully. "Captain Whitebeard, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, I've come to invite you to become our ally." "Ghidorah. Kid, do you even know what you're saying?" Whitebeard chuckled, cracking open one eye as a fearsome aura erupted from his body. "I know exactly what I'm saying. This isn't just the will of the Revolutionary Army, it's also the intention of my teacher, Ghidorah." Under the crushing pressure of Whitebeard's Haki, Sabo held his ground, meeting his gaze with steady eyes. "Ghidorah, huh?" Whitebeard looked at him with a flash of admiration in his eyes, then froze for a beat when he heard that name. By now, everyone in the world knew what that name meant. A being that openly opposed the world government, who had taken over the former holy land of Mary Geoise and renamed it the Kingdom of Joy. Such an act had never occurred in the history of the world government. Politics have nothing to do with pirates like us. Whitebeard didn't refuse, but he didn't accept either. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, "Politics may not matter to pirates, but what's coming will affect the entire world. And I believe you can see that. From this moment until the chaos ends, no one will be able to stay out of it." Whitebeard's eyes flashed with cold light. Without a word, he suddenly grabbed the massive Bicento beside him and swung it toward Sabo. "Pops!" Startled, Ace rushed forward to intercept, but a hand fell on his shoulder. "Relax, Pops is just testing him." It was Marco, who appeared calmly beside him. Hearing this, Ace hesitated, then stepped back, though his face remained tense. The blade sliced through the air like a tidal wave. In that overwhelming pressure, Sabo stood like a lone boat in a raging sea. His instincts screamed at him to dodge, but in that moment, he realized Whitebeard's intent. So he stood firm, feet rooted to the deck like an immovable tree, and did not flinch as the Bicento came crashing down. "Sabo, move," Ace screamed. The Whitebeard crew, shocked, watched in horror. This was their first time meeting Sabo, but being Ace's brother earned him their trust. And yet, this fool looked like he was frozen in fear. Even Whitebeard was about to pull back at the last second, until he caught a glimmer of absolute confidence in Sabo's eyes. But it was too late, the attack had already landed. Boom! Cracked. A shockwave burst across the deck, splinters and dust flying everywhere. Nanny! No way! That was Pop's full force. As the smoke cleared, everyone stared wide-eyed at the young man, now revealed beneath the Bicento. There he stood, skinny, scholarly in appearance, his jet-black arm holding back Whitebeard's mighty weapon. "Oi, old man, maybe don't open with a sneak attack." Q and Atilda. Despite the power behind the attack, Sabo responded with a calm and cheeky smile. "Ghidorah." As expected of that monster student. "With the strength you have now, you've already surpassed the me of old." Whitebeard withdrew his weapon and slammed it into the deck beside him with a resounding thud. His eyes scanned across the crew. Since returning from the Paramount War, his health had been deteriorating. The seas, once calm, were now in turmoil, and in his condition, he might not live to see what was coming. Though he smiled for his sons every day, deep down, he feared for them. Could they truly stay uninvolved? No one could stay uninvolved in this world anymore. My boys may not be the sharpest blades, but with them by my side, I'm content. Ace, Marco. Hearing Whitebeard call their names, both men stepped forward without hesitation. He looked at them with pride, then turned back to the crew and declared, "From today onward, the Whitebeard pirates will be led by Ace and Marco. Ghidorah, I'm just an old relic of a bygone era. I won't meddle in your decisions, but whatever path you take, your old man will back you to the very end." Silence fell across the ship. Not because of the leadership change. Everyone had expected Ace and Marco to succeed Whitebeard years ago. But because of Whitebeard himself. Even if they didn't want to admit it, everyone now sensed it. The end was near. "Pops." Ace and Marco spoke at the same time. "Ghidorah, I'm not dead yet. Don't go looking so gloomy. Do whatever you feel is right." Whitebeard barked, forcing a grin. "Ha ha ha, hey, old man, it's just an invitation. Why make it sound like a final farewell?" Sabo's voice broke the heavy mood, drawing everyone's glare. Unfazed, he continued. "My teacher said, if you agree to cooperate, you should come to the Kingdom of Joy yourself. Because with your condition, you might not even live to see the war begin." Nanny. Capitulo 70, Chapter 70, The Rise of the Clan of D. 2 months passed. Red Line, now known as the Kingdom of Joy. With time, the people had gradually accepted this new nation as their reality. Now, the Kingdom of Joy was preparing to host its first Alliance Summit. In attendance were powerful underworld kings known across the 4 seas, leaders of mighty nations, and infamous pirates whose names shook the world. Among them was Morgans, the man who walked the cutting edge of the world. The moment he received the invitation, he dropped everything and rushed to attend. Because he understood. This meeting would mark a historical precedent, not seen since the founding of the world government. As more and more legendary figures arrived, Morgan's initial shock gave way to numbness. To him, everything Ghidorah had accomplished now seemed like nothing short of a miracle. And as the summit drew near, even more major players began to emerge. What? Whitebeard. Morgans was dumbfounded as Whitebeard, surrounded by his commanders, stepped onto the scene. His jaw nearly hit the floor. In his mind, an emperor of the sea like Whitebeard had absolutely no reason to involve himself in politics. Foo. A distinct, mocking laugh echoed through the air. Doflamingo, accompanied by members of the Don Quixote family, appeared near Whitebeard's group. "Old man." Whitebeard gave Doflamingo a sideways glance, but didn't stop walking toward Pangaea Castle. "Just a dying relic of the past." Doflamingo sneered dismissively. But in the next instant, his expression shifted, and he hurriedly leapt backward. Boom! A blast of fire exploded where he'd just been standing. The flames twisted into the shape of a man Ace, who narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Doflamingo. You looking to die? Ace's arm ignited with roaring flames as he roared. Fire fist. Dark tide. Just as the fiery punch launched forward, a shadow streaked in, and a black, ink-like vortex devoured the flames in an instant. A moment later, a small, palm-sized crimson crystal formed in the figure's hand. Hey, no fighting inside the Kingdom of Joy, all right. Even you, Ace, don't get a free pass. Sabo casually tossed the fiery crystal in his hand. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe I should recruit Ace into the logistics division. Ever since combining the dark and munch fruits, Sabo had grown obsessed with crafting strange items. He was even starting to set his sights on his own brothers. Phew fo. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with interest as he looked at Sabo. Logistics Chief Sabo, about that material I mentioned last time. Any idea when it'll be ready? That thing of yours is dangerous. I'm still working on it, Sabo replied thoughtfully. But if you can get me the blueprints, that would help a lot. Unfortunately, I don't think those blueprints exist anymore. Doflamingo sighed, then suddenly added. Though, I hear one of your little brother's crewmates knows how to make it. You might want to ask them. I'll rip your head off. Sabo shot him a death glare, then turned toward Whitebeard's group and said, Ace, take your crew into Pangaea Castle. Whitebeard, come with me. My teacher wants to meet you. With that, he turned and walked off. Whitebeard's crew exchanged uneasy glances. Why was Ghidorah meeting Whitebeard alone? Ghidorah. What's with those looks? You think that monster can kill me or something? Whitebeard chuckled and followed after Sabo without hesitation. Doflamingo furrowed his brows, clearly unsettled. He couldn't figure out why Ghidorah wanted a private audience with Whitebeard. Ace, meanwhile, had no choice but to lead the remaining commanders into the castle as instructed. To the north of Pangaea Castle, a barren, desolate wasteland. The earth was scorched red, cracked under some unknown, searing heat. Each step on the ground reduced it to fine ash. Whitebeard frowned slightly, but said nothing as he followed Sabo deeper into the wasteland. The farther they went, the hotter it became. Sabo casually activated the dark fruit, absorbing the ambient heat around them. Whitebeard widened his eyes in surprise. So devil fruits can be used like that too. Still, his tremor fruit couldn't be used so freely, but this level of heat was still tolerable for him. Eventually, they arrived at a deep canyon. What the? Even the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, couldn't hide his shock at the sight before him. Inside the canyon, dozens of meters deep, lay a massive blackened red beast coiled on the cracked earth. The land beneath it was completely fractured. Molten lava occasionally shot out from the wide fissures, hissing as it released clouds of black smoke before falling back into the crevices. You've arrived. A cold, thunderous voice echoed as a golden beast soared from the canyon and landed before them with a gust of wind. Sensei, Whitebeard is here. Sabo bowed, tipping his hat. Go inform Dragon to begin the summit. Let him lead it. I won't be attending. Ghidorah turned to Whitebeard and added, for someone in your condition, it's a miracle you're even alive. Oh. So you noticed. Whitebeard raised a brow. If I couldn't tell that much, I might as well quit. Ghidorah rolled his eyes internally, but truth be told, he had great respect for the man before him. Not just for his strength, but for the depth of his character. So then, what is it you wanted from this old man? With this broken-down body, I doubt I can offer much in the events to come. Facing the monstrous creature, Whitebeard showed no fear, only calm determination. A broken body. What I value isn't your strength, it's your will. So, what do you say? Will you join the Clan of D? Ghidorah asked solemnly. Clan of D. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, surprised. So the rumors are true. Looks like you've heard about it already. Just as you may know, there's no bloodline behind the Clan of D. Humans, giants, even fishmen once bore the name. The Clan of D is nothing more than a brotherhood of shared ideals. Ghidorah gave a brief overview of the clan's founding principles. We built the clan of D on a shared dream. This summit is being held to revive that dream, revive the clan. Bloodlines don't matter. So long as the will endures, the clan of D will never perish. After explaining, Ghidorah threw out one final offer, when he knew Whitebeard couldn't easily refuse. And as a welcome gift for joining us, I can restore your body to its prime. Whitebeard's body trembled slightly. In his twilight years, he had long given up dreams and ambition. His only wish was to spend his final days surrounded by his family. But now, an offer he couldn't possibly ignore had been laid before him. Capítulo 71, Chapter 71, Baptism. No true warrior could easily refuse Ghidorah's offer. Even someone like Whitebeard, who had seemingly let go of worldly attachments, still held on to one final conviction. Family. To him, family was more important than anything else. And for their sake, he chose to believe in Ghidorah. The process wasn't complicated. As soon as Whitebeard agreed, Ghidorah activated an ability he had not used once since awakening. A glowing, bubble-like energy field formed around them. Whitebeard found himself inside what resembled a surgical theater, like that of the opope fruit. In an instant, he could feel the changes taking place around and within him. Within this energy field, his worn-out body began to slowly recover, rejuvenated by an unknown force. It was like time itself was reversing. Even the deep lines, and age etched into his face, began to fade. It only lasted a few minutes, but when it was over, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. Even the loose, aged skin had become firm and tight once more. I'm back. Whitebeard stared at his hands, stunned, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. That's the power of the restoration fruit, Ghidorah explained simply. It allows someone's physical condition to be restored to a chosen point in their life. Then he added, even with your strength as a former emperor, you wouldn't survive the battles to come. The reason I value you isn't because of your reputation, it's because of your devil fruit. Finding another tremor fruit user with the same mastery would be nearly impossible. But if you can push that ability just one level further, you'll be qualified to stand among the strong again. His words were blunt, almost dismissive, and Whitebeard felt a flicker of offense. But after seeing what this monstrous beast could do, he could only sigh inwardly. This thing is terrifying beyond reason. I'll do everything I can to push my devil fruit to its limits, Whitebeard said with solemn resolve. You on your own, Ghidorah snorted. I don't have time to wait around. He glanced toward Pangaea Castle in the distance. The summit should be over by now. Let's see who's worthy of staying. Soon, once everyone arrives, I'll help all of you improve. Whitebeard looked at him, puzzled, but chose to stay quiet. There were plenty of questions in his mind, but he wasn't one to pry. He knew answers would come in time. They didn't have to wait long. A group appeared on the horizon. As they approached, Whitebeard recognized the man leading them, Dragon, head of the Revolutionary Army. Behind him were his key officers, Doflamingo, Ace, and others. To one side walked a well-dressed group, clearly royal representatives from various kingdoms. And between the two factions marched representatives of the underground world, most notably Morgan's. Even he joined. Whitebeard was surprised. As the head of the World Economy News, Morgan's was known by everyone. Given his resources and reach, it was odd to see him aligning with any faction. Soon, hundreds gathered before the canyon. Facing this crowd, Ghidorah's golden eyes remained calm and unreadable. This force, as it stood, was arguably one of the strongest coalitions in the world. But to take on the 20 kings, it still wasn't enough. Since you've all chosen to stay. On behalf of the Kingdom of Joy, I welcome you. Ghidorah's booming voice echoed across the canyon. But then, his tone shifted. Let's be honest, your power is still far too weak. But that's okay, I'm not here for your strength. What I value is your will. His golden eyes narrowed. Now then, prepare to undergo the baptism. WMMs. As his voice fell, a wave of golden energy, like a radiant ripple, spread across the entire area, instantly enveloping everyone. A violent force followed, pressing down on the gathered warriors like a tidal wave. What the hell? What is this? The golden energy swept over their bodies, and an indescribable sensation took hold. The very air seemed to turn thick and heavy. Every breath became a struggle. The oxygen felt scarce, as if they were submerged in molasses. As time passed, their faces flushed red from exertion. The sensation. Ace gritted his teeth. It was all too familiar. It's just like when I was in Impel Down, level 6. His eyes locked onto Ghidorah's massive frame, and he suddenly understood. He's trying to make us stronger, through this. Ace turned to those around him and growled. Endure it, don't pass out. If you do, you'll miss this chance. He didn't fully understand what Ghidorah's energy was, but he could feel it. This wasn't normal. The purity of the energy saturating the air was staggering. If absorbed, it could strengthen not only the body, but even enhance devil fruit abilities. It could push them past their limits. Hearing Ace's words, his comrades and others around them seemed to grasp it too. One by one, their eyes lit up with excitement, even obsession, as they gazed at the golden beast. I can't believe this. One revolutionary suddenly felt a shift within him. A moment later, his arms turned pitch black. He had awakened armament Haki. He stared at his newly empowered limbs, overcome with joy. Others saw this, and the atmosphere became even more electric. Most of them already had basic Haki, but this was direct, tangible improvement. Time passed. Some had their armament Haki deepen. Some felt their devil fruit abilities evolve. But more than anything, everyone's bodies were subtly, invisibly transforming. Their very genes were being enhanced, changes that could be passed down to the next generation. And that was why, 1,000 years ago, Ghidorah had been both feared and revered. A monstrous being, unaging, immortal, capable of altering human DNA. The idea alone was terrifying. It was this secret that led to the 20 Kings campaign to destroy him. They could tolerate being ruled over, but they would never allow the existence of a being on par with the gods. Back then, they tried to annihilate him with overwhelming force. But they underestimated him. Even when blasted apart by Pluton, as long as even a flicker of life remained, he would regenerate. In desperation, they stole a terrifying devil fruit, and through a combined effort sealed Ghidorah in the deep sea. Now, under the crushing aura and golden baptism, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The energy was so intense, it felt like the world itself had stopped. Thud. At last, someone collapsed. And like dominoes, others began to drop one by one, unconscious. The battlefield was starting to look like a harvested field of wheat. Capítulo 72, Chapter 72, The Fishman Kingdom. Nearly 3 months had passed since the first summit of the Kingdom of Joy. After that meeting concluded, the entire world seemed to enter a period of silence. Whether it was the Marines, the world government, or the newly restored Kingdom of D, all sides appeared to be in some kind of honeymoon period. But peace was only temporary. When a Don Quixote family transport ship was hijacked by pirates, the friction began. Although the world government had disguised themselves as pirates, anyone with eyes could tell this was nothing more than a pre-war probe. What they didn't expect was that Ghidorah would seize the opportunity like a furious lion, unleashing his forces to sweep across the seas. Especially in the Grand Line, pirate crews were being destroyed or disbanded daily. It infuriated many pirates, but what could they do? Even the Marines, backed by the world government, now cowered in the New World, unwilling to engage. And the one responsible for all this, he had now descended to 10,000 meters below the sea. Emergency, emergency, a giant creature has breached our perimeter. Within the Ryugu Palace, a terrified messenger burst into Neptune's office. Since the founding of Fishman Island, there had never been a case of sea kings invading. Alarmed, Neptune grabbed his trident and rushed outside. But when he stepped beyond the palace walls and saw the massive figure descending from the sky, he froze. Compared to the true sea kings that ruled the deep sea, this figure wasn't exactly colossal, almost unimpressive in size. Yet the moment its golden form fully revealed itself, Neptune's heart dropped in terror. That was the Sky King. Uranus, the only one of its kind. Equal in legend to Poseidon, the Sea King, and Pluton, the Land King. If they failed to show the proper respect, Fishman Island would be annihilated. Lord Ghidorah, may I ask why you've come to Fishman Island? Neptune asked with grave seriousness as he stared at the towering beast. Neptune, I'm here to fulfill an old promise and to take a look. Ghidorah's gaze swept across the island. When he didn't see Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, he continued. To see this generation's Sea King. At the mention of the Sea King, Neptune's heart clenched. Everyone knew what Ghidorah meant. To put it nicely, revenge. To put it bluntly, rebellion. And he wanted to pull Shirahoshi into it. Neptune could never agree to such a thing. Even faced with a monster, he wouldn't yield, not when it came to his daughter. I'm sorry, Lord Ghidorah, this generation's Sea King is unique. I'm afraid she's not suited for battle. Neptune stood firm, steeling himself for the beast's wrath. The promise made 800 years ago, have you forgot? Ghidorah's voice turned cold. Even if the last one didn't keep their word, the agreement still stands. And now, I will see it fulfilled. Also, bring out that apology text you've got hidden in your palace. Only a fool would seek redemption for something that never needed to be repented for. Neptune's expression shifted uneasily. After a moment's hesitation, he ordered his soldiers to retrieve the poneglyph hidden deep in Ryugu Palace. You may take the poneglyph, he told Ghidorah, but regarding Shirahoshi, there is no room for negotiation. She is my only daughter, I will not risk her. You really don't understand what a Sea King is, Neptune. As one of the ancient weapons, something even the world government fears, do you really think a Sea King could be killed so easily? Your daughter is just too soft. Ghidorah's tone was frosty. If Neptune weren't Shirahoshi's father, Ghidorah might have already crushed him on the spot. As for whether Shirahoshi would willingly join the war, Ghidorah didn't care. Dragging the Fishman Kingdom into the conflict was enough. Whether she liked it or not, once involved, they'd be trapped in the coming storm. Compared to Sea Kings of the past, this generation's was truly disappointing. Blessed with immense power, yet little more than a naive, sheltered girl, a true, silly sweetheart. But even that wouldn't stop Ghidorah. As he contemplated, a group of soldiers emerged from the palace, escorted by several massive sea creatures. They carried a huge square black stone slab, etched in ancient script, worn yet enduring. The poneglyphs, the sacred texts that even the world government had failed to destroy. Ghidorah, however, gazed at it with great interest, muttering to himself. What a fool to record this nonsense. Did that fruit really affect their brain? He recalled the previous bearers of a certain devil fruit, and wondered if it had somehow turned their brains into fruit as well. Why, you can read that text. Neptune asked in astonishment, watching Ghidorah critique the ancient writing. Read it. How could someone forget the language of their own homeland? Ghidorah ran his claws gently across the surface of the poneglyph, sighing softly. Then, before anyone could stop him, he lifted a single clawed foot and slammed it down. Cracked. The supposedly indestructible stone shattered like tofu. Even the world government had been unable to destroy poneglyphs. And yet here, Ghidorah had crushed it underfoot. Neptune, Ghidorah turned, his gaze drifting to the dark waters beyond the palace. I'll do you a favor and get rid of another nuisance while I'm here. In exchange, on the day the war begins, I want your daughter to restrain every version of Pluton. Don't even think about refusing. You can't afford the consequences. I'm not one to care about pacts or promises. All of them. Neptune's hand trembled on his trident. The ancient weapons, Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton. He knew his daughter was Poseidon. After Marineford fell, the whole world had come to know Uranus too. That left only Pluton, the one no one had seen. But from Ghidorah's words, there's more than one. That monster, he'd seen them, perhaps even commanded them. But the thought of sending his gentle daughter to face Pluton, the legendary warship, filled Neptune with dread. There is no but. Ghidorah's voice was as cold as the abyss. You have only two choices. 1. Join the revival of the clan of D. 2. I destroy Fishman Island, right now. Silence. A chill ran through the onlookers. They understood immediately. If Neptune said no, Fishman Island would be obliterated. Even with a Sea King present, they wouldn't be able to stop it. After a long pause, Neptune clenched his jaw, face grim. I accept your terms. When the time comes, Shirahoshi and I will go to war. Good. Ghidorah gave a satisfied nod. Then allow me to offer a reward for your loyalty. After we win the war, all the islands surrounding Fishman Island will become part of your kingdom. It was an easy promise to make. Words cost nothing. And if they really did win the war. Capitulo 73, Chapter 73, The Forward Base. New Marine Headquarters, formerly G5 Fortress. Located at the entrance to the New World on the Grand Line, this base had grown unusually quiet in recent days. Thanks to Ghidorah's forces sweeping the seas, very few pirates now dared venture into the New World. As a result, the Marines had found themselves with less and less to do, a rare luxury. For the half-hearted Fleet Admiral Kizaru, this was perhaps the most peaceful time of his life. And if he had his way, he wished it could last forever. But of course, that was just wishful thinking. Urgent report, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. A large unidentified force has been spotted at the New World entrance. A panicked messenger burst into the office, shattering Kizaru's tranquility. QINE. And here I was finally enjoying a couple of quiet days. Do we know who they are? Kizaru set down his coffee, his expression turning sour. Not yet. Intel suggests it's a coalition of multiple factions. Report, Fleet Admiral, emergency. A massive number of pirates have appeared at the New World entrance. Report, Justin, numerous royal forces have also mobilized at the entrance. Report. One messenger after another rushed into the office, delivering shocking updates. Kizaru's expression darkened. He stood up immediately, disregarding the stunned stares from his subordinates, and pulled out a personal den mushi. The line connected, and he snapped. Explain this. You told me there wouldn't be any movement for the time being. Everyone in the room froze. Even veteran officers had never seen Kizaru lose his composure like this. And what came next shocked them even more. A cold, steady voice replied through the transponder. Heh, my apologies, it wasn't my decision. This was a sudden order from Lord Ghidorah. Ghidorah. The name alone was enough to make every Marine present tremble. No one could forget that monster, especially those who had fought in the Paramount War. The fear he left behind was so deep, no one even dared to resist. Fufufu, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. A deep, arrogant laugh came from the doorway. I'd guess the one on the other end of that call is none other than revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Dragon, am I right? What? The Marines in the room were stunned. The Fleet Admiral, in contact with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Admiral Green Bull. They turned toward the voice, only to freeze again upon seeing the figure leaning casually by the door. You all may leave, tell Fujitora to come here too. Kizaru calmly ordered, paying no mind to the stunned crowd. The lower-ranking officers were quickly dismissed. Heh, this is quite the discovery. Green Bull sauntered into the office and threw himself on the sofa, propping his feet on the table as he stared playfully at Kizaru. So, what's your objective? Since he had already been exposed, Kizaru didn't bother making excuses. He spoke directly into the den mushi. Let's not play games. Why is the Revolutionary Army moving into the New World? Relax, Dragon replied calmly. We're just establishing a forward base. There are still remnants that haven't been dealt with. Our ancestors don't want any interference when the real war begins. You mean Big Mom and Whitebeard? Green Bull cut in before Kizaru could respond. Oh. Dragon's voice sounded intrigued. So there are others involved. That's Green Bull, the new Marine Admiral. Kizaru said flatly, feeling somewhat resigned. What, Kizaru, do you even know what you're doing? Dragon's voice rose in disbelief. Honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. Kizaru muttered, tired and bitter. I don't see any future for the Navy. Even the Fleet Admiral is giving up. That's troubling. A calm, solid voice interrupted from the door. Fujitora had arrived. "Ha, speak of the devil." Green Bull laughed. "I've just discovered a juicy secret. The fleet admiral is buddy-buddy with the head of the revolutionaries." "Is that so?" Fujitora raised an eyebrow as he entered and took a seat, his expression unreadable. "So, what are you planning, Kizaru?" Dragon demanded. "Nothing special. I just don't want to lie to those who still believe in justice." Kizaru glanced at the two admirals in the room. "Dragon, if you can, just give me a little more time." There was silence on the other end. Then finally, Dragon replied. "Understood." Click, the call ended. Kizaru looked up and calmly addressed the two men. "What do you think is the Navy's future?" PFF50. Green Bull burst out laughing, then turned serious. "With you as Fleet Admiral, what kind of future can we possibly have?" "The Navy's future," Fujitora said gently, "will depend on your choices. I'm sure you've both figured it out by now." Kizaru sighed. "To be honest, I never wanted to be Fleet Admiral. My ideal life was just a stable paycheck until retirement. But sometimes, life just doesn't go your way. Since taking this job, I finally understand Sengoku's suffering. If I could, I'd hand this position off right now. Don't look at me, I'm perfectly happy staying an admiral." Green Bull raised both hands. "Old man like me, I'm blind, remember." Fujitora added, with a calm smile. "Even a damn undercover agent made it to Fleet Admiral. And you, just because you're blind, think you can't." Kizaru nearly said it, but held his tongue. "The Revolutionary Army is building a forward base. The Navy's too wounded right now to face them head-on. You two have one job: restrain the Navy, keep our soldiers from provoking them. In the meantime, take the new recruits to the first half of the Grand Line and clean up the remaining pirates. Avoid unnecessary conflict with the revolutionaries at all costs." "Yo, Fleet Admiral, doing this so openly, is that really okay?" Green Bull looked skeptical. "This isn't about right or wrong. Whether you're a Marine or a pirate, at the end of the day, we're all just employees doing a job. I don't expect you two to be paragons of justice. All I ask is that you follow your conscience. Do what you think is right." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Green Bull muttered, shaking his head as he stood. With a strange look at Kizaru, he walked out without pressing further about his secret. Fujitora remained for a moment, silently digesting everything. Then he stood and spoke. "I want to see that creature, with my own eyes." And with that, he too turned and left. Capítulo 74, Chapter 74, Chief of Logistics Sabo. The Revolutionary Army had been officially rebranded as the Army Division of the Kingdom of Joy. And the newly appointed Chief of Logistics, Sabo, had become the busiest man in the organization. With his continuous and intense usage of his devil fruit powers each day, and with Ghidorah's special attention, his strength had skyrocketed like a rocket. Through the combination of two devil fruits, Sabo's combat prowess had already placed him at the top tier of their entire force. Even Dragon, who had once stood as the strongest, likely no longer matched the sheer terror Sabo now represented. Due to the unique nature of his abilities, once entering the New World, Sabo split off from the main group and traveled to uninhabited islands in search of materials. Or more accurately, to devour them. The fusion of the dark fruit, Yami Yami no Mi, and the swallow fruit, Baku Baku no Mi, after awakening had revealed a level of destruction and utility that was utterly beyond imagination. With a handful of logistics personnel and two massive transport ships, Sabo landed on an uninhabited island. After carefully scanning the terrain to confirm no signs of human presence, he activated his powers. Black darkness, a swirling vortex of void, erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward in a fan shape. Within moments, half the island was engulfed. Rocks, trees, everything was swallowed by the darkness. And under Sabo's precise control, the swallow fruit converted the materials into raw building resources, which were directly deposited onto the transport ships. In no time at all, half the island had been transformed into a construction supply cache. Leaving behind a small boat and a few crew members, the main ship returned to the forward base with its cargo. Sabo, meanwhile, having reached his limit from absorbing so much, collapsed onto the beach for a nap. Director Sabo, trouble. A panicked subordinate shook him awake mid-slumber. MMMGH, what's the matter? Sabo yawned, stretching lazily before sitting up. Someone's here. Someone. That word made Sabo pause. He wouldn't be surprised if a ship had shown up. But a person. Did someone already live on this island? That didn't make sense. Confident in his observation Haki, Sabo immediately spread it outward, sensing all life nearby. Then his expression changed. There was someone, but they weren't from the island. They were approaching from the sea, and their presence carried an unmistakable icy aura. Former Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Feeling the chilling power close in, Sabo stood and walked toward the shore. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Mind if I ask, what the hell happened to this island? Standing at the edge of the beach, Kyuzen, wearing his signature black shades, glanced at the half-devoured terrain, visibly puzzled. When he saw Sabo approaching, he raised an eyebrow. Just a deserted island, that's all. Sabo shrugged. Also, for the record, the Revolutionary Army is now the Army Division of the Kingdom of Joy. I just manage the logistics department. He came to a stop about 10 meters away from Aokiji and added curiously. Heard you've been wandering the New World since quitting the Marines. Rumors haven't exactly been flattering. Doesn't matter, I only represent myself now. Kyuzen parked his bike by the sea, then casually sat down on a flat spot on the beach. Seeing this, Sabo's eyes briefly flickered with alertness. But he then walked over and sat beside Kyuzen, lying down with his hands behind his head, eyes gazing at the drifting clouds. Ever considered joining the Army Division? Sabo asked, voice relaxed. Oh. Kyuzen looked surprised but didn't tense up. Even after saying my reputation's in the mud, not afraid I'm a Marine spy or something. Spy? Sabo chuckled. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Kyuzen turned his head, visibly puzzled. After a few moments, Sabo asked out of nowhere. Say, if you were a spy, think you could make it to Commander-in-Chief of the Army? Ha, no way. Kyuzen replied immediately, brushing it off. No way. Sabo smirked. Well, my uncle did it. He didn't elaborate, but his implication was clear. Then he added with a light smile. Spy or not, it doesn't matter. Once you join us, you'll realize this place is where you truly belong. Sounds nice, but joining so easily wouldn't sit right with me. Kyuzen muttered, gazing at the sky. How about we have a fight? Win or lose, at least it'll feel earned. Sure. Sabo yawned. But let me nap first. Then, like it was nothing, he closed his eyes and actually went to sleep. Kyuzen blinked in surprise, but his lips curled into a faint smirk. Without another word, he lay down as well. The sun dipped toward the horizon, casting the sky in fiery red. Yaon, I'm starving. Sabo sat up, stretched, and scratched his golden hair sheepishly. Not far away, Kyuzen was roasting meat over a fire, sitting on the beach like a man without a care. My bad, must have dozed off for a while, been a bit exhausted lately. Kyuzen didn't know what this kid was so busy with, but given how soundly he'd slept, it was clear the exhaustion was real. Want some? Kyuzen asked, tossing a roasted animal leg toward Sabo without waiting for an answer. Weird island though, hardly any animals around. Sabo caught the meat and devoured it without hesitation. Once he finished, he stood up, brushing sand off his clothes. All right, let's fight. I've got stuff to do tonight. All right. Kyuzen stood as well, a little reluctant after only a few bites. I'll go first then. Watch yourself. The moment Sabo finished speaking, he vanished from Kyuzen's view. Kyuzen flinched. He hadn't underestimated Sabo. After all, this was the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Still, he'd misjudged him. That speed was already beyond his own. Before he could react, his observation Haki flared, detecting a sudden strike coming from the left. He tried to move aside, but his body couldn't keep up with the attack speed. He had no choice but to activate his Logia form in defense. Boom! A blackened claw, hard as iron, struck with explosive force, shattering half of Kyuzen's shoulder into shards of blue ice. Freezing mist erupted around him. Impressive, that speed is something else. Even with a limb destroyed, Kyuzen didn't retreat. He immediately conjured an ice blade and slashed toward Sabo. Clang! The frost-laced blade was caught midair by Sabo's black-gloved hand and crushed to pieces. If you don't start getting serious, you'll lose in an instant. Sabo stepped back, activating his dark fruit and grinned. Capitulo 75, Chapter 75, The Remnants of the Ancient Weapon Pluton. The power of the dark fruit, huh? Kyuzen Aokiji was genuinely surprised by Sabo's mastery of the dark fruit, but after thinking about it, he supposed it made sense. After all, Sabo was now a high-ranking officer under Ghidorah. Possessing the dark fruit seemed like a fitting inheritance. Still, Kyuzen couldn't help feeling some unease. This was the very fruit that once appeared briefly during the Paramount War, its true power still cloaked in mystery. Not that he knew its specifics, but even back then, if Blackbeard hadn't had that fruit, he might not have dared to act so boldly. Though powerful, he'd clearly picked the wrong opponent. But Sabo was a very different beast. His physical abilities were on par with Kyuzen's, and with the dark fruit added to the mix. This was no easy matchup. For the first time in this encounter, Kyuzen dropped his nonchalance, narrowing his eyes seriously at Sabo. I guess there's no point in holding back anymore. With that, Kyuzen leapt into the air and shouted, "Ice ball!" Suddenly, 5 massive ice pillars launched from his hands, surging straight toward Sabo. Whoa, he's going all out from the start. Sabo was shocked. He hadn't expected Kyuzen to start the battle with such ferocity. He tried to react, but it was too late. The overwhelming cold swept over him, and in dodging, he was momentarily caught. Frozen solid. Damn it! Sabo scowled and activated the dark fruit, but the ice came faster than his reaction. Before he could break free. Snap crackle. Kyuzen, who had been preparing to walk over and free him, suddenly paused. From within the frozen mass came the unmistakable sound of fracturing ice. KRRSHHH. A thick wave of darkness exploded out, shattering the ice and engulfing the area. Didn't take you for such a cold-blooded bastard. Free from the ice, Sabo exhaled deeply. The dark mist surrounding him rolled out like a living fog. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Kyuzen said with a straight face, lifting his arm and forming 3 spears of ice. Ice block, pheasant beak. Still pretending you're not. Sabo scoffed and summoned a massive wall of darkness behind him. Release. From within the dark wall, countless ice crystals burst forth, intercepting the incoming ice spears. You can absorb my ice. Kyuzen was surprised, watching his own elemental attack turned against him. But Sabo gave him no time to regroup. He raised his palm toward Kyuzen, who was still midair, and shouted, "Dark gravity." A black vortex spiraled open in his palm, unleashing a gravitational force that pulled Kyuzen straight toward him. Despite using Rokushiki to hover midair, Kyuzen couldn't resist the pull. Wait, he can do that too. Wide-eyed, Kyuzen hastily coated his fist with armament Haki, ready to land a blow before being dragged too close. But Sabo's cold smile deepened. Dragon claw. Bang! Their fists collided, but Sabo's claw intercepted it perfectly. Got you. Absorb. Once again, the black vortex expanded, this time locking Kyuzen in place, unable to escape. Without warning, Sabo drove a Haki-infused punch straight into Kyuzen's gut. Kyuzen's eyes widened as he tried to activate his Logia form. But nothing happened. What? He gasped. My devil fruit, it's not working. Feel that? Sabo grinned. I hold grudges. Wham! The punch landed with bone-crunching force, the sensation of raw impact satisfying Sabo immensely. Wham, bam, thud. Kyuzen flew backward, tumbling across the sand 3 times before coming to a painful stop. He clutched his stomach and looked up at Sabo in disbelief. He held back. Though the punch had looked brutal, Sabo had intentionally pulled about 40% of his strength at the last second. Otherwise, Kyuzin might have suffered serious internal injuries, if not outright collapsed. Now, it was mostly surface damage. Kyuzin stood up slowly, brushing the sand off his clothes. Done already. Sabo called out. Can't keep going. Kyuzin grumbled, walking back toward the campfire. What, that's it, don't wimp out now. Sabo teased, catching up with a grin. If this is how your people fight, I might rethink joining you. Kyuzin replied, a little wounded in pride. Despite leaving the Marines, Kyuzin hadn't changed much. He was still lazy, but now had a slightly warmer, more human air about him. The two sat on the beach, chatting about the future and Ghidorah's ambitions. When Sabo explained Ghidorah's dream of building a kingdom of true equality, Kyuzin immediately waved it off. That's impossible. Why? Long ago, our teacher Nika and Joy Boy created a kingdom just like that, the Great Kingdom. But because of betrayal, it was wiped from history. We're trying to revive that kingdom now. As a former admiral, Kyuzin knew bits and pieces about the mysterious will of D. But what he heard from Sabo now went far beyond anything in government records. Wait, so you're preparing for war? Looking around at the stripped-down island, he pieced things together. No, we're not preparing anymore. The war has already begun. Our logistics team supports from behind, but the real war has already started. That's why I invited you. Not to fight, but because the backlines need your skills, especially that ocean-freezing ability. A tool, huh? Kyuzin gave himself a label with a crooked smile. His eyes looked at Sabo a little strangely, but before he could say anything, a thunderous rumble came from the sea. Both men turned toward it. What the hell is that? Even Kyuzin, usually unshaken, stood frozen, eyes wide as he stared at the monstrous silhouette approaching across the ocean. Are they trying to kill me with work? Sabo's expression collapsed into disbelief. The colossal structure growing larger on the horizon was a battleship the size of an island. That's just a remnant of Pluton. Sabo sighed. Only a part of it. It's under the control of Ivankov's group. Pluton. And a remnant. Kyuzin was in utter shock. He had never imagined that in his lifetime he'd lay eyes on not just one, but two ancient weapons. Capitulo 76, Chapter 76, Who do you think you're underestimating? Staring at the so-called remains of Pluton before him, Kyuzin Aokiji was utterly speechless. His worldview had just been shattered. Back when he served in the Navy, the warships he boarded were impressive, metal-reinforced, and imposing, but never once did he imagine a fully metallic ship could actually sail. But what shook him even more was, it didn't even have sails, which meant it didn't rely on wind to move. Pluton's scale was staggering, its exact length unknown, but easily several hundred meters. Under the sunlight, its metallic body shimmered coldly. The deck alone resembled a small island, and dozens of dark cannon ports lined its sides like ominous eyes. Each cannon was massive, far surpassing anything mounted on a marine warship. The only thing that could compare might have been the colossal cannons, once housed at Marineford headquarters. This is Pluton, Kyuzin asked in disbelief. What else did you think it was? Sabo gave him a side glance that practically screamed, you uncultured rookie. Honestly, when he had first seen Pluton, Sabo's reaction was far worse. He'd been so shaken that he slept for 3 days straight aboard it. But upon learning, this was only a portion of the actual Pluton, he'd become obsessed with the idea of building one himself. That was until Ghidorah informed him that Pluton was originally constructed by the first user of the dark fruit, combined with the swallow fruit. After hearing that, Sabo had gone a bit crazy. Of course, Ghidorah hadn't told him everything, like the fact that the original creator of Pluton wasn't even human, but rather a robot. In fact, the war 800 years ago had started because the blueprints for Pluton were stolen, leading to a wave of self-righteous fools who tried to replicate it. But Ghidorah wasn't worried about that technology. Back on Bika, the ancient tech was far more advanced. Even the inventions of the World Government Science Division were little more than leftovers from what his people had discarded. But back to the point. So this is really the legendary Pluton, the one they say can destroy an island with a single shot. Man, why are you still asking? Tell you what, join us, and I'll take you on board for a tour. Sabo raised an eyebrow at him teasingly. Kyuzin gave him a look. Do I look like someone who gets excited over ships? All right, I'll join you. He added, but I'm not interested in Pluton. I just think you people might really change the world, and I want to witness that. Hess, whatever. I don't care about the reason, just that you've joined. Sabo clapped him on the shoulder. Now get ready to work. Kyuzin was still confused by what kind of work he meant, but before he could ask, a tide of darkness surged out from beneath Sabo's feet. It swept across the ground like a flood, covering the entire half of the island in seconds. Kyuzin sucked in a cold breath. His own ice fruit could freeze that much, sure, but the sheer visual impact of that expanding darkness felt far more terrifying. Swallow, Sabo whispered. At his command, the darkness suddenly boiled, like a raging sea during a storm. Cracked. Boom. Boulders shattered, trees toppled. The entire island seemed like it was being consumed by a natural disaster. Kyuzin stared in disbelief. Was this really the same energy he had just fought against? Within mere minutes, half the island had already been devoured. Is this even a devil fruit power anymore? He wasn't exactly a scholar, but even he knew a bit about black holes, and this was monstrous. Before he could digest it, another colossal wave of darkness began rising behind Sabo, blotting out the sky. It loomed until it hovered directly above Pluton's hull. Sabo's body was drenched in sweat, his face pale as a corpse, but even in such a state, he gritted his teeth and hissed. Synthesize, release. Sabo might not be the strongest in combat with his dual fruits, but in support and logistics, he was number one, hands down. And now, the black mass above Pluton began to rain down various materials. Metal, bricks, tiles, pipes, beams. Even strange tools and processed lumber. Some useful, some not, but for a forward base, everything could find a use. What the hell's? Kyuzin murmured. He had never seen anything so surreal. What went in were rocks, trees, and biomass. What came out were refined materials and even bone-carved ornaments. What the hell is this guy? Kyuzin suddenly realized the young man beside him didn't even feel human anymore. He felt like a walking factory, or worse, a machine. Then a terrifying thought entered his mind. Could he swallow devil fruit users too? It sounded crazy, but after witnessing this, he wasn't so sure. What Kyuzin didn't know was that Sabo absolutely could. The dark fruit naturally countered all devil fruits and could suck them in. But Sabo's swallow fruit took it a step further. Anything he absorbed, even living beings, could be transformed into new creations, often retaining aspects of their original powers. Sabo had essentially become a living anomaly. I'm beat. Sabo collapsed, exhausted, after completing the full synthesis and offloading process. He looked like a drowned dog, completely out of energy. Chief Sabo. Just then, a birdman descended from Pluton, landing in front of him with eyes full of admiration. Sabo's abilities and his logistical genius were no secret in the logistics division. In fact, most of the troops were immensely proud of him. Hey, Pell. Sabo looked up and recognized the visitor. It was Pell, the former vice-captain of the Arabasta Royal Guard. Glancing at the now barren island, Sabo said, "This island's tapped, let's move on to the next." Then he gestured to Kyuzin beside him. "Oh, and let me introduce you, this is Aokiji Kyuzin." He deliberately avoided calling him Aokiji, since that codename no longer suited him. As a former representative of a world government-affiliated nation, Pell had long known of Aokiji. But never had he imagined that a former admiral would end up on their side. His respect was sincere. "Kyuzin-san, sir. I'm Pell, captain of the 3rd Logistics Division, Bird Fruit User." Kyuzin, still unaccustomed to all this formality, gave a vague nod. Don't worry about titles, he muttered awkwardly. And with that, Sabo led them both back toward Pluton. Capitulo 77, Chapter 77, The Steel Colossus. A massive steel ship sailed steadily over the surging waves. Kyuzin never imagined there would come a day when he would stand aboard the Pluton. Curiosity stirred within him. Just how many ancient secrets did this Ghidorah truly command? As the steel colossus cut through the sea, an island gradually grew larger in his view. The island wasn't prosperous, rather barren in fact, but everywhere he looked, people were hard at work. Though drenched in sweat, their faces radiated determination and energy. It was a stark contrast from the oppressed slaves Kyuzin had seen in the past. In these people's eyes, he saw flames of drive and hope. Everything here was moving toward a better future. "You're finally back, Sabo." Just as the two disembarked from the ship, a man rushed over, anxiety written all over his face. "Something's wrong. Ships number 4 and number 5 are out of contact." "What happened?" Sabo frowned. Who was in charge of those two ships? "Commander Lindbergh. We lost contact 2 hours ago, no response at all." Lindbergh has. "You know where they were last located?" Sabo asked, thinking it over. "New World, Lamoric Island, OC. The 2 supply ships went there to purchase materials." "Got it, you go handle your tasks." With that, Sabo turned to Kyuzin. "Sorry, I won't be able to give you a proper tour of the forward base just yet. You can stay here for now. Once I finish this, I'll come back and show you around." "No need," Kyuzin said as he glanced at the developing island. "I'll come with you." Although he'd already joined the Ghidorah faction, he wasn't familiar with anyone yet. If the only person he knew, Sabo, left, staying behind would feel awkward. Better to go with him to Lamoric Island. If he remembered correctly, that island used to be under Kaido's control. With Kaido now gone, it should be a power vacuum. With that in mind, he shared all the information he had with Sabo. Upon hearing that the island had belonged to Kaido's forces, Sabo seemed to realize something. He paused briefly, then decided not to trouble a certain gentleman for now. Decision made, Sabo and Kyuzin boarded a small boat and departed the forward base. With the revival of the Kingdom of Joy and the reemergence of the mysterious D lineage, the entire sea now whispered about a fearsome family. The Monkey D clan. Whether it was the former marine hero Garp, the revolutionary leader Dragon, or even the supernova pirate Luffy. All of their files had been exposed. The first 2, due to their immense strength, were generally left unbothered, but the last one, well, he was a troublemaker. Ever since the end of the Paramount War, Luffy's life had been filled with hardship and shadow. Back then, after leaving aboard Whitebeard's ship, Garp, having rested a few days, left the Whitebeard pirates and used unknown means to track down his grandson, who was then training with Rayleigh. With Marineford gone, Luffy had no place to ring the sacred bell. In the end, he begged his grandfather to help deliver his message to his crew. Unexpectedly, that decision, accepting his grandfather's training, left him with a deep psychological scar. But the world is fair. Effort and reward go hand in hand. At this point, Luffy's strength had already far surpassed his 2-year post-war level from the original story. Returning stronger than ever, he reunited with his crew at the Sabyati archipelago and once again set sail. When passing Fishman Island, thanks to Ghidorah's prior intervention, nothing unpleasant occurred. In fact, they were treated as honored guests by King Neptune and escorted into the New World. Their smooth and fortunate journey made the crew suspicious. Was it the influence of this rubber-brained family? But on these seas, there were always people who craved chaos. And some, especially the dim-witted, only knew how to charge and head first. Jack, once one of Kaido's all-stars, had since joined Big Mom's pirate crew. Leaving Whole Cake Island, he set out to reassemble Kaido's former forces. That very day, while passing by Lamoric Island, he happened upon the revolutionaries' supply ships. Putting his infamous skills to use, he transformed into the king of boarding. In a single move, he captured the leaders and seized a huge stockpile of supplies. Compared to true powerhouses, Jack might not measure up, but against someone like Lindbergh, it was an easy win. Flush with success, Jack didn't leave right away. Instead, he threw a feast on the island with his newly gathered pirate followers. Which brings us to the present scene. You bastard! Luffy winced, clutching his chest as he glared at the massive mammoth before him, Jack in his ancient Zoan form. Why the hell did you attack me out of nowhere? Luffy and his crew had just arrived on Lemuric Island when they stumbled upon Jack's boisterous feast. But before they could say anything, the hulking brute with a savage gaze struck without warning. The fight had started for no reason at all. Why, just because your damn name is Monkey, that cursed family. If it weren't for you people, I wouldn't be stuck like this, serving that fat hag every day. As he mentioned Big Mom, Jack's eyes turned bloodshot. Whatever trauma he'd endured under her command, he had now redirected all his hatred toward Ghidorah. But he didn't dare challenge that monster, so instead, he dumped all his rage onto the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. With Jack's attack, the two crews were fully at odds. To these vicious pirates, the Straw Hats looked like lambs to the slaughter. But what followed shocked everyone. Faced with hundreds of pirates, only one man from the Straw Hats stepped forward. Zoro. No fear in his eye, the swordsman didn't even bother to draw 3 blades. With a flash of violet lightning from his lone sword. Whoosh! A single slash, and bodies fell like wheat before the scythe. Bastard! Jack roared, his hooves tearing at the ground as he charged. Darkness cloaked his massive trunk, swinging it down toward Luffy with overwhelming force. All his fury was about to be unleashed. Luffy may have a rubber brain, but he could still tell good from evil. And someone who attacked unprovoked, yeah, that was definitely a bad guy. And when it came to bad guys, his solution was simple. Smash 'em. Seeing that enormous trunk coming down on him, Luffy didn't hesitate. He squatted, then launched into the sky. Gamu Gamu no, battle axe. With a thunderous cry, a colossal foot came crashing down from the sky, like a tower descending. Right toward Jack. Capitulo 78, Chapter 78, I Work for Your Dad. Boom! A deafening impact thundered through the air, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. You bastard, was that attack supposed to be an insult? From within the thick smoke, a low, furious roar echoed out, and then a massive prehistoric mammoth burst forth. Do you know who I am? I'm Jack the Drought. As his voice boomed, the ground beneath him cracked violently, giant fissures spiderwebbing out like the aftermath of an earthquake. Luffy staggered a few steps from the tremor, the grin on his face vanishing as he stared at Jack with sudden seriousness. Disaster, Jack, I'm gonna launch you into the sky. Gamu Gamu no, Eagle Bazooka. With a loud cry, Luffy hurled both arms backward at high speed. A layer of pitch-black armament Haki quickly coated them, and they began to expand dramatically. As the rubber arms stretched to their limit, 2 enormous blackened fists launched forward with explosive force. HMPH, my name's not Disaster Jack, damn it. Eyes wide with fury, Jack met the strike head-on, his trunk and forehead now also coated in Haki, as he charged directly into Luffy's massive punch. Jack wasn't one for tricks or subtlety. His style was all about head-on collisions. He didn't care how strong his opponent was. His philosophy was simple. If it comes to a clash, just go all in. What he didn't expect was that, this time, he'd found someone just as headstrong as he was. Boom! Their blows collided with a thunderous crash. A shockwave of energy and dust blasted outward, sending sand whipping through the air. Everyone nearby had to shield themselves from the gale force wind. Damn it, this brat is actually this strong. Jack gritted his teeth as he struggled against Luffy's colossal fists. His massive hooves sank deep into the ground as his body began to slowly slide backward. RAAH. Luffy's face flushed red with effort, his body steaming with intense heat as he tried to launch this behemoth away with one mighty blow. Finally, with a final cry, Jack's resistance broke. Boom! He was sent flying, smashing through several buildings in the distance. Cough! Damn it, he's just a rookie. How is he this strong? Blood dripped from Jack's mouth as he lay among the rubble, bones aching like they'd shattered. But he hadn't passed out. Eyes burning with stubborn rage, he stared at Luffy. There's a saying, the louder your threats, the harder you get smacked. It couldn't be more true for Jack. Despite his injuries, defiance still burned in his eyes as he slowly got to his feet. "You're dead, Straw Hat." Roaring, Jack dropped out of his mammoth form and shifted into his human-beast hybrid. Drawing 2 curved blades, he charged once more. Seeing this, Luffy knew his base form wouldn't be enough. Without hesitation, he activated Gear Third. Heat waves rippled around him as his strength surged. Every aspect of his physical power was amplified. Facing the enormous Jack, he didn't flinch. Head held high, he charged in with just as much brute force. This was his first real fight since finishing training under Garp. Thanks to that rigorous training, Luffy's armament Haki had far surpassed what he had in the original timeline. He didn't need fancy techniques. His raw fists now carried echoes of Garp's legendary might. Boom, bam, smash, crack. Explosive impacts filled the air as the two traded blows at high speed. In just moments, they'd already clashed multiple times. With their respective devil fruit abilities, they were still fairly evenly matched. Though in terms of pure stamina and durability, Jack held the upper hand. Zoan users always had a natural edge in physical endurance. Luffy, meanwhile, began to feel the toll. His Gear Third form wouldn't last much longer. After dodging another of Jack's strikes, he made a split-second decision mid-air. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into his right leg. Gamu Gamu no, giant battle axe. WHOMs. His leg, now a massive blackened hammer, came crashing down, shattering the sound barrier and unleashing a piercing sonic boom. Below, Jack, already exhausted, saw the incoming strike too late. His pupils shrank as the enormous shadow descended. Too slow to dodge, he clenched his teeth and braced for impact. Boom! The collision shook the earth, sending violent shockwaves through the air. The instant Jack's body touched Luffy's giant haki-clad leg, his expression twisted in panic. He already knew he couldn't take this hit. But escape was impossible. All he could do was grit his teeth and resist. Rumbled. The ground split apart beneath him. Jack's eyes rolled back as he was driven straight into the earth, unconscious, half buried in stone. His defeat sent terror rippling through the pirates he'd just recruited. None of them dared to even show their faces. They scattered and fled without a sound. As for Jack, no one bothered to check if he was dead or alive. Pop. Oh yeah, I'm starving. Luffy dropped out of Gear Third, instantly drained. He slumped to the ground, groaning about food. The town, already half destroyed, had been reduced to rubble during the fight. Thankfully, the townsfolk had fled earlier when Jack and his men threw their feast. The Straw Hat crew quickly sprang into action, each taking on a task. Some lit fires, others searched for supplies. One sneaky figure even crept up to Jack's body, then tied him up with some kind of strange plant. As the sun dipped toward the horizon and the crew gathered for dinner on the beach, a sudden voice rang out. Luffy. Luffy, who was gnawing on a giant hunk of meat, turned reflexively toward the sound. When he saw the familiar yet fuzzy face in the distance, he froze. He stared for a long moment, then tears welled in his eyes. Sabo. Tossing aside his food, Luffy leapt to his feet and dashed toward him, throwing his arms around Sabo in disbelief. Wah, it's really you, Sabo. I thought you were dead. The reunion scene was so heartfelt and sudden that it caught everyone off guard. But quickly, smiles spread across the entire crew. Yo, long time no see, Nico Robin. And then, amidst the joy, another calm voice spoke up. A tall man in a gray trench coat casually walked up to the dining table, grabbed a piece of roasted meat, and took a bite. No one told me what the pay is. Now I've even missed dinner. Not bad. After chewing a few bites, Kyuzin found the taste quite satisfying. Without hesitation, he pulled the entire platter closer and looked at Sanji. Hey, chef, mind getting me some utensils? Why, you're. T the Marine Admiral. Ayakaji. The crew stammered, their voices trembling. Hess, I haven't been an admiral for a long time now. Kyuzin gave them a gentle smile. Sanji sighed, stood up, and placed a set of utensils in front of him. Then, lighting a cigarette, he narrowed his eyes. If you're not a Marine anymore, what the hell are you doing here? Ida. Kyuzen paused mid-chew, took a swig of red wine to swallow his food, then pointed at Luffy. Well, technically speaking, starting today, his dad's my boss. Everyone froze, staring wide-eyed at Kyuzen, then turned their gaze toward Luffy. Are you kidding? With a background like this, do you even need to become Pirate King? You're just flexing at this point. Capitulo 79, Chapter 79, Feasting on Flames. The news that the Revolutionary Army's logistics convoy had been attacked quickly reached Ghidorah's ears. When he learned it was the work of Kaido's former subordinate Jack, and that Jack had even joined Charlotte Linland's crew, two enormous shadows rose from the Red Line and soared toward the New World. Perhaps outsiders didn't understand the meaning of this, but the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Joy knew full well. That guy was finally making a move. And this time, it wasn't just him, there were two of them. Another storm was about to sweep across the seas. New World Whole Cake Island. As the last remaining Yonko, Charlotte Linland's days were far from easy. Not only was her territory constantly being eroded, but she also had to contend with a Whitebeard restored to his prime. And yet, in the middle of this two-front crisis, another piece of despairing news arrived. Jack, of all people, had gone and provoked that monster's faction. Mama, that damned Jack causing trouble everywhere. I should never have let him leave in the first place. On her massive throne, Big Mom's expression darkened as she listened to her children report. Mom, now isn't the time to punish Jack. We should be thinking about what we'll do if that man shows up. One of her senior officers spoke up from below. Mama, my children, there's no need to panic. Yes, we have a grudge, but he won't necessarily get angry over something so small. Nana known. Quinn suddenly stepped forward, his layers of fat trembling as he swayed. Mom, you can't judge that guy by normal logic. Back at Onigashima, Quinn recounted the incident when that man had brazenly attacked Onigashima without warning. Fear flickered in his eyes as he concluded. Even in his azure dragon form, Kaido-sama wasn't his match. I say, when he gets here, we should just submit to him. That way. Before he could finish, Charlotte Linland's expression hardened. Quinn, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't care how strong he is. Charlotte Linland hasn't reached the point where I can't swing my blade. If he thinks I'll bow down, he's dreaming. After all, she was a ruler of the sea. The idea of submitting to anyone was unthinkable. She was not like Whitebeard. He had already let go of ambition, caring only for family above all else. Bad news, bad news. A panicked underling stumbled into the audience chamber, shouting. Mom, reports from the outer seas. There's a flame monster in the skies above our waters. A flame monster. Everyone froze for a moment. On the throne, Charlotte Linland's gaze sharpened. Wasn't it supposed to be a golden monster? No, this one. It's a terrifying beast that can ignite and burn everything. A flame monster, Mama, there's no flame monster in my whole cake territory. She rose from her throne, her heavy footsteps shaking the floor as she strode outside. Hey, can you behave yourself? Stop wrecking things. This island's going to be ours eventually. If you destroy it, that brat Sabo's going to nag me again. In midair, Ghidorah looked down with mild annoyance at the low-flying, rampaging Rodden. After spending so much time together, the creature that outsiders saw as terrifying and awe-inspiring was, in Sabo's eyes, simply family. And because of that, Ghidorah had long since lost all dignity around him. Sabo would pester him about anything without hesitation. Rodden snorted at the words, full of disdain, and was about to climb higher into the sky. When, in an instant, he sensed an immensely powerful soul signature. Though he knew little of this world beyond what Ghidorah had told him, he instantly guessed, this must be the female Yonko. Now this is getting interesting. Feeling Charlotte Linland's presence, Rodden shot upward and arrowed straight toward the massive cake-shaped island. Just as Big Mom stepped outside, she saw a black shadow racing toward her from the distance. At supersonic speed, the shadow grew larger and larger. In its wake, vast plumes of smoke rose into the air, and everything beneath its flight path burst into flames and melted away. Watching her beloved Cake Island melting in huge swathes, Charlotte Linland's eyes grew sharp and stormy. That damned thing. Zeus. With a roar, the giantess summoned a white cloud into her hand. Fueled by her fury, it turned black and swelled in size. The thundercloud rose into the sky, lightning crackling. Boom, boom. Bolts of raw lightning shot from the cloud, instantly striking the airborne Rodden. What's this? Rodden let out two strange cries as the electricity coursed over him. Compared to his leader's lightning, this was nothing more than a tickle. Wham! Ignoring the lightning, Rodden swooped down toward them, only for the very ground of Cake Island to melt like candle wax under his touch. With no choice, he flapped back into the air, fixing his gaze on Charlotte Linland below. So you're Charlotte Linland. Wow, you're even uglier than I expected. At those words, the faces of everyone below went pale. Even pirates know a woman's appearance is the last thing you insult, and Charlotte Linland. Her eyes instantly went blood red. She raised her other hand. Prometheus, burn him alive, Zeus, strike him dead. Having lost all reason, the Yonko shrieked like a madwoman, hurling her fury. Lightning and towering waves of fire erupted at once, surging toward the monster in the sky. Ha, so it's not just young women who have more chests than brains. Looks like the old ones aren't too bright either. Rather than fear, Rodden's eyes gleamed with hunger. And when he saw Prometheus in her hand, that look was exactly the way a starving thug stares at a steaming bowl of braised pork. High above in the cloud tops, Ghidorah shook his heads. Those two cloud pets of yours, they're about to be someone's dinner. And indeed, as the firestorm filled the sky, Rodden opened his massive beak. A colossal suction force blasted forth, like the pull of a black hole. The raging flames twisted into a blazing red dragon, drawn into his mouth and swallowed whole. In moments, the fire that had blotted out half the sky was gone. In Big Mom's hand, Prometheus drooped weakly. How is that possible? The minds of everyone below went blank. In this day and age, was there really a creature that could feed on fire? Capitulo 80, Chapter 80, The Despair of the Pirate Crew. It wasn't just the onlookers who were stunned. Even Charlotte Linland herself stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the massive beast in the sky. But she quickly snapped back to her senses. If she let the creature keep absorbing at this rate, her Prometheus would be completely drained in no time. With that thought, Linland roared in anger. Thunder drum. At her command, the thunderclouds above instantly shifted into a thunderstorm state, unleashing a mad barrage of lightning toward Rodden. Heh, old hag, this kind of stuff doesn't work on me in the slightest. Rodden let out a savage laugh midair, basking in the storm. Compared to the boss's lightning, this was weaker by 100,000 leagues. To him, these strikes were little more than a back scratch. Hearing that booming voice from the sky, Linland's bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. Bastard, then try this on for size. Shock Imperial Thunder. With a shout, a massive sphere of lightning gathered in the sky, at least 50 meters in diameter, before crashing down without mercy. The blinding lightning tore through the overcast heavens like a doomsday calamity. The colossal lightning pillar struck Rodden squarely in the back with an earth-shaking roar, his massive frame lurching as he plummeted toward Whole Cake Island. Ikoku sovereignty. Seizing the moment, the enraged Linland grabbed the hat atop her head, which transformed into a massive sword and unleashed a gargantuan slash. Invisible shockwave energy ripped through the air, wrapped in a pressure wave, tearing toward the falling figure. Rumble. The slash was so powerful it could pierce even a supergiant sea king. And when it struck the flaming monster, it detonated with a deafening blast, knocking Rodden back into the air. Roar, damn you old hag. Rodden howled as the impact sent searing pain ripping through his abdomen. He opened his beak wide and spewed a blast of crimson flames mixed with volcanic ash. The blazing torrent rained from above, catching everyone off guard. Aza. Help me. Mama, save us. Across Whole Cake Island, countless souls perished in an instant under the scorching wave. But it didn't stop there. The storm of fire swept through the gaps between buildings, engulfing the island in every direction. The food-based structures melted or burned instantly under the heat. The flames roared sky-high, screams filled the air. Linlin's shame and rage boiled over. She screamed again and again, her voice shrill with fury. Since becoming a pirate, she had never been this enraged. In a single breath, a third of her beloved Totaland was reduced to ash by that one-breath attack. A hellish killing intent radiated from her enormous body. The pressure was so overwhelming that every pirate nearby, even her own children, trembled. But no matter how mighty her soul aura, it had no effect on the beast above. That was one of the traits of the Titan form. A creature like Rodden had no soul to influence in the first place. Linlin began gathering the souls of the countless creatures that had just perished in the firestorm. One by one, the flames of life were pulled into her grasp. "I'll kill you." Her massive sword morphed further, becoming even larger. With a mighty leap, her towering, heavy frame shot skyward, and she unleashed a slash of monstrous scale. A violet arc, streaked with black lightning-like energy, shot toward Rodden like a crescent moon, brimming with Haki and raw fury. Boom! A colossal explosion rang out, white-gray smoke billowing upward, blotting out the sun. Thud! Linlin landed back on the ground, sweat beading her brow. That last strike had taken a heavy toll. Should be dead now, right? Her subordinates stared into the roiling cloud above, wondering the same. Then someone suddenly shouted, "There's look!" Through the haze, something surged upward, and the next instant, a ferocious beast burst from the smoke, trailing a fiery wake as it dove straight down. "Damn you!" Linlin ignored her own exhaustion, swinging her massive sword in another slash. But this strike was far weaker than the last. What looked terrifying at a glance was, to Rodden, as fragile as a breeze. The beast merely reached out with a thick, short claw from its abdomen, snatching the slash midair, and with a sharp crack, the attack dispersed into nothing. Gasps of horror erupted from below. As the beast descended, pirates scattered in panic. "This is MY territory. I won't let you run wild here." Driven to madness, Linlin swung slash after slash, uncaring whether they could harm her foe. Each one was terrifying enough that even a revived Kaido might hesitate to take them head-on. But she had no idea her opponent wasn't Kaido. It was a monster from 800 years ago, and one with a hidden identity. The beast ignored every attack. Boom, boom. Its heavy impacts came one after another, clouds of dust rolling like waves in a storm. Then, within that storm, Rodden suddenly beat his wings, skimming just above the island's surface. Everything in his path ignited and melted in an instant. "I'm done playing with you, old hag." Rodden screeched, opening his beak toward Linlin and the buildings behind her. He drew in a deep breath and, with a WHOOM, unleashed a tide of black ash-laced fire. The blazing surge tore through everything, incinerating the structures in its path. Faced with the oncoming inferno, Linlin cloaked herself in armament Haki, then gathered every last ounce of her strength and energy. Her 10 thick fingers clenched the massive sword. Raising her arms, she bellowed, "Ikoku sovereignty." Hum. Boom, booms, boom. A formless shockwave ripped forward, scraping the ground as it sped toward the approaching tide. This was all she had left, the one strike in which she poured every shred of her remaining power. In an instant, the shockwave clashed with the flames. With a thunderous blast, it cut through the inferno, barreling onward toward the colossal beast. "Kill him!" The pirates erupted in cheers, as if their mama's attack was certain to fell the monster in the next second. But when the strike hit, every eye went wide to the limit, filled with disbelief. And in a voice trembling with despair, someone cried out, "Impossible!" Capitulo 81, Chapter 81, The Coming of War. Boom! A deafening explosion of energy erupted, sending a violent shockwave tearing in all directions. The flowers, trees, and vegetation made of food instantly melted into liquid, then were swept away by the howling gale. Yet the colossal beast, which in everyone's eyes should have been injured, emerged without the slightest wound. Wreathed in flames, it burst out of the cloud of dust, turning everything in its path into a blazing hellscape. How is this possible? The onlookers stared at the monstrous creature in utter terror, their courage collapsing. One by one, they huddled behind Charlotte Linlin, hoping to hide from the attack. Only to be stunned when, in the very next instant, Charlotte Linlin moved even faster than they could, abandoning them without hesitation and sidestepping away, fully exposing the crowd. In their despair, they forgot to even scream, until a wave of searing heat engulfed them. "Aya! Help!" Those ignited did not die immediately. Instead, their entire bodies burned as they rolled and writhed in agony, desperately slapping at themselves. But the flames clinging to them seemed impossible to extinguish. Their screams soon dwindled into silence, leaving nothing but charred corpses. The gruesome deaths of her crew stirred little emotion in Charlotte Linlin. But she knew full well, if she tried to run, she could never outrun something with wings. With no other choice, she hefted her massive sword once again, ready to continue the fight. However, Rodden clearly had grown tired of playing. Seeing her battle stance, a flicker of disdain passed through the giant beast's eyes. With a beat of its wings, its taloned feet shot forward to seize her. "Damn it, even if I die, I won't make it easy for you." With a roar, Charlotte Linlin raised her greatsword, unleashing Conqueror's Haki infusion at the critical moment. "I said I'm done playing, old hag." Rodden showed no fear before such a fearsome blow. With a resounding bang, its talons clamped down on the greatsword. Crack, crocock, wrench. The enormous sword, enlarged through the soul fruit's power, crumbled like brittle candy under Rodden's grip. "Impossible." Charlotte Linlin stared in shock at her shattered soul-forged blade. "Nothing's impossible. You and I are simply not on the same level," Rodden said bluntly, unwilling to let her cling to illusions. And indeed, just as Rodden said, while the world saw the Yonko as the pinnacle, they did not know that there existed an even higher realm above them. Without another word, Rodden opened its massive jaws. Flames erupted in a roaring torrent, engulfing Charlotte Linlin from head to toe. Thanks to her giant's physique and formidable natural defenses, she did not die instantly, but within the flames, she became a massive figure of living fire. I'm not willing my Tato land." High above, Ghidorah watched it all unfold, feeling a twinge of pity for Charlotte Linlin. She clearly possessed great strength, yet remained just one step shy of the final threshold. She had all the advantages, yet squandered them, playing at her Tato land dream in the New World. From the very concept of Tato land, he could see an echo of the ancient Great Kingdom. From that alone, he knew she must have been aware of its history. But though she imitated the Great Kingdom's form, she lacked its ideals. In the end, all of it was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Looking at the devastated island below, Ghidorah recalled that there were several poneglyphs here. With that in mind, he descended from the sky onto the burning island. Spotting a massive building in the distance, he beat his wings without hesitation, unleashing a violent gale. The raging wind carried blades of force, and with a thunderous crash, the massive structure shattered and collapsed. Leaping onto the ruins, he quickly found them, 2 black poneglyphs and 1 red. Oh, how did these end up here? Rodden, approaching from afar, was visibly surprised at the sight. "Who knows, maybe she collected them somewhere," Ghidorah said, glancing at the inscriptions. "Honestly, who even ordered these to be written? What a load of crap. I told you before, history is always rewritten by the victors. Keeping these around is pointless," Ghidorah said with open disdain. "Truth is, I never intended to leave them behind," Rodden replied. "But after I was injured and went into hiding to recover, I simply didn't bother. Still, if I had to guess, there's only one person who'd pull something like this, Kazuki Toki." "Toki, huh? Yeah, a self-righteous woman if there ever was one," Ghidorah muttered. "We should never have shared this writing with you people." His gaze lingered on the inscriptions, and his thoughts drifted back to his second homeland. Of course, his first homeland remained that blue planet hidden deep in his heart. With his prodigious mind, every memory remained intact. And so he sank into recollection, nearly 2,000 years of history flickering past like a lantern slide. Across those long ages, he had witnessed countless kingdoms rise and fall. Even now, he was not sure what he truly wanted. Perhaps ending this world's cycle entirely, and building an ideal nation was his only real pursuit. "Hey, if we don't go now, this place is going to burn to ash." Rodden's voice snapped him from his thoughts. Looking around, Ghidorah saw that Tato land was already consumed by flames. Another dream kingdom destroyed, but it would not be the last. "Shall I wipe them all out?" Rodden's voice came again. Ghidorah noticed a few pirate ships fleeing on the distant sea. Without a second thought, he replied, "No need, how much trouble could they possibly cause?" Indeed, before the resurrected great kingdom he envisioned, those fleeing pirates posed no threat at all. They lingered a moment longer on Tato land, until the island began to tremble beneath them. Then Ghidorah slowly took flight. Buru buru buru. At that moment, a ringing sound came from the left head. Ghidorah grew curious. Only 3 people could ever call this den mushy, and if it was ringing, it meant something important had happened. With a flick of thought, the left head uncoiled its tongue and produced the damp, wriggling snail. Master, it's bad. The outpost is under attack." The moment the call connected, Sabo's urgent voice rang from the other end. "Under attack by who?" Ghidorah froze for an instant. Given Sabo's and the others' strength, for them to call him meant the situation was dire. "I don't know, it's a giant, a huge giant. Everything's destroyed." Sabo's voice was frantic. "A giant?" In a flash, Ghidorah seemed to realize something. All 3 of his heads darkened in unison as he growled. "The giant titan core." "Damn it, I didn't go looking for you, yet you came to me first." "The giant titan core?" Rodden's eyes widened. "Those guys are still alive." "Alive, and I've already killed a few," Ghidorah replied, beating his wings. "Come, we're heading to the outpost." But before they could move. "Today, you're going nowhere." With a thunderous bellow, the sea exploded. A steel warship, hundreds of meters long, burst from beneath the waves, smashing through the surface. 2 towering giants, both wearing horned steel helmets, loomed into view before them. Capítulo 82, Chapter 82, Former Heroes. "Sol." "Great." "And the right wing of Pluton, just that." "Hess, I really want to know, who gave you the courage?" "You think you can challenge me with this?" High in the air, Ghidorah's cold, cutting voice rang out, as if the 2 world-class fighters before him were utterly beneath notice. No, truthfully, they were beneath notice. Pluton or the giant Titan core, it didn't matter. In Ghidorah's eyes, as long as these people weren't united as one, they could be ignored outright. "Hess, our mission isn't to fight you to the death. We just have to hold you here." The giant standing to the left of the massive warship drew a massive sword and shield from his back, his voice booming. As he moved, the other giant also drew his weapon, not a greatsword, but an enormous black iron spiked club, its barbed spikes gleaming darkly. The 2 of them were the captain and vice captain of the giant Titan core, and the ship beneath their feet was Pluto's right wing. A single Pluton was made up of 3 parts, the main body and the left and right wings. The main body housed Pluton's core supercannon, while each wing was itself a massive battleship. In the present day, no technology exists that could build such steel leviathans. These Plutons came from over 1,000 years ago, an age when the world was at its most glorious. In that era, the seas had been ruled by fleets of steel warships. But as centuries passed, technology was lost, and even the surviving steel ships could not escape the fate of decay. Pluton, however, endured, because its builders had forged it from a unique alloy created through the combined powers of the dark fruit and the swallow fruit. With modern technology, unable to decipher Pluton's materials, perhaps only Sabo could even attempt to replicate it. At the thought of Sabo, Ghidorah's massive eyes narrowed sharply. Have those old men noticed something? The path he had shown Sabo had seemed casual, but in truth, it was calculated. He had deliberately acted unconcerned, allowing Sabo to discover it on his own. Yet even so, it had apparently drawn someone's attention. "Who knows?" Saul replied. "Our job is just to keep you here." He hefted the giant's sword in his hand. "We may not be your equals, but with the right wing's help, holding you here is within our power." Ghidorah silently agreed. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared. If they didn't want him going back, then he simply wouldn't. A slow, cruel smile spread across his monstrous jaws. That's fine by me. Saul's brows furrowed at that, a bad feeling gnawing at his gut. Don't tell me. The unease in his chest deepened. That absurd suspicion in his mind, he didn't dare speak it aloud. The Grand Line New World, first half. On the island known as Germa, Sabo's forward base. Right now, it was facing utter devastation. Bloodied and battered, Aokiji and Sabo stared up in shock at a coastal giant over 100 meters tall. Especially Aokiji, his wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Since becoming a Navy admiral, he had always known that even if he wasn't the strongest in the world, he was still among its elite. But never, not once, had he imagined that his strength could seem so pitiful, so childlike before another being. Even Sabo, fighting at full force beside him, surpassed his own output here. Sorry about this, inviting you to join us and then running into a mess like this. I've already contacted my master, he should be here soon. Sabo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression apologetic as he looked up at the towering giant. Sorry, yeah, I guess I was dragged into this. Aokiji gave him a wry look, then added, but I suppose I should thank you. If not for you, I'd never have seen a monster like this. With his worldview once again shattered, Aokiji wiped the blood from his face and went on. Forget apologies, think about how we're going to deal with this thing. Yeah. Sabo gave a bitter smile. No other choice, I'll have to use that and hope it can stall him. At once, black mist burst from beneath his feet, thick and inky as spilled tar. The dense cloud of dark energy billowed out like a tide, swallowing everything around them. Hey, I'm still here. Aokiji flinched, but quickly realized the fruit's power wasn't affecting him and relaxed. The darkness spread across half the beach in moments, soon rolling out to envelop the giant's feet. Damn, he's too big. Feeling the giant's presence in the darkness, Sabo's face darkened. The dark fruit absorbed inanimate matter easily, but living things resisted. Against ordinary foes, it wasn't an issue, but this giant was far stronger than him. Heh, boy, you think you can trap me with this? What a joke. The giant's deep voice rumbled as he felt the darkness clutching at him. With a step, he tore free of the shadow's grasp. Veins bulged on Sabo's forehead, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. He stared up in disbelief at that towering figure. Even with his recent power-up, the time had been too short. He simply could not match a monster like this. If he'd only had more time, he truly believed he could surpass him. But now, such thoughts were meaningless. He's boy. In that moment of despair, an aged, metallic voice rang out behind him. Vice Admiral Garp. Aokiji was the first to turn, and his eyes went wide with disbelief. Old man. Sabo too stared in shock. Neither of them had expected the retired Vice Admiral Garp to appear here, and from the look of it, this wasn't some coincidence. Garp's stern face softened into a smile at the sight of the two. Then he scratched his head, looking troubled. Honestly, I'm supposed to be retired, and they're still sending me to the battlefield. After retiring, Garp had returned to Windmill Village in the East Blue, intending to spend his days in peace. But then his son, Dragon, had come to him and introduced him to an old man. When he learned the man was an ancestor of the monkey family, Garp had realized his quiet retirement was over. The family elder had also brought him a devil fruit, a gift from Ghidorah himself. Though Garp had always resisted the idea of eating a devil fruit, he could not defy his family's orders, and reluctantly consumed it. With his new powers, he was taken to an uninhabited island in the East Blue to train, only finishing his training recently. And upon returning to the Red Line, his own son had immediately ordered him into action. Which brought him to the scene before them now. Capitulo 83, Chapter 83, Garp's Devil Fruit. Old man, don't joke around. This kind of fight isn't something you can take part in anymore. You're no longer the Navy's hero. You're not. Although in his younger days, the old man Garp had left him with plenty of childhood scars, there had also been genuine care mixed in. Though they shared no blood relation, their bond was closer than family. No matter the reason, Sabo could never allow this old man to die here. What an unlovable little brat, Do you want to taste my fist filled with love?" Hearing those words, Garp felt both comforted and moved, though he would never show it on his face. He raised his fist, and speaking as he walked toward the two of them, murmured under his breath, "Honestly, to think you'd underestimate me like this. Aokiji, take this kid back to the ship." Then his gaze locked onto the 100-meter-tall giant, his eyes sharpened. "From here on, this guy is mine." The moment the words left his mouth, the veins on Garp's body suddenly bulged. With a ripping sound, his clothes were torn apart as his skin rapidly turned black. That black skin, the bulging veins, the swelling muscles, they expanded as if each cell was inflating and growing more powerful by the second. "What?" Sabo and Aokiji exclaimed in unison. "Go." Aokiji had no idea what was happening to Garp's body, but out of admiration and respect for the man, he obeyed without question. He grabbed Sabo and headed for the island's center. "No, I'm not leaving. I can't just abandon the old man here," Sabo struggled. "Don't be unreasonable. I don't know exactly why Vice Admiral Garp's body is transforming like this, but I can guess what kind of fruit he must have eaten. For Garp to choose a devil fruit, there's no way it could be an ordinary one, which means, if we stay here, we'll only hold him back." While they ran, Aokiji quickly explained his reasoning. And indeed, a man who'd seen countless devil fruits over his lifetime would never casually choose a common one. As the blackened body swelled, Garp gradually lost his human form. Hands and feet planted on the ground, his body expanded rapidly, 10 meters, 20-30. Until, moments later, he had transformed into a towering black beast over 100 meters tall, with a triangular head, massive jaws, and eyes glowing red. Honestly, if I had the choice, I'd never want to show this form in front of people I know. It's far too ugly. The transformed Garp let out a roar that shook the air. "What, that fruit?" Sabo's mind flashed back to something Ghidorah had once told him. He hadn't expected that fruit to end up in the old man's hands. "You know what it is." Garp's transformation left Aokiji stunned, and hearing Sabo's words, he turned to ask. "Yeah, Zoan type, mythical beast model, Titan species, MUTO form." "What? How could such a fruit even exist?" The name shocked Aokiji even more. In all his memory, he had never heard of such a classification. Even in the devil fruit encyclopedia he had studied, nothing like it had ever been recorded. "I don't know the details," Sabo admitted. "I only remember my master telling me that back in the day, 6 of these fruits were created, including his own." Aokiji froze at that word. Created? The boy had said created. Could these devil fruits have been man-made rather than naturally grown? If so, who in the world could create something this terrifying? Could it be? A vague answer formed in Aokiji's heart, but it was so far-fetched that he dared not think further. Boom! As the two reached the island's center, a violent crash erupted from the shore. Looking into the distance, they saw 2 titans clashing. Though the giant was shorter than Garp in his fruit-empowered state, the massive weapon in its hands more than made up for the height difference. The 2 colossal beings fought with pure brutality, no refined techniques, only raw strength. The gigant soldier was an artificial monster, incapable of feeling pain and utterly devoid of fear. A creature with thought, yet without fear, was the most dangerous combination imaginable. Garp, on the other hand, though transformed into a MUTO, was still inexperienced compared to Ghidorah or Rodden, who had long mastered their forms. His movements were clumsy, and his fight with the pain-blind giant was deadlocked. Their clash was like a natural disaster ravaging the island. Each collision created massive shockwaves and violent gales, harmless to Sabo and Aokiji, but apocalyptic for ordinary people. Boom! PSHHH. A massive, hook-shaped forelimb pierced the giant's shoulder. With a deafening sound, huge black flesh wings spread wide. "Damn it, you're one tough bastard," Garp roared. His wings beat furiously, yanking the impaled giant to the ground. From the start, he'd known this opponent would be troublesome. But he hadn't expected it to be a monster utterly without pain, one that had already landed 2 sword blows on him. For a man like Garp, such humiliation only fueled his fury. Battle was the fastest teacher, and through repeated exchanges, Garp began adapting to his MUTO form. He changed his attack patterns, and soon enough, his strikes became more varied and effective, a testament to the fearsome adaptability of the Monkey D family. After dragging the giant down, Garp showed no mercy. He raised his other massive forelimb and brought it down toward the giant's head. The curved, black, and unyielding claw, if it landed, would have shattered the giant's skull on the spot. But the fallen giant, its shoulder torn open, felt no fear. It raised both massive legs and slammed them into Garp's stomach, hurling him backward through the air. With a tearing sound, another chunk of its own flesh was ripped away. Bastard! The giant rose to its feet without hesitation, though its entire left arm was now useless. Enraged, it seized the massive sword from the ground, raised it high, and gathered all its energy into one devastating strike. Elbaf's spear, Hakoku. In an instant, the giant unleashed its signature attack. The enormous blade released a surge of energy that tore through the air, forming a vortex over 100 meters wide, ripples radiating outward like shockwaves. In midair, Garp's eyes widened. Instinctively, he beat his wings hard, narrowly evading the blow. VMMM, VMMM, VMMM. The raging slash tore through multiple sound barriers, leaving ring-shaped vortices in its wake. This Hakoku had already surpassed that of any giant Garp had ever known. If it struck, even in his MUTO form, he might not escape unharmed. Capitulo 84, Chapter 84, Combined Kill. Bang! SHH, SHH, SHH. Even though Garp twisted his massive body and pushed himself to the limit to dodge the giant's terrifying Elbaf's spear, Hakoku still clipped his flank. The strike, hundreds of times more fearsome than Roger's divine departure, tore open his mighty body in an instant. Blood rained down upon the sea, dyeing the waters crimson. Old Man Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. From the island, Sabo and Aokiji shouted in alarm when they saw it. The two of them charged for the shore like madmen. Reaching it in a heartbeat, they didn't waste a single word, both attacked at once. Sabo, the stronger of the two in close combat, took the lead. Dark energy surged from him, locking down the giant's movements. With every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a perfected dragon claw fist straight for the giant's chest. His arm turned pitch black, sparks of violet-black lightning crackled violently from it. It was Conqueror's Haki coating, something he had never understood before, but now, in the heat of the moment, it erupted naturally. Aokiji's eyes flickered with shock, but he didn't hesitate. Planting his hands into the beach, he let out a deep shout. Ice Age. Cracks crackle, crayak. Cold surged from his arms and palms, freezing the sand and racing toward the giant. The giant, having just spent enormous energy on his Hakoku and lost the use of one arm, couldn't react in time to the combined assault. The sand and seawater beneath his feet froze instantly. He couldn't feel the cold or pain, but the ice bound his movements. Seeing Sabo closing in, the giant reflexively raised his massive sword to block. Boom! The blade caught the Conqueror's coated strike. This time, Sabo wasn't knocked away. The blackened dragon claw held firm against the giant's sword. You bastard, to do that to the old man. Sabo's star-like eyes were tinged with blood, his teeth clenched. I will never, ever forgive you. With his roar, the hardened dragon claw flashed even more violently with purple lightning. Ziz-ziz-ziz-t-t-t. Through the screech of energy, faint cracking sounds rang out. The giant's sword was fracturing under the strain. Brat, if you just die obediently, I promise to spare everyone else. The giant grinned despite the pressure. He felt the weapon giving way. He didn't fear pain or even death, but a meaningless death would contribute nothing to the organization. He was a war machine without pain, but not without thought. Don't listen to him. Below, Aokiji shouted when he saw hesitation flicker in Sabo's eyes. If Sabo faltered now, the entire island might be slaughtered. Idiot, like I'd believe that for a second. You think I became chief of staff through connections? Jolted by Aokiji's words, Sabo snapped back with a sarcastic quip, though clearly no one here appreciated his humor. And with that, the Conqueror's Haki on his claws didn't fade. It surged even higher. Under the violent energy, the giant sword was as fragile as glass. Cracked. With a sharp report, the weapon shattered. The unleashed power roared forward, driving toward the giant's heart. For an instant, both the giant and Aokiji seemed to see a phantom black dragon claw, wreathed in purple lightning, its razor tips plunging straight through the giant's pectoral muscle. Splash! Blood bright as fresh paint erupted outward. Worms, damn you! The absence of pain didn't mean the absence of rage. Seeing his chest torn open, the giant's fury exploded. He, a vice-captain of the ancient Gigant Soldier Corps, had been torn apart by an insect. It was humiliation, a stain on his career. Snarling through the injury, the giant swung his fist, wrapped in wild energy, toward the tiny figure before him. Die, you crawling pest! Bloodlight blazed in his eyes. The giant, bleeding freely, had gone berserk. Up above, Sabo's movements slowed, his body taxed from overusing his abilities. In his state, dodging was almost impossible. But he wouldn't just wait to die. Relaxing his body, he let gravity pull him into a freefall. Freeze! On the ground, Aokiji's heart pounded. In a flash of inspiration, his gaze locked onto the giant's gushing wound. It was a reckless idea, but he acted without hesitation. The blood pooling on the ice instantly froze into crimson crystals. As the blood froze, the cold raced upward, carried along the spilled fluid. Under Aokiji's fine control, the half-formed crystals in midair flattened into an ice plane, channeling the blood along it, straight toward the giant's arm. Layer upon layer, red ice piled up into a spear that grew rapidly in size. The technique was consuming both his stamina and concentration at a terrifying rate. It was nothing like his usual attacks. But with Sabo's life at stake, he had no choice but to endure it. Though it seemed long, the whole sequence happened in seconds. The blood-red ice spear slammed into the giant's arm. PSHH. Ice, when sharpened, could be deadlier than any blade. The spike pierced through the giant's arm instantly. With a crack, the crystal shattered, severing his tendon completely. Worse still, the frozen blood at his abdomen broke apart from the impact, and the jagged, needle-sharp shards stabbed deep into his gut. The giant, hit hard in both arm and abdomen, finally buckled, crashing to his knees with a thunderous rumble. From start to finish, the entire complex assault had taken barely half a minute. Fueled by rage, the two had brought the giant down. Aokiji caught Sabo as he fell. Damn it, damn you ants. Kneeling, blood streaming from mouth, chest, and belly, the giant still radiated menace. His enormous blood-red eyes glared like a predator's as he slowly, steadily, rose again. Bang! Whoosh! Suddenly, with a loud impact and a blast of wind, Garp appeared, one wing torn and lined with cracks. His two hooked hind claws sank into the giant's back, ripping open a pair of massive wounds. The giant crashed to the ice, shattering the frozen crimson crystals on his chest. Through the torn flesh, black metallic-looking bone gleamed, blood poured out like a burst dam. Where it touched the ice, it instantly became vivid, ruby-like frost. Old man. Seeing Garp alive, Sabo's eyes glistened. Then he glanced at the still-breathing giant and scowled. What a pain, he's still not dead. Looks like we'll have to destroy the head. A flicker of joy passed through Aokiji's eyes, quickly replaced by grim resolve. Capitulo 85, Chapter 85, The Secret of the Undying Gigant Soldier. Clang! As soon as Aokiji spoke, he released two massive ice spears, hurling them straight at the giant's head. But to their shock, the moment the hardened, razor-sharp spears struck the head, they shattered into icy fragments, only managing to cut the skin. This. Garp, now back in human form, along with Sabo and Aokiji, hadn't expected this at all. They were facing a giant who could no longer fight back, yet it felt like trying to grab a porcupine with bare hands, nowhere to land a killing blow. While the three of them drew in sharp breaths, the incapacitated giant actually grinned, baring his huge teeth. Now you understand our strength, don't you? You lowly insects think you can kill a gigant soldier. Utterly delusio. Is that so? Flame Emperor, descent of the fire god. Before he could finish, the sky suddenly turned a blazing red. A cold young voice rang out, and a towering figure of flame, tens of meters high, descended from above like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, the crimson giant of fire exploded atop the gigant soldier. Roaring flames engulfed the giant, the blaze crackling as black smoke billowed into the sky. Bastard! The giant, swallowed by fire, let out not a cry of pain but a roar of fear and rage. Even a gigant soldier, once the proud creation of a scientific genius, couldn't help but feel dread before such flames. Damaged skin, flesh, even organs meant nothing to them. As long as the body remained, they could one day be revived. But a fire of this scale could burn their core to ash. And if the core was destroyed, there would be no resurrection, only total annihilation. Through the wall of flames, a lone figure emerged, striding toward Garp and the others. Old man. Sabo. Ace greeted each of the three with a bright, sunny smile. But when his eyes landed on Aokiji, he hesitated, unsure what to call him, and could only offer an awkward, "Sorry, I'm late." Looking at Ace, Garp couldn't help but recall the Marineford War. Perhaps saving Ace back then had been the proudest moment of his life. Now the grandfather and grandson needed no words, their eyes said enough. "Ace, why are you here?" Sabo asked in surprise. Aokiji didn't seem to care. After all, they'd been enemies earlier. Now that the fight was over, he simply relaxed, flopping down onto the beach to rest. "Heh, it's not just me, everyone came." Ace shot his brother a playful wink and turned his gaze toward the distant sea, where several pirate ships stood frozen into the ice. The entire Whitebeard crew came. Sabo's eyes widened. Ace glanced around at the wrecked island, a trace of regret flashing across his face. "Yeah, we came as soon as we got the intel. Looks like we might have been a little late." "No, you didn't come late," Sabo shook his head. He was about to continue. Boom! From within the sea of fire came a deafening explosion. How could a gigant soldier fall to the likes of you?" The voice was like metal scraping against glass, shrill, grating, and filled with defiance. As it spoke, a shadow rose within the flames, emitting harsh, metallic, grinding noises. The group, whose guard had only just lowered, instantly tensed again. Thud, thud, thump. The giant managed 2 heavy steps before crashing to his knees. A blast of wind swept through, blowing away the flames and revealing the sight beneath. The giant's skin and flesh had been burned away entirely, exposing a massive skeleton, jet black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Inside its skull was a shriveled, blackened brain, like a walnut that had been completely dried out. The sight of the cold, towering steel body sent a chill down everyone's spine. What is this thing?" Ace's eyes went wide, staring at the charred remains of the giant he'd just cremated. Aokiji, having once witnessed the world government's process for manufacturing pacifistas, was still shaken. The thought ran unbidden through his mind. Could technology 1,000 years ago have been more advanced than it is now? Garp, true to his nature, only laughed aloud. His initial surprise faded quickly, leaving no further comment. Sabo, however, reacted far more strongly than the others. Staring at the blackened skeleton, something seemed to click in his mind. His eyes lit up with barely contained excitement. "Haha, special metal, what luxury." Still grinning, Sabo stepped up to the massive skeleton, intending to draw on his power and absorb it, but was immediately hit with a wave of weakness. Only then did he realize he'd spent all his energy in the fight. Swallowing this colossal frame was impossible for now. With no choice, he had to give up for the moment. After a short rest, Aokiji unfroze the sea, and before long, the entire Whitebeard crew had arrived. Upon seeing the massive metal skeleton, the pirates were once again stunned. "What is that?" "Some new pacifista the world government developed." While the pirates murmured among themselves, Whitebeard merely let a hint of surprise flicker in his eyes before walking up to Garp with a laugh. "Ghidorah, old man Garp still not dead, your life's a tough one." Laughing, Whitebeard stepped closer, giving Aokiji a brief, curious glance before ignoring him. His gaze swept across the scene, and he let out a deep sigh. "It seems war is coming." "Cut the act, you bastard. Don't get all dramatic with me." Now recovered, Garp stood and kicked at Whitebeard without hesitation. Bang! Whitebeard lifted his leg to block, his eyes flicking to the healing wound on Garp's side. Inwardly, he was shocked. A Zoan fruit. In this world, there was nothing more suited to enhancing, and even altering, the body than a Zoan-type devil fruit. But for Garp to choose to eat one, it couldn't possibly be anything ordinary. Though surprise roiled in his mind, Whitebeard didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smirked. That wound of yours, you sure someone didn't steal a kidney? You're the damn one missing a kidney. Garp snapped instantly, throwing another punch that clashed with Whitebeard's in midair. In pure physical strength, Garp pressed the advantage, only confirming Whitebeard's suspicion. This old warhorse had definitely eaten something extraordinary. If Garp knew what Whitebeard was thinking, he'd probably explode in anger. In truth, he had no desire to ever show his fruit's ability in front of acquaintances. It completely clashed with his personal sense of dignity. But Ghidorah had promised him that this fruit was only temporary. The one most suited to him was currently in someone else's hands. As soon as they took it back, they would replace this MUTO form fruit immediately. Though immensely powerful, the form's grotesque appearance was exactly why it had survived through the ages unused. And as for the fruit Ghidorah claimed was perfect for Garp, unless fate took a strange turn, it was likely still in the possession of one of the 20 kings. Capitulo 86, Chapter 86, Return. Saul, your giant titan soldier corps, hasn't improved one bit in 800 years. Eternal life, but it's also the shackle that's bound your growth. If that's all you've got. Bzzz. As Ghidorah's words fell, golden light suddenly flared across the cloud-covered sea. From his maw burst a beam, golden lightning intertwined, tearing forward. The curly-bearded, ram-horn-helmeted giant saw this and didn't hesitate. He hefted a round shield forged of special metal, and with a thunderous crack, leapt from the deck of the massive warship. The warship's draft sank over 20 meters under the immense force, before buoyancy lifted it again. Riding that surge, Saul vaulted upward, shield braced before him, leaping straight toward Ghidorah's blast. As Saul took to the air, another giant followed suit, both hands gripping his massive weapon. Like a titan splitting the heavens, he swung toward the other side, where Rodden waited. Two giants, two colossal beasts. In this tempestract, lightning-splintered sea, they were like living natural disasters, churning the currents into chaos. The violent collisions shook heaven and earth. Ha, weak, pathetically weak. Dodging Great's strike, Rodden banked in midair, circling back, mocking the giant who had already fallen back to the deck. 1,000 years ago, these things weren't his match. Now, still no progress at all. It made him lose interest. With a sudden roll of his body, Rodden became a streak of flame diving straight at the warship below. You damned flame bug. Great landed back on the deck, swung his huge, black-spiked club behind him, muscles bulging as he roared "Whew-'em," swinging straight into Rodden's descent. Boom! Like a baseball bat connecting with a ball, the strike hit dead on, unleashing a shockwave that blasted the air itself into a roaring gale. And yet, that actually stung a little. Rodden, in the heart of that blow, was completely unharmed. His black skin, traced with crimson magma-like lines, merely splattered molten sparks. It wasn't blood. It was magma. Rodden grinned viciously, twisted in midair, and with a resounding crack, spread his vast wings. A scorching, bone-dry heatwave swept outward, warping the very air, crashing over the giant head-on. Against that heat that could bake the atmosphere itself, Great had no choice but to pull back his club, instinctively raising his arms to shield his face. But in that instant, his skin flushed red, blistering as if roasted alive. Cracks split open, revealing raw flesh beneath. His blood hissed into white steam the moment it touched the air. Great, feeling no pain, as befitted a giant titan soldier, swung his fist at Rodden, now right before him. But the sheer mass difference was undeniable. Even at full force, his blow could not move the great beast. Boom! A massive impact drove both the giant and the warship deep beneath the waves, kicking up walls of water tens of meters high, rippling outwards with radiation-tinged force. 1,000 years ago, you couldn't win one-on-one, and now you still haven't learned your lesson. You lot, just breathing is a waste of air. Boom, boom, boom. As his words fell, red-hot flames surged from Rodden's beak. The firestorm swept the entire deck, its 1,000-degree heat vaporizing the giant beneath him in an instant. When the flames receded, only scorched decking and a charred black giant skeleton remained, a metal frame that even the heat couldn't melt. Boom! Splash crash. Suddenly, another great impact struck, sending waves rolling the massive ship. Boom! Looks like you were faster than me. Ghidorah landed heavily on the deck, glancing at the blackened skeleton with a mocking grin. I just got bored, that's all. These things are still as fragile as ever, Rodden scoffed. Don't sell them too short. If the entire core came at once, even I might not come out unscathed. Ghidorah's voice was low, but then his massive claw stomped hard on the right-wing deck of Pluton. With a sound like an evil dragon's growl, he spoke coldly. I know there's someone down there. If you're itching to sink to the bottom of the sea, I can make that happen. From his understanding of Pluton, there had to be crew inside the right-wing section, or it wouldn't have come here under its own power. He waited. When no one moved, his patience thinned. With a grinding crunch, his talons began tearing at the armored deck. Even Pluton's reinforced hull couldn't withstand him for long. Cracks began to open. No, don't will come out. The instant the plating tore open, a man's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. 1 minute. In 1 minute, I want every last one of you standing before me. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the Sea Kings. Ghidorah's 3 pairs of golden eyes fixed on the hatch to the ship's interior, his tone glacial. Whether out of fear or sense, it didn't even take a full minute. The hatch swung open, and more than 100 people filed out in an orderly line. Every one of them wore the uniform of the world government military, unsurprising. At their head stood a middle-aged man in a justice-emblazoned officer's cloak, eyes wide with fear as he stared at Ghidorah. Good, congratulations on making the right choice. Now, I don't care if you've contacted the world government, I have only one demand. And that is to sail this warship to the entrance of the New World. Can you do that? Ghidorah's triple gaze bore down on the tiny humans, his voice a cold threat. Truthfully, even if he killed them, he could drag the ship there himself. But drag it, him, a being of his stature, as if he'd stooped to something so undignified like a dog pulling a sled. Of course not. Even Rodden wouldn't lower himself to such a thing, more likely, he'd burn the ship to slag. I'd love to refuse, but I know if I do, the soldiers behind me will die with me. And if I accept, death still awaits me. The middle-aged man looked up at Ghidorah, fear in his voice but resolve in his words. So, I have only one condition. A condition. Do you know who you're speaking to? Ghidorah almost laughed. From the man's eyes he saw genuine terror, and yet, despite that, he dared to set terms. Interesting. Speak. We'll take the warship to the New World entrance. You take in these soldiers, and I will commit seppuku in atonement. Fine, I accept, let's go. Ghidorah gave a slow, amused reply. An interesting man indeed. Then he simply lowered himself to the deck, resting his heads. If the enemy had already struck the forward outpost, they must know about Sabo's value. That being the case, they wouldn't allow his organization to remain unscathed. So, strike first. Once he returned, preparations had to begin immediately. Especially concerning that brat Luffy, he'd have to send someone to seize him. If the other side locked down that devil fruit, it would be of no benefit to him at all. Capítulo 87, Chapter 87, A Fateful Encounter. With the outpost under attack, these seas were destined to erupt into chaos. Across the ocean, even the most arrogant pirates could sense the scent of gunpowder in the air. Somewhere in the New World, on an island called Dressrosa, a kingdom ruled by the heavenly Yaksha, Donquixote Doflamingo. More than 10 years ago, Doflamingo had reclaimed his family's territory from King Riku, and since then, he had spared no means in expanding his power. After forging ties with Kaido, he had further profited from the Marineford War by making contact with Ghidorah. When Ghidorah eventually killed Kaido, Doflamingo escaped the shadow of his own impending doom and finally stepped into his golden age. Swearing allegiance to Ghidorah brought him no restraints. In fact, his influence expanded even further. Secretly inheriting a third of Kaido's forces, he had risen to become a true powerhouse of the seas. At the last council meeting, he even obtained an even greater source of power. During that overwhelming baptism of force, his mastery of his devil fruit had reached a new level of insight. As that terrifying figure had once told him, awakening was only the beginning of a fruit's true potential. Ever since pledging himself to Ghidorah, he had never received a single order, until today. And yet, capture the Straw Hat crew. What kind of order is this? Holding the missive in hand, Doflamingo's expression was one of deep consideration. For a man of his caliber, a tyrant and a powerhouse, being tasked with going after a mere supernova pirate seemed beneath him. But soon, all available intelligence on the Straw Hat Kid reached him. When he saw the surname, he froze. He's from that family, related by blood. That makes things troublesome. Upon learning Luffy's true identity, Doflamingo found himself in a bind. Compared to capture, outright killing would be far easier. Fufufufu, what a pain. After a moment, he gave a cold, sinister laugh and addressed the officers in his office. You've all heard the order. Go find me the whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy. Young master, no need. That guy-in-law are already in Dressrosa. What? Doflamingo blinked in surprise, then laughed. Fufufufu, well, that does save me the trouble. A thought struck him, and his voice grew doubtful. Law's with them, what exactly are they planning? We don't know their goal yet, but not long ago, the new Marine Admiral, Fujitora, also arrived on the island. A Marine Admiral. Doflamingo's brows rose. Things were becoming far more interesting. Still, he couldn't piece together the connection. Never mind, I'll see for myself. After all, that little brat Law's been aiming to kill me for a long time. Fate had a way of repeating itself. Even without Caesar, even with Luffy's path diverging from the original, and even without the grand spectacle of the Flame Fruit Tournament, destiny had once again brought them together in Dressrosa. Such was the strangeness of fate. The Straw Hat crew now stood face to face with the Heart Pirates, a tense stalemate settling over the street. Straw Hat, Law greeted with a small smile. What a coincidence, didn't think I'd run into you here. Toro. Luffy tilted his head, wearing a blank, innocent expression, and after a long moment of thinking, blurted out an utterly nonsensical name. The Heart Pirates instantly erupted in outrage. To insult their captain was to insult the entire crew, and no pirate worth his salt would let that slide. Stand down. Law quickly restrained his men. Straw Hat, I wonder if you'd be interested in doing something with me. If possible, I'd like to form an alliance with your crew. Law didn't hide his intentions in the slightest, speaking them plainly before everyone. Just as in the original events, he was still determined to kill Doflamingo. What he didn't know was that Doflamingo was no longer the same man from the original. And Luffy was no longer the same Luffy. Ace was alive. He had met his family and learned the truth about his heritage. Luffy's path had already shifted. Though his goal remained to become the Pirate King, Dressrosa itself held no special attraction for him. He was here solely to resupply the crew, nothing more. So his answer was, no, I'll become Pirate King with my own strength. The blunt refusal didn't surprise Zoro or the others in the slightest, but it made Law frown. Rejected. Though displeased, Law didn't dwell on it. He simply turned and led the Heart Pirates toward the city of Dressrosa. The Straw Hats also entered the city to gather supplies. Once inside, they quickly noticed something strange. There were living, breathing toys walking around. The sight shocked them all. With the little money Nami had allocated, everyone went about their own business. Luffy, at a loss for what to do, wandered off toward a nearby bar with Zoro in tow. Oi, Luffy, do you even know where the bar is? The green-haired swordsman glanced at the bustling streets with a scowl. Luffy gave the many branching roads an awkward glance. In his eyes, they all looked exactly the same. He simply picked a direction and said, it should be this way. Before Zoro could argue, Luffy started walking. Though skeptical, Zoro was more concerned about his captain getting lost, so he followed. Before long, the crowds thinned, and they found themselves in a deserted alley. "You sure there's a place to drink here?" Zoro eyed the surroundings warily. Luffy paused, recalling the alley where they'd found that bar back in Logtown, and nodded firmly. Yeah, the bar in Logtown was in a place like this. Chen. Zoro, not as carefree as Luffy despite his own poor sense of direction, suddenly felt a powerful presence. His hand drifted toward his swords, muscles tensing as he stared ahead. Clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic tapping of a cane echoed through the alley. From the shadows emerged a tall, broad man dressed in purple, eyes closed. The sound came from the cane in his hand. A blind man. Zoro's expression hardened. The man's manner was that of someone sightless, yet he radiated an aura of overwhelming strength. No, this guy's strong. Hey, Luffy. Zoro's warning caught in his throat as he saw his captain already walking toward the stranger. Hey, old man, do you know where the bar is? Luffy called out cheerfully, utterly oblivious to the tension. Capítulo 88, Chapter 88, The Shabby Bar. Zoro wanted to say, don't talk to strangers. Especially not to a man who so clearly radiated pressure. The large man before him felt like a sheathed sword, quiet now, but if drawn, it would mean a fierce, unavoidable battle. Whether it was because Luffy was simple-minded or due to some quirk of his devil fruit, he didn't seem to sense any danger from the man at all. Instead, Luffy looked at him with pure innocence, simply waiting for an answer. A bar, you say? Actually, I'm looking for a bar myself, but because of my eyes, I can't see the signs. So, my apologies. The big man lifted his eyelids, revealing a pair of ghastly, milky white eyes. Zoro, standing at a guarded distance, froze for a moment in surprise. Was that an illusion? No, definitely not an illusion. Immediately overturning that thought, he wanted to step forward and drag Luffy away from this strange alley. But to his astonishment, Luffy moved even faster, grinning wide after a brief pause. If that's the case, then why don't you come with us, old man? If we keep walking, we're bound to find a bar somewhere. The big man seemed taken aback by the unexpected invitation. After a short pause, the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Haha, it's rare for someone to look kindly on a blind man like me. Then, I'll gladly accept. His completely unpretentious manner only made Zoro's guard rise even higher. Zoro stepped forward, grabbing Luffy by the arm. Let's go, we'll find a bar, no need to waste time here. Oh right, old man, keep up. Dragged along by Zoro, Luffy still turned back and called to the man in the purple kimono. The man's smile deepened at that. Though his eyes were blind, his mind was clear as a mirror. Just from this brief interaction, he'd realized this boy was different from the rumors. Keeping pace with them, he muttered quietly. Straw Hat Boy, you're quite an interesting lad. Indeed, this burly figure was none other than Admiral Fujitora, fresh from Marine headquarters. Originally, he had intended to head for the Red Line, but through a twist of fate had boarded the wrong ship and ended up in the wrong place entirely. He'd planned to wait here for a Marine warship to pick him up, but by chance encountered someone unexpected. With nothing else to do, he thought he might as well take a closer look at the grandson of the Marines, Hero. Their first meeting held no unpleasantness. In fact, it left him with a favorable impression. Though this boy was counted among the so-called worst generation. To Fujitora, he felt more like a young man who had simply set out to sea in pursuit of freedom. And while it might not look good for a Marine admiral to mingle with pirates, well, when the top beam of the house is crooked, the lower beams will follow. Hadn't Fleet Admiral Kizaru maintained a friendly rapport with the boy's father? In that light, what did it matter if he himself shared a drink? The three of them wandered the alley with their own thoughts, until suddenly Luffy shouted happily from ahead. Haha, see, I told you we'd find one. Most bars are in places where nobody's around. The two behind him both felt there was something wrong with that logic, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Before them stood a weathered, dilapidated signboard, the shopfront pitted with holes from rain, wind, and insects. The door looked like it could fall off at any moment. No matter how Zoro looked at it, he couldn't think of this place as a bar. And yet, the faded lettering on the sign confirmed that it really was one. Not wanting to keep wandering, he reluctantly followed Luffy inside. Fujitora, sensing the building's every creak and smell, simply smiled knowingly and entered in silence. Chingling. The unstable door swung open, setting off something like an old bronze bell hanging overhead. The dim interior took a moment for their eyes to adjust to. The space was small, 3 tables and a long counter. Behind it, an elderly man was dozing with his chin in his hand. Hearing the door, he snapped awake, putting on a professional smile as he looked toward the entrance. When he saw 2 young men and a blind man step in, the wrinkles from his forced smile quickly collapsed back into their natural folds. His voice was weak as he asked, "What'll it be for the 3 of you?" "Juice. Liquor. Tea." "You idiots, this is a bar, no juice, no tea," the old man roared. Then he nodded in satisfaction toward the green-haired youth who had asked for alcohol, muttering under his breath, "Not a single normal one among you." Grumbling, he grabbed an unmarked bottle from the shelf, found a glass under the counter, and poured. "Hi." Zoro, who hadn't expected anything from such a shabby place, took a sip and was surprised. The liquor was not only strong, but had a mellow smoothness to it. "Good stuff." He downed it in one gulp and set the glass down. "2 barrels of this, I'll take them with me later." With no juice or tea available, Luffy and Fujitora reluctantly ordered drinks too. Luffy didn't like alcohol and wasn't used to drinking it. Fujitora wasn't picky, though he much preferred tea. Neither of them drank as boldly as Zoro. Luffy took a small sip and immediately grimaced, sticking out his tongue. "Bleg, this stuff's awful." "Heh, a pirate who can't handle liquor hardly counts as a pirate," Fujitora said calmly, taking a sip and setting his glass down. Luffy might be slow on the uptake, but he wasn't stupid. Hearing that, he blinked in surprise. "Huh, old man, you know me." "I can't see, but the name of marine hero Garp's grandson is one I've heard loud and clear." Fujitora smiled faintly. "Oh, so you know Gramps, huh?" Luffy instantly lost interest, but said generously, "Since you know my grandpa, you're one of us. Drinks are on me today." "One of us?" Fujitora chuckled. "I wouldn't go that far. Besides, it seems your trouble has arrived." His smile vanished in an instant. The easygoing old man was gone, replaced by the grim air of someone who could erupt at any moment. Zoro, halfway through another drink, felt a jolt in his chest and rested his hand on his sword hilt. But nothing happened immediately, which made him frown. That moment didn't last long. The bar's already weak door suddenly burst inward with a bang. A tall, blond man in a pink feathered coat strode in with exaggerated swagger. "Donquixote da Flamingo." The bartender's wrinkled face bunched up even tighter, his cloudy eyes full of fear and dread. This rundown bar was his entire retirement. If it was destroyed then, his later years would simply cease to exist. "Fa-fa-fa-fa-foo. A marine admiral. Straw Hat Boy, what exactly are the 2 of you plotting, meeting here in such a remote little place?" Doflamingo sat himself down at a table by the door, an evil grin on his face. "What? A marine admiral?" Luffy and Zoro stared at the blind man in disbelief, both thinking the same thing. Has the Navy gotten so desperate they're recruiting blind people now? "Donquixote Doflamingo, underling of Ghidorah, commander of the newborn army." "What are you here for, I wonder?" Fujitora's aura shifted in an instant, from kindly elder to a wrathful force of nature. His milky white eyes locked on the man at the door. Ghidorah's underling." Capitulo 89, Chapter 89, Doflamingo Gets Stood Up. The newborn army did not, in fact, belong to the official standing forces of the Great Kingdom. As the name implied, it was simply a force composed of new blood. This didn't mean its members were necessarily young, only that most of them were desperados Doflamingo had recruited with money. In the simplest terms, mercenaries. A band of slaves who sold their lives for coin. Even so, in the New World, they were a force that could not be ignored. As the leader of this faction, Doflamingo had risen with the tide, transforming from a seagoing marauder into a regional warlord, a power second only to the 4 emperors. However, the 4 emperors of the New World now existed in name only. The sole remaining Whitebeard pirates also had an ambiguous relationship with the Ghidorah faction. All of this information was already imprinted in Fujitora's mind, which was why his face darkened the moment Doflamingo appeared. Fufafufafu. My purpose here is simple, I just want to capture that brat. Doflamingo, grinning oddly, glanced at Luffy and said slowly, After all, I'm only following orders. I'd appreciate it if you kept your sphere of influence in check. Though phrased like an explanation, the threat in his words far outweighed the courtesy. As he said, this was a matter between pirates, and he hoped this Marine admiral could understand where his boundaries lay. Your target is the Straw Hat Kid, then. Upon hearing this, Fujitora turned his clouded eyes toward Luffy, a pensive look forming on his face. He held some admiration for Luffy, but as Doflamingo had pointed out, at this moment he was acting as a Marine, not as an individual. If he were to intervene, he would have no plausible excuse. So it's me you're after, huh? Like a block-headed fool finally catching on, Luffy stood up and said to Fujitora, Old man, it might get dangerous here in a bit, so you should probably leave. Even after realizing he was facing a Marine admiral, he still wore that same silly grin. Only someone as thick-headed as Luffy could act like this. Zoro, watching his captain, almost wanted to cover his face in embarrassment and pretend he didn't know him. But with so few people in the bar, there was no point in pretending. He stood and stepped behind Luffy, hand resting on his sword hilt. The moment things went wrong, he'd draw in an instant and lock onto his target, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over the people at the door. Although, like in the original events, he had been sent flying to Dracul Mihawk's island, things had not unfolded exactly as before. After the loss at Marineford, Mihawk returned to his island, and, upon meeting Zoro, did not torment him as in the original story. On the contrary, he had gone all out in drawing out Zoro's full potential. Having endured this ordeal, Zoro's strength had long since surpassed his original counterpart, reaching even the level he had during the Onigashima battle in the original timeline. That hawk-like gaze put immense pressure on Doflamingo's crew. Even Doflamingo himself was slightly surprised, sparing Zoro a few more glances. What a monstrous crew, even their members were this strong. Still, surprise was all it was. Compared to Doflamingo's own overwhelming power, it was not enough to trouble him. Let's go find a place to fight. I want to send you flying. In the tense, suffocating atmosphere, Luffy suddenly spoke to Doflamingo. Fufafufafu, what an arrogant brat. Because of certain connections, colleagues, and even superiors, Doflamingo didn't display the same cruel malice he had in the original story. Still, he gave a strange chuckle and nodded in agreement. Fine, let's head to the King's Plateau. With that, he left the bar with the officers of the Donquixote family. Fujitora was momentarily taken aback. From what he knew, Doflamingo was not someone who agreed so readily. It wasn't hard to deduce that the one who wanted Straw Hat Luffy captured was a high-ranking figure of the kingdom. And among those who could command Doflamingo, there were only a few. Every one of them, without exception, had deep ties to Luffy. He could reason that far, but a deeper, more perplexing question emerged. Why did they want Luffy brought back? Was there some unspeakable secret, or was there something hidden about this boy himself? Fujitora wasn't the type to overthink. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped trying. He rose, tossed a stack of berries onto the counter, and left without a word. Hey old man, thanks. Luffy called out cheerfully, then turned to Zoro. Come on, let's go to that, whatever plateau. And so, the two left the bar right after Fujitora. They charged off in what they were sure was the right direction. Never mind that the royal palace, the symbol of Dressrosa, stood far behind them. They simply believed that running forward would get them to the King's Plateau. Captain, what are they doing? In the now quiet alley, a bipedal white bear watched the two vanish and tilted his head in confusion. Having tracked Doflamingo to seek revenge, Law furrowed his brow deeply. Straw Hat probably has his own plan, he muttered. Stepping from the shadows, he looked toward the opposite direction, toward the real King's Plateau. Let's go, Doflamingo, your head is mine. The wheel of history turned, time ticking away. On the King's Plateau, all idle members of the Donquixote family had gathered. At first, Doflamingo stood under the blazing sun. But as time passed, the heat became unbearable. He ordered a lounge chair and a parasol brought to him. Lounging in the shade, he waited. 1 hour passed, then 2. Veins began to bulge on his once neutral expression. "Boss, it kinda looks like we've been stood up," Trembles said, picking idly at his nose as he glanced at the empty expanse ahead. "There's a saying, if you see through something, don't say it out loud. Saying it ruins the fun." That was exactly Doflamingo's state of mind now. It was obvious he'd been stood up, and by the pampered son of one of the kingdom's leaders, no less. Was this petty revenge? Was that really appropriate? Room. Just as Doflamingo was pondering how to deal with Luffy, a cold voice rang out. A transparent hemispherical dome abruptly expanded outward, centered on the group. ///. Blades flashed. Several Donquixote family officers were instantly dismembered, staring in shock at their severed limbs. La. Doflamingo's already sour expression darkened further. He sprang up, and at the very instant he did, the lounge chair beneath him was neatly dissected by a flash of white light. Surgical blade. As he rose, Law's voice rang out again. In the next instant, Law appeared before him, an arc of energy flashing from his hand, aimed straight for Doflamingo's heart. Capitulo 90, Chapter 90, You're nothing but a plaything in my hands. Well, this is like having a road to heaven and refusing to take it, only to force your way through the gates of hell instead. Already simmering with pent-up fury, Doflamingo lit up with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower when Law suddenly appeared before him. Without hesitation, he flicked out a black thread that deflected Law's attack in an instant. Fuffafuffafoo. I have to admit, your ideas are bold. Doflamingo smiled amiably at Law, but his gaze swept over his dismembered family members, his expression sinking. That fruit, rather than waste it on you, it would be better to let it reappear in this world. Without giving Law any time to react, he appeared at his flank with a whoosh, fingers splaying as 5 transparent threads lashed out. The taut threads sliced through the air, arriving in an instant. Law's pupils narrowed slightly. He lifted his arm and, with a twitch of his fingers, instantly switched places with a member of the Donquixote family. Erg boss. Already maimed, the unfortunate family member stared in shock at the one who had just cut him apart, Doflamingo himself. Doflamingo ignored his comrade's gaze and turned to the edge of the slaughterhouse, where Law now stood, his face dark. So this is your ability. It's quite a good one, but on you it's wasted. As he spoke, a glint flashed in his eyes. His fingers twitched, and several nearly invisible threads shot forth. Sensing danger, Law tried to evade, but just as he switched places with another Donquixote officer, Doflamingo was suddenly in front of him, seizing his shoulder in one swift motion. Boom! With an explosive crash, a high-ranking Donquixote officer was slammed into the cracked ground. Law escaped again, appearing behind Doflamingo, his drawn blade swinging toward the man's head without hesitation. Catching sight of the blade in his peripheral vision, Doflamingo was momentarily surprised, but then instantly spread his threads to block. Yet another unfortunate subordinate was cut cleanly in two. Inside the special space, no blood sprayed, but the pain was all too real. As the screams rang out, the hair on Law's body stood on end. A suffocating sense of danger engulfed him, and without thinking, he tried to move, only for something faster to act first. Just as he attempted another position swap, a massive force slammed into his abdomen. The overwhelming impact twisted his face in pain. Run, I have to run. The thought flashed in his mind, but it was already too late. Still airborne, his body took another crushing blow, one that kicked him straight out of the sky and drove him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, he smashed into the earth, the violent impact rattling his insides. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his room space collapsed instantly. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? To put it bluntly, you're just a little pawn I'm toying with. Doflamingo didn't press the attack. Instead, he walked toward Law slowly, raising a finger at him. Shoo shoo shoo. As his words fell, bullet-like transparent threads shot out. Clang clang clang. Badly injured, Law didn't dare hesitate. He snatched up his sword from the ground, batted the threads aside, then held it ready in an attack stance. Killing you has been my life's will. If I can't even do that, what right do I have to speak of dreams? Willpower HUD. Your so-called resolve is laughable. Doflamingo sneered in reply. Bastard, I came here to settle the score for what happened 13 years ago. Seeing that face twisted with mocking scorn, Law couldn't help but recall the events of 13 years past. Rage surged up in him like a flood. His feet moved, his blade slashing once more. As Law lunged, Doflamingo showed not a hint of tension, only a feral grin. Fuffafuffafu, I told you you're nothing but a toy in my hands. Clang! He blocked Law's strike again, his fingers spreading as a slash of 5 colored threads shot out. Slash! The rainbow threads carved open Law's coat and gouged 5 deep, bone-revealing wounds into his torso. The sheer force hurled him a great distance. Impossible! Law, sprawled on the ground, raised his head with difficulty, staring at Doflamingo in disbelief. This power, it didn't match the intelligence reports at all. Compared to what the files claimed, Doflamingo was far stronger. Their strengths weren't even in the same league. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Law used his fruit's power to suppress his injuries, rolled to his feet, and cried, "Room." The transparent field reappeared, enveloping them both once more. He accelerated toward Doflamingo and swung his blade, but the clumsy attack was easily read. In an instant, Doflamingo's 5-colored threads cut the Law before him into pieces. At the last possible moment, the sliced Law turned into a small stone. Sensing something amiss, Doflamingo turned, only to hear Law's voice behind him. Surgical blade. Slash. The sound of steel-piercing flesh rang out, and Law's lips curled into a faint smile. But before he could act further, Doflamingo slowly turned, his haki-coated left hand gripping the blade. Brat, I told you, you're just a plaything in my grasp. As he spoke, the 5-colored threads bloomed from his other hand, lashing toward Law without hesitation. Clang scree. Law blocked with his other arm, Haki wrapping it as he gritted his teeth. He knew now that killing Doflamingo was impossible, and worse, he might die here himself. Recalling certain rumors, he decided to gamble one more time. Doflamingo, what do you think of Straw Hat Luffy? And how much do you know about the will of D? Fuffafuffafu, what are you trying to say? Unlike his original self, this Doflamingo smiled darkly, because he too now bore the initial of the D, and his knowledge of it went far beyond mere legend. Do you think that little tidbit will make me spare you? Too bad for you, I know more about the will of D than you ever will. His attack surged with greater power, exceeding what Law could withstand. In a few more breaths, the threads would cut him down. At least I share in the will of D, not just Straw Hat. I'm a member of the D clan as well. At that critical moment, Law finally revealed the secret he had kept hidden in his heart. What? The revelation caught Doflamingo off guard. He halted his attack, stared at the battered Law, and then burst into laughter. Fuffafuffafu, this is getting more and more interesting. With that, he abandoned the fight entirely, turning and walking back toward the King's Plateau. His interest in Law was gone. Corazon, Sensei, am I really incapable of doing it? Having escaped with his life, Law didn't give chase. He knew doing so would be nothing but self-humiliation. He never imagined that the thing to save him in the end would be the surname he had always hidden. Watching Doflamingo's back as he left, he didn't foolishly declare, "I'll kill you someday," because he understood such words were the mark of the weak. And he realized, killing Doflamingo might be a goal forever out of reach. If he couldn't kill him, then what was he even chasing? In that moment, Law's fighting spirit crumbled, and his purpose in life seemed to vanish. Toro. Have you seen Doflamingo? Just then, a familiar voice rang out beside him. Capitulo 91, Chapter 91, A Single-Minded Calf. Straw Hat. The despondent Law turned his head, and widened his eyes when Luffy and Zoro suddenly appeared at his side. At the same time, a white bear and a group of pirates came running from a distance, shouting as they approached. "Captain!" Hearing the voice, Law turned and saw his beloved crew charging toward him. After having just brushed shoulders with death, the sight of them brought a sting to his eyes. Everyone's. Only in that moment did he realize, beyond killing Doflamingo, there were other things he valued even more. These steadfast companions of his, though not powerful, were the most reliable family he could ask for. "Corazon, what am I supposed to do?" As his crewmates reached him, the image of that man, whose smile seemed sinister yet had always brought warmth, rose in Law's mind. Corazon had been the one to guide him, to light his way. Perhaps Corazon hadn't wanted him to cling to hatred, but to find a true purpose in life. He had always been there, illuminating Law's path, yet Law, blinded by prejudice, had strayed from it. In that instant, Law understood. He still would not give up on killing Doflamingo, but his life's goal had already shifted. "Straw Hat, we can join forces to take Doflamingo down. I have my own reasons why he must die." Slowly getting to his feet and giving his wounds a quick treatment, Law extended his invitation once more. Luffy stared at the battered Law for a long moment before suddenly saying, "No, that Doffy guy, I'll send him flying myself." Hearing Luffy's blunt refusal, Law showed no anger. Brushing the dust off himself, he slung Kikoku over his shoulder and looked toward the distant King's Plateau. "All right, then we'll act separately." With that, he turned and walked toward his crew. Luffy stood silent for a moment, then turned and started toward the area where Doflamingo's people were gathered. Zoro, wordless, followed close behind. "Fufafufafu, finally here are they." In the open ground ahead, Doflamingo spotted his target at last, a sinister smile curling across his face. Not long after, Luffy and Zoro stood before him. At Doflamingo's side, Diamante suddenly moved, his body rippling like a flag in the wind as he glided low across the ground toward them. Faster than the eye could follow, his longsword thrusting straight for Zoro. Faced with the sudden attack, Zoro showed no panic. With a shhhk, he drew his blade, meeting the strike with a ringing clang. "Heh, not bad," Diamante said with a cold smile. "My strength is more than not bad," Zoro replied, a ghostly light flashing in his single eye as he pushed the man back with a subtle flex of his arm. "Is that so? Big words have a price." Diamante stepped back, his cloak whipping in the air, then suddenly increased his speed, closing in on Zoro again. His sword now drifted unpredictably, like a fluttering banner. At the side, Luffy made no move to intervene. Instead, he turned his gaze to Doflamingo. "Doffy, I'm here. I'm gonna send you flying." The straightforward declaration caught Doflamingo off guard for a moment before he chuckled low. "Fufafufafu. The order was to capture you, but no one said I couldn't train you a little first." He didn't know why his superiors wanted this kid, but in capturing him, a few bumps and bruises wouldn't be an issue. So long as he didn't kill him, there'd be no consequences. The thought rekindled the anger from being stood up earlier, and his expression darkened. With a twitch of his fingers, two transparent threads snapped taut, yanking him forward. In a blur as fast as sorrow, he lunged at Luffy. Luffy blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of Doflamingo before him. Before he could react, a leg wrapped in armament Haki was already swinging toward him. Instinctively, Luffy crossed his arms to block. Boom! The heavy impact rang out. Even with his fruit's natural resilience, the force of the Haki-imbued strike had him gritting his teeth in pain. "Bastard!" As he skidded back, Luffy cursed at Doflamingo's underhanded opening move. Then, snapping his arms behind him like stretched rubber bands. "Gamu Gamu no, rocket." With a F-whip, both arms extended to their limit, then hardened with armament Haki. In the next instant, they snapped forward with a sonic whoosh, rocketing toward Doflamingo. But to a true master, it was child's play. Without even bothering to use observation Haki, Doflamingo's sunglasses caught the light as he flicked his fingers, threads jerking him neatly out of range. Dodging with ease, he gave a cold smile, then slingshotted back toward Luffy with another flick of his threads. "Brat, if this is all you've got, You'd better surrender quietly. 5 fine threads shot from his fingers, crossing toward Luffy to bind him. After all, the boy was Dragon's son. Whatever the ties, personal or political, Doflamingo dared not use a killing blow. That man's position now was second to none, and even the so-called sea rogue knew when to rein it in. But where Doflamingo was cautious, Luffy was anything but. Sensing something closing in via observation Haki, he didn't hesitate. Activating gear second, he sidestepped at high speed, vanishing from view. In the blink of an eye, he was at Doflamingo's flank, his massive, Haki-hardened fist swinging like a cannonball. The sudden burst of speed caught Doflamingo off guard. Bam! The blow landed clean, the shockwave rippling outwards. Doflamingo crashed into the ground with a resounding boom. Bastard, you little brat. Lying in a cracked pit half a meter deep, Doflamingo cursed in fury. He'd been holding back, and the kid had repaid it with a blow like that. You've managed to make me angry, brat. I'll show you what real pain feels like. With that, Doflamingo vanished. Reappearing at Luffy's side, his leg was now sheathed in black Haki, its soul bristling with countless fine threads like lotus root fibers. The strike's power had doubled. The kick landed with a deafening crash, blasting Luffy away like a fired cannonball, sending him hurtling toward the far end of the plateau. Fuffafuffafoo, brat, I'll teach you the meaning of respect. Capitulo 92, Chapter 92, Fighting in Earnest. The punch from Luffy had truly set Doflamingo off. So what if you're Straw Hat and come from some lofty background? You think you're the only one with a pedigree. Back in the day, I was a noble of the celestial dragons, and now, look at me living like some common thug. The more he thought about his own fall from grace, and compared it to the brat in front of him with his privileged upbringing, the more the rage boiled inside him. His attacks and strikes began to grow sharper and more ruthless. But even so, the brat across from him refused to fall. No matter how savage the onslaught, the other stood his ground like a tiny boat in a raging sea, swaying but never capsizing. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted. Luffy's body was swatted away by a surge of white threads, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the ground. His eyes rolled back, his body trembled. Yet after a few moments, when he should have been out cold, his consciousness returned. Slowly, painfully, he forced himself up again. He could still fight. That stubborn spirit of never giving in refused to let him retreat. He knew full well the man before him was too strong to beat head-on, but he wouldn't back down. Because if he stepped back now, it wouldn't just mean losing the fight. It would mean betraying the dream he and his friends were chasing. Fuffafuffafoo, good. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed into a dark smile, part shame, part anger. His arms spread wide, fingers curling, the powers of the string fruit flaring again. Countless threads surged forth, swelling into a massive tidal wave to crush Luffy below. Rumble. The wave of white threads slammed into Luffy's chest. The tearing force behind it made his small frame grit his teeth in agony. I told you, I'm gonna send you flying. From beneath the pounding waves, Luffy roared skyward. With his shout, an overwhelming aura burst from within him, like some ancient beast awakening. Nanny! The surge of Conqueror's Haki made even Doflamingo lose his composure. The crushing pressure swept across the battlefield, spilling into Zoro's fight nearby. Even Zoro and his opponent felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads. Bang! The surging wave of threads was smashed apart by an enlarged fist. Smoke and dust billowed. Thump, thump. From within the haze came the sound, strong, steady, like a beating heart. As the smoke dispersed, Luffy's new form emerged into view. A powerful body wrapped in ribbon-like white steam, black markings curling across his skin like some ominous devil fruit pattern. Fuffafuffafoo, what is that? Doflamingo scoffed at the strange, springing movements before him. I'm gonna send you flying. Luffy, ever single-minded, didn't waste a single extra word. The moment he finished speaking, his bouncing figure vanished. What? Even Doflamingo's observation, Haki failed to sense him. Before he could react, a gale howled beside him, and when he turned, a massive black fist was already there to greet him. Bang! Spurt! The brutal impact sent a searing pain through Doflamingo's skull, forcing blood from his mouth. Boom! His body shot downward like a cannonball, smashing into a hillside. The impact ripped open the earth, sending grass and soil flying, shredded by the shockwave. I told you I'd send you flying, and I will. Hovering above in his new form, Luffy bounced steadily, eyes locked on the dust-covered hill below, his voice dead serious. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't yield, not even against his monster of a grandfather. Cough, cough. Fa-fa-fa-fa-foo. From within the swirling dust, Doflamingo's distinctive laugh echoed. When the sea breeze cleared the haze, he was on one knee, coughing blood but grinning. Rage and battle lust boiled inside him, surging through his veins like boiling water. Straw Hat, I'm going to kill you. Doflamingo, who had never suffered such humiliation, was now truly enraged. No matter the brat's pedigree, it wasn't going to save him. His 10 fingers dug deep into the ground before he sprang upward. Armament Haki coated him, and from the earth rose a tidal wave of razor-sharp white threads, their crests tipped in pitch black. This was an attack he hadn't unleashed since awakening his devil fruit powers. Gamu Gamu no, Gatling. Facing the overwhelming tide, Luffy didn't flinch. His arms stretched back and snapped forward, fists slamming down in a furious barrage. Fist after fist hammered into the surging waves, black knuckles colliding with blackened thread points, each impact like a thunderclap. Bangs, bang, bangs, bang. The collisions birthed shockwaves that rolled outward in layer after layer, merging into a violent storm. Even Zoro's battle was forced to a halt. Shielding himself against the tempest, his eyes widened at the sight before him. This wasn't a fight on the level of ordinary pirates anymore. This was the kind of clash you'd only expect from the Emperors of the Sea. And then, boom! An explosive burst of energy hurled Luffy skyward, while below, Doflamingo was driven back toward the ground. It was a brief exchange, but the two had fought to a standstill. Fa-fa-fa-fa-foo, impressive, but you're still a long way off. Landing lightly, Doflamingo spread his arms again. The moment he did, the ground, the buildings, everything within hundreds of meters, turned pure white. In an instant, the world around him became one of threads. Standing on the crest of the thread waves, Zoro's expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he bolted out of the white zone. In the air, Luffy's eyes widened at the sight. Even his stubborn mind knew this was dangerous. And he could feel it, his form wouldn't last much longer. No more hesitation. His arms retracted and trembled, fists drawing inward into shapes like aircraft engines, and then 2 more of the same appeared beside them. On each side, 3 engine-like fists gave off the sharp hiss of air being compressed to its very limits. What's with that ridiculous pose? Die for me. On the ground, Doflamingo sneered at the bizarre sight above before crooking his fingers. The white waves beneath his feet surged upward, threads condensing into 2 colossal hands. In the sunlight, the giant palms gleamed with a deadly sharpness that no one could doubt. Thump, thump, boom, boom, boom. At that same moment, the engines at Luffy's sides roared to life. One after another, pitch-black fists fired like shells, faster, harder, each wreathed in flickering purple-black lightning. The punches tore through the sound barrier, leaving behind explosive sonic booms. Along his stretching arms rippled visible shockwaves, the distortion of air smashed aside. If any of the Yonko themselves had been here, they would have recognized it instantly. This was the embryonic form of Conqueror's Haki coating. Just what had this brat gone through in those 2 years training under Garp? Capitulo 93, Chapter 93, I'm the one who's hurt here. Damn insect. Even someone as fearless as Doflamingo couldn't help but be taken aback by that terrifying attack. But surprise was all it was. The wave crests wrapped in armament Haki shot up like razor blades, erupting from the ground and surging down toward that fist in a massive, all-engulfing crash. Boom! The ground warped, grass and soil blasted into the air. Bangs, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided, and the violent energy exploded outward. The domineering shockwave tore through the earth, ripping it open as a ferocious gale rolled out like a hurricane. All around, whether it was Zoro, the Don Quixote family members, or the newly arrived Heart Pirates, everyone had to shield themselves from the wild winds, stumbling back again and again under the crushing pressure. It seems things have gone beyond my expectations. Through the roaring wind, a tall man in a purple coat slowly approached Fujitora. He had originally parted ways with Luffy and the others back at the tavern. According to plan, he should have already left. But somehow, the thought of Straw Hat dying here felt wasteful to him. He wanted to see that boy's future. So he had doubled back, and now it seemed his worries might have been unnecessary. Boom, bang. As everyone stared in shock, another deafening crash rang out. Luffy's lightning-wreathed fist had torn straight through the white wave and slammed directly into Doflamingo. The sheer force shredded his iconic pink feather coat to pieces. Even his amber sunglasses cracked apart. The shattered lenses scraped a line at the corner of his eye, and in the next instant, blood welled from the cut and slid down his cheek. Blood on his face, clothes in tatters. The sight robbed him of any gangster-like swagger. He looked more like a war refugee than the heavenly Yaksha. Flat on his back in the fractured crater, Doflamingo hadn't lost consciousness, but every bone and muscle in his body felt like they'd been shaken to pieces. Grinding through the pain, he rose to his feet, his face twisted into something truly demonic. Phew, 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 phew. No matter who you are today, I'm going to kill you. With a roar, he dragged his battered body forward, his 10 blackened threads snapping toward the Luffy falling from above. But at that moment, Luffy's form had reached its limit. Suddenly, like a punctured balloon, he spun and tumbled helplessly through the air. Drifting erratically, he barely dodged the deadly strikes, muttering instinctively, "That was close. Almost got hit." His body deflated, his momentum fading. Without propulsion, he began plummeting toward the ground. That form had given him overwhelming power, but its aftermath left him unable to fight, even to move properly. From a distance, Zoro seemed to realize this instantly. With a light push off the ground, he darted toward where Luffy would land. But he wasn't the only one to notice. Doflamingo, closest to the target, also seemed to understand. A cruel smile split his already twisted features. "Straw Hat, without that power, let's see if you can survive this." He flicked his fingers, taut, transparent threads snapped into place in the air. A flash of cold light, and they whipped toward the falling Luffy, intent on slicing him to pieces. Luffy. Zoro's eyes went wide with horror as he sprinted. At his speed, he wouldn't make it in time. Even Fujitora, far off in the distance, couldn't keep calm, his hand closed over his sword hilt, ready to step in. But then, in that instant, as if sensing something, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. "What an interesting boy," he murmured, loosening his grip on the hilt, as though abandoning the idea of intervening. Just as the threads were about to carve Luffy apart, the sharp crack of a sonic boom tore through the air. A black shape wreathed in a long trail of flame streaked across the sky, snatching the falling Luffy away in an instant. Doflamingo. That black figure tossed Luffy toward Zoro, then spun in midair and hovered overhead, eyes cold as they locked onto the man below. "Were you trying to kill him?" Flame Emperor, King. Seeing the pterosaur-like form of King above him, a flicker of shock passed over Doflamingo's face, followed quickly by a chilling realization. The memory of his impulsive move, just now, made cold sweat bead down his back. He didn't know exactly how valuable Straw Hat was to Ghidorah, but if he truly angered that man, Dressrosa itself might not be enough to pay the price. "I was only fulfilling my duty. Who knew the brat would be that troublesome?" Doflamingo said, brushing dirt off himself in a half-hearted defense. He might have wanted to kill Luffy just now, but some thoughts were better left unspoken. "This kind of fight, I wouldn't call it a capture," and King's gaze flicked toward the unconscious Luffy in Zoro's arms. "He's already injured." "What?" "I'm the one who's hurt here." The retort almost escaped Doflamingo's mouth, but the gap in power between him and the man above kept him silent. "Is that so? My apologies then, perhaps I was too heavy-handed." They'd been evenly matched, Yet King made it sound like Doflamingo had simply overdone it. The hypocrisy left a bitter taste in his mouth. But with King present, there was no reason for him to linger. He turned to summon his men and headed toward the royal palace. Lord's orders: gather all forces at Onagashima's ruins, King said after him, before dropping down in front of Zoro. His eyes swept, deliberately or not, over Fujitora and the Heart Pirates before returning to Zoro and Luffy. The original order was to take you back to the Great Kingdom, but the Lord says that's no longer necessary. This is for you. If you don't want your journey to end, follow it. He tossed Zoro a compass already set to a new world route. Spreading his wings, he took off again, leaving behind one last warning. Don't try any other routes. They're no longer passable. You can try if you want, but don't say I didn't warn you. Then, above Fujitora, he added, the Lord welcomes you anytime. But I doubt you have much time. It won't be long before Kizaru summons every available marine force. With that, the massive pterosaur trailing fire vanished from sight. Zoro glanced from the unconscious Luffy in his arms to the compass. This wasn't his decision to make. They'd wait until Luffy woke up. He slung Luffy over his back and started toward the port. Trafalgar Law, as one of the D-Clan, barely understood the meaning behind that initial. But after this upheaval, he wanted to uncover it, and something told him that following the Straw Hats was the way to find those answers. Up in the pale sky, Fujitora's sightless eyes saw only darkness, a darkness like an endless abyss. Yet somewhere within it, he felt a glimmer of light. Where it came from, he could not tell. King's final words still echoed in his mind. Before he could frown in thought, the den mushy in his coat began to ring. He answered without thinking, and the voice on the other end delivered a message that shocked him. All Marines, assemble at New World Marine Headquarters. Capitulo 94, Chapter 94, The Unlucky Newcomers. Fate is something elusive, impossible to clearly explain or predict. In the end, after the events of Dressrosa, the Heart Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates formed an alliance. An alliance between two pirate crews who honor their word meant that, from this point onward, their paths were bound together, sharing both life and death. For the Straw Hats, this outcome wasn't something they reacted to strongly. As for the Heart Pirates, who had always followed Law's lead, they naturally had no objections. After 2 rounds of celebratory feasting, the two crews had already grown close. When Luffy woke up, Zoro handed him the compass and relayed the words King had left before departing. With Luffy's personality, there was, of course, no way he'd simply follow someone else's instructions. Just as he was about to toss the compass away, Robin, who rarely voiced objections, spoke up to stop him. Luffy, this time, we can't allow you to be willful. We may not have fully analyzed why they've done this, but it's not hard to infer that the other routes are in trouble. As for what kind of trouble? At this point, a flicker of fear appeared in Robin's eyes. She continued. It should be war. If I'm guessing correctly, battles have already broken out along the other routes. And whether it's the Great Kingdom, the world government, or the Marines, this is not the sort of war a crew like ours can take part in. This is the kind of conflict that individual strength alone can't change. If you recklessly dive into it, you could drag the entire crew into an abyss. And that's no exaggeration. Within the Straw Hats, Robin's intellect was undoubtedly among the highest. Her assessment of the situation was, more or less, spot on. After all, the sea route following Dressrosa was part of Ghidorah's logistical supply network, and was therefore heavily protected. That said, even if the Straw Hats tried to deviate from the route, they would likely be unable to break through the blockade anyway. What none of them realized, however, was that all of this was actually orchestrated by the monkey family's ancestor, Musend. Ghidorah, in truth, had little to do with it. Recently, Ghidorah, busy as he was, had run into a group of rather interesting little punks. The Red Flag ex-Drake, the pirate Eustace Kid, and the mafia boss Capone Bijay. Perhaps because of Ghidorah's appearance during the Marineford War, this group of infamous supernovas from the original events hadn't quite captured the world's attention again. What caught his interest, however, was the man these three were attacking, former warlord Crocodile, along with his subordinate Daz Bones. Rumble. Damn it, is it going to rain? As a sand fruit user with a natural aversion to water, Crocodile's face darkened the moment storm clouds gathered overhead. Heth, looks like even the heavens are on our side. You washed-up relic. Kid, with his blazing red hair, raised a massive arm of magnetized metal weapons and swung it down toward Crocodile without hesitation. Faced with the terrifying force of that magnetically forged arm, Crocodile didn't so much as flinch. The scar across his face twisted in a slight sneer. Brat, don't get cocky in front of me. Whatever else could be said about him, this was a man who had once crossed blades with Whitebeard himself. How could he possibly be bullied by a pack of rookie pirates? A gust of wind surged up as golden sand roared like the fury in his heart. In an instant, he unleashed a massive sand slash, shattering Kid's metal arm with a thunderous impact. For all his infamy, Crocodile's strength was nothing to scoff at. As the metallic arm crumbled apart, Crocodile turned into a stream of sand, riding the wind to appear beside Kid. His golden hook swept toward the younger man's abdomen. Cracks! Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Crocodile's hook dead on. A tingling numbness shot through him, locking his entire body rigid. His eyes filled with shock. Kid wore the same expression. As a magnet fruit user, he knew the nature of electricity well. But even with his magnetic powers, there was no way he could call lightning down from so far away. Bizizete, bizizete, bizizete. While he stood frozen in thought, countless electric serpents began slithering across the black clouds overhead. As supernovas, they had seen their share of naturally occurring freak weather, storm-ridden islands, bizarre environmental phenomena. But something like this appearing over this island, impossible. Crocodile, however, shaking off his paralysis, looked up at those writhing electric serpents with a dawning horror. It was as if he had recalled something truly dreadful. The arrogance in his gaze vanished at once. He shouted to Daz Bones in the distance. Bones, run! No sooner had he spoken than he, too, turned to flee at full speed. But the heavens clearly had no intention of granting his wish. Several bolts of lightning lanced down in front of their escape path, thin, almost delicate-looking golden bolts, yet unmistakably deadly. Crocodile's initial grim suspicion was now confirmed. He knew he couldn't get away. He stopped short, grabbed the stubborn Daz Bones by the arm, and said with a grave expression, "We're not getting out of this." Among the supernovas, Kid was the reckless brawler type. Seeing this, he thought even the heavens were helping him. His heart leapt as he charged at Crocodile, two legs pumping, eager to finish him off. Killing Crocodile would skyrocket both his bounty and his infamy. That was, in fact, the main reason the three of them had targeted him. Yet strangely, Crocodile made no move to counterattack. He just stood there, watching Kid's approach. Had he been frightened, senseless by the lightning? That thought had barely formed in Kid's mind when he suddenly felt a massive pressure bearing down from above. Before he could react, numbness swept through him, and his ears rang with a deafening buzz. He got struck. Bija and Drake, who hadn't yet made a move, stared wide-eyed. Heth, what an ignorant brat, Crocodile sneered, entirely unsurprised by Kid's fate. The sudden turn of events left everyone reeling. As Kid collapsed to his knees, Bija and Drake seemed to realize something. Almost involuntarily, they looked up at the slowly churning clouds above. They were not left disappointed. Before long, the rolling storm clouds split apart, revealing a colossal, gleaming golden silhouette through the rift. D. Dr. Dragon. The moment they saw that fearsome head, the two spoke in unison, horror-stricken. A moment later, as they realized there were three such heads, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Ghidorah. No matter how hard they tried, they could never have imagined that the rarely seen terror would appear before their very eyes. As the clouds rolled back, the colossal figure descended from the sky. A razor-sharp gale blasted across the battlefield, making everyone's skin sting as if sliced by blades. Kid, still reeling from the lightning, looked up at the three-headed figure. His eyes burned with a crimson light. Capítulo 95, Chapter 95, Your ability saved you. The majestic, towering body instantly rendered everyone speechless. I don't know why a person like you would appear here. Crocodile, cigar clamped between his teeth, stared solemnly at Ghidorah and asked in a deep voice. Heh, I'm just passing through. But I didn't expect to witness such an interesting scene. A former warlord of the sea, reduced to such a pitiful state, even being bullied by rookies. Ghidorah's massive golden eyes fixed on Crocodile, and the corners of his mouth split into a sinister grin. I'm short on people right now, why don't you come under me? To be personally invited by Ghidorah ought to have been an honor. But from the smile on the monster's face, Crocodile could see clearly. If he uttered a refusal, the next second he'd be a corpse. He knew a little of this one's recent movements. Ambitious though he was himself, he had never planned to meddle in wars between nations. Can I refuse? After a moment's hesitation, Crocodile probed cautiously. What do you think? Ghidorah still wore that devilish smile. I'll join. Crocodile's reply was crisp, without the slightest hesitation. At that, Ghidorah's grin widened, and he slowly turned his gaze toward the three newcomers, speaking. To be honest, with your current strength, you're not worth my notice. But since we've met, I'll give you one chance. Make your choice. His lofty bearing and domineering tone were galling, yet he had the power to speak that way. Kid, still twitching from paralysis, had a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Bijay, well-dressed with stubble on his face and a cigar in his mouth, looked thoughtful. Drake, meanwhile, glanced at the other two, then subtly took a step back, as though having reached a decision. Watching their reactions, Ghidorah sneered inwardly. Aside from Drake, the other two clearly intended to cause trouble. He paid no mind to their attitudes, instead casting an approving look at Drake. So what if the man was a Marine? As long as he was willing now, even the whole Navy could be his. If you want us to yield, you'd better prove you've got the strength. HMPH, I alone represent an entire force, so what if you are who you are? At that, Kid and Bijay exchanged a glance, then spoke out in unison, at the same time readying themselves to attack. Kid once again pulled in the scattered weapons around him, forming two enormous metallic arms that crackled faintly with magnetism. Bijay, meanwhile, opened countless small hatches all over his body, every one aimed at Ghidorah. In the next instant, the two unleashed their attacks without reservation, charging headlong down the road of madness and suicide. Booms, booms, boom. Countless tiny cannonballs fired out from Bijay's hatches. As they reached a certain distance, those bean-sized shots instantly expanded into full-sized shells. But in Ghidorah's eyes, they were still nothing more than candy beans. At the same time, Kid's massive magnetic arm had clenched into a giant fist and came crashing down toward one of Ghidorah's necks. For a man to be blind to reality, that is truly a pitiful thing. Faced with the overwhelming, frenzied attacks, Ghidorah's golden eyes didn't so much as ripple. It was as if he hadn't even noticed. The right head suddenly jerked forward, ramming straight into the oncoming metal fist. As for the rain of cannon fire, he didn't even bother to glance at it, simply ignoring it outright. Boom, booms, boom. Explosions roared one after another, shockwaves rolling outward in waves, dust billowing skyward. Rumbled. Meanwhile, the impact of Ghidorah's right head against the giant metal fist instantly shattered the construct. The massive hand couldn't even put up resistance, breaking apart into a storm of fragmented weapons. Without slowing in the slightest, the right head then reared back and unleashed a bolt of golden lightning at Kid. The furious surge tore opened the ground in an instant. Kid barely dodged, terror etched across his face. This was not even the same league. But before his fear could fade, the golden lightning was already plowing across the ground, sweeping straight toward him. Kid's soul nearly fled his body. Sprinting frantically, he shouted at the top of his lungs. I surrender, I'll follow you. Too late. Ghidorah's majesty tolerated no provocation. For a brat who dared test him, he felt not an ounce of mercy. The raging beam swept forward, engulfing Kid completely in the surging cloud of dust and rubble. From a distance, Bijay, whose token attacks had been no more than scratches, was drenched in cold sweat. He bitterly regretted his reckless attempt. When one of the monster's colossal heads turned its gaze on him, he immediately shut every hatch on his body and shouted, "I willingly submit to you, please spare me." In front of such a terrifying opponent, there was no shame in bowing. Living was more important than anything. And as though heaven itself heard his desperate plea, he did not suffer the same fate as Kid. Heth, a man who knows the times, is a true hero. Ghidorah sneered, then continued, "You should be grateful, your ability just saved your life." Among the supernovas, Capone Gang Bijou was by no means the strongest. But his devil fruit power was exactly what Ghidorah needed at the moment. Why bother reclaiming the fruit and training a new user when a ready-made one stood before him? As for betrayal, unless the fool had a death wish, he wouldn't dare. As they spoke, the swirling dust gradually dispersed. What it revealed made everyone's pupils contract violently. One of the supernovas, with a bounty over 100 million, had vanished in an instant. Such overwhelming power utterly crushed all thoughts of resistance. "You too, go find Sabo. I trust you don't need me to tell you where he is." Ghidorah ordered Drake and Bijou, then turned to Crocodile. "As for you..." A wicked grin tugged at his lips. "Go to Arabasta, tell Ivankov I sent you." At the name Arabasta, Crocodile frowned, old memories surfacing, many of them unpleasant. He felt a faint resistant stir in his heart. "Heth, the Pluton once left behind on that land. It has something to do with your power, doesn't it? Aren't you interested?" Seeing his reaction, Ghidorah deliberately dropped a tempting word. Just as he expected, though Crocodile had long given up his pursuit of Pluton, the chance to approach it again still stirred him. His eyes flashed with sharp light. "When do I leave?" Crocodile asked. "Oh." Ghidorah was about to answer when he suddenly let out a note of surprise, staring out over the distant sea for a long moment. "Go now. If you wait any longer, leaving will become difficult." Turning back, he addressed Bijou and Drake as well. "That goes for you too. Leave the island immediately." The three exchanged puzzled looks. Almost reflexively, they turned toward the direction Ghidorah had been watching. Far out across the waves, a tiny black speck had just appeared on the horizon. Capítulo 96, Chapter 96, That Fruit. Staring at the dark speck on the horizon, the group did not fully understand, but nonetheless departed without hesitation. The vast, barren island of rock was left behind with only Ghidorah. No, not alone, but a solitary beast. His colossal form stood like a golden stone statue. Three fearsome heads, golden eyes fixed on the distance. That sensation in the depths of fate could not be wrong. He hadn't expected to encounter here, of all places, the heir to that fruit. From memory and deduction, it was possible, but everything would need to be confirmed personally. The sea breeze whispered. Above, dark clouds gathered like ink, wind and waves rising as the sea churned. The black speck drew nearer, slowly magnifying in size. It was a blue warship, larger and far more ornate than a typical vice admiral's ship. But on its sails was not the symbol of the Marines, but the unique crest of the world government. Amidst the stormy waves, the government's warship approached. On the deck, a group of officers in justice cloaks stood. At their head was a broad-shouldered elder. Scarlet muscles, short white hair like a mountain of snow, and a stern, unyielding face, his eyes locked with Ghidorah's. Commander-in-Chief of the world government, Kong the Steel Bone. From appearance alone, Ghidorah instantly recognized him, and his three jaws parted to utter the man's name. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect a creature like you to actually know of a small figure like me." Hearing his identity revealed at once, Kong threw his head back in booming laughter. With a resounding leap, the man landed upon the desolate island, gazing straight at the monstrous form before him. "To think a routine patrol would lead me to you of all beings. I didn't expect it either." Ghidorah stared down at him, his jaws curving into a delighted smile. "Earlier, I had been wondering when I might reclaim that fruit, and here you appear before me. The world government truly dares to spend dearly, to have actually given that fruit to you. When I first served in the Marines, I never imagined the government would entrust such a fruit to me. It was only recently that I learned its true origin. To think the creator of such a fruit was you." Kong clenched his fist, unable to suppress his sigh. Back when he had risen prominently through the Navy, the higher-ups had rewarded him with a devil fruit. For years, he had believed it to be an act of cultivation by his superiors. Only much later, upon coming into contact with that one, did he learn the truth. Everything had been orchestrated from the beginning. And that fruit, across generations, its users had always been controlled by that group. The New World, God Valley. Deep within the islands, vast underground chambers. Once a colossal tomb, it had been rebuilt into a grand underground palace. Within its council hall, seated around an enormous stone table, were more than a dozen shadowy figures whose faces were obscured. At the head of the table, opposite the main seat, sat Imu. One of the sea roots in the New World has already been sealed by that creature. Intelligence suggests the fruit's current user is somewhere along that route, but no word of awakening has come yet. Even so, I fear he may employ some means to force that fruit to awaken. After all, he has done exactly that before, 1,000 years ago. Imu slowly laid out the meeting's purpose. And with the Sky Lord Rodden already revived, should that beast join him, the consequences could be HMPH. If we were able to seal him 800 years ago, then 800 years later we can do it again. Imu, these 8 centuries, what have you been doing? Why is the bloodline of the celestial dragons so diminished? Even if we ourselves are revived, without sufficient bloodline, we will once again be forced into slumber. Is that your intention all along? The shadow seated at the left of the head chair spoke in a cold voice, cutting into the silence. At once, several gazes turned toward Imu. It was not an unreasonable suspicion. By their estimation, even if such a bloodline could not expand into an entire nation, it should not have dwindled to such scarcity. With so little, it was impossible to sustain their waking state for long. 800 years had passed, and the bloodline had barely doubled. Who could believe such a thing? Yet Imu showed no panic. He replied calmly, "You cannot blame me. Long before your awakening, that monster slaughtered the Holy Land. To preserve even these fragments of bloodline cost me dearly." The truth could never be proven now. Whatever he said, they had no way to refute. Still, the other's eyes glimmered with hatred. Because of the bloodline shortage, we must avoid taking action whenever possible. As for the sealed sea route, let him block it for now. So long as we seize the right opportunity, we will deal with him. This time, we must force him to surrender the secret of eternal life. We could also attempt to capture the current inheritor of the Op no Mi. That, too, offers a path to eternity. At that suggestion, the room fell silent. The Op fruit could indeed grant eternal life, but therein lay the problem. 16 shadowed figures sat around the table. Even if the fruit user were captured, who would be granted eternity first? This was no trivial question. Though they appeared united on the surface, they were far from harmonious in truth. When faced with such immense benefit, not one among them believed they would willingly yield immortality to another. The meeting, which had begun with the aim of halting Ghidorah's growth, slowly devolved into a debate over eternity. One spoke then another, while Imu, sitting silently, frowned ever more deeply. If not for his own limitations, unable to guarantee suppressing Ghidorah alone, he would never have revived these old monsters. In truth, he wished they had remained forever buried. That was the true reason why, for centuries, he had seemingly protected the celestial dragons while secretly suppressing their breeding. And by his calculations, after the current turmoil, their number would again shrink, perhaps to a dozen or fewer. At that point, continuing the bloodline at all would be nearly impossible. Yet the revived ones also saw Imu's intentions clearly enough. In secret, they had already begun their own schemes. Bad news, Imu-sama. At that moment, Rob Lucci appeared silently behind Imu, speaking in a low tone. Just now, the vice commander of the commander-in-chief's vessel sent word. They've encountered Ghidorah. What? Imu, who had remained calm before, shot to his feet in fury. Did I not order him to retreat if he crossed paths with Ghidorah? Does he take my commands for nothing? Damn it! Cursing, he swept his gaze across those seated, fixing it on several whose speed was unmatched. Kong is facing that monster now. You all know how important that fruit is. If you refuse to act, then prepare to return to slumber forever. Go, save him. No matter the cost, we cannot allow that beast to seize that fruit. Capítulo 97, Chapter 97, Vajra Form. Boom! A thunderous impact erupted, the force blasting open a massive hole in the storm clouds above the island. Around the gaping wound in the sky, black clouds churned and began to close in again. Jagged golden lightning crashed down in torrents, savagely tearing into the island below. Beneath the thunder and lightning, two beasts that seemed ripped from primordial times clashed with earth-shaking ferocity. Ghidorah, a massive black gorilla, roared, hefting a boulder the size of a fortress and hurling it toward the three-headed golden monster. Zzzzt. Blazing golden energy lanced out, instantly pulverizing the rock and continuing on toward the gorilla with undiminished force. Yet, facing such terrifying destruction, the giant ape showed no panic. With a sudden surge of strength, its four limbs drove into the ground, propelling its colossal body high into the air to narrowly evade the blast. Mid-leap, Kong twisted his torso with uncanny agility, performing a backflip with the grace of a gymnast before landing squarely before Ghidorah. The sight was jarring, such a towering ape, moving with a fluidity that defied reason. Before Ghidorah could register surprise, one of his necks, the one still spewing a golden ray, was suddenly seized in the gorilla's massive hand. The beam sputtered and cut off instantly. Legends are nothing more than this. Muscles bulged along the arms of the white-haired, white-bearded ape. With a beastly roar, he heaved, tearing Ghidorah's multi-ton body clean from the ground and slamming it through the air with a brutal arc. Rumble. The ground quaked violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Crash. A sweep of Ghidorah's massive golden wings lashed out like blades, striking the giant gorilla with devastating force and hurling him into a distant greenstone mountain. Crumble. The peak shattered, rock slides thundering down, a storm of debris burying the ape beneath in moments. Heh, is this all you amount to? This so-called Vajra form of yours falls far short of the first wielder. Ghidorah shook his head, rising from the impact, his golden eyes fixed on the cloud of dust in the distance. The world government dared to unleash you. In that case, I'll take that fruit back myself. After all, I did promise someone I'd replace it with something more fitting. His massive frame unfurled its wings, whipping up a hurricane. In the next breath, he hurtled down toward the debris. Damn it, he's the strong. From within the swirling dust, a black-furred hand shot out, seizing one of Ghidorah's legs. A moment later, a massive fist followed, bursting upward with explosive force. Bam! The blow struck Ghidorah square in the abdomen, ringing against his golden scales like a temple bell. Arrowoar. Reeling from the strike, Ghidorah's right head howled and instantly spewed a golden beam straight into the dust cloud. Boom! The explosion detonated outward, unleashing a colossal shockwave. The invisible ripple spread like radiation, flattening everything below. Dust, rock, and debris turned into bullets under the pressure wave, pelting the island and punching craters into stone where they struck. Arrowoar. As the dust cleared, the giant gorilla let out a pained scream. Blood sprayed like rain, his chest fur was scorched black and smoking. Ghidorah showed no mercy, never had any intention of sparing him. Both side heads lunged down with a snapping crunch, biting into the ape's shoulders. Little brat, is this what you were boasting about? If this is all, then say goodbye to the world. With a thunderous crash, Ghidorah stamped the ape into the ground, pinning him beneath one taloned foot. The central head's jaws opened wide, golden energy gathering for the finishing blow. But in the very next instant, Ghidorah's movements froze. His wings beat furiously, carrying him skyward. Two chilling words had cut through the air. Rankyaku. A crescent slash, vast as the moon and over 100 meters long, tore upward. It grazed Ghidorah's tail and carved into the sky itself. The hole in the clouds above, only just beginning to close, was ripped open again, this time into an immense, jagged rift. The heavens split apart, black clouds rolling back like curtains. At a glance, it was as though the sky itself had been cleaved in two. An ape was not frightening. A giant ape was not frightening. But an ape in Vajra form who could wield the Marine's Rokushiki, that was terrifying. Heaven torn, earth trembling, the massive gorilla with a charred chest rose once more. He hammered his fists against his wound in a frenzy, roaring in rage. "Damn you, you dared burn what I take the most pride in." The seared chest ignited his fury, unleashing his full might without restraint. To toy with a monkey, you'd best be prepared to hand him a stick. But against a Marine commander who embodied history itself, Ghidorah could only clash with brute strength. Fortunately, his defense and regeneration were monstrous. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Yet both knew the truth: the fight would not last forever. Kong's stamina could not outmatch Ghidorah's. All Ghidorah needed to do was wait for his foe to exhaust himself. Then, the ape would be at his mercy. Knowing this, Ghidorah was in no hurry, but the one to suffer was the island beneath their feet. Though their bodies were not impossibly large for a landmass this size, their destructive power was apocalyptic. Every clash tore up the ground like a farmer's plow, turning the island's rocky terrain into churned, loosened soil. In time, after one good rain, the barren island would be transformed into a lush cradle of life. Huff it huffs. After another titanic collision, Kong did not pursue. Instead, he crouched low, hands braced against the earth, chest heaving. His once glossy black fur now looked ashen and ragged. He was clearly worn down. By contrast, Ghidorah, blessed with monstrous recovery, seemed hardly worse for wear. His form was battered but far from exhausted. He sneered. "Big monkey, you're at your limit, aren't you?" "Limit," Kong growled. "You want to find out? Try the old man's fists." "Fist bone." The ape's dark-furred fists gleamed as armament Haki encased them in metallic sheen, as if forged from iron. With a roar he leapt skyward, fanged maw open in fury. "Die, monster." "Ha, you're covered in hair yourself, and you dare call me a monkey? How laughable." Ghidorah's wings thundered, propelling him upward. His talons reached for the onrushing ape as his mouth mocked him. High above the island, two titans collided once more amidst lightning and storm. Chapter 98. This. On the warship bearing the flag of the world government, the deck was crammed with people. Every single one of them stood dumbstruck, eyes wide, staring at the distant island. Two massive figures leapt skyward, wreathed in golden lightning. Boom! The deafening impact shook the heavens, forcing everyone to clap their hands over their ears. A heartbeat later, a violent shockwave swept outward. Even at the very edge of the battlefield, the Marines were blasted off their feet by the sheer force of the backlash. Before they could even get up, a towering wave, over 10 meters high, surged toward them. "Everyone brace yourselves, a massive wave is coming." From the crow's nest, the lookout bellowed with a voice like a cracking gong. The Marines below, hearing the warning, froze for a moment, their minds going completely blank. The acting officer in command roared furiously. "Turn the bow, evade immediately, prepare to maneuver." His voice snapped the dazed sailors back to their senses. In an instant, men scrambled desperately to their stations, hands flying over the rigging and wheels to steer the warship. These were elite troops, trained personally under the world government. Within moments, the ship adjusted its heading, turning sharply to ride out the wave. Fortunately, the giant swell raised by the impact clashed against oncoming tides, colliding and dispersing, gradually weakening. By the time the waves reached the stern of the warship, their height had dropped from over 10 meters to only a few. A few meter swell was nothing to a 100-meter-long government battleship. The ship rode the waves easily. Once the danger had passed, the ship turned its prow back toward the island. "Supreme Commander." The moment they saw clearly, the soldiers' faces twisted with shock. The man they revered as unshakable as a mountain, their supreme commander, was clutched upside down in the talons of that golden monster. High above the island, Ghidorah suddenly released its claws. Steel-bone Kong, still in his Kong form, plummeted like a meteor from nearly 1,000 meters in the sky. "Will boom!" The howl of wind tearing apart was followed by a thunderous crash. From the island's center, a towering cloud of dust erupted into the heavens. "Supreme Commander." The Marines on the ship cried out in horror. Their eyes filled with despair as they stared at the golden monster hovering in the sky. Even their indomitable supreme commander had been defeated. Did that mean this world truly had no hope left? Was the world government truly about to fall? What's that? The Navy. In the midst of despair, one soldier caught sight of a ship approaching the side of the island. Raising a telescope, he immediately recognized the insignia on its sail. The Navy, an institution under the world government. Interesting did they come here, for him. Ghidorah's left head plunged into the dust cloud, waiting for Kong to drop his transformation. The instant Kong reverted, he would devour him without hesitation. But just as he waited, an unexpected turn of events erupted. Ghidorah's central head turned toward the coastline where a marine vessel was making landfall. His eyes narrowed. A sudden disturbance pricked at his senses, and he instinctively looked skyward. Mbele. The heavy clouds split apart again. From the heavens fell a massive meteor, at least 50 meters across. Gravity, attraction. He immediately thought of the approaching warship. Realization dawned, and a twisted grin stretched across his maw. Fujitora, is it? Muttering to himself, Ghidorah's right head jerked upward and unleashed a golden beam of destructive energy. Bangs, bangs, bang. The falling meteor shattered instantly, reduced to dust and rubble under the terrifying breath. Was this Borsellino's decision? Ghidorah's central head never shifted its gaze. He watched the approaching figures, a towering blind man in purple robes, and beside him, a wild-looking man with a cocky grin. Ha 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 ha, don't get the wrong idea. We're only passing through on our way to Marine headquarters for a meeting. Before Fujitora could speak, the other man, Ryokaju, burst out laughing. His eyes flicked toward the battered Kong, still wreathed in the fading dust. So that's the world government's supreme commander, huh? Click click, what a terrifying body he's got. Ghidorah didn't know much about Ryokaju, almost nothing in fact, but there was something about him, something eerily familiar. Marine Admiral Ryokaju, is it? There's a strange sense of familiarity coming from you. Ryokaju blinked, then suddenly laughed even harder. Haven't you realized yet? With a grin, he tore open his shirt, exposing his chest, and the silver-gray emblem of a crescent moon emblazoned on it. A Picarian. Ghidorah's eyes widened, finally recognizing the source of that familiar aura. So it was bloodline resonance again. The Picarians weren't the same race as him or King, but they all hailed from the same homeland. And during the early experiments back home, Ghidorah had sampled blood from countless other species. It was that reckless tampering that had left him with his genetic disease, forcing him to search for other paths of survival. As for the origin of devil fruits told in the canon, he had no knowledge of it. In this world, devil fruits were nothing more than accidental byproducts of his genetic experiments. Back then, before he even realized this was the One Piece world, he had jokingly dubbed those creations devil fruits, merging them with bionic technology. In those early years, no one besides him had eaten such fruits. The powers they granted were merely hybridizations with machinery, tools to advance their technology. But when their homeland collapsed from resource scarcity and war broke out abroad, those terrifying abilities spread, and the fruits began reappearing in their natural form after their hosts died. It was only then that Ghidorah finally realized the truth. The world he'd landed in was indeed the world of One Piece. Ha 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 ha, seems I've found the right person. You know more than I do. Ryokaju grinned, genuinely pleased. Had it not been for the devil fruit he'd eaten on a desolate island years ago, he would have been dead. To find someone from the same homeland now filled him with unexpected joy. As for the world government and the Marines, he served when it suited him. Orders meant nothing, he lived as he pleased. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a blessing. Ghidorah had no interest in digging into the past. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Fujitora. You want to save him. That meteor just now, Ghidorah had taken note of it. The question wasn't without reason. I'm not sure, but this old man feels he shouldn't die here. Fujitora's voice was conflicted. Ever since joining the Marines, the things he had seen, heard, and felt had been far from the justice he envisioned. Especially after meeting Straw Hat Luffy, that sense of doubt only grew stronger. Now, he found himself lost on his path. "You think you can stop me?" Ghidorah's tone wasn't angry, only curious. But before Fujitora could answer, two more voices suddenly rang out from the skies. "He can't. We can." In the blink of an eye, two silhouettes appeared amidst the marines. Snap! With a casual snap of his fingers, one of the newcomers summoned sprawling green vines that wrapped around Steelbone Kong's battered body. The Kong form melted away, his human form restored as the vines dragged him underground, only to re-emerge moments later, placing him safely behind the two figures. Clem. The instant he saw that ability, Ghidorah recognized him. His colossal dragon, heads twisted into a hideous snarl. Chapter 99. Though the other's face was hidden beneath a gray-hooded cloak, Ghidorah recognized that ability at a single glance. That power, the power to control all plant life in the world. Didn't expect you'd recognize me so quickly." As the voice fell, the two gray-robed figures slowly removed their hoods. The one who had spoken revealed long hair the color of fresh grass, a vivid, lush green. His hair was so thick and unruly that it puffed up wildly, almost like a bird's nest. Standing to his right was a man with silver-gray hair, strange tattooed markings etched across his face, somewhat reminiscent of dragons, though not the same. The moment Ghidorah saw him, his eyes flashed in shock. "Dorain, OC." Immediately, his lips curled into a feral grin as he sneered. "Never thought I'd see the day. 2 of the 20 kings showing up together. That must mean all of you have been revived. And what's more surprising is just how fast you've moved." "No helping it," said the gray-haired man called Dorain as he stepped forward, his voice low and commanding as he addressed the soldiers behind him. "This brat dared to cross someone like you, of course we had to act. Take Steelbone Kong back to the ship. Everyone else withdraw from the island." As his words fell, a violent storm whipped up. Within the raging gale, countless nearly invisible wind blades howled straight toward Ghidorah. "You never learn, do you?" Ghidorah snarled, unfazed by the rain of slashing wind blades. "Wind blades? I can do that too." He spread his massive wings wide and gave them a savage beat. A howling hurricane surged forth, colliding head-on with Dorain's tempest. Hurricane clashed against hurricane, producing a strange, grating zzz sound. The opposing winds ground against one another, shattering and canceling out, leaving twisted black cracks in the air like fractured mirrors. Then came a thunderous detonation. The sound barrier, torn apart by the two forces, exploded outward. From the warp space, an even more violent energy burst forth, not mere wind, but the chaotic turbulence of rending space itself. That terrifying spatial maelstrom swallowed both titanic forces whole. And then, in the next instant, the twisted space calmed once more. But at the center of the explosion, everything had been obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide. This. Fujitora and Green Bull, who had lingered nearby, were both utterly stunned. Especially Green Bull. He could feel in his very bones the weight of what had just unfolded before his eyes. Staring at the crater, a chill of dread coursed through him. Could this truly be the power of the world government, the power I've never been able to comprehend? And yet, Ghidorah can meet it head-on, even overwhelm it with ease. Just how powerful is he? Could it really be, as Bika-senpai wrote, that this is a creature akin to a god? If it were possible, he thought, he would give anything to witness the world 1,000 years ago, to stand amidst that eternal war. "There's no need for us here any longer," Fujitora suddenly said. "Yeah." Green Bull sighed, "But damn, I really wanted to watch their fight." Then he added, his tone firm, "But I won't drag you into reckless trouble just for my own whims." Turning away decisively, he strode back toward the warship. Of course, he yearned to witness the battle, but he knew too well what would happen if he acted on that desire. Neither the Navy, nor the friend at his side, could forgive such recklessness. He would not drag anyone else into the abyss, even if he himself longed for it. Fujitora, hearing this, tilted his head toward the battlefield. Though blind, his senses painted for him the grand, terrifying scene of the monsters clashing. He had known Green Bull since their early days in the North Blue, long before they were admirals. He understood his friend's yearning all too well, and precisely because he understood, he stopped him. The time simply had not yet come. The two kings noticed the admiral's departure, yet showed not a trace of displeasure. Heh, with those nuisances gone, I can finally cut loose. The speaker was the green-haired man, Cream O.C. From within his gray cloak, he pulled out a small pouch. Reaching in, he scattered a handful of seeds at his feet, chuckling as he said, "To be honest, I don't like barren islands like this, not a single blade of grass. But no matter, I brought my own." Rumble, rumble. The moment his words fell, the entire island began to quake violently. The ground heaved and bulged as if something beneath were awakening. What an irritating ability. Watching the display, Ghidorah couldn't help but recall the time he had used this very power, through machines, to build islands. It had been such a constructive gift, yet here Cream was twisting it into a weapon of destruction. He loathed it, but deep down, he knew he himself was the true cause. Even as that thought passed, the earth split and fresh grass erupted forth, growing at a shocking rate. In the blink of an eye, half the island was carpeted in green. Trees sprouted skyward, lush and towering, until the barren wasteland had transformed into a dense forest. And at its heart, Ghidorah was immediately ensnared by the trees and vines that lashed around his body. Standing within what looked like a nightmare version of Tree World birth, Cream showed not a shred of fear, only a cold smile. In the monstrous forest, Ghidorah's wings unfurled. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, vines and trunks snapped apart. Then, with a thunderous flap of his massive wings, a gale roared outward. Soil and grass tore free, mighty trees ripped up by the roots and hurled skyward. To tell the truth, this almost makes me nostalgic for the old days. I really don't want to destroy it all. Breaking free of the bindings, Ghidorah launched himself into the air. As long as he reached the skies, no matter how twisted Cream's power was, it couldn't touch him. But just as he began to rise, Cream crouched and slammed both hands into the earth. "To face a monster like you think I'd let my guard down?" The island quaked once more. Boom, 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 boom. 4 colossal vines erupted from the ground, lashing out like serpents. In an instant, they coiled around Ghidorah's limbs, climbing higher and higher. In moments, the mighty beast was bound fast, his muscles bulging and straining, flesh protruding between the crushing coils. Rumble. Dragged down by the immense vines, Ghidorah was slammed back into the earth, flattening swathes of forest and hurling clouds of dust into the sky. "This isn't over. This move was prepared just for you. I hope you'll enjoy it." Cream showed no joy, only grim focus. With a sharp shout, he poured his will into the earth. The island shuddered once again. Around the place where Ghidorah had fallen, colossal leaves began to rise, each 100s of meters tall, forming the maw of a monstrous carnivorous plant. From their surfaces oozed thick, viscous fluid, dripping down onto the surrounding foliage with a hiss. Wherever it fell, it corroded plants into nothingness. It was a highly potent acid. And slowly, inexorably, the 4 titanic leaves began to fold inward around Ghidorah. If he were trapped within, even he might not escape without being flayed to the bone. Chapter 100. As the 4 massive leaves slowly closed in around him, Godzilla's eyes betrayed no fear. Not even the slightest flicker of emotion crossed his face, only a chilling coldness. After sleeping nearly 1,000 years, it seems your brains have rotted in your sleep. You think this will hold me? You've truly underestimated me, you pathetic gnats. Zzzt. The moment his words fell, his golden, deformed, vine-constricted body suddenly crackled with arcs of golden bioelectricity. The instant that current flared, it resonated with the storm clouds above. In the past, whether releasing lightning or absorbing it, he always spread his wings, but that was nothing more than a habit. So long as his body contained bioelectromagnetism, he could summon lightning into himself at will. And he was certain, no matter what kind of plant it was, nothing could withstand the wrath of thunder. This time you've miscalculated. But just as the storm churned overhead and the dark clouds gathered, another voice cut into his ears. Looking up, he saw the gray-haired man floating high in the air, speaking slowly. Storms can bring disaster, but they can also blow everything away. At his words, a violent gale erupted. In an instant, the heavens cleared, the black storm clouds scattered, and the blue sky broke through. The man smirked coldly. "Now, let's see how you fight back." "Bastard!" Ghidorah cursed furiously. Truth be told, the situation had caught him off guard. His body thrashed violently, but the thick vines held fast, unyielding, no matter how savagely he struggled. "Ha ha ha." The two men laughed with satisfaction at his frantic struggle. They knew this level of attack could restrain him at best, but kill him, impossible. Everyone knew Ghidorah was an unkillable monster. Even if a way existed, they certainly did not possess it. Meeting each other's eyes, the two men exchanged a subtle, wordless signal. The gray-haired man suddenly appeared above the increasingly bound Ghidorah and spoke. "If we managed to keep you trapped, you know what the outcome would be. So what do you say? Why not strike a deal?" Hearing this, Ghidorah ceased his struggle, looking up with faint curiosity. "Oh, and what deal is that?" "For example, we could let you go." Seeing he had taken the bait, the gray-haired man smiled thinly, continuing, "But of course, something like this would offend certain parties, so." "Heth, you want immortality." Ghidorah, with all his ancient cunning, pierced straight through their intent. His cold laugh returned, eyes full of disdain. "So it seems that even after 1,000 years, the so-called 20 kings are far from united. Back then, the 20 kings had been an unbreakable alliance, sharing glory and shame as one. Yet ever since that unknown figure had obtained immortality, each king had begun to nurse his own schemes. And that Ghidorah found amusing. Hath, united front or not, in the end, immortality is all that matters," the gray-haired man grinned. His words did not surprise Ghidorah in the least. The war of a millennium ago had begun for immortality. All the lofty banners and grand lies were nothing but excuses atop that single, ugly truth. "Hey, at least you're honest." Ghidorah sneered, then after a pause, his golden eyes grew cold, a predatory light blazing within. Seeing that look, Dorian's expression finally changed. He snapped angrily. "Damn you, would you rather be sealed away again than make a deal with me?" "Sealed? With this? Or with your laughable power to scatter clouds with wind? Even without the thunder of nature, I am still Ghidorah." "Aroer." With a deafening roar, his three heads rose high. The central head fixed its gaze on Dorian and growled. "Though I have little taste for plants, in fact, I despise them, there is one among us who is far less picky." At that, the left head suddenly snapped its massive jaws wide and bit down on the vines constricting his body. "Shhh." The moment its teeth sank in, the vines shriveled as if all moisture had been sucked away, withering to dry husks in an instant. At the sight, the two men's eyes widened. Buried memories resurfaced, a long-buried terror. On the battlefield long ago, this beast had devoured countless ability users. That left head carried a mysterious fruit power, the power to consume all energy. And now, half the island around them had been conjured by Cream's ability, continuously feeding energy into the plants. This energy, how nostalgic. With the left head endlessly devouring, the vines binding Ghidorah withered away. Yet he made no rush to break free. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the massive leaves closing in overhead, golden eyes alight with excitement. Pure natural energy like this was not something he encountered often. "Cream, stop at once." Dorian's face paled as he barked the order. "It's already too late." Far off, Cream's green-haired face was drenched in sweat. His hands, still pressed into the ground, were being sucked in place by a terrifying force. Sensing his comrade's plight, Dorian dared not hesitate. Raising his hands like a sword, he slashed downward toward Ghidorah. Gale Sever. With a thunderous hum, a massive azure crescent, hundreds of meters long, materialized in the sky. The blade of wind tore through the air, friction igniting it into crimson flame. An azure slash wreathed in fire hurtled down like a blazing sunset. Ghidorah spread his wings with a violent crack, shredding the withered vines. His roar shattered the air, abruptly halting his feast on the plants. Aroer. Ariomambieli. At his thunderous cry, the scattered clouds rushed back together, lightning flashing and thunder booming across the heavens. Zzzt. 3 golden gravity beams lanced forth, converging as one to meet the descending slash. The colossal attack gradually broke apart under the force of the beams. Explosive shockwaves blasted outward, fragments of fiery wind forming a raging storm of flame. The tempest tore across the newly born island forest. In an instant, lush greenery was shredded, trees obliterated, grasslands ripped up and hurled skyward. Boom! A golden lightning bolt struck down from the heavens, slamming into Ghidorah's back. VMMM. Roer. The golden beams, already fierce, surged in power, swelling with renewed fury. Ghidorah's roar echoed with exhilaration and with killing intent. Steelbone Kong had escaped, but these 2 kings would serve as repayment with interest. Chapter 101. Not good. Seeing the situation turn, Cream and Dorian's faces paled at once. In the blink of an eye, the bloodless Cream desperately pushed his ability to its limits. The island beneath his feet trembled and heaved as enormous black vines, each more than 10 meters thick, tore through the ground. The black vines were needle-sharp at the tips, glinting with a cold and deadly light. Under Cream's control, they flew like a rain of giant obsidian needles, tearing the air with a shrill whistle as they drove straight at Ghidorah. Dorian, seeing his comrade giving everything, also held nothing back. At this point, if either of them reserved strength, neither would leave the island alive. His eyes flared, spewing out a chaotic gray mist. The already gloomy sky darkened further until it resembled an endless polar night. Far away, aboard the retreating Navy warship, Green Bull and Fujitora felt the vessel lurch as though it were a small skiff caught in a storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. What a terrifying creature, Green Bull muttered, horror in his eyes. To think we admirals, regarded as the Navy's strongest, are so helpless before such an attack. Good thing these old eyes see nothing, Fujitora replied with a half-joking smile. Spare me the blow you're taking. Though he could not see, his powerful perception painted the battlefield clearly in his mind. Even blurred, the oppressive aura from the island made him tremble inwardly. Buru buru, buru buru. At that moment, the den mushy in Green Bull's coat rang. He instinctively answered, and Kizaru's voice came through. You too, leave that island immediately. The Navy cannot afford to lose even a single admiral right now. The words carried an undertone that almost sounded like abandoning the world government itself, yet neither admiral was surprised. Exchanging a knowing glance, they gave the order for the ship to turn about and withdraw. Meanwhile, aboard a world government vessel, Steelbone Kong had awoken. He gazed silently at the apocalyptic scene unfolding across the waters, struck speechless. Rumble. A storm like a natural disaster raged across the island. A hurricane, beyond even Ghidorah's control, swept up colossal blades of wind, blades sharp enough to rival any of the supreme-grade blades of legend. As the storm tore through, the remaining stone peaks of the island were sliced flat in an instant. Even the shattered debris was carved into fragments midair. Its destructive power was unimaginable. And it did not end there. On the sea, waves nearly 100 meters high rose, crashing toward the island like living walls. Roer. Ghidorah, buffeted in midair by the storm, was forced to land. His control over wind was secondary, nothing compared to a true wielder of the storm fruit. Against such mastery, he could not remain aloft. But his landing was exactly what the two had anticipated. The forest of black, needle-like vines came down in a crushing tide, piercing toward him. Faced with the onslaught, his golden pupils blazed with savage light. With a furious roar, hundreds of bolts of lightning split the sky, striking down in torrents. The golden thunder illuminated the darkness. Like a god of storms incarnate, he drank in the electricity, devouring the electromagnetic charge with madness. As the power surged through him, his golden scales shone like a colossal light bulb. His entire body blazed with radiance, accompanied by a strange, ominous hum. VMM, boom. With a sudden eruption, his golden energy reached critical mass, exploding forth from all three maws at once. Ignoring the countless attacks around him, his three gravity beams converged into one blinding golden ray, and with earth-shaking fury, he fired straight at Doreen in the sky. Bang! The overwhelming beams swallowed Doreen whole, detonating into a towering blaze. The fireball was no true flame, but air itself igniting under impossible compression. Diorani. Cream, still controlling the black vines, turned ashen as he cried out. His features twisted in anguish and rage. It wasn't just about comradeship, though he had some. He knew that if Doreen perished, his own end would swiftly follow. The lips cannot survive if the teeth are lost. Snarling, Cream drove his power harder. The countless vines Ghidorah had scorned drove home. Poopa. A chorus of sharp punctures filled the air as dozens of massive vines speared through Ghidorah's body at once. The mighty golden beast, scourge of the strong, was riddled like a pincushion, his flesh torn with gaping wounds. Golden blood, thick and gleaming like molten metal, trickled down the vine's twisted surfaces. Ha. Cream burst into crazed laughter. You fool, this is the price of underestimating my diamond vines. With a snarl, he willed the vines tighter, trying to tear the monster's body apart from within. But Ghidorah's voice thundered back, laced with fury and pain. You think this is enough. Though his body was riddled with holes, though agony racked him, his wrath made him terrifying. Crack, snap. Muscles bulged, immense strength surging. The pitch-black vines, said to be unbreakable, split and snapped one by one under sheer brute force. The more he struggled, the more his wounds tore open, golden blood raining across the ground. But where it spilled, life erupted. Shriveled plants, long since blasted lifeless, surged back to vitality the instant they touched his blood. Grass turned not green, but golden like ripened wheat, growing at insane speed. Behind him, a gnarled dead tree shivered, straightened, and bloomed with renewed vigor. And Ghidorah's own wounds, soaked in his radiant ichor, began to close. As payment for my pain, you can die. Freed from his bindings, the colossal beast twisted, twin tails sweeping out like warhammers. Whoosh crash. The massive tail spurs, spiked like maces, smashed through everything. With irresistible force, they crushed the ground where Cream stood. The earth erupted in a shower of soil and splintered vegetation. A dome of plant matter split apart, spewing sticky fluid everywhere. Only by cushioning himself with his plant powers did Cream narrowly survive, but his body was drained, weakened, wretched. He burst from the cloud of dust and debris, staggering, yet wasted no time. Panic in his eyes, he sprinted desperately toward the shore. But Ghidorah was not about to let him escape. With a low, thunderous hum, a violent gravity beam roared from his maw. The golden ray tore across the ground, plowing a trench of erupting earth and shattered stone as it streaked toward the fleeing figure. It's over. Seeing the beam about to strike, Cream's face went stiff, and despair swallowed his heart. Chapter 102. Stop. At the very instant despair filled Cream's eyes, an enraged shout thundered from the skies. The dense cloud cover above was torn apart by a colossal hand, which plunged downward without hesitation, grasping for Cream an attempt to save him. But seeing prey snatched from his jaws, Ghidorah erupted in fury. Roar! With a bellow, a crushing aura exploded from his body, palpable, golden shockwaves rippling outward like radiant waves of radiation. The golden ripples swept over the giant hand, halting its movement for the briefest moment. And in that heartbeat of stillness, Ghidorah's raging graviton beam struck Cream head-on. Golden light and fire consumed him in an instant, the explosive shockwave detonating with deafening force. Bastard! The one who commanded the giant hand roared in fury, for he had once suffered from that same attack himself. As the blast scattered, Ghidorah sensed something behind him. The twisted neck tree's fruit was changing. His feral face split into a sinister grin. It wasn't the fruit's birth that delighted him. No, what thrilled him was that yet another of the 20 kings had fallen by his hand. Confirming Cream's death, he lifted his gaze skyward, voice cold and merciless. Do you intend to keep hiding in there forever? At his words, the heavens churned. The vast sea of clouds roiled, then descended. Whirling, rolling thunderclouds twisted downward until they formed a titanic body, a storm giant of black cloud, lightning flashing and winds raging within. A towering elemental of wind, 100 meters tall. Though smaller than Ghidorah, its appearance was a spectacle of overwhelming might. In its hand churned a raging storm sphere, brimming with apocalyptic energy. The storm giant opened its mouth, and Dorian's cold, deadly voice echoed from within. Killing Cream will cost you dearly. How laughable. Ghidorah's battered body shook, but he sneered. So, you're allowed to kill me, but I can't kill you. What kind of idiotic logic is that? Amused by such foolishness, he abided by the only principle he knew. When words fail, fight. Without another word, his vast body surged into the sky, diving straight at the storm giant. Against a creature resistant to lightning, the best option was simple: tear it apart with brute force. The storm giant raised its storm sphere in response, Dorian's voice roaring through the thunder. Ice storm. The sphere swelled instantly, emitting a deafening screech of friction against the air. WHRRRSHHH. From the orb burst countless razor-thin shards of ice, a blizzard of blades that blotted out the sky. If asked which Logia fruit was the most terrifying, Ghidorah, as one of the world's oldest creators, would answer without hesitation: the storm fruit. Because its potential was infinite. What seemed like mere wind and weather could give rise to countless catastrophic effects. But Ghidorah no longer flinched. Seeing the storm of ice descending, his blood boiled. With sheer brute strength, he ignored the slicing shards, his flesh torn open, and crashed forward regardless. Dorian, in his storm giant form, was momentarily stunned by such reckless madness. And in that instant, Ghidorah struck. His colossal, battle-scarred body slammed down like a falling mountain, weighing nearly 150,000 tons. The impact crushed the storm giant beneath him. With a sickening crunch, his massive talons drove into the giant's form, rending it apart. And then left and right heads lunged, tearing into its essence, while the leftmost head, his devouring maw opened wide in a grotesque grin and gorged itself, swallowing chunks of storm energy whole. Dorian had gambled everything, burning his own life force to sustain the storm giant form, hoping to stall Ghidorah. But that cursed left head, that devourer, feasted without hesitation. If this continued, his end would be worse than Cream's. In that split second of clarity, Dorian made his choice. The storm giant dissolved. His body flickered, twisting into a rift of wind that shot upward, vanishing into the cloud sea. Gone already. The left head, jaws still snapping, blinked stupidly. But Ghidorah was faster. An instant later, a blazing beam of destruction lanced skyward toward Dorian's fleeing trace. Yet he was too late. Dorian had already vanished into the clouds. Ghidorah snarled, eyes locked on the roiling heavens. So the great king of the 20 runs with his tail between his legs. But Dorian was no fool. An ancient schemer who had lived for a millennium, even if 800 of those years had been in slumber, he would not be provoked by childish taunts. His voice echoed from the clouds above. Against you, there isn't a soul alive who can stand alone. So I do not see it as shameful. In fact, surviving you is the greatest pride I can claim. Shameless, Ghidorah's lips curled, yet he had no words to counter. Compared to my life, pride means nothing, Dorian's voice pressed on, calm and certain. Cream's death, I will report it in full. And know this, it won't be long before we come for you. Wash your neck clean and wait for us in the Holy Land. Izzo. Ghidorah was taken aback. By his own estimation, they would need at least a year before war could begin. So why the rush? Had some unforeseen change forced their hand? Or had they gained a new weapon, powerful enough to challenge even him? He smiled darkly. Seems you've great faith in your ragged little group. Confidence is good, boy, but don't let reality slap you in the face. Slap in the face, Dorian sneered back. The one being slapped will be you. For we've prepared a surprise just for you. A surprise. Dorian's voice faded into the clouds, leaving Ghidorah alone, muttering. Cunning little fox. Though frustrated Dorian had escaped, he found some satisfaction. Crushing one of the 20 kings was no small victory. He lumbered toward the twisted neck tree. The left head stretched out, plucking the newly formed devil fruit, a melon-like sphere, green with black streaks, and swallowed it whole. Then, spreading his colossal wings, Ghidorah lifted off, leaving behind the ruined, half-barren island. Half strewn with rubble, half strangely vibrant with new growth, and soared toward the red line. But as he flew, his mind churned. What was the surprise they had prepared? No matter how he puzzled, he found no answer. Even the Pluton, ancient weapon of legend, hardly counted as a true surprise anymore. Unless, of course, they could produce 100 of them. That, he admitted, would make him kneel and call them father. But such a thing was impossible. The makers of Pluton had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, its auxiliary fruits scattered across the world, 2 of them already in Sabo's possession. So what else could it be? Chapter 103. Upon returning once more to the Red Line, Ghidorah received some exhilarating news. Members of the clan of D, scattered across the world, had begun converging into the Grand Line. Some had even crossed the Red Line and established themselves on islands near the forward base. According to Dragon's vision for the future, all islands within the seas surrounding the forward base were to be incorporated into the Kingdom of Joy. As for construction, that responsibility would fall to the allied factions. Wealth was never a problem for those powers, and with them taking on the burden, the Revolutionary Army's land forces would be freed to focus on developing the base itself. But in the midst of these preparations, Dragon received troubling news. The report came from the messenger, King. King relayed his encounter with Luffy and made clear that the boy had refused to return. As for Doflamingo's schemes, he held nothing back. When Dragon learned that his son had nearly been killed at Doflamingo's hands, he said nothing, but the cold, flickering fury in his eyes revealed his rage clearly enough. As for Luffy's refusal to come back and his chosen course on a particular path of the seas, Dragon was worried, but in the end he let him be. After all, he himself had not been a man inclined to obedience in his youth. Meanwhile, the forward base, damaged once again, was being rebuilt faster than ever, thanks to the combined efforts of Aokiji and the Whitebeard pirates. Hey Sabo, we're sworn brothers, aren't we? Can't you just let one slide for once? On a beach, Ace lay sprawled on the sand in swim trunks, soaking up the sun beside Aokiji. Freckles darkened his face as he glared at Sabo, who had just walked up, irritation written all over him. As brothers, Ace had nothing but loyalty to Sabo. But as a leader, his grievances were endless. His sworn brother's ruthless, no-nonsense approach to work left him constantly exasperated. If he had known it would end up like this, he would have chosen to accompany Marco's group on supply runs. That would have been far better than staying behind on this island, trapped under Sabo's thumb day after day. Sabo frowned slightly, then replied evenly. But your work isn't finished yet. If you take a break, then who's going to get it done? Truth be told, he wanted to let Ace rest. But Ace's work was critical to the construction of the forward base. Without him, countless projects would grind to a halt, and halts meant delays. So much as it pained him, he had no choice but to be ruthless. But the moment he brought it up, Ace exploded like a powder keg. He leapt to his feet, arms flung wide, and shouted, "You call that work? Even a work mule on a production team wouldn't be pushed this hard." His voice rose, eyebrows shooting upward in anger. "I'm the wielder of the flame fruit, not your personal stoker, and definitely not some factory laborer for your steelworks. Look at me," he jabbed a finger at the dark circles beneath his eyes. "Up early, working late, day in and day out like some damn donkey, you forge the stuff nonstop, and I burn nonstop. When the hell is it ever going to end?" Aokiji, who had been dozing peacefully, cracked an eye open and glanced at the fuming Ace and his clear exhaustion. He sighed inwardly. This kid's done for. Then, catching Sabo's gaze shift toward him, Aokiji quickly shut his eyes again and muttered lazily, "I've already finished my share." And with that, he went right back to pretending to sleep. HMPH. Sabo sneered inwardly, then turned back to Ace. "Why can't you just understand that this is for your own good?" Having you refine those metals with your flames, it's not just work. It's training. Haven't you noticed how much stronger your fruit powers have become? Stronger powers, my ass. My body's completely drained. I've got dark circles to prove it. Ace shot back angrily, then added. And don't think I don't see through you. All those metal lumps you're making, no one but me and my flames can melt them. You dress it up as training, but really, you're just using me like a damn beast of burden. This time I'm done. No way am I doing it again. Sabo knew that tone. Ace had made up his mind, stubborn as stone. He thought for a moment, then a spark lit in his eyes. He offered up a silent prayer. Brother, forgive me. There's no one else available. Don't blame me for being underhanded. Putting on a show, Sabo sighed heavily and turned away with mock regret. Then I suppose I'll just have to go to Master, tell him you can't keep up anymore, and ask him to find someone else. Damn it. The name alone was enough to make Ace shiver. The thought of Ghidorah's methods made his blood run cold. He spun toward Sabo, seething. Sabo, why the hell did I ever drink that oath of brotherhood with you? Grumbling with fury, he stomped off toward the smoking tower at the heart of the island. Are you sure that's really the right way to handle him? Aokiji lifted his blindfold again once Ace had gone, asking dryly. No choice. Sabo flopped down beside him, explaining, news just came in, Ivankov's forces are already clashing with 2 world government member nations. At this pace, war will break out any day now. We don't have time. Ace has to develop his powers fast, push his fusion with the fruit to the limit. That's the method Master himself laid out. And you've experienced the results yourself. And that's true. Aokiji lay back again, feeling the surging, far more volatile energy within his own body than before. He nodded reluctantly. The two fell silent. Together, they stared up at the rolling clouds drifting across the clear blue sky. After a long time, Aokiji finally spoke. When the war comes, what kind of world will be left behind? Probably one where the people can barely survive. Sabo exhaled deeply, like venting a weight pressing on his chest. Then he spoke slowly. But it's unavoidable. If we want to liberate the world completely, to make everyone truly equal, war is inevitable. The only thing we can do is end it as quickly as possible and keep the damage to a minimum. Aokiji kept his eyes on the sky, his voice quiet. To this day, I still don't know what justice really is. I don't even know if your way is right or wrong. But I believe in you, and I believe in Ghidorah. If he really can create the kind of world he talks about, then I think people will live happier lives. Of course. Sabo smiled, rising to his feet and dusting off his pants. But before that, you've got a new task. Hey, I already finished my share. I'm not your damn workhorse. Aokiji protested immediately. Heh, sorry, but this one's not up to you. It has to do with Nico Robin. Sabo's lips curved into a knowing smile. And I'm pretty sure you won't be able to say no. Aokiji froze, then let out a sigh. You really don't leave me much choice, do you? That kid. I practically watched her grow up. She carries my friend's dream on her shoulders. Fine, what is it you want me to do? Chapter 104. War had broken out between the United Nations of the Kingdom of Joy and the Allied Nations under the world government. With the backing and manipulation of the World Economic Newsmorgans, the conflict had already become the focus of the century. From the great powers at the top down to commoners in the streets, everyone was speculating who the ultimate victor of this war would be. Perhaps due to Morgan's deliberate hand, all the information being released in the papers tilted toward the Kingdom of Joy's United Nations. Because of this, the already chaotic world erupted into a new wave of enthusiasm for enlisting. The cry to overthrow the old government and build a new regime, such a shocking proclamation, drew countless hot-blooded youths to join the revolutionary cause. And with this influx of passionate new blood, people who had never appeared in the original tale began to emerge, even rising to become mid-level leaders within the United Nations, commanding small-scale battles. Compared to the wars raging between nations, the seas had grown no less chaotic. Even the pirates had been split by this invisible tide into 2 factions. One was the Old Guard, who still lived by pillaging, burning, and plundering at will. The other was a new faction led by the Kingdom of Joy, who instead turned their sights on seizing territory from the world government's allied nations. Amid this turbulence of the seas, a pirate crew known as the Blood Pirates had recently risen to prominence. And yet, despite their sudden fame, no one knew anything concrete about them. Rumors spread that those who encountered the crew were either killed at sea or forcibly absorbed into their ranks. The more mysterious the rumors grew, the more attention the crew drew, especially from the Revolutionary Army's command, for not long ago, a supply ship belonging to the Army's logistics division had vanished in the New World. The ship's commanding officer, Lightning, had disappeared along with it. With such a dangerous pirate crew prowling the vital supply routes, Sabo could not rest easy. He therefore dispatched the idle Cusin. As for why Robin was said to be involved, wasn't simply traveling along the same sea route perilous enough. Sabo, at least, did not believe that Luffy could handle such a mysterious crew on his own. Cusin, listening to Sabo's roundabout reasoning, could only fall silent with a sigh. Still, since it had been some time since he had taken to the sea, he decided to stretch his legs, fetched his bicycle, and leisurely pedaled deeper into the New World. Across the vast, ever-changing seas, storm clouds suddenly gathered, heralding a tempest. "Boss, we've tracked down the whereabouts of that blood crew, but with this storm, we can't put out to sea." On a remote island in the New World, inside a cave, a fat man gnawed on a chicken leg as he glanced at the darkened skies outside. "Haha, true enough. But I can't help worrying about that kid." Sitting atop a barrel, a red-haired man looked at the stormy skies, laughing at first, before a trace of worry softened his face. "Even if you're worried, in this weather there's nothing we can do," said a gray-haired man smoking by his side. His expression grew serious as he asked, "Shanks, I've never asked before, why do you care so much about that brat? And back in Fuchsia Village, when that devil fruit was taken, there's no way it could have slipped past your senses." "Hadohata." Shanks burst into hearty laughter at the words. "Beckman, I always thought you'd never bother asking about that. In Fuchsia Village back then, it was simply a matter of intuition. I felt that fruit suited Luffy, so I didn't stop him. But you should know, that fruit is one the world government has always desperately sought to claim." "What? Come on, it was just a gum-gum fruit. Who'd care about that?" The fat man chewing his chicken leg stared in surprise at Shanks' words. "Heh, it's not just some gum-gum fruit. The world government deliberately renamed it to conceal its true identity." Shanks smiled faintly as he explained before adding, "As for the fruit's real name, it's better you don't know. Those who learn it risk being erased by the world government." "The world government, huh? This time, they may not even be able to protect themselves," Beckman muttered with a sigh. "Haha, you're right. Who could have predicted that even monsters from 1,000 years ago would resurface?" Lifting a bottle of liquor at his side, Shanks laughed again. "Thinking of that monster, I'm actually less worried about Luffy. After all, that boy is part of that kingdom too, and not a lowly part at that. Come, let's keep the banquet going." At his words, the cave filled with cheers once more. Perhaps this was one of the few truly free-spirited pirate crews left in the world today. Yet elsewhere, another pirate crew who also longed for freedom found no such ease. The seas of the New World never knew calm. After leaving Dressrosa, the Straw Hat Pirates followed the pointer left to them by King. The Heart Pirates, after consulting with their crew, chose to sail alongside the Straw Hats. Luffy, for his part, had no objections. He felt no resistance toward law, and even the other Straw Hats treated the Heart Pirates with warmth. Even the shy little reindeer chopper occasionally discussed medical knowledge with Law. But just as the two crews were enjoying this honeymoon-like camaraderie, an island loomed into view ahead. Half of it was black and barren, the other half lush and green. That island, something's wrong with it. From afar, Law, who had been discussing medicine with Chopper on the Sunny's deck, suddenly stiffened and rose to his feet. His Ope no Mi, after all, possessed healing properties among its many powers. And from the verdant half of the island, he felt an overwhelming energy, an energy of regeneration. It wasn't hostile. On the contrary, it brimmed with a seductive vitality, one that was nearly irresistible. For a doctor, the allure of such regenerative power was beyond words. "Lawson, what is it? What did you sense?" Chopper asked nervously as he saw Law's face pale. "That island, or rather that half of it, harbors a terrifying regenerative force," Law answered grimly. "If that power could be harnessed, it could heal all wounds and illnesses, even slow the march of aging itself." But his words faltered, for as their ships drew closer, he spotted several pirate vessels already moored on the island's shore. From the flags flying above them, some familiar, some strange, he realized he was not the only one to have discovered the island's secret. Whoa, so many pirate ships. At that moment, a long arm suddenly stretched past Law and grabbed the Sunny's railing, flinging a figure forward. Perched at the bow, Luffy's eyes lit up like stars as he gazed at the 10 or so ships along the beach. It was the first time since entering the New World that he had seen such a massive gathering of pirates. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, "Adventure, adventure, adventure." Chapter 105. "Oi Luffy, I'm telling you, that place is clearly not safe." At Luffy's suggestion, Usopp was the first on the Sunny to protest. Nami and the others, staring at the ships on the shore flying pirate flags, also wore looks of resistance. Clearly, none of them wanted to disembark. "Nami Swan, Robin Chan. Would you like me to pack you a lunchbox?" As the Sunny's hopelessly love-struck cook, Sanji floated over to the two women, his body swaying like a noodle. "Bam! You idiot, I never said I wanted to go ashore." Already reluctant about landing, Nami wasted no words and punched the curly-browed cook straight down. "Sorry, I understand." With a large bump swelling on his head, Sanji trudged off into the galley, face mournful, to prepare food anyway. Meanwhile, Luffy was still brimming with excitement. "Sanji, make some bento, I'm going adventuring." Yeah. Sanji's muffled reply came from the galley as he begrudgingly began cooking. Law, watching the scene, allowed a small smile to tug at his lips. He bid Chopper farewell and leapt back to his own ship. "I'll head to the island with Straw Hat, the rest of you stay here. If things get dangerous, dive the ship underwater." Law's tone was heavy with concern as he addressed his crew. Unlike the Straw Hats, the Heart Pirates lacked overall combat strength. In the New World, a battle could easily mean death for them all. So all Law could ask was that his crew stay alive. "Captain." On deck, the massive white bear doing his odd exercises looked crushed at Law's words. "Enough, listen to the captain." A hulking, bearded brute finally spoke, his voice grim. Hearing this, the rest of the crew lowered their heads in silence. Reaching this far into the New World had already taken everything they had. The path ahead stretched long, and none of them had the courage to say aloud what they all felt. Instead, they bore the weight in silence. Law read their expressions, clearly wishing to say more, but in the end he swallowed his words and turned his gaze toward the island they were about to land on. The Blood Pirates were an old veteran crew who had roamed the New World for years. They did not belong to any one power, but instead drifted between all factions, making their living through a single famed commodity, blood liquor. They thrived by selling this liquor across every power block in the seas. And the reason they had managed to prosper so long was simple, because their captain, Lucky Roo, was a devil fruit user. The brewing fruit, OC. A name so straightforward that the ability was obvious at a glance. But this power harbored a secret few knew, the method by which the brewing was performed. Within the crew, a silent rule was universally followed. Unless their very lives were on the line, none of them would ever taste anything their captain brewed. Not because his brews tasted strange, but because the process of his brewing was far too disturbing to behold. In the lush green half of the island, at its heart, a gaudy tent made of rags in every color stood. Inside, a towering, heavy-set man lounged atop a massive vine, his plump body quivering as he grinned with a crazed, almost possessed look. "Ha, this is a brewer's paradise. Ha, too perfect. Crunch, crunch." As he spoke, the fat man seized a green vine and shoved it into his mouth, chewing greedily. Green plant juices dribbled down his chin as he gnawed. The vine's pulp burst with moisture, flooding down his throat into his stomach, only to be cycled back out by his bizarre digestive system. Moments later, a pale yellow liquid began dripping drip, drip, drip from a faucet-like opening at his navel. The instant the first drop landed in a vessel, an intoxicating fragrance filled the air. Outside the tent, the gathered crowd erupted in shouts. "Captain Lacru OC, sell me that strengthening brew." "Shut up, it's mine, I was here first." "Bullshit, we were here before you." "Try and steal it from me and I'll kill you." The arguing quickly escalated toward violence. The blood pirates standing guard only watched coldly, unmoved, so long as no one crossed the line of their perimeter. They took a quiet, guilty pleasure in watching desperate outsiders fight over their captains' secretions. "Go on, drink it. Die for it, you worthless scum," they thought in unison, smirking inwardly. The brawl only grew fiercer. Treasures were being thrown into the fray in exchange for the liquor, even rare devil fruits were offered up. Such was the value of Lacru's pale yellow brew. Inside, Lacru remained perfectly at ease, lounging on his vine like an old god, chewing plant after plant, his hippo-like mouth working ceaselessly. When the vessel before him was finally filled, he waved for a subordinate to replace it with a fresh container. So fragrant. Though the process was grotesque, even the crewman tasked with carrying the vessel couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly aroma. Overcome by temptation, he leaned closer, wanting just one taste. "You idiot, you trying to die." Lacru roared furiously, glaring at the crewman mid-bite. "These aren't for the likes of you greedy fools. If you don't value your life, go ahead, drink." He knew better than anyone the effects of the yellow liquid, and he offered no further warning. The crewman, well aware of his captain's nature, broke into a cold sweat. Fighting the urge, he carefully divided the liquid into 5 rough bottles. The moment he emerged outside, clutching them, every pirate present fixed on him with hungry, fevered eyes. There's enough for everyone, all right. The captain's still brewing more, so don't look at me like that." But his words only fueled the frenzy. The crowd surged forward again in a wild scramble. No one wanted to be last. What are they all fighting over? Amid the chaos, a boyish voice rang out from the rear. Moments later, a woman's calm voice followed. "Hee, perhaps it's perfume they're after," Robin mused, wrinkling her nose as she sniffed the air. A faint, enchanting aroma drifted all around them. "Perfume, really." Nami beside her also sniffed the air curiously. "And here I thought it was something tasty." At the mention of perfume, Luffy instantly lost all interest. Still, his sharp nose kept him intrigued. Then he spotted a ragged-looking man pushing his way through the crowd, cradling a bottle like a treasure. "Juice." Luffy's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he stretched out his arm, aiming straight for the bottle in the man's grasp. Chapter 106. Duncan, the navigator of a New World pirate crew. A few years ago, during a battle, his body had suffered irreversible damage. Because of his injuries, his strength had also plummeted. Although none of his crewmates ever said anything, on the contrary, they even went out of their way to cover for him during fights. As a man, how could he not care? Just recently, news spread from an island in the New World. The blood pirates were selling a miraculous drink said not only to heal injuries, but also to increase strength. When Duncan heard this, it was like spring itself was beckoning to him. With the captain's approval, the whole crew set out for that island. After paying a huge price, they finally managed to obtain one of those precious recovery elixirs. Clutching the bottle tightly as though it were his last hope, Duncan planned to hurry back to his cruise base. Smack! Just as he was thinking how soon he'd be able to regain his manly vigor, he suddenly felt the bottle in his arms being snatched away. Before he could react, the bottle was gone from his grasp, and a long arm quickly snapped back into place. Bastard! Looking ahead, Duncan saw a grinning boy in a straw hat, carefree and laughing. His rage spiked instantly. With a furious curse, he stomped the ground with a boom and shot toward the boy like a cannonball. Even weakened as he was, Duncan had once roamed the New World. His strength may have declined, but he had still been a powerhouse. But the instant he charged, the swordsman standing beside that carefree boy drew his blade with a smooth motion and unleashed a slicing wave of sword energy. What? Cold sweat broke out across Duncan's body. Mid-lunge, he rolled desperately to the side, narrowly dodging the strike that nearly shaved the skin off his face. Kneeling on the ground, Duncan's heart sank in despair. Damn it, these thieves are way too strong. The island was in chaos now. Crews from all over had gathered, each vying for the recovery drink. Even so, there was a tacit agreement among them: no open fighting. Who could have imagined that on this supposedly peaceful island, such a reckless brat would appear? No, he wasn't just reckless, he was a walking disaster. The straw-hatted boy lifted the bottle to his nose and sniffed. Immediately, a refreshing, irresistible aroma surged into his senses. Unable to resist, he raised it to his lips and gulped down 2 big swigs. Sweet, fragrant, and an indescribably mysterious taste. As the liquid slid down, his eyes lit up with stars, and he shouted in delight. Delicious, so good. Without a thought, he tipped the bottle again to drink more. Stop. From a distance, Duncan felt his heart shatter. That bottle had cost him and his crew all their savings, and this brat just stole it and drank a third in one go. Luffy, what's with you? Don't be so stingy. It's just juice, right? You can just buy another one. The straw-hatted boy blinked, then broke into a wide grin, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Buy another one. Bastard, do you even hear yourself? Duncan was trembling with fury. Buy another one, as if that recovery drink was some cabbage sold on the roadside. At that moment, Nami, who already knew Luffy was in the wrong, stepped forward with a sweet smile. Oji-san, sorry about this, Luffy took your juice. How much was it? We'll compensate you. In her mind, no matter how expensive, surely 1,000 berries would cover it. Better to spend a bit of money than pick a fight with other pirate crews here. Compensate me. Duncan sized up the group in front of him, just a bunch of kids. He sneered inwardly. A bunch of snot-nosed brats. Fine then. Everything I spent to obtain that recovery drink adds up to about 100 million berries. Pay me 100 million berries right now, and we'll call it even. He knew they wouldn't have that much, but still stated the true price he had paid. What? Why don't you just go rob someone? Nami's expression twisted, revealing rows of sharp teeth like a demon. To her, money wasn't just money. Money was life itself. 1,000 berries she could grit her teeth and part with, but 100 million, she'd rather die. Chi, and here you are calling me the robber. Even 100 million is cheap. Just look at what the others here are holding, then tell me I'm lying. Duncan pointed toward the frenzied crowd outside the encampment. The straw hats followed his gaze, and sure enough, every pirate in the mob clutched the same kind of item. Their faces froze in shock. Then, all at once, their eyes turned toward Luffy, who had, at some point, drained the entire bottle and was now licking his lips in satisfaction. You idiot! You just drank 100 million berries worth. Spit it out right now. Nami exploded, seizing Luffy by the neck and shaking him violently. Goo and Nami, I can't breathe. Luffy's eyes rolled as he dangled in her grip, tongue lolling. The others rushed forward to pry her off, afraid she really would strangle him. You brats, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go, Duncan roared furiously. Suma Mason Tilda. Nami spun around with a sarcastic bow, then dragged Luffy over and snapped. This guy drank your stuff. You can take him instead. He's a pirate worth a huge bounty. I don't wanna. Don't trade me in for bounty money. Luffy's face went pale with horror. The rest of the crew, even Law who had joined them later, were all speechless at Nami's stunt. Seriously, who even thinks of that? Only Zoro stood there in thought. Somehow, this scene felt strangely familiar. Damn it, what good is his bounty to me? Duncan roared, his patience at its end. Hey Oji-san, what if I just get you another one of those drinks? Realizing he'd really screwed up, Luffy spoke sincerely. Another one. Fine, if you can bring me one, I'll forget this ever happened. But if you can't... Duncan's eyes hardened with killing intent. Even if it costs me my life, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Don't worry, I keep my word. Luffy flashed his trademark grin. Pirates don't lie to pirates. Then he turned to his crew, more precisely, to Nami, the one holding the purse strings. Nami's face darkened instantly. Don't you dare expect me to spend 100 million on that junk. You're on your own. Seeing her sharp-toothed demonic glare, Luffy flinched, then sighed and turned toward the encampment. Well then, guess I'll just have to rely on myself. And before anyone could stop him, his arm stretched out, grabbed a vine on the tent wall, and with a whoosh, he slingshotted himself into the chaos. Chapter 107. Oza. Even in the middle of a sneak attack, only that blockhead Luffy could be screaming so loudly. With his arm snapping back, mouth wide open, Luffy catapulted himself straight toward the massive tent. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the blood pirates, standing guard outside. What's with that guy? He just flew inside. No, this is bad, the boss is in there. We can't let him see. The blood crew's eyes bulged in panic, as Luffy sailed right into the restricted tent. Their captain's devil fruit ability was a tightly kept secret. If this brat saw the brewing process, not only would their entire business be ruined, but their captain's wrath would fall on them as well. The thought alone made their scalps tingle. Faces pale with terror, they rushed frantically into the tent after him. What's that old man doing? Still in midair, Luffy blinked at the sight before him, a huge, rotund man with his back turned. The fat man, sensing something behind him, turned around instinctively. Their eyes met. Both Luffy and the man froze with matching expressions of shock, bordering on horror. From Luffy's perspective, the big man looked like a giant hippopotamus, with an enormous mouth chewing on green plants. His round belly sported a massive spigot, and his whole body resembled a giant beer barrel. But none of that was what struck Luffy. What struck him was the bizarre way the man was peeing. And the liquid, the color, the fragrance. It almost seemed like the stuff he had just. Bewagged. Realization slammed into him. Luffy's tongue flopped limply out of his mouth, his body went slack, and he crashed onto a thick vine with a thud. It's over, I'm dead. Sprawled on the vine, Luffy lay limp and lifeless, as though the will to live had abandoned him. You little brat, how did you get in here? The fat man, Lakaru, snapped out of his shock. Fear turned instantly into fury. I flew in. Bewagged. Still nauseous, Luffy barely managed to answer, only for his eyes to drift again toward the man's belly spigot. Another wave of disgust hit him. Could it really be? Lakaru replayed the moment in his head when the boy suddenly appeared behind him. His expression darkened. With a wet tui tilde, he spat out the vine he'd been chewing, then retracted the spigot on his belly with his devil fruit power. His broad face sank into an ominous scowl. Brat, since you've seen this, don't even think about leaving alive. I won't let my ability be exposed. Ability? Luffy tilted his head curiously. What ability, you mean, that peeing thing? This damn kid. Veins bulged across Lakaru's forehead. Idiot, it's the brew fruit. Don't twist it into something disgusting. The brew fruit. Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars. Shishishi, so that whole peeing out water thing was really your power? That's amazing. The more fascinated Luffy looked, the darker Lakaru's expression grew. His thick veins pulsed as he roared. Brat die. With shocking speed for a man his size, Lakaru launched his massive body straight at Luffy, smashing down like a boulder. Whoa. Luffy scrambled off the vine, dashing away. Hey, what are you attacking me for all of a sudden? I just wanted to ask if you could give me one of those special drinks for my friend. Bewagged. But the moment the words left his mouth, Luffy gagged again, images of what he'd seen flashing across his mind. To Lakaru, that look of disgust was like the cruelest mockery imaginable. His face darkened, as black as ink. Brat, are you mocking me? No, I'm telling the truth, Luffy yelled over his shoulder as he ran. I accidentally drank my friend's ugh, his share of it, erg. The nausea made it impossible to finish. Even Luffy's rubber stomach, able to handle just about anything, had never endured something like this. Just the thought of it was unbearable. Lakaru's fury boiled over like a volcano. This boy's filthy mouth couldn't be allowed to live. If word of his brew fruit spread, his reputation and his entire business would be ruined. His customers would abandon him. The thought of losing everything snapped the last thread of restraint. With a violent surge of energy, his pale white bulk flushed crimson. His feet blasted jets of thick, alcohol-scented steam, propelling him straight off the ground. "No matter what, I'll kill you, monkey brat." Eh? Seeing him rocket upward like a booze-fueled jet, Luffy's eyes bulged in awe. "Whoa, you can even fly? That's so cool." Boom! The two collided, shaking the entire tent, a cloud of dust exploding around them. Luffy barely dodged, staring wide-eyed at the fat man with his head jammed deep into a massive vine. "Want me to help you out?" Luffy tilted his head, genuinely curious. "Idiot, what do you think? Hurry up and pull me out." Lakaru's muffled voice roared from within the vine. "Well, if I help, will you give me a bottle of that water, Irk?" Luffy held back a gag as he asked, but his eyes were serious. "Damn brat, when I get out of here I'll wring your neck." His voice was low and muffled from inside the vine, but the rage was unmistakable. "Ah, then forget it. Guess I'll just go tell my friend." Luffy shrugged and turned to leave. Boss. Captain." Just then, the blood crew rushed inside. They had heard the commotion and assumed their captain had already crushed the intruder. But instead, the sight that greeted them was their massive leader stuck headfirst in a vine, wriggling helplessly. "Why?" Horrified, they ran to him and began yanking desperately at his huge body. "Ah, idiots, you trying to kill me." Lakaru screamed in pain as his men fumbled, making it even worse. Meanwhile, Luffy, seeing the chaos, decided there was no point sticking around. He started toward the tent exit. "Hi." His eyes drifted casually toward the spot where Lakaru had been sitting earlier. Something there made him pause in puzzlement. "Brat." Suddenly, Lakaru's voice erupted from the vine. "Let me out, and I'll give you a bottle of." Chapter 108. "Nope." Luffy flatly refused. "Why?" Still wedged inside the giant vine, Lakaru couldn't see what was happening outside. Hearing Luffy's rejection, his head buzzed with confusion. "Because I already found it." Luffy bounced over to the spot where Lakaru had been sitting. Peering into a container placed there, his face lit up with a triumphant grin. Without hesitation, he scooped it up. The fragrance wafted straight into his nose, intoxicating him. He instinctively raised the vessel toward his mouth. Then suddenly froze. "Bewag." A wave of nausea rolled through his stomach, stopping him in his tracks. Turning toward the vine where Lakaru was still stuck, Luffy grinned cheekily. "Thanks for the stuff." And with that, he ignored the chaos behind him and dashed happily out of the tent. But as soon as he emerged, Luffy froze. His crew was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was greeted by a mob of pirates, all glaring hungrily at the container in his arms. Their eyes glinted with greed, faces twisted like wolves scenting prey. Even for someone as simple as Luffy, the situation was obvious. He wasn't an idiot. "This is bad." With a yelp, he kicked off the ground and shot into the air, spotting Zoro and the others in the distance. He stretched his arm toward a nearby plant and slingshotted straight toward them. Zoro and the others blinked at his sudden return, then immediately noticed the swarm of pirates charging after him. "Idiot, don't come this way." Zoro roared as the mob closed in. Before Luffy could even land, the Straw Hats spun on their heels and bolted in perfect unison. Not one of them felt the slightest guilt about abandoning him. Wait for me." Stunned, Luffy shouted after them before hitting the ground running to catch up. In moments, he was right beside them again, grinning like nothing was wrong. "Why's everyone running so fast?" "Look behind you, idiot. You wanna die." "What the hell did you do?" Nami snapped, glaring daggers at him as they sprinted side by side. "Oh yeah, they're probably after this, right?" Luffy gestured at the container clutched tightly in his arms. "You moron, then throw it away," Nami shrieked. "But I worked so hard to get it, and it's full of that water." Luffy looked down at it wistfully, the tempting scent tugging at him. But glancing back at the horde of pirates closing in, he grit his teeth and prepared to toss it. "What?" Nami's eyes flashed with the shine of money. The moment she realized what he was about to do, she exploded. "Idiot, don't you dare throw it. Protect it with your life if you have to, nobody else touches it." To her, that container was a mountain of walking treasure. Ay. Nami was terrifying. The others all shrank back at the sight of her sharp-toothed demon form. Only Robin remained serenely smiling, calm as ever. The chase raged on. Luckily, the island was large enough that after a frantic sprint, they managed to lose the pursuing pirates. Exhausted, they collapsed against the trunk of a massive tree, panting heavily. After a long moment of silence, once it was clear no one was following, every eye drifted toward the container in Luffy's arms. Chopper padded over first. Dipping a paw into the yellow liquid, he tasted it, then instantly scrunched up his face. Law followed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He dipped a finger in, tasted, and frowned as well. "This stuff is poisonous." Both spoke at once, then turned to each other in shock. After a pause, Law explained, his expression grim. "I don't know exactly how this was refined. It does contain some beneficial properties, but there's also a unique toxin mixed in. It's not lethal, but it's some kind of neurotoxin." "What? You mean that old man's pee was that dangerous?" "Then I'm gonna die for sure," Luffy cried, horrified. The moment he said it, both Chopper and Law froze, faces draining of color. "Who am I? Where am I? What did I just taste?" The two exchanged looks of utter despair, as though their souls had fled their bodies. What did you just say?" Nami, who had been in money demon mode moments ago, suddenly recoiled in disgust. "I saw it myself," Luffy said innocently. "When I went in, that old guy was." And he described everything he had witnessed inside the tent. As his words sank in, the crew's faces twisted with horror. Chopper and Law in particular turned as green as cucumbers. To think that devil fruit user was actually eating and brewing inside himself. "Bewag." The crew staggered around, retching miserably. Even after a long while, their complexions remained awful. "Luffy." Law's voice suddenly cut through, serious and sharp. "I think this island is hiding a much bigger conspiracy. We should leave while we still can." "Nanny." The Straw Hats were stunned. They hadn't known Law for long, but they all recognized his intelligence. If he said something was wrong, then there really was danger brewing. "Why, yeah, maybe we should get out of here," Usopp stammered, trembling. Meanwhile, inside the vine-covered tent, the blood pirates stood rigid as statues, eyes fixed on the ground. Not one of them dared to breathe too loudly. "Damn it." Freed at last from the vine, Lakaru's face was swollen with rage as he clenched his fists. Scour the entire island if you have to. Find that brat, or he'll ruin everything we've built." That sly kid hadn't just seen the brewing process, he'd even stolen the finished product. Lakaru silently swore that if he caught him, he'd peel the brat's skin from his bones. At his order, the crew scattered to search the island. "Captain, that person is arriving soon. What do we do?" When the last of the crew had left, the first mate, York, stepped up beside him with a quiet warning. "Nanny." Lakaru stiffened, eyes wide. Of course, when he thought about it, the time had almost come, but his preparations here were far from complete. Hesitation flickered across his bloated face, then hardened into resolve. "Go stand guard outside. I'll keep brewing. Tell the others we're giving the drink away for free now." York blinked, free. "It'll raise suspicion, but if that person arrives and this still isn't ready, the consequences will be far worse." Chapter 109. "Hey, Luffy, this has nothing to do with us." Along the coast, the Straw Hat crew and Law were walking together. Usopp, anxious, tried to persuade him. Ever since learning that this island might be hiding some kind of conspiracy, Usopp had only wanted to leave as soon as possible. But to his dismay, that thick-headed Luffy had actually decided to stay. It was crushing. He knew his chances were slim, but he still had to try. "No way, that guy tricked me into drinking some poisonous stuff. He's definitely not a good person. I've decided." Luffy's expression turned serious as he raised his fist. "I'm gonna punch him." Wait, aren't you guys going to stop him?" Usopp panicked, realizing persuasion was hopeless, and turned to the others for help. "I'll follow Luffy," Zoro replied coolly. The others quickly chimed in, each in their own way. What's for dinner? Fufufu, looks like Captain really is mad this time. Super, I wonder if that stuff can be used as fuel. Oh ho ho ho, Robin Chuan, can I take a peek at your panties? La, let's analyze what that liquid really is first. What an energetic bunch. As everyone carried on about things that had nothing to do with the supposed conspiracy, Usopp was crushed. He squatted alone in the sand, drawing circles. What kind of people am I even surrounded by? Before long, they reached the shore, only to find unwelcome guests already aboard their ship. The sight of strangers occupying the Sunny made everyone's expressions harden. Brats, there you are at last. You came back just in time. We were about to tear your ship apart. Ha, who'd have thought you'd be carrying so much treasure? The pirates aboard the Thousand Sunny jeered, each of them clutching bits of loot from the ship. Bastards, those are mine, put them down right now. Nami was the first to explode, her usual ladylike mask replaced by a demon's snarl. Damn you! Zoro, who had all his worldly possessions on board, went dark with fury. Get off my ship, you're not welcome here. Luffy's smile vanished in an instant. Veins bulging, he stretched his arm to the railing and with a snap, flung himself aboard. No more sunshine grin, only raw anger as he launched into attack. The others wasted no time following. Bang, thud, crack, slash. Like wolves in a flock of sheep, the Straw Hats cut the pirates down in moments. Finally, Robin's powers swept the last of them overboard. Nami and the others rushed to gather their stolen treasure and supplies. A handful of the surviving pirates scrambled back to their feet and bolted toward the great vine deeper inland. This time, the Straw Hats didn't stop them. When Luffy had wanted to beat down that pirate captain earlier, most of them had only gone along half-heartedly. But this, breaking onto their ship and stealing their belongings, unforgivable. Luffy. Nami's face twisted into something truly demonic as she growled, I order you, go wipe those scum out. She could forgive a lot of things, but never anyone who touched her treasure. Because her treasure was her life. A fight, huh? Then I'll get some food ready first, we'll eat before we go. Sanji lit his cigarette with a sharp flick, took a long drag, and turned toward the kitchen. The others said nothing, just silently went to ready their gear. Even Usopp, despite his nerves, seethed with anger. If those pirates wanted a fight, he'd give them one. Only Law stood on deck, unsettled. The Straw Hats' ship had been attacked, yet his own crew was nowhere to be found. A chill crept into his gut as he pulled out a den mushy to call them. It rang and rang, no answer. Collateral damage. The longer it went unanswered, the darker his mood grew. He tore across the shore until he spotted his own vessel nestled among several others. He jumped aboard without hesitation, searching from bow to stern. Empty, not a soul. The ship was untouched, supplies still neatly in place. Which meant his crew hadn't been on board when something happened. Law frowned. His people weren't as strong as the Straw Hats, but they weren't pushovers either. No way a random gang of small-time thugs could have taken them. That left only one conclusion. Something else was at play. While he was still piecing it together, 2 more pirate ships appeared on the horizon. They docked soon after, and their crews disembarked, heading straight toward the massive vine at the island's heart. Strange, very strange. Law scanned the shore. There were already over 30 pirate ships anchored here, which meant 30 crews gathered on the single island. No way in hell the Blood Pirates had that much influence. Which meant the real draw must be that mysterious liquid. This was getting serious. If he wanted to find his crew, he might need the Straw Hats' help. Alone, he could do nothing against so many enemies. Resolute, he leapt from his ship and made for the Sunny. Trafalgar Law, so the rumors were true. A lazy, icy voice drifted from behind. Law froze, slowly he turned, and his eyes went wide. Former Admiral Aokiji. What are you doing here? In stark contrast to Law's shock, Aokiji was as laid back as ever, pushing his bicycle along the sand. No big deal, just chasing down some leads. The trail brought me here. He stopped beside Law, eyes sliding toward the Sunny in the distance. You're headed there too, Looks like we've got the same destination. Let's go. Without waiting for an answer, Aokiji strolled forward toward the Straw Hat's ship. Why is he here? Law's brows knit tight. He couldn't make sense of it, why Aokiji had appeared now, or even what role the man played these days. Chapter 110. Kyuzin noticed that Law hadn't followed, but didn't bother calling him again. When he reached the Sunny, he vaulted onto the deck with his bicycle in hand. Finding no one there, he propped the bike to the side, strolled over to a deck chair, stretched out, pulled an eye mask from his pocket, and promptly went to sleep. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what was happening outside, the Straw Hats were gathered in the dining hall, enjoying a hearty lunch. No one brought up the issue of the blood pirates. It wasn't so much that they were avoiding the topic, it was more that none of them took the crew seriously. The only exception was Robin. Her brows were knitted in thought. Among the Straw Hats, perhaps only Old Bones Brooke had lived through as much as she had. She was a woman hardened by the cruelties of the world, with a sharp mind. Without that, she could never have mastered the ancient texts, or even survived to this day. The blood pirates weren't exactly obscure, but they'd never done anything earth-shattering either. What made them noteworthy was their ability to slip between all the great powers without being crushed. But that in itself was suspicious. How could a crew without real strength possibly maneuver between such factions? The contradiction gnawed at her. Ah, so you're all here. The kitchen door swung open, and Law entered, his face damp with cold sweat. Ah, you eaten yet? Luffy mumbled around a mouthful of food when he saw who it was. Heh, just say the word and I'll whip something up for you, Sanji added with effortless charm, rising to his feet. With his crew, he could act however he pleased, but with guests, a true gentleman had to show proper courtesy. Then I'll take a grilled steak, Law answered reflexively, before snapping back to his senses and shouting. Now's not the time to be eating. There's an intruder on your ship, don't you know that? Gulp. Luffy swallowed the food in his mouth and asked curiously, who's the intruder? Everyone else set their utensils down and turned to Law with serious expressions. The former Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Law spoke the name slowly, expecting it to shock them all. To him, revealing that someone of that caliber was here should have rattled every last one of them. After all, Kyuzin was once a top figure in the Marines, an enemy of pirates by definition. But to his shock, the Straw Hat's tension melted away instantly, replaced by casual ease. Guess I'll have to cook one more portion then, Sanji sighed after a pause. He turned to Luffy. He's your family's, so go invite him in for lunch. What the heck, fine, but I want another helping of meat after. Luffy stood, clearly reluctant, and headed for the door. Your family's? What the hell does that mean? Law froze in place, utterly baffled. He watched Luffy leave while the rest of the crew kept eating as though nothing were wrong. Exasperated, he pressed, that man outside is a former Marine Admiral. Aren't you even the least bit concerned? Concerned? Adahata. The dining hall erupted in laughter, as if he'd told a joke. Seeing his confusion, Robin finally spoke, her tone calm and teasing. Kyuzin isn't a Marine anymore. These days, he works under Luffy's father, so yes, you could say he's family. She winked playfully, covering her mouth as she laughed at Law's dumbfounded face. Zene and I. After a long stunned silence, Law nearly shouted. The revelation hit like a thunderbolt. A former Marine Admiral, now working under Luffy's father, that meant. Had Kyuzin also joined that nation? HSSHH, the thought sent a chill racing down his spine. Heh, didn't expect to arrive right at mealtime. Guess I'll intrude then. The door opened again. Kyuzin ducked inside, his tall frame bending through the doorway. He gave a casual greeting before sitting down at an empty spot. Glancing at Robin, who was smiling brightly, he said, You seem pretty happy these days. Hee, I suppose so, Robin answered. Though they had long since buried the hatchet, even counted as being on the same side now, the shadows of her past weren't so easily erased. With Kyuzin at the table, the conversation drifted back to the blood pirates. When he learned the Straw Hats intended to fight them, a flicker of surprise crossed Kyuzin's eyes. He soon spoke up. I think it'd be wiser for you to leave this island as soon as possible. If I'm right, The ones backing your so-called blood pirates are actually the bloodsail pirates. And that crew isn't one you can handle. You're not a Marine anymore, though, are you? Robin asked curiously. Yeah, not a Marine, Cusin admitted, setting down his knife and calmly wiping his hands. But I'm still working for someone. This sea route you're on right now, it's part of our supply line. Sabo asked me to investigate the bloodsail pirates personally, to ensure the safety of this corridor. He frowned. The crew is new, but they're wrapped in mystery. Their captain's identity is still unknown. But from the intel I've dug up, he may be a relic from a very old era. That's why I'm saying, it'd be best if you kept out of it. No. Before the Straw Hats could answer, Law shot to his feet, his voice sharp. Whatever the case, I have my own reasons for staying. Reasons? Luffy tilted his head. Bippo and the others are missing. Law's expression hardened as he relayed what he had discovered aboard his ship earlier. When the crew heard that the fluffy white bear had disappeared, their faces tightened with concern. Luffy slammed down his food and said firmly, "Then that settles it. Not only am I gonna beat up that guy, I'll help you get Bippo back too." The others nodded knowingly. Of course Luffy would say that. Well, suit yourselves, Cusin muttered as he stood, strolling to the door. Pausing at the threshold, he added, "But don't forget, it's dangerous this time. If you find anything, let me know. For now, I'm going to get some sleep." With that, he left them to their meal. The crew exchanged glances. Then Luffy stood, thrusting his fist into the air. "All right, we're full now. Let's go beat that guy up." The others quickly gathered their gear, leaving behind the messy remains of lunch. Law's missing crew was most likely tied to the man who had brewed that strange liquid. As far as Luffy was concerned, the solution was simple. Beat him down, and he'd have no choice but to talk. Out on deck, they called out a quick goodbye to the napping Cusin, then leapt from the sunny toward the towering vine they had seen before. Last time, it was an adventure. This time, it was a fight. Chapter 111. Did we come to the wrong place? When Luffy and the others returned once more to the giant vine, they were dumbstruck by the sight before them, an overwhelming crowd, packed like a tidal wave of people. If not for the towering vine still standing there, they would have thought they'd gone to the wrong spot entirely. "This should be the right place," Sanji muttered, frowning as he took a drag from his cigarette. As they talked, the group began moving through the crowd to see what was going on at the front. But the moment they did, a band of pirates immediately voiced their displeasure. "Oi, oi, where the hell did you guys come from? Don't you see there's a line?" one pirate shouted, sounding arrogant. These men had waited painstakingly long to get their hands on the recovery potion Lucaru was giving out for free. Nobody knew how much of that miraculous stuff there actually was. If someone cut in line, that meant one less share, and if it ran out right when it was their turn, that would be rotten luck. So, naturally, everyone here was extremely hostile toward anyone who dared to cut. We're not here for that. MMFF. Luffy had just started to explain, but before he could finish, Law clamped a hand over his mouth. With a grave look, he lowered his voice and said, "I'm warning you, Luffy, don't say a word." It wasn't just about the trouble that would come from the brewing fruit being exposed. Just the commotion alone would ruin their plans. Law shot the others a look, then quietly led them away from the throng and into a secluded corner. Room. At his word, a translucent dome expanded outward. A moment later, with a flick of his fingers, shup, the group vanished. Waya. The next instant, inside a secluded grove, the crew dropped down one after another, Luffy's startled shout ringing out. Up on a vine, Lucaru suddenly froze mid-bite, glancing around suspiciously. Weird, I swear I just heard that damn brat's voice. Am I imagining things? After a moment of doubt, he found nothing unusual nearby, shrugged, and went back to chewing. Whoa, awesome. Watching how Law could just flick his fingers and teleport them all into the grove, Luffy's eyes shone with awe. It was the first time the Straw Hats had truly seen Law's power in action, and they couldn't hide their shock. Deep down, they all thought the same thing. Thank goodness he's on our side. If he were our enemy, we'd be in real trouble. After scanning the area and confirming no danger, Law finally turned to the others. All right, we split up here. I'll go find my crew. You guys track down that devil fruit user and figure out his goal. Nobody raised any objections. At once, the Straw Hats divided and headed off. But they overlooked one very serious problem. Luffy wasn't just thick-headed, he was hopelessly direction blind. Their earlier encounter with Lucaru had been sheer coincidence. Now, inside this grove behind the encampment, he had no clue where to go, which led them straight into the mess at hand. Damn it, do you even know where you're going? After walking aimlessly for a while, Nami, whose stamina was the weakest, finally snapped in frustration. If I'm not mistaken, we've passed through here 4 or 5 times already, Sanji muttered, glancing at the cigarette butts he'd dropped as markers. Fine, just leave it to me. Zoro suddenly cut in, striding forward on his own. But after a few steps, he realized no one was following. Turning around, he found the entire group glaring at him. All right, you guys lead the way, Zoro conceded instantly, abandoning the idea of navigating, since everyone knew he could get lost in his own backyard. Hey, guess I've got no choice. Frankie chuckled at the scene, then cupped his hands to his mouth and bellowed. Hey, the big fat dude who takes a dump out of his belly button, where the hell are you? Where are you? Are you? Yo. See, easy, Frankie said proudly, striking what he thought was a cool pose. The rest of the crew slapped their faces in exasperation. And just then, a furious roar echoed from the woods behind them. Bostard. A moment later, a massive, hippo-mouthed man came hurtling through the air, limbs spewing compressed gas like rockets as he flew at them. Beneath him, an armed mob of pirates surged forward. Biwahaha, Frankie, your plan actually worked. The moment Luffy saw the round figure, his face lit up. Laughing, he leapt forward straight at the man. Battle start. Zoro's expression darkened at the sight of the pirate mob. Gripping 2 blades at his waist, he muttered, 2 will be plenty for these small fry. As Zoro drew, the Straw Hats shifted into fighting mode, fists tightening and eyes gleaming with readiness. Boom! In midair, 2 figures collided. A thunderous shockwave exploded outward from the clash. Luffy, his fist wrapped in armament Haki, widened his eyes in surprise. His blow had been matched evenly. By none other than Lucaru. In Luffy's mind, this rotund, middle-aged man had never seemed particularly strong. Yet here he was, taking his punch head-on. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Lucaru himself was equally astonished. He hadn't expected this monkey-like brat to pack such monstrous strength. Gritting his teeth, he activated his devil fruit power. The brewing fruit wasn't just about creating liquor. Every bit of fermentation he induced also built up immense pressure he stored within his own body. That airtight, vacuum-like fermenting force was nothing to scoff at. With the fruit's power awakened, the joints of his fat arms cracked open like wooden seams. From within, a rush of fragrant vapor burst out. Boom! The gas ignited with explosive thrust. His massive forearms shot forward like jet engines, hurling a blast of compressed air straight at Luffy. The shockwave roared across the grove. Luffy paid it little mind at first. Instinctively, he prepared to push back until the vapor hit his lungs. Yeah. Dizziness slammed into him like a hammer. His body swayed, and in the next instant, bang, he was blown clean away. What the, why is everything spinning? Though launched across the grove, Luffy's body, hardened by his devil fruit, suffered little damage. He scrambled up at once. But the world was still spinning around him, his vision wobbling as though he were drunk. That gas, something's wrong with it. He squinted at Lucaru, but the man's figure seemed to split into several, blurring together. Jaihahaha, brat, you've breathed in my fermentation fog. You won't be sobering up anytime soon. Seeing Luffy staggering like a drunkard, Lucaru grinned triumphantly. Without hesitation, he charged again. Kid, at first I was disappointed you'd left this island so quickly, but to think you'd come back here to die. Fine then, I'll grant your wish. Fermentation, earth splitter. With a roar, Lucaru twisted in midair. Both legs tucked up, his massive backside hardened in armament Haki, then he came crashing down like a meteor, aiming to smash Luffy flat. Chapter 112. BOOM. With a thunderous crash, flowers, grass, and trees were blasted skyward, a massive cloud of dust rolling across the ground. Cough, cough. Abane. From the dust burst a figure shrouded in mist. Landing on the ground, he hacked twice, then looked back at the impact site with lingering fear. At the very last second, Luffy had remembered his devil fruit's gears. By raising his body's heat in any gear, he could generate steam and force out the liquor fumes he'd inhaled. Maybe this blockhead was only smart when he was fighting. Activating Gear Second, Luffy expelled the drunken haze from his body, sobering up just in time to dodge that crushing hip strike. Now that he thought about it, cold sweat ran down his spine. Damn brat, you actually broke through my fermentation fog. From the haze, Lucaru's furious roar rang out. His massive body surged forth with a crash, barreling straight at Luffy. You'll learn the price of crossing me, kid. His face flushed red. Lucaru blasted compressed air from under his feet, launching himself like a cannonball toward Luffy again. But in his Gear Second state, Luffy's strength had soared. Seeing Lucaru dive at him, he didn't retreat. Instead, his arms stretched back instantly. Gamu Gamu no, Eagle Bazooka. With his nonsensical shout, Luffy's rubber arms snapped forward. His fists, swollen to enormous size, hardened in black armament haki, and slammed toward Lucaru's incoming bulk. Boom crash. The fists and fat frame collided, the air shaking with the heavy impact. Impossible. Midair, Lucaru's eyes bulged in disbelief. The sheer force of Luffy's strike sent his whole blubbery frame quivering uncontrollably before blasting him backward, crashing through a swath of trees. Thick trunks snapped like twigs, the ground torn open in a long, deep furrow. Damn it, he's just a brat. How could he have such strength? Struggling to his feet, Lucaru glared at Luffy striding steadily toward him. His foot slid back in instinctive retreat, then his expression twisted with rage. You've done it now, kid. You've made me angry. With a deafening whoosh, he expelled even more gas. His massive frame shrank a full size smaller as the pressure left him. Luffy's eyes widened. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the newly slimmed Lucaru suddenly shot upward. That's right, he went flying. His body rocketed into the sky, streaking away into the distance. No way I'm letting you get away. Without hesitation, Luffy pumped his legs, sprinting after him. The chase carried them to the encampment. There, Lucaru abruptly descended, bellowing at the pirates below. Whoever kills this brat gets a free barrel of recovery potion and a year's worth of booze. Booze was tempting enough, but the recovery potion, that was irresistible. At once, a thunderous cheer erupted from the 30-plus pirate crews below. Raising their weapons, they charged toward the oncoming Luffy. Yet among them were some with sharper eyes. The moment they recognized him, Straw Hat Luffy, they froze. Pulling their comrades back, they whispered warnings. The name, Straw Hat Luffy, might not yet resound across the seas as it would in the original tale, but even now many pirate crews knew it. And those who knew also understood, at least vaguely, the power behind him. They might not know the full truth, but that single D in his name was enough to make them hesitate. The more cautious pirates began retreating quietly, slipping away behind the reckless ones. But their hesitation did not escape Lucaru's eyes from above. As ranks of pirates began to falter, Lucaru's face grew darker. Enraged, he drew a small golden box from his chest, snapping it open to reveal a whistle. Tiny as a toothpick in his hand, the whistle gleamed ominously. Raising it to his lips, he blew softly. My bodies. What the hell is this? My body won't move. At the sound of the whistle, chaos erupted. Shocked cries filled the air as pirates stared at their own limbs, horrified to find they no longer had control. My hands, they're moving on their own. Even Luffy, confused by their strange behavior, suddenly felt it himself. His arms and legs, he couldn't feel them. Only his head was still his own. The rest of his body was gone from his control. Panic surged through him. Jayahahata. What a surprise. I never expected you drunk the obedience water, too. Landing with a grin, Lucaru burst into triumphant laughter. Brat, looks like you've fallen right into my hands after all. Overjoyed at the unexpected turn, he strode up to Luffy, grabbed his head, and instinctively tried to twist it off. But after one hard wrench, something bizarre happened. Luffy's head didn't give way. "Oi, oi, don't do that, I can't breathe like this." Luffy stuck out his tongue, unable to move his limbs but still speaking normally. "What, a devil fruit ability." Scowling, Lucaru yanked a dagger from his belt. "Boss, bad news, the Brat's crew is too strong. Our men are getting slaughtered." "Useless, a bunch of trash." Snapping in fury, Lucaru spun back toward Luffy, but then an idea crossed his mind. His lips curled into a wicked grin. "If they're your comrades, then you'll deal with them yourself." He lifted the golden whistle again. Blowing, he emitted a strange, inaudible frequency. Instantly, Luffy, along with most of the pirates who had drunk the golden liquid, lurched forward, their bodies running uncontrollably toward the dense forest. "Wah, my body, it's running on its own." Luffy's panic only deepened as his legs carried him away against his will. Meanwhile, those pirates who had not drunk the golden liquid remained behind. Realizing the truth at last, they shouted in outrage. "Lucaru, you dare use such tricks. Aren't you afraid we'll all band together to bring you down?" "Bring me down," Lucaru sneered. "If you think you've got the guts, be my guest. But let me remind you, I am the Science Division captain of the Blood Pirates." Confidence radiated from his voice. By his estimation, their leader should already be on the island by now. And once that man arrived, these lesser pirates would be nothing to fear. The name Blood Pirates sent shock through the crowd. None had seen the crew firsthand, but all had heard the terrifying legends whispered across the seas. "Ha, Lucaru, believe what you want, but you've made a mistake. You shouldn't have tried to control that boy." One pirate sneered openly. "I may not be able to stand against the Blood Pirates, but I'll gladly sit back and watch what happens to you." "Even if you are part of Blood, so what? Compared to that man, the Blood Pirates are nothing." Though most still trembled at the Blood name, some knew the truth about Luffy's identity and dared to speak out. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold, chilling voice cut through the air. "Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to know who it is. Who dares to look down on my Blood Pirates?" Chapter 113. As the words fell, a figure in a brown robe, his entire face hidden beneath a hood, appeared behind the crowd. Behind the man followed a group of strangers, dressed in the same garb, though their faces were uncovered. A total of 6 unfamiliar faces, none of them ever seen on a wanted poster. Yet they all shared one common trait. Every single one of them wore a fierce, intimidating expression that warned strangers to stay away. Cold, sharp eyes radiated a gaze as if they were staring at corpses. Just meeting those eyes made people instinctively avert their gaze. That fleeting contact alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. "Who are these people?" someone whispered. At that moment, the hooded leader halted and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Beneath the hood, the pale white mask he wore made people shudder in fear. "Kill!" A chilling voice rang out. With a sharp, the pirate who had spoken clutched his bleeding throat, unable to even cry out, before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The act, more terrifying than lashing out without reason, instantly plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Most hadn't even seen how the pirate had been killed. Sabo really did bring me a troublesome mess. Just then in the heavy silence, a lazy voice echoed. Everyone turned instinctively and saw, under a tree not far away, a tall man leaning casually against the trunk. A former Navy admiral. Though that man had long left the Marines, some in the crowd recognized him instantly. Stunned, they stared at Kyuzan, better known as Aokiji, unsure why he was here. "Aokiji." The masked leader also froze upon seeing him, clearly surprised by his appearance. "Oh, so you know me." Kyuzan's gaze held a trace of surprise as he spoke. "In this world, I doubt there's anyone who doesn't know the Navy's 3 admirals," the masked man replied. "Is that so? Then, would you mind taking off that mask? I'm quite curious to see the face of the captain of the Blood Pirates." Yawning, Kyuzan spoke in his usual languid tone. But the words seemed to trigger something. One of the masked man's followers, a hulking giant nearly 4 meters tall, suddenly leapt forward, charging straight at Kyuzen. The sudden attack didn't faze Kyuzen in the slightest. Instead, he drawled lazily, "What an unreasonable bunch of pirates you are." But in an instant, he vanished from beneath the tree. By the time he reappeared, he was right beside the giant. With that kind of speed, you're not even worth considering. A crisp crackling sound filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the towering man was frozen solid, transformed into an ice sculpture. Boom! The massive sculpture glistened with a cold gleam as it crashed heavily into the soft grass. If Kyuzen so wished, a single tap could shatter it, ending the man's life. "It seems your subordinate has no reason to keep living." Though not one for needless killing, Kyuzen had spoken those words as a test. Yet the masked man, even as his own follower's life hung in the balance, showed not the slightest reaction. Crash! The ice sculpture shattered, the frozen giant splintering into countless shards. "Colder than I expected," Kyuzen muttered, glancing at his handiwork. "If that's the case, I can't let you run rampant here." "Hess, you think you can stop me, or even hurt me?" The masked man's cold laugh rang out, utterly unmoved even by the death of his own comrade. "Whether I can stop you or not, I won't sit by and let you run wild," Kyuzen replied, pushing his round sunglasses up as his expression grew serious. Truthfully, facing this masked man, Kyuzen himself felt no confidence. The intelligence on him was far too scarce. Aside from knowing he hid behind a mask, everything else was a mystery. His powers, his origins, even his age. But since his appearance in the New World, this man had stirred storm after storm. For him to be so arrogant, there had to be reason for it. "Never thought I'd hear such words from a former admiral. Or, have you truly sworn loyalty to that kingdom?" the masked man asked. At that, Kyuzen's body stiffened. Though his cooperation with Sabo wasn't exactly a secret, it wasn't information just anyone knew. For this man to have such knowledge meant he had long been watching, waiting, calculating. Such a dangerous figure, roaming freely along critical supply lines, was far too great a threat to ignore. With that thought, cold surged in Kyuzen's palm. With a flick of his wrist, an icy wave of freezing power spread toward the masked man. "Saru!" Just before the frost could reach him, the masked man vanished. "The Navy." Kyuzen's pupils contracted as he recognized the technique, but he immediately dismissed the thought. In this world, mastery of Rokushiki didn't necessarily mean one was a Marine. It could just as easily mean the world government. Or perhaps even a civilian master. Simply put, Rokushiki was no longer unique to the Navy. Lost in thought, Kyuzen's Haki sensed danger approaching. Acting on instinct, he dodged swiftly. In the very spot he had been standing, the masked man reappeared, making no further move, but glaring coldly at Kyuzen. "To be frank, if I were you, I wouldn't stick my nose into this mess." "Bit late for that. My legs are already wet," Kyuzen quipped, conjuring an ice trident and hurling it toward his foe. Seeing persuasion was futile, the masked man didn't hesitate. From within his sleeve, his hand rose, and a single finger unleashed a burst of violent energy that shattered the ice spear instantly. "Saru, Shigen, you're reminding me of a certain world government organization." Kyuzen's surprise deepened as he recognized the technique. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "Some things can't be confirmed by guesses alone. If you insist on being stubborn, then I'll end you here." The masked man's voice grew icier as he vanished once more. Boom! Kyuzen blocked with a haki-clad arm as the man's leg came crashing down. "So, you can use Tekai too." Without resorting to his powers, Kyuzen simply wrapped his fist in armament haki and drove it forward. As he'd suspected, the masked man crossed his arms in defense, coating his Tekai with an extra layer of armament haki. "Surprising, is there anything you can't do?" Kyuzen muttered, genuinely astonished. For most, mastering even one or two Rokushiki techniques was a lifelong achievement. To master 3 or more put one among the rarest of elites. But this masked man not only wielded 4 of the 6 powers, he had mastered them all. It was astonishing, enough to make Kyuzen think of a certain figure. Chapter 114. Back in the day, he had been the prodigy of the youth training program, Rob Lucci. a CP9 operative who vanished without a trace after the assault on Anai's lobby. "I think I've figured out who you are," Kyuzen said, staring at the man. "Never would have imagined you'd grow this powerful." "Is that so? Even if you've guessed right, what of it?" The masked man showed no surprise. With a swift motion, he launched a Rankyaku. His dark figure vanished the next instant, darting right behind the slicing wave of compressed air. Whoever stands in the way of the master's plan must die. Even you. Boom. A crescent-shaped arc of energy carved through the air like a moonlit blade, shearing several massive trees clean in half behind Kyuzen. As the trunks crashed to the ground, the man's finger thrust forward, unleashing a violent Shigen of raw destructive force. For someone to wield Shigen with such mastery shocked Kyuzen, but that was all. To defeat him with Shigen alone was unthinkable. He sidestepped the crushing strike with ease, plucking a handful of grass as he moved. In his hand, the blades of grass froze instantly, forming a shimmering ice blade. Without hesitation, he swung it at his opponent's arm. Where the frozen blade cut, glittering shards of ice trailed behind. Thanks to Ghidorah's methods and Sabo's relentless efforts, Kyuzen's powers had advanced far beyond what they'd been in the past. Before, he'd needed focus and coordination to wield his devil fruit. Now, he commanded it as naturally as moving an arm. Every technique flowed as if second nature. The sudden shift left the masked man scrambling, forced to retreat hastily to avoid the cold slash. His expression hardened. "Your devil fruit has evolved." "Oh. So you even understand that much. You're more intriguing than I thought, Lucci." At those words, Kyuzen's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the man to recognize the concept of ability evolution. In that moment, a memory struck him, the shadow of Imu revealed at Mary Geoise. Suddenly, all the fragments clicked together. Only then did everything make sense. "Seems capturing you would be far more valuable than killing you," Kyuzen muttered, his lazy demeanor vanishing into solemn resolve. If he could bring Lucci in alive, Sabo would surely extract the truth from him. "If you think you can, then try." Re-ip. With a tearing sound, Lucci shredded his own garments. In the blink of an eye, his frame swelled with muscle, his body morphing into a massive leopard patterned in black and gold. "To deal with you, I may have to fight seriously." Boom. With a thunderous impact, Lucci vanished. Kyuzen's eyes narrowed. He hadn't tracked the movement at all, and that alone surprised him. Then a voice whispered at his flank. "Surprised? So fast?" Kyuzen gasped. Before he could react, a powerful kick crashed into his shoulder, shattering it with a sharp crack. The faint sting of pain drew a slight frown. "What a convenient ability," Lucci sneered, watching Kyuzen's body reform as he shifted into ice. His voice was tinged with either envy or disdain. "But that's all it is. I'm no longer the fugitive hounded by the Navy after Anai's lobby." The memories burned in his chest, those years of pursuit, the darkest period of his life. Now, with power to rival the strongest, he craved vengeance. Even if Kyuzen was no longer a Marine, Lucci would still strike him down, to show what became of those who once hunted him. "Is that so?" Kyuzen didn't waste words. His gaze grew sharp and the air around him chilled. The temperature plummeted as water molecules in the air crystallized into glittering frost. "What? Impossible. This is an admiral's true power." Was he just playing around before? The ability to alter the entire environment with sheer presence. Terrifying. As Kyuzen's aura spread, the world itself seemed to freeze. Around him, the forest began to crystallize, the air itself turning brittle with cold. The pirates watching from the sidelines felt the icy bite and bolted in terror. None dared remain. "To be honest, I'd rather not use my full ability. Those kids are still on this island." As he spoke, every plant within 100 meters froze solid. Blades of grass became countless tiny ice daggers, razor-sharp and gleaming. This was his deep mastery of the high Nomi. Complete control over his environment, manipulating ice as naturally as his own limbs. Lucci faltered at the sight, though his confidence swelled just as quickly. In a blur, he used sorrow, vanishing from Kyuzen's vision and reappearing before him, finger thrust forward. Black armament Haki sheathed the strike. Even a Logia body would crumble before this blow. Shigen Orin King. With a furious roar, the giant, cannon-like strike exploded forth. Yet Kyuzen didn't even move. The energy ripped through his body, shattering him completely. HMPH, pretender, that's all you are. Heh, don't celebrate too soon. Lucci scoffed, but froze when another Kyuzen materialized beside him. A cold voice reached his ear. An instant later, a jagged ice lance shot up from the ground with a hiss, slicing past his arm. The spear gleamed blue, stained with a streak of red. Impossible, Lucci clutched his bleeding arm, staring in shock. Then a voice whispered from his other side. Nothing's impossible. Heart pounding, Lucci spun, eyes wide. Two Kyuzens stood before him, indistinguishable, perfect copies. What kind of ability is this? You can call it a reflection, or a mirror of ice, Kyuzen replied evenly. He didn't elaborate further, the technique was still incomplete. Since evolving his powers, he discovered he could not only alter the environment within 100 meters, but also move freely through any ice within that radius. Anywhere there was ice of his making, he could appear. By manipulating reflections, he could create mirrored duplicates of himself. At present, he could control up to 4 clones. Beyond that, the strain was too great. It didn't weaken his overall power, but maintaining the copies drained his focus. And Kyuzen was never one to waste effort. To him, 4 were more than enough. Damn you, I am the strongest. Lucci's face twisted in fury as he stared at the two Kyuzens, his roar echoing across the frozen battlefield. Chapter 115. In his leopard form, Rob Lucci's eyes burned scarlet red. His entire presence radiated like a wild beast, swift as lightning. His figure continuously flickered around Aokiji, each Shigen strike more violent than the last. The ice clones shattered again and again, reformed, and shattered once more. And yet, Aokiji himself remained completely unscathed. This cat-and-mouse battle drove the genius once hailed as a talent unseen in a century into a state of utter frenzy. The clash raged on. With his unique fortuitous encounters, Lucci was indeed dozens of times stronger than before, but strong as he was, Aokiji was stronger still. Even under the torrential storm of blows, Aokiji's expression stayed calm, unshaken. Damn it! Lucci smashed apart another clone, only for the figure to instantly reappear before him once more. The only words left to vent his rage were a snarled curse. Already at your limit, huh? Aokiji gazed at the panting Lucci and exhaled a chilling breath. A frigid current like a white fog surged toward Lucci. Crack, crack, crack. The biting cold instantly froze the very moisture in the air. Fog billowed, crystalline frost glittering within it. Seeing the frost sweeping in, Lucci didn't dare hesitate. His figure flashed aside in retreat. Bang! But mid-dodge, his body collided with a suddenly rising pillar of ice. Not good. The instant his body struck the column, dread surged in his heart. Before he could react, a translucent blue hand thrust out from within the ice itself. Snap! It seized his shoulder. Lucci's expression darkened, his arm rising to smash the icy grip. But the freezing cold spread faster than he could move. Half his body instantly encased in ice, his attacking arm locking up in mid-motion. Damn it! His Shigen was a hair's breadth from striking, but before it could land, the frost had already engulfed him completely. Encased in solid ice, Lucci froze in place. Heh, what a troublesome guy. Appearing before him in a flicker, Aokiji glanced at the icebound Lucci, then drew out a den mushi to contact Sabo. Whoosh! But just as he took it out, his entire body sank into the ice floor and reemerged dozens of meters away. So, you've finally decided to make a move. Aokiji looked toward the unfamiliar man before him. Even while fighting Lucci earlier, he had sensed this figure watching from the shadows. That alone had put him on guard. Even while pulling out the den mushi, he hadn't relaxed for a moment. Now, it was clear his caution was justified. Are you here to rescue him? For a failure like him, he has no right to live. The stranger's voice was cold. Raising his obsidian-black fist, he swung it down at the ice-encased Lucci. Aokiji hadn't expected it. The man wasn't here to save Lucci, but to silence him. Without hesitation, Aokiji willed the ice to respond. Crack, crack, crack. A forest of razor-sharp ice spikes surged up from beneath the man's feet, cutting off his strike. The stranger dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing Lucci still intact, he hesitated only for a moment before abruptly retreating into the distance, clearly unwilling to clash with Aokiji. Aokiji glanced once more at the frozen Lucci, then gave up pursuit, turning instead to connect with Sabo. Boom! Bastard! I'm going to be Pirate King. There's no way I'll fall to cheap tricks like yours. Covered in black markings, his body rebounding ceaselessly, Luffy glared furiously at the figures before him, thick fog swirling, a crowd of pirates standing in his way. At their head was Lucaru, user of the brewing brew fruit. Around him were numerous pirate captains, each one enslaved by his control. Their individual strength was nothing compared to Luffy's, but as the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Even for him, facing so many New World captains, each with bounties in the hundreds of millions, was no easy fight. Yet Luffy never once thought of surrender. Pouring out the full power of his fruit, he charged into a battle of life and death. Ha, what a joke, Pirate King. Then go be Pirate King in hell. Lucaru burst into mocking laughter, directing the unwilling captains to attack. Assaulted on all sides, Luffy showed no fear. His rubber body lashed out in a storm of blows, sending bodies flying. Meanwhile, Lucaru, who usually appeared as a fat, jovial middle-aged man, now looked gaunt and hollow, his wide mouth like that of a hippopotamus, stripped of its former mask. But even under the relentless onslaught, Lucaru's forces were steadily pushed back. His own body, drained of fermented energy, left him with a dark, sour expression. Damn it, where the hell did this brat come from? Captain, bad news, something's happened with that great one. One of his men rushed to him, breathless, reporting that Aokiji had defeated Lucci. What? Lucaru's face twisted in shock. His gaze fell on Luffy, still locked in combat with the captains, his fury boiling over. Grinding his teeth, he reached into his coat for a special den mushy. But before he could dial, a voice cut in. No need to call Lucaru. The sudden voice made him flinch. He turned, then immediately bowed in respect. Kazuki-sama. Take what you need and come with me, the man called Kazuki said calmly. His eyes swept toward Luffy's battlefield. When his gaze landed on the straw hat on Luffy's back, his pupils froze for a heartbeat. Could it be him, he murmured to himself. As one who had lived through the previous era, he knew full well the meaning of that hat. But now wasn't the time for speculation. The operation on this island had already failed. His only priority was taking Lucaru away, because Lucaru's ability was far more valuable to them. Even more so than Rob Lucci. Hearing this, Lucaru hesitated only briefly before nodding. Whatever these people were, he dared not defy their orders. In the midst of battle, Luffy caught sight of Lucaru and the unfamiliar man retreating. His face twisted with rage, like a wife abandoned, and he roared. Bastard, don't you dare run. Blasting one captain aside with a punch, he shot his arm out, stretching toward Rakiru. Wurshiing. Arg, that hurts. A blade of blue light flashed. In that instant, Luffy's instincts forced his arm into Haki, barely deflecting the strike. Even so, his arm was sliced open, leaving a deep, jagged wound. Staring at the injury, Luffy felt a flicker of fear. If not for his instinctive reaction, he would have lost the entire arm. But by the time he looked back, Lucaru was already disappearing into the distance. Luffy's frustration burned, but there was no time to dwell on it, as the controlled captains swarmed him again. He couldn't bring himself to truly hurt them. The fight dragged on, mired in stalemate. Fortunately, the rest of the Straw Hat crew finished their battles soon after and rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, on the far side of the island, Lucaru and the man called Kazuki arrived at the beach, where an unmarked merchant vessel waited. Standing at the shore was another familiar figure. If Luffy had been there, he would have recognized him instantly, Trafalgar Law, the man who had parted ways with them. "All ready?" asked the black-haired Kazuki. "Everything's prepared. We can set sail at any time," Law replied flatly. "Good, then let's depart." Chapter 116. The battle on the island ended, as expected, with the Straw Hat Pirates' overwhelming victory. When the fighting was over, the crew searched for any trace of Lucaru, only to unexpectedly encounter Aokiji, who was still guarding the frozen Rob Lucci. So everyone sat down together to talk. But as time passed, an odd feeling began to creep into their minds. Something was off. Law, who had split up from them earlier, still had not returned. The battle on the island was long since finished. Even if Law hadn't managed to find his crewmates, he should have shown up by now. Law's disappearance made everyone uneasy. After thinking it over, Aokiji said quietly, "I'm afraid that Law has gone missing." That strange man who had appeared earlier had already given him a bad feeling. He clearly had strength on par with Aokiji himself, yet had avoided a direct clash. And according to Luffy and the others, the man had taken Lucky Roo away. What exactly was the connection between the brewing fruit and the Ope no Mi? Aokiji didn't know. But he was certain Law's disappearance had something to do with that mysterious man. Hearing this, the Straw Hats hurried to the shore to look for the Heart Pirates' ship. When they arrived, the vessel was still moored there, silent and lifeless. Seeing this only deepened their bad premonition. It seemed Aokiji's suspicion was right. Just then, a massive, flame-wreathed pterosaur descended from the sky. "Brat, you really are a troublesome one." Landing on the shore, King fixed his gaze coldly on Luffy. Seeing him, Luffy actually looked relieved and quickly asked, "Hey, old man, did you see any suspicious ships out at sea?" "Old man." At that word, the folds in King's mask twitched. He clearly didn't appreciate the nickname. With a frosty, "I don't know," he strode off toward where Aokiji was waiting. "Who the hell is this guy, acting all high and mighty?" Frankie muttered from the side. "Former head of the Beast's Pirates All-Stars, King. If I'm not mistaken, he's now working alongside Luffy's father." Robin, ever the scholar, explained quietly while watching King's back. That revelation shocked the crew once again. Though they hadn't traveled with Law for long, Luffy already saw him as a true friend. And when a friend was in danger, he would never sit by and do nothing. Not wanting to give up, Luffy chased after King to press him further. At Aokiji's position, he overheard the two discussing the mysterious man. For once, he held his tongue until something King said caught his attention. "If I had to guess, that man may be connected to Wano. But Wano has already been destroyed by that person, and Onigashima is nothing but a frontline battlefield now. He wouldn't head there." King's deduction came from analyzing the man's appearance and manner. The moment Luffy heard the words Wano country, he jumped to his feet and shouted, "Old man, how do we get to Wano?" "That place is a war-torn frontline. I'd advise you to behave yourself, otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on your father's behalf." King glared at Luffy, brows furrowed. In his eyes, this kid was nothing but a walking disaster. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Onigashima might not be a critical strategic point, but the battle there was fierce enough. If this brat showed up to stir the pot, who knew what would happen? "Even if you don't tell me, I'll figure it out myself." Luffy sulked, puffing his cheeks, and for once didn't keep arguing. When their discussion ended, Aokiji suddenly received new orders. He was to return to Marine headquarters. At first he resisted, but after King whispered something to him, Aokiji froze in shock, unable to respond. Without another word, Aokiji departed. King took the frozen Lucci and left as well. After some discussion, the Straw Hats decided to head for Onigashima. Their small ship cut across the waves, towing the Heart Pirates' empty vessel behind it, until both gradually vanished from the island's horizon. Meanwhile, Sabo reported everything about the island to Ghidorah. He felt as though a massive conspiracy was brewing within the shadows of this fog. But after listening, Ghidorah only chuckled. "Brat, just focus on doing your part. The rest is none of your concern." He waved Sabo away, then slowly rose from his great palace. Lifting his gaze to the colossal open ceiling above, he spread his wings and took flight. "The brewing fruit, so you intend to create a god again?" Soaring high, Ghidorah soon arrived at an island deep within the New World. The land was split in two, half blazing magma and fire, half pitch-black wasteland. There, two massive beasts clashed violently. Every strike between them whipped up tsunamis and raging storms across the surrounding seas. Both monsters dominated the skies, and every impact between them made the island below quake as if it would split apart. Hey, you two, can't you calm down for once? How many islands have you already destroyed? Hovering above, Ghidorah called down to Rodden and Garp, who were locked in battle. But instead of stopping, both instantly turned their focus on him, one trailing volcanic smoke, the other swooping low in pursuit. Damn it! Ghidorah cursed, then unleashed a pair of gravity beams, blasting them both out of the sky. The two crashed into the island below with an earth-shaking impact, dust clouds rising high. From the debris came Garp's furious roar. Bastard, is that all you can do? Heh, as a matter of fact, yes, it's the only move I need. Ghidorah replied flatly, then turned his gaze on Rodden. Why waste your time sparring with this old man? That fruit of yours is already close to awakening. You should be pushing yourself forward, not holding back. Oh. Rodden looked genuinely intrigued. Everyone who knew that fruit understood how impossibly difficult it was to awaken. And yet, this generation's fool had actually managed to reach such a point. Rodden's eyes drifted to the nearby Garp, and suddenly it all made sense. After all, even this old fossil, having eaten a fruit that wasn't an ideal match, had made terrifying progress. It left Rodden wondering if perhaps the Monkey D bloodline, spanning 3 generations of grandfather, father, and grandson, carried something unnatural. As for Luffy's fruit, Garp, like the rest of the world, still believed it to be the Gamu Gamu no Mi. So when he heard their words, he never thought deeper, and certainly didn't imagine that others were already scheming around his grandson. Well, if you've got your business, I'll be off. I need to go find Sengoku. With that, Garp prepared to leave. Ever since gaining the MUTO's power, he no longer needed ships. Wherever he wanted to go, he simply took flight. The only downside was the sheer size of his form, which made him far too flashy and impossible to ignore. So now, whenever he went to visit Sengoku, he always flew there in style. Chapter 117. Garp was still unaware that his grandson had already fallen into Ghidorah's calculations. After leaving, Rodden also departed, heading for Wano. Ghidorah lingered on the island for a while, deep in thought, before spreading his wings and soaring off toward the New World. Earlier, he had heard Sabo mention that some trouble had arisen ahead, and since he was already out here, he figured he might as well take a look. As the war steadily unfolded, the New World was descending into greater chaos. And this time, Lin Fan's, OC, destination lay at the very front lines. A few days later, the news of Ghidorah's descent upon Log Island spread like wildfire, boosting morale among the frontline forces while also drawing the full attention of the world government. My lord, bad news. World government ironclad warships have appeared in our waters. Ghidorah, who had been resting in a mountain cavern, was roused by the urgent report. Oh. Ghidorah opened his eyes in mild surprise. So those fools really dare to come here. He rose slowly, stretched out his vast wings, and took flight toward the frontline harbor. Boom, boom. Even before he reached the port, the deafening thunder of cannon fire shook the skies. Along the coastline, flames erupted skyward as several colossal steel dreadnoughts encircled Log Island. They've really gone all in this time. No wonder they dared to come even knowing I was here. They came prepared. Ghidorah's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of those warships. He beat his wings, summoning storm clouds, and unleashed a torrent of gravity beams upon the steel giants. But in the very next instant, just as his rays were about to strike, a massive, translucent barrier erupted forth, intercepting the blast with a resounding crash. Barrier fruit. That was Ghidorah's first thought. After all, only that fruit's ability to block anything could hope to withstand his beams. But a moment later, he dismissed the idea. This wasn't a devil fruit user's handiwork at all. This was the defense system of a Pluton vessel. Ha ha ha, Ghidorah, long time no see. A rough, booming voice rolled out from atop one of the dreadnoughts. Mal OC. Ghidorah's expression shifted ever so slightly. As if to confirm his suspicion, the voice replied, "Surprised I'm still alive, aren't you? I'm flattered you even remember me." "So it really is you." Ghidorah's face darkened. And as his expression grew grim, the sea beyond the barrier began to churn violently. The surface swelled as though something massive were rising from below. With a thunderous roar, an enormous shape burst forth from the ocean depths. A colossal steel titan, skin of gleaming silver-gray metal, reflecting a cold, terrifying light in the sun. What is that thing? My God! The soldiers along the coast could only stare, dumbstruck. None of them had ever imagined they would witness such an abomination in their lifetimes. Hundreds of meters tall, the iron giant loomed like a warrior forged of steel. Its silver-gray plating gleamed with a lifeless chill. From its back, it drew forth a sky-splitting greatsword as the coarse voice of Maul echoed again. "Ghidorah, tell me, how does it feel to see your own creation turned against you?" The giant war machine strode ashore with a booming crash, each step shaking the beach. Maul's mocking laughter resounded through the island. "To watch your masterpiece used to destroy you, doesn't it make your blood boil? Ha 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 ha." High in the sky, Ghidorah's gaze grew colder by the second. "Zir I am." Lightning and searing golden beams surged from his three jaws, magnified by his storm-born fury. Boom! A massive shield unfolded from the machine's left arm, absorbing the brunt of the blast. Yet even its reinforced plating couldn't halt the momentum. It was driven backward, stumbling into the sea. "You scavengers," Ghidorah sneered. "Picking over scraps of old relics and thinking you can oppose me. If that were possible, there never would have been a war all those centuries ago." With a sudden dive, Ghidorah crashed headlong into the Pluton mech, jaws snapping at its armored shoulders. Crunch, crunch. Sparks exploded as his fangs pierced the advanced alloys, chewing into the Titan's plating. But before he could tear deeper, the machine's knee pistoned upward, striking Ghidorah square in the gut. Augmented by its thrusters, the blow hurled him skyward. Thick-skinned and nigh indestructible, Ghidorah barely registered the pain. Even mortal wounds could not truly kill him. For so long as he wasn't obliterated entirely, his body would always recover. And so, in close combat, his strategy was always the same: relentless offense. "Everyone, evacuate the island." From midair, Ghidorah roared down to his troops. Obeying at once, his soldiers began boarding ships under their commander's orders. The higher-ranking officers of Ghidorah's forces, understanding full well the wrath of their lord, wasted no time evacuating not only the island but the surrounding waters. Even the world government forces began pulling back their personnel. Thus, for the moment, Ghidorah and Maul refrained from clashing again, glaring at one another across the battlefield. At last, when the last stragglers had withdrawn, Ghidorah's maw twisted into a devilish grin. "Now it's just the two of us. Let's see just how much power your so-called Pluton still has left." He felt no fear before the legendary weapon, for he knew the truth. The world government did not possess Pluton's true core energy. What they had were merely remnants, scraps of power left behind. Even in its prime, a single Pluton would never have been enough to match him. To stand against Ghidorah would require two fully powered Pluton machines working in tandem. And yet here was Maul, strutting before him with only one. Did he really think Ghidorah was some kind of pushover? Where did he get such arrogance? Ghidorah had already decided. He would teach this fool a lesson that no matter what, no one had the right to flaunt themselves before him, not even Pluton. "Arrogant beast," Maul shouted proudly from within the cockpit. "This isn't the Pluton of old. This is a model refined by the World Government's Science Division." As he spoke, the Titan's greatsword ignited, glowing molten red as its systems poured energy into the blade. This sword was forged for one purpose: to cut you down. Let your blood be the offering to its power. With those crazed words, the steel Titan launched itself into the sky, sword leveled straight at Ghidorah. Watching the giant war machine rocket toward him, Ghidorah couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Good thing I never let them develop propulsion systems back then. Otherwise, this thing would be nothing short of a Gundam. Chapter 118. Confronted with the Pluton mecha that looked like a towering Gundam, Ghidorah froze for a brief moment. Back in Vegapunk's lab on Bika, when he had once casually exchanged ideas with the developers, he had only been indulging a whim, trying to recreate something from the anime of another world he remembered. Never had he imagined that thing would one day be refined into a weapon, specifically designed to bring him down. Looking at it now, the irony of karma came crashing back. A scorching wave of heat suddenly cut through his thoughts. Ghidorah snapped back to the present. Seeing the attack closing in, he opened his jaws and unleashed a torrent of golden gravity beams. His beams clashed with the flaming red greatsword, and the instant the two collided, a blinding burst of energy exploded outward. The shockwave hurled the colossal steel giant backward, slamming it into the ground with earth-shattering force. Boom! The metal titan struck the island like a falling meteor, gouging out a crater several hundred meters across. Though the impact shook the land, Ghidorah knew full well. Blows like that were little more than scratches to the Pluton mecha. The only one who might have felt it was the one inside piloting it, Maul. Bastard! That really stung. From within the crater, Maul's hoarse voice rumbled out of the mech. Stung. You haven't felt anything yet. Without hesitation, Ghidorah roared and fired another massive beam down from above. Even a Pluton running on dwindling reserves wasn't to be underestimated. He knew too well what horrors they were capable of. Best to kill it in a single strike. Kaboom! His golden gravity beam smashed against a shimmering force field, detonating in a thunderous explosion that tore through a third of the island. The shockwave ripped trees out by the roots, hurling earth and stone skyward in a storm of destruction. VMMM boom! Through the billowing dust came a lance of light, piercing the clouds as it shot straight at Ghidorah. The beam was all too familiar, like the lasers fired by the pacifista. So, Pluton had been refitted. They must have discarded its devastating, energy-draining supercannon in favor of these cheaper laser weapons. Bang! The laser struck his abdomen in a flash of light, blasting him off balance and sending him tumbling toward the sea. Trading away the might of the supercannon for this kind of tickling attack. That's nothing but pulling your pants down to fart. Twisting in midair, Ghidorah skimmed along the water's surface and then shot skyward again, wheeling around for another strike. By then, Maul had made the Pluton rise again, stooping to reclaim its fallen greatsword. Ghidorah had no intention of allowing it. Folding his wings, he dived, both clawed feet slamming down onto the giant steel body. Crash! The sheer tonnage of his frame and the force of his dive smashed the Pluton flat. Crunch! In the same instant, Ghidorah's side heads lunged, fangs sinking into the mech shoulders, tearing through the armored plating with a burst of sparks. Sia Chenke. But before he could rip the shoulders apart, a searing pain ignited in his belly. You damn insect. Looking down, Ghidorah saw it. At some point, Maul had drawn a glowing crimson short blade, stabbing it deep into his scales. Golden blood gushed forth in a torrent. Boom, boom, boom. Enraged, Ghidorah didn't hesitate. His three heads spat out beams point-blank, all converging on the mech's head. Caught at zero distance, Maul had no chance to activate the Pluton's defenses. The golden beams tore through the machine's skull, erasing it completely in an instant. AARGHHH. Maul's scream echoed through the mech's amplifiers as the headless giant thrashed violently, kicking Ghidorah off and staggering to its feet. Its massive blade swung wildly. Slash! The burning hot edge carved across Ghidorah's torso, spraying golden blood across the sky. The pain was fierce, not fatal, but enough to drive him into a rage. His three throats howled as storms of silver lightning rained down, scouring half the island like a rolling barrage of bombs. Bolts of thunder struck his body, knitting shut the gaping wound across his abdomen. As his flesh healed, his fury only grew. His wings spread wide, summoning a storm of lightning and energy. WHUMMM, WHUMMM, WHUMMM. Three golden spheres of energy swelled in his three mouths, his cold golden eyes locking onto the steel giant below. No words, no mercy. The beams fused into one, a single colossal torrent 50 meters wide, crackling with electromagnetism. Ghidorah, you mad beast. If you kill me, every soul on Onigashima dies with me. Through the mech's amplifiers, Maul's terrified roar shook the air. Bury them all with me, so what? Rodden was already en route to Onigashima. Even if trouble arose, Ghidorah was confident Radon could hold the line. And with that, the storm of golden energy crashed down. The beam swallowed the Pluton whole, erasing it from existence, and with it, the island itself. When the light faded, all that remained was a vast, gaping crater. A moment later, seawater poured in to fill it, forming a vast artificial inland sea. Ghidorah looked down at the devastation, his fury finally ebbing. You thought to take Onigashima's people with you into death. You were far too naive. His cold words echoed across the ruined land as he wheeled around, wings crackling with thunder, and vanished into the skies toward Onigashima. The sky was clear, the sun bright. Across the rolling waves, 2 tiny boats cut through the sea one after another. Oi Nami, you sure this is really Wano? Leaning over the rail, staring out at the water, Luffy sounded doubtful. How should I know what's going on with this sea? The log pose points straight to Wano, doesn't it? Nami herself was full of confusion. The waters had been calm a moment ago, but without warning, a storm had erupted and the whole sea had turned into chaos. With her years of sailing experience, she had never seen anything like it. This didn't feel like weather, it felt engineered. What is that? Usopp's shrill cry rang from the crow's nest. Everyone looked forward and froze. A massive figure loomed into view, its body blotting out the sun, vaster and more terrifying than any creature they had ever seen. The gargantuan silhouette stood upon the sea as if it were solid ground, like a towering statue carved from stone. Shhi. Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars, his face lighting up with unrestrained excitement. Staring at the colossal form before them, he couldn't hold back his glee. Chapter 119. Staring up at the massive elephant before them, everyone was struck with awe. No one could have imagined that such an enormous creature could exist in this world. Hey! Just as the crew remained frozen in shock, Luffy scrambled to the bow of the ship and shouted loudly at the giant beast. You idiot, do you have a death wish? Nami's sharp teeth flashed as she stormed forward, hammering Luffy on the head with a furious scowl. Don't cause trouble. Something that big, just a single movement could stir the currents into tidal waves. Do you want to kill us all, if you provoke it? She stopped mid-sentence, her words dying in her throat. The colossal sea elephant had stopped moving. The color drained from every face aboard the Sunny. Cold sweat ran down their temples. Compared to this gigantic creature, their ship was nothing more than a speck. If the elephant so much as sneezed, their ship and their lives would be obliterated. Shishishi, don't worry, it told me it won't hurt us. Luffy grinned as if nothing were wrong, that same carefree laugh rolling from his lips. As if we'd believe that. The whole crew roared at him in unison. Shishishi. Unfazed by his crewmate's outburst, Luffy kept smiling. Then he suddenly asked, Hey, don't you guys want to go up there and take a look? What? Everyone blinked, caught off guard. And before they could process what Luffy meant, the giant elephant turned its head. Its massive trunk stretched down toward the thousand Sunny, curling around it. Ayochh. We're gonna die. The crew's screams echoed as they were lifted from the sea. Shishishi, it's fine, it's just inviting us up. Luffy's grin never faltered. Just moments ago, for reasons he couldn't explain, his mind had connected with the elephants. He felt its thoughts and its goodwill. The others, of course, had no idea. To them, Luffy's words sounded like madness. But with the sheer pressure radiating from the creature, none of them dared resist. And so, in the blink of an eye, the Sunny was hoisted aloft and gently set down atop the elephant's back. There, an ancient city sprawled across its surface. The crew, still shaken, gazed wide-eyed at the sight. Robin's eyes gleamed as a memory from her studies surfaced. She recalled mention of such a place in ancient texts. The Eternal Wandering Island, Zoo. Her chest tightened with excitement. She had never imagined she would one day set foot on the legendary land itself. Hee, it seems Luffy wasn't wrong. It really was only inviting us up here. This island. Robin shared her knowledge of Zoo with the others. When they learned that this island had existed for over 1,000 years, every one of them was left stunned, unable to believe it. But reassured there was no danger, they eagerly disembarked from the Sunny. Who are you peoples? The question came from a towering, canine-like figure that appeared before them. From all around, others emerged as well, humanoid figures with animal traits. Whoa! Luffy's eyes sparkled like stars. It was the first time he had seen the mink tribe. But the moment the minks felt Luffy's strange gaze, their friendly looks hardened into something much more hostile. We're pirates, Robin calmly stepped forward, speaking in her usual composed tone. That elephant brought us here, we mean you no harm. We know, said the towering canine in sunglasses. Otherwise, Zanesha would never have carried you to its back. I am Duke Inuarashi, ruler of this country. His eyes lingered on the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head, and for a brief instant, his expression faltered. That hat, that smile. A memory long buried stirred within him. It was uncanny how much alike they were. For Zanesha to bring humans up here of its own will, that hasn't happened in ages, Inuarashi said gravely. You may remain here for a time, but our destination is Wano, so I advise you to leave before then. Eh? The Straw Hats shouted in unison, startled. Old man, you're going to Wano too? Luffy's eyes lit up. We're headed there ourselves, we just don't know the way. Lady. Nami clenched her fists, dying to smack him again, but with strangers present, she held herself back. Inuarashi hesitated. He wanted to dissuade them, but certain truths could not be spoken aloud. For the sake of a certain person's plan, he simply nodded and agreed to let them stay. This city, was it attacked recently? As they walked, Robin noticed the fresh scars on broken buildings and asked curiously. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Inuarashi's face. He recalled the time that Great One had descended and accidentally destroyed parts of the city. The memory left him speechless. Just an accident, he answered lightly, brushing it off. Soon, the minks arranged food and lodging for the Straw Hats. For Zoo, a roaming island nation that had long been isolated, news of outsiders stirred great curiosity. Before long, nearly all of the minks had gathered around their guests' quarters. A grand banquet was quickly underway. While Zoo rang with music and laughter elsewhere, the Wano region was under a very different shadow. The world government, and even Imu, had seemingly gone mad, dispatching the entire giant god legion. Several warships, each vast as a moving island, surrounded the seas like a blockade. Why such overwhelming force? Because intelligence revealed that Onigashima had become the second relay base for Ghidorah's forces. All wartime supplies were routed through there, bound for other fronts. The world government's goal was clear: cut off this vital supply line, no matter the cost, and seize it for themselves. Break the enemy's supply chain, and half the war would already be won. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, until a mysterious man appeared. The situation instantly grew far more complicated. A dragon. Several army generals of the world government glared at the familiar figure before them, their faces dark with hostility. Unlike the famed Navy admirals, the Army's generals were less known to the world, but their rank meant their power was beyond question. And Dragon knew them well. For years, it had been these very men who stood against him on the battlefield. So you really intend to crush this route? Even Dragon felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Ghidorah's help had indeed made him stronger, but before him now loomed not only elite army generals, but also the terrifying might of the giant gods. Chapter 120. Dragon before the world government, that so-called kingdom of freedom of yours, is nothing more than a laughable delusion. The admiral with flowing golden hair pointed toward the massive warships and towering giants looming behind him. I'll admit you're strong, but against them the only fate awaiting you is annihilation. Dragon stood in silence, eyes cold, his expression betraying nothing. Then suddenly, his arms trembled and he shed his cloak, revealing a body covered in intricate totem-like tattoos. It was the first time he had ever exposed these markings to the world. The admirals glanced at them with nothing more than mild curiosity. But within the ranks of the giant god soldiers, one figure's face instantly drained of color. Impossible. That fruit, there's no way it should appear here. The neighboring giants turned to him in confusion. Croft OC. The one called Croft answered with a grim, gravelly voice, his expression growing heavier. This will be a nightmare battle. I never imagined that fruit would have a successor. His gaze lingered on Dragon's strange tattoos, unwillingly dragging back an old memory. If the storm fruit of the 20 kings had represented terror, then this man's fruit was something far worse. It represented nightmare itself. A world-level disaster of a nightmare. At that moment, the admirals, still unaware of the significance, suddenly sprang into motion. They knew Dragon's devil fruit power was formidable, but they also believed that together, they might still bring him down. Blades of sword aura, crushing fist force, and waves of energy all surged toward Dragon in concert. Yet Dragon moved unhurriedly, his gaze calm and unshaken. His body leapt skyward, black light coursing over him. Armament Haki, dense and unyielding, cloaked his entire frame. Like a man forged of iron, Dragon unleashed his fists. The collision was explosive. Energy detonated outward, shockwaves ripping across the shoreline. The beach collapsed into a massive crater, seawater surging in, only to be hurled back by the force of the winds. The exchange had lasted dozens of blows already. Both sides had measured the other. The admirals were unsurprised that Dragon withstood the assault. We've been at this for years, but today, for you to die here, what a shame. A black-haired admiral blurred forward, his iron fist shrouded in rippling force as it slammed toward Dragon's chest. Bang! Dragon met the blow head-on, fists colliding with a thunderous crack. The shockwave howled outward, whipping the admiral's cloak into a frenzy. I've heard those words 1,000 times already. Expressionless, Dragon's power surged. His punch blasted the admiral away, hurling him through the air. But Dragon's figure flickered and vanished, appearing instantly beside the airborne man. His blackened fist came down mercilessly. Boom! The strike hammered the admiral into the sand, detonating a crater 10 meters wide. Dragon had no intention of showing mercy. Seeing their comrade slammed into the earth, the other 2 admirals rushed forward to intercept. But they had forgotten, Dragon had yet to reveal his devil fruit powers. He was fighting with pure martial arts alone. As the 2 approached, Dragon's figure vanished in a swirl of gale-force winds. The hurricane battered them, slowing their charge. Dragon slipped through the storm like a fish through water, reappearing at their backs. Damn it! They knew Dragon's speed all too well. If he closed the distance, they would suffer. Just as they turned to counterattack, his fists were already driving into their guts. Boom, boom. Both men were blasted away, crashing through trees before smashing into the cliffside. It looked devastating, but to fighters of their level, the damage was more humiliation than mortal wound. Coughing, the 2 admirals dragged themselves from the rubble, brushing dust from their coats. Damn him, he's grown far stronger than before. Yeah, he's a monster. Their faces hardened. They had clashed with Dragon many times, but none of them had expected his growth to be this drastic. It was a bitter realization. Crash! From the crater, the first admiral leapt back into the fight, wiping blood from his brow. A bloody grin split his face. Every time I see you, you've got a new surprise in store. Without hesitation, he unleashed his devil fruit power. His body expanded into a 9-meter giant, eyes blazing, a Vajra staff gripped in his hands, an enraged guardian Buddha. To be honest, I've never liked this bald form. Seeing their ally transform, the other 2 activated their own fruits as well. One's body swelled into a massive one-horned rhinoceros. The other's skin hardened, turning a cold steel gray. The army admirals were not the Marines. Their strength, on the whole, fell short of the Navy. Even their admirals could not quite match Marine admirals. Aside from the Zoan, human fruit model, Buddha, the other 2 fruits were not particularly overwhelming. But even so, to reach the rank of Army Admiral, they had power beyond most of the world. And Dragon knew them well. He had fought them for years. Their abilities, their habits, their limits, he understood them all. The true fight was only beginning. Come then, so long as I still stand here, I won't let you destroy anything. Dragon's face grew colder, his presence heavier. Against their base forms, he could toy with them, but with their fruits active, he dared not take them lightly. Especially the Buddha, too reminiscent of Sengoku, a power he could not ignore. If it were the past, I might have held back, Dragon muttered, his gaze flicking, ever so slightly, toward the massive giants waiting offshore. But if I don't unleash my full strength now, I may drag this entire island into ruin. The giants hadn't moved yet, but Dragon could feel their eyes on him. Sooner or later, they would join the fight. Better to end it swiftly. Oh. So you mean to finally reveal your devil fruit power? We've been waiting for this. After all these years, your ability remains a mystery. The golden-haired admiral's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his voice thick with excitement. The world's most wanted man. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon, whose devil fruit ability, to this day, remained an enigma. Chapter 121. Back then, the world government speculated that Dragon's devil fruit ability might be that of storms. However, after the awakening of the 20 kings not long ago, they finally learned that the storm fruit had always been in the possession of those old relics. Thus, upon seeing Dragon again now, their curiosity about his fruit ability only deepened. After all, the power to command hurricanes and thunder could only remind them of a storm. Yet what they did not know was that Dragon's fruit had never once appeared in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Even Dragon himself, when he first ate it, had never expected it would be something so terrifying. And it was precisely this fruit, and the strength it granted him, that birthed the grand and boundless ambition in his heart. Across this vast sea, countless things remain unknown. Even after hundreds and thousands of years, devil fruits have never been fully catalogued. Some fruits have long since faded away in the river of history. Others, however, are so unforgettable that they carve themselves into the memory of mankind. Among the giant god battalion, there was one called Cluff O.C. In truth, even his real name had long been forgotten, by himself most of all. But within that colossal body, the soul inside still clung to a single, indelible memory. The memory of the fruit ability Dragon was displaying at this very moment. How could it be? How could this fruit appear here? Watching the natural phenomenon that erupted as Dragon's ability awakened, Cluff could no longer sit still. It wasn't that he bore any deep hatred for this fruit, but in that soul's memory. This fruit had once belonged to his wife. As Dragon's ability unfurled, those long-buried memories slowly resurfaced. He recalled countless things, memories that felt like his own, yet weren't, leaving his mind clouded in turmoil. What is this? Not a logia. A mythical Zoan. On the shoreline, 3 world government army admirals stood on the sand, staring in astonishment at the man before them, Dragon, who had transformed into a massive azure bird. No one could have imagined that the man once said to command wind and rain was, in fact, a Zoan. And not just any Zoan, but one they couldn't even recognize. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Dragon looked at the stunned faces before him. The totemic markings across his face curved into a cold smile. Their reaction didn't surprise him in the least. Hadn't he himself worn the exact same expression back when he first ate this fruit? It truly is astonishing. No one could have guessed that a man like you would be a mythical Zoan. The 9-meter-tall Buddha's lips parted, his voice tinged with disbelief. But no matter how they racked their brains, they could not fathom how a mythical Zoan could summon wind and rain. They couldn't even find a matching creature in their memory. Still, they knew one thing clearly. Dragon would never explain it to them. The only path forward was to either kill him or capture him alive. No matter what fruit you wield, today's outcome cannot be changed. The Buddha spoke, his tone frigid, before vanishing with a thunderous boom. His staff of subjugation shimmered faintly with golden light as he swung. It was the Buddha fruit's most basic attack. The golden radiance condensed into a blazing arc of light that instantly pierced through the air, streaking toward the azure giant bird. The enormous bird, its wingspan over 30 meters, looked tiny compared to Ghidorah or Rodden. Yet before that golden arc, it showed not the slightest fear. Its beak opened wide, unleashing a piercing cry that echoed across the heavens. With it came a bolt of lightning that split the clear sky. Rumble. Amidst deafening thunder, two forces, each near the speed of light, collided, erupting in an explosion of shockwaves. Hurricane gales swept outward. And yet, the massive azure bird remained untouched by the golden energy. With a single powerful beat of its wings, it dove from the skies. FWOSH. Each flap conjured a violent, icy storm. At the same time, countless tiny crystalline shards shot forth like bullets in a torrential barrage. Damn it, what is this? Even as they struggled to defend themselves, the three were shocked. In all their years of battle, they had never faced an attack so terrifying. When those countless shards struck the ground around them, they finally realized what they were. Ice. Hailstones. Tiny, needle-like hail, swarming in overwhelming numbers, riddled the entire beach with holes. As the hailstorm raged, the earth itself trembled beneath their feet. The three stared up at Dragon's descending form, their eyes wide with horror. "Dragon, you're seeking death." The colossal Buddha roared, his towering figure moving at last. Compared to the giant bird, his body seemed vast. His right fist clenched, golden energy wrapping around it, and he hurled it upward at Dragon with a mighty punch. A blazing sphere of golden force tore through the air, sending sand flying and splitting the earth beneath. Boom! The deafening impact landed, but was blocked by the bird's massive wing. What impossible! The Buddha's eyes bulged with disbelief. Then he realized the golden energy hadn't been stopped by flesh and feather, but by a faint emerald aura that cloaked the wing. It flowed like wind, yet was not wind. As the two forces ground against each other, the very air shrieked with an unbearable screech. If you think something like this can defeat me, then you might as well prepare for death. Dragon's expression remained utterly calm. He didn't even glance at the golden energy, simply beating his wings once more and sending the golden attack soaring back into the sky. What kind of monster is this? On the ground, the massive rhinoceros general looked up in shock before thrusting his horn. A crescent-shaped slash of air hurtled forth. Gale slash. Dragon met the attack without a flicker of fear. His wings swept forward again, loosing a storm of razor-thin wind blades. In an instant, the crescent slash was shredded to nothing, while the relentless blades swept across the entire shoreline. Dragon's mastery of his fruit was absolute. In the skies, he was sovereign. As the wind blades bombarded the ground, Dragon surged forward once more. In the raging storm, he moved as swiftly as a fish through water. In a flash, he was upon the rhinoceros. His colossal talons came crashing down. Cracks. The earth shattered, sand and dust billowed skyward. A violent shockwave and howling winds spread outward in all directions. How could this be? The Buddha stared at the sight before him as though beholding the impossible. He gazed at the monstrous azure raptor as if seeing Dragon for the first time. Squelch. Amid the howling winds and shifting sands, a sharp, sickening sound rang out. When the storm subsided, the scene before them was even more horrifying. In the Buddha's eyes, the once-proud rhinoceros general, his comrade, was now gripped in the talons of the great eagle. The claws had pierced clean through his skull. Blood gushed forth in torrents, mingled with something white. Neither of them had ever imagined their companion would be slain so suddenly, in the blink of an eye. Not even given the chance to scream. Chapter 122. Damn you! Dragon, how dare you kill a world government admiral? The golden radiance around the Buddha blazed like a second sun. His fists clenched tight, and his eyes burned with wrath, as if he had become a furious Vajra. Impact. Die. Enraged beyond reason, the Buddha launched his full might. His staff of subjugation shone with a brilliance like the midday sun, and from it erupted a torrent of golden energy like a raging flood. Boom! On the island's shore, sand exploded skyward, vaporizing into dust as a massive golden shockwave carved across the beach with unstoppable force. And yet, before such earth-shattering destruction, Dragon remained utterly calm. His body twisted, and the once clear sky instantly darkened with rolling storm clouds. Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning lanced downward. What's there to fear? In the past, I spared you, not because I couldn't kill you, but because I didn't want the conflict to escalate too far. But since you're so eager to die now, I have nothing more to say. He was not wrong. Dragon had always had the strength to kill these men. The only reason he had not was to avoid igniting an all-out war that would draw the world government's relentless attention. But these stubborn fools had pushed him again and again, testing his bottom line, threatening even to sever his plans. Now, with his side already holding the advantage, he no longer feared how great the rift between them might become. The clash of their battle shook the entire sea. The terrifying force triggered tsunamis, and waves like mountains crashed against the beach. Rumble. The fight raged on. Dragon's overwhelming power crushed the two remaining admirals, even as their bloodied bodies accumulated wound after wound. The longer it went on, the more fear clouded their hearts. Half the beach was obliterated. The admiral's corpse, reverted to human form, was swept into the ocean, sinking into the abyss like a stone. For a world government admiral, such an end was nothing short of mockery. Damn it, how can he be this strong? The Golden Buddha, drenched in his own blood, no longer carried the arrogance of before. Spitting crimson, he spoke in disbelief. Heh, seems you've reached the end of your road. Allow me to see you off. Though Dragon appeared somewhat ragged, he was entirely uninjured. Gazing down coldly at the two broken men, he let out a cruel laugh. His body twisted again. His wings beat violently, conjuring a monstrous storm. Hail pelted down like bullets. Wind blades slashed through the air like countless scalpels, cutting without mercy. The two were swallowed by the calamity, their bodies shredded and bleeding. Before such overwhelming power, there was no escape. Damn you, Impact! The Buddha flared once more, his golden light blazing in what was clearly a final act of desperation. Boom! Wind, hail, and storm collided with his golden shockwave, the sky trembling under the impact. Dragon was hurled upward, forced back by the explosion, while the Golden Buddha vomited blood uncontrollably. His staggering body was instantly torn apart by the storm's merciless barrage. The other admiral, weaker still, had long since been reduced to a perforated corpse. Compared to marine admirals, the world government's army admirals were at best candidates for such a title, hardly true equals. After all, the brigands and armies of the land simply couldn't compare in power. And Dragon's strength had already surpassed the rank of admiral. His power was brushing against an even higher realm. This battle could not be called easy, but neither could it be called difficult. Yet to fell 3 admirals at once, Dragon was satisfied. The more high-ranking enemies fell, the lighter the burden on his side would become. In the surrounding sea, the colossal giants who witnessed the deaths of the admirals showed no reaction. To them, the death of an admiral was no different than the death of a common soldier. To true titans, ants and ladybugs were all the same. Still, Dragon's devil fruit ability had caught the interest of several of them. The giants exchanged glances. Against an existence like Ghidorah, they might all attack at once, for even then they knew they would have no hope of victory. But against Dragon, such a move was beneath them. Not only would it be laughable, but it would stain the pride of their giant god battalion. Few in the world still remembered their order, but the pride in their bones remained unshakable. At last, one among them rose. A giant clad like a Viking raider, horned helmet upon his head, a massive fur kilt around his waist. In one hand he bore a short axe, in the other a round shield. Towering like a god of war, he rode upon a massive warship that split the seas as it surged toward the island. When he drew near the shore, he leapt with a thunderous crash, plunging into the ocean, then waded forward from waist-deep waters toward the beach. As that titanic form emerged, its oppressive presence washing over him, Dragon shifted back to human form, his face turning grim. The 3 weakling admirals had been easy prey. But this giant radiated pressure that made his heart tighten. Still, compared to that monster, the difference was vast. This one, at least, was not invincible. "You've piqued my interest, little one," The giant stepped onto the sand at last, his 100-meter form towering overhead. Looking down on Dragon as if at an insect, he bared yellowed teeth in a grin. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll treat you gently. I am the third giant god of the battalion, Wagenfu, OC." Dragon frowned, holding his breath. The moment the giant spoke, a wave of foul, rotting stench washed over him. Whether it was from some strange condition or the nature of his body, Dragon could not tell, but the stench was unbearable. If he could avoid it, he had no desire to fight such a creature. Not from fear of defeat, but from fear he might actually vomit. Without answering, he transformed into the great eagle once more, soaring into the sky to put distance between himself and the reeking giant. It was simply unimaginable. How could such a foul being exist in this world? Seeing Dragon's silence, Wagenfu sneered darkly. With a roar that stank of decay, he swung his axe in a mighty cleave. The slash tore through the air like a crescent moon, carrying irresistible force as it swept toward him. Dragon's eyes narrowed. He dared not underestimate it. His body twisted violently as he ascended into the sky, narrowly evading the strike. What? But before he could breathe, another slash came hurtling across the sky. Startled, Dragon moved to evade, only to find a relentless chain of strikes following one after another without pause. Only then did he realize this giant was on a level far beyond the three admirals. Never before had he encountered such a fearsome foe. Left with no choice, Dragon cried out. Winds roared, transforming the entire sea and island into a howling domain of storms. Within the storm, he moved as though in water, flowing with the currents of the wind to evade the giant's attacks, while quietly readying his counterstrike. Standing there and taking blows was never his style. Chapter 123. The sky churned with thunderclouds, lightning flashing in jagged arcs. The earth quaked beneath storms of wind and rain. Green blood spattered across the beach and into the sea. The giant loomed like a mountain, his colossal body scarred and torn. Ha 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 ha, what a surprising little creature. To think your devil fruit could wield such terrifying power. Wagenfu glanced down at the gash across his chest, where the black metal beneath his flesh was laid bare. Yet he felt no pain. His rough, numb face twisted into a savage grin. What had begun as mere curiosity had turned into astonishment. The insect before him was far more tenacious than expected, so much so that Dragon had already exceeded his imagination. Haki. Dragon spat out blood-stained saliva. His shadowed face split into a crazed smile. I didn't think you weren't even alive to begin with. Outwardly he looked calm, but inside his heart surged with crashing waves. He had never imagined these vicious giants were not true men at all, but monsters wearing human skins. For some reason, as he looked upon them, an image of his comrades surfaced in his mind. That gentle man, willing to sacrifice everything for their cause, Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Was the giant before him strong? Yes, unprecedentedly strong, stronger than any foe he had ever faced. Even without such overwhelming power, the sheer mass of that colossal body and its suffocating pressure made the battle difficult. Even with his powerful devil fruit, Dragon had not yet reached the point of unrestrained, effortless dominance. And only now, at this moment, did Dragon truly come to recognize the nature of this world and the depth of the strength it contained. Little one, I'll take back my words of disdain. You are an opponent worthy of my respect. Wagenfu's gaze swept the sky, fixing on Dragon's eagle form. He could hardly believe that the boy's damned powers had inflicted such grievous damage. It wasn't enough to kill him, but the impact on his body was far from small. Rala. With a bellow, Wagenfu unleashed his might. A wave of oppressive power burst forth from his body. The atmosphere itself thickened, pressing down like heavy chains. Dragon faltered midair, his great eagle's wings struggling as his hurricanes weakened. Then, with a movement like a mountain shifting, Wagenfu twisted his massive frame. From his short axe erupted a colossal black slash. ZZZT. The air screamed. Black light tore at the sky, its edges burning with pale blue flames from the friction of rending space. The strike flew forth like a cursed fire, the sound like cloth being ripped apart. Thunderclap. Dragon's piercing cry split the heavens. Thousands of bolts converged into one brilliant azure pillar of lightning, striking down with a speed that defied sight. The two forces collided in an instant. Boom! The explosion shook the skies. Flames erupted upward, not true flames, but oxygen igniting under the clash of violent energies. The burning air radiated outward in unseen shockwaves. At the epicenter, the impact carved out a true vacuum. The beach, the earth, the sea, and the trees along the coast, all were vaporized in an instant. A mushroom cloud of dust surged upward, rippling outward in great concentric waves. Hurricane winds raged. Dragon was swallowed whole by the storm. The dust cloud rolled outward, engulfing even Wagenfu from the waist down. Under thunder and lightning, it seemed all would be obliterated in the maelstrom. Kree. A ragged, mournful cry pierced the storm. With a deafening crack, the dust cloud split open. From within burst a bloodied eagle, its feathers soaked in crimson. What a stubborn little insect! Wagenfu's face darkened. With a savage growl, he swung his massive shield, conjuring a gale that tore the dust cloud away, revealing the battlefield once more. Number way. Dragon, having escaped the cloud, turned his sharp gaze downward. In his eyes flickered disbelief. What did he see? What sort of body was this? The giant's colossal form, below the waist, was shredded, ragged meat hanging loose. Green blood, unlike any human's, dripped steadily from ruptured veins, pattering onto the beach before seeping into the earth. It looked almost normal, yet the wrongness of it gnawed at the mind. Crash! Wagenfu suddenly dropped to his knees, the ground trembling beneath him. Damn you, to damage my body like this. His face twisted in shock. He stared at his legs, stripped of all flesh, his heart roiling in disbelief. Every giant god's body had been tempered through endless reforging. To scar them was already difficult for ordinary men. Yet in that last exchange of energies, his flesh had been utterly destroyed. Their bones were mighty, but they were not true machines. Without their flesh, they were little more than piles of steel. Kree. Dragon was not only a warrior, he was a revolutionary, a strategist. Against such an opponent, stronger even than himself, he would show no mercy. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. Even knowing there were other giants watching from afar, their eyes sharp with predatory intent, he resolved to annihilate the one before him. The skies darkened as if ink were spilled across them. Hurricanes, lightning, torrential rain, and hail converged into a single calamity. Boom, boom. Thunder roared. A pale white line arced between sea and sky, distorting the very air. The surging waves rose upward, sucked high into the sky, coiling into a massive waterspout that linked ocean to clouds. Damn it. No. Impossible. Stop him quickly. The giants watching from the sea broke into alarm at the sight of the growing water dragon. It was not death they feared, but the destruction of their warships. For the sea beneath them was the greatest abyss. Having forsaken human flesh, if they fell into the ocean, they would sink to the bottom, never to rise again. Better to die in battle than to slumber forever in the depths. It's too late. Dragon's grim words were followed by a spray of blood. Crimson streamed from his sharp eagle's eyes. Bzzzt. Within the rolling thunder, the sound of rending air multiplied. Thin twisters stretched between sky and earth. One by one, they writhed and thickened until each became a massive dragon of storm, roaring across the sea. The wind dragons rampaged, tearing through the entire region. The giants, unwilling to sink into the abyss, roared back in fury, swinging their colossal weapons and unleashing strikes of unimaginable power against the raging storm. Chapter 124. The wheel of history rolls on ceaselessly, pushing the era forward into endless changes, into the unknown, into storm and chaos. Like the clouds in the sky, sometimes flashing with lightning, sometimes raging wildly, sometimes surging without end. Storms and tornadoes descend, the world trembles, and heaven and earth change color. The shifting tides of the age give birth to countless mighty figures. But just as many are buried by it. Rumble. The violent sea rages like a dreamlike storming star ocean. Hurricanes clash with torrents of energy, intertwining, unleashing terrifying waves that crush everything nearby. Cough, cough. Blood poured from the giant eagle's beak as he looked unwillingly at the tornadoes being swallowed by energy. His body was covered in fine wounds, staggering and exhausted, as though he could fall at any moment. Brat, I'll admit you're strong, but only that much. On the beach knelt a half-bodied giant, face ferocious, raising his short axe and swinging it down without hesitation. Another mighty slash was unleashed, tearing the air apart as it came crashing forward. The dragon, swaying on the verge of collapse, could not resist. Even dodging had become almost impossible. With no choice left, he instinctively coated his body with armament Haki, hoping to withstand the strike. But in his heart, he knew it was futile. Before a slash that could rend even space, this was the best he could do. Slash. The enormous strike landed in an instant, pausing only slightly before blasting the eagle high into the sky. Scarlet blood rained down like droplets, falling into the storm-tossed sea, dyeing the waters red. Damn it, so strong. The dragon eagle's eyes snapped wide open, not daring to relax even for a breath, for to relax now meant death. But even if he did not relent, how long could he last? His battered form could not withstand the slash in the end, and he was sent crashing down toward the sea below. The raging ocean, once he fell in, his fate would be sealed. Yet just as the eagle was about to strike the waves, the churning black clouds were suddenly torn apart by a colossal shadow. A body like cracked magma, trailing thick volcanic ash. It ripped through the burning sky, diving down, and snatched the falling eagle into its grasp. What a sorry sight you are, little one. The massive winged beast, wings spanning 100 meters, let out a low roar like a hellfire demon. With a thunderous crash, it landed upon the island, setting down the eagle. Row, Rodden. Half conscious, the eagle opened his eyes, staring at the towering beast before him, his gaze full of complex emotion. Then his eyes slid shut. His form shifted back, revealing a dragon covered in wounds. To drive the Thunderbird fruit to this state, you really are something. Rodden glanced at the battered dragon beneath him, his tone full of disdain. Then he lifted his gaze toward the giant standing at the faraway shore. The Zoan-type mythical beast, Thunderbird. 1,000 years ago, this was a fruit on par with the gods themselves. Even the Logia-type hurricane fruit paled before it. As the god of the skies, the Thunderbird commanded both wind and lightning. And though these seemed only two elements, from them sprang endless variations of weather. Rain, hail. It was said that the fruit's first wielder had even reached the point of altering local climates. But for Dragon, such mastery was still far away. Despite his disdainful words, Rodden would not let a youngster he had marked with his expectations be crushed so easily, especially not by those soulless hulks. Rest easy, boy, leave this to me. With that, Rodden spread his colossal wings and took to the skies, skimming low toward the shoreline. Beneath him, trees ignited instantly, crumbling into ash, swept into the storm he carried toward the sea. Thick clouds of dust rose like a sandstorm, glowing with drifting sparks. Wagan fu. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the heavens as a torrent of crimson fire, like molten magma, swept across the beach. Sand melted, seawater evaporated, and even the half-bodied giant was engulfed in flame and smoke. A scream. None was heard, for the giant soldiers were nothing but shells with souls. Rodden's fire was not the flame of the underworld. It could melt all matter, but it could not burn away souls. Boom, booms, boom. Sky Lord. The three remaining giants leapt high, their massive weapons cleaving downward, 3 titanic slashes splitting the air. Roar. You worthless trash. Rodden met the strikes head-on, landing heavily upon the magma-drenched shore. With a furious bellow, he unleashed a torrent of flame. The flames, so dense they seemed like molten lava, collided with the 3 slashes in an explosion of sparks and molten spray. Sizzle. Where it splattered on the ground, the earth melted with a hiss, then burst into flames that swiftly turned the surroundings into a fiery hell. 100 years ago, ancient records told of Rodin, Lord of the Skies, demon king of the Inferno. He was disaster incarnate, he was destruction itself. The three giants, facing fire that clung and devoured everything, pressed forward with no retreat. They brandished their massive weapons, slashing through both flame and air. In truth, their combined size and mass exceeded Rodin's own. But before his blazing inferno, they could do little but grit their teeth. Fortunately, this was not their first battle of this kind. 1,000 years ago, they had already tasted the Sky Lord's flames. They divided their roles, 2 to defend against the fire, 1 to strike at Rodin directly. But even so, Latin showed no fear. He leapt, wings crashing down with a deafening boom. Clang! Wing and blade collided, the sound ringing like clashing steel. There are only 3 of you left, aren't there? Rodin's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he stared down the giant blocking his wings. Without hesitation, he opened his jaws and spewed forth another torrent of fire. The searing flames burst forth, exploding against a massive black shield. Buzz! You flame-spewing beast! With that roar, a colossal greatsword came cleaving down toward Rodin's skull. Crash! The strike slammed into his blazing wings, sparks flying as he shielded his head. Rodin pressed forward, pushing the giant's sword away with his wings. His eyes locked on the shield-bearer, and he gave a cruel smile. Ha, such brainless fools. 1 word and you're already enraged. Boom! He spread his burning wings wide, shoving aside the greatsword before sweeping them outward in a blazing arc. Rodin's wings were no ordinary flesh and bone. Soaked in magma for 1,000 years, tempered without end, they had long surpassed ordinary steel. Perhaps not quite reaching Ghidorah's monstrous extremes, but more than enough to match the weapons in the giant's hands. Chapter 125. Rumble! The deafening roar shook the entire island. A colossal beast and towering giants clashed, their collision like a natural disaster threatening to tear the island apart. Within the blazing inferno, Rodin dragged fire and smoke with every turn of his body and beat of his wings. The scorching gales and heat waves swept savagely across the island. What a terrifying creature! A battle worth remembering. The 3 giants, godlike in stature, were already covered in burns, some patches of their flesh charred black. Yet not a trace of pain showed on their faces. Instead, their eyes blazed with bloodthirsty fighting spirit. The clash had raged on for a long time. The surrounding sea and shore were unrecognizable, scarred by firestorms and sword-gouged ravines. Remembering. Then I'll give you something even more memorable. Rodin's eyes, burning like molten fire, fixed on the 3 giants. With a roar like a primordial beast, the ground fissures around him erupted, spewing scarlet magma skyward. The lava exploded, fire pillars shooting up as a wave of violent energy swept outward. Magma, wrapped in gale-force winds, shot like shells toward the 3 giants. Bang, bang, bang. The giants blocked the incoming magma projectiles one after another, then swung their weapons in counterattack. Rodin showed no sign of yielding. He leapt skyward, wings aflame, and hurled himself at them. The savage brawl reignited, raw and primal, like the wars of an ancient age. They fought by instinct like beasts, fist against claw, strike against wing. Blood sprayed, only to be seared into steam before it touched the ground. The giants were scarred and bleeding. Rodin's own body was torn with cracks and gashes. Kill! The thunderous roar of the giants shook the air as they lifted their weapons once more, hurling themselves at the burning monster. Rodin, undaunted, stomped the scorched ground, unleashing waves of blistering heat that swept across the battlefield. The searing gusts incinerated all, but against the giants they had little effect. Persistent fools! Rodin snarled, then slammed the earth beneath him, kicking up another firestorm as he charged. Rumble! The impact thundered like a meteor strike, shaking the island to its core. Rodin, wreathed in flame, pressed forward against the weapons of the 3 giants, forcing them backward. The towering giants were driven step by step, their massive feet gouging deep trenches in the sand as Rodin pushed them. Roar! Boom! With a furious cry, Rodin spewed forth another torrent of fire, the blaze engulfing one of the giants. The temperature surged into thousands of degrees, black smoke billowing as the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Bastard! The two remaining giants bellowed in rage, lashing out with their fists at the beast before them. Rodden did not evade. Instead, his flames burned hotter, redoubled. The suffocating heat roasted their flesh until cracks split open and smoke rose from their bodies. Skin blistered and peeled away. The two giants, realizing the danger, tried to retreat. But it was too late. Rodden, battered by their blows, pressed forward instead of falling back. With wings like burning mountains, he whipped up a scorching gale and hurled himself at them. The giants were driven into bloodlust, but so was he. For centuries, he had never endured such an assault. The fury and violence long buried in his blood now blazed awake. His eyes flared with fire. He loosed a sky-shaking roar. Facing the two giants, Rodden opened his maw and unleashed a torrent of crimson flame. The inferno lit the heavens like a burning sunset. Unlike Ghidorah, who absorbed lightning to recharge his strength, Rodden lived on flame and magma. Every burst of power diminished his reserves. So, most of the time, he avoided such reckless expenditure. But not now. Now he cared nothing for cost. His only thought was to annihilate the two before him. The giants' faces twisted in fear. They raised their weapons, desperately trying to withstand the torrent. But the relentless flames seeped through every gap. Even if they dispersed the wave before them, the next would already be upon them. In an instant, the beach was drowned in crimson fire, the blaze rising dozens of meters into the sky. The two giants, their lower bodies entirely consumed, collapsed with a crash. Already their flesh had been burned away. No. No. As they toppled, they stared into the raging inferno, their voices shrieking with terror. It was not their bodies that quailed, but their very souls. 1,000 years ago, they were worshipped as gods. Now, they faced a death beyond imagining. In the face of death, no one could remain indifferent, not even them. But Rodden's gaze was merciless. His blazing eyes regarded the falling giants without pity as they were swallowed by the fire. Only when the two were utterly consumed did his strength finally fail. With a crash, he collapsed onto the scorched ground, lifting his head with effort and growling. Cowards, afraid to die. Heck, there isn't a soul in this world who isn't. A cold voice came from above. Rodden instinctively lifted his head at the words. Have you ever feared death? Boom! Ghidorah descended beside him, 3 heads surveying the incinerated beach before turning toward Rodden. I don't fear death, I long for it, yet cannot die, that's almost the same. Hearing this, Rodden felt an urge to lash out at him. What kind of nonsense was that supposed to be? But he knew full well he wasn't Ghidorah's match. So with a dismissive snort, he looked away, only for his eyes to freeze at the sight. Not far off, the warships of the giants had begun to stir. One by one, the hulking vessels shifted into formation, linking together into a massive steel colossus. What is? Rodden's composure cracked at last. Is that the Pluton frame? He stared in disbelief at the steel monster rising in the distance. Yes and no, Ghidorah answered. What do you mean? I mean they are Pluton frames, but someone has tampered with them. Before I arrived, I already encountered one. Ghidorah briefly described his earlier encounter, then said grimly. They've likely planned for this from the start. They were waiting for me. Che, even if they planned it, so what? Do they think they can repeat what happened centuries ago with that thing? Before Rodden could finish, the distant sea began to bulge upward, as though something monstrous were about to break free from beneath the waves. Chapter 126. Lucci has been captured. The brewing fruit has been secured. The Kazuki clan is on their way to Wano, but it seems that man arrived earlier than we had anticipated. In the dark underground hall, a man in a black suit knelt halfway down, his voice calm as he reported all the recent developments to those gathered. At his words, the man seated at the head of the round table slowly opened a pair of crimson, eerie, demonic eyes and spoke. The fish has taken the bait. Although things have gone somewhat beyond our expectations, everything is still within our control. Imu, prepare yourself for matters in Wano. If I am not mistaken, the seas beneath our feet are already beginning to stir. Everyone present trembled at those words, looking at the man in disbelief. You mean to say? Yes, those people will not remain idle. It's possible they will forge a new alliance. We cannot afford to lower our guard. Imu, as the inheritor of that fruit, you should understand your weight in this war. I hope you won't try anything reckless. Whether warning or reminder, the man's blood-red eyes locked coldly onto Imu, seated across from him. Since awakening from his stone tomb, the man had found that the 20 kings of this era were no longer united, no longer a single iron wall as they once had been. Perhaps it was the result of centuries of slumber, but each carried their own secret designs. Especially that boy from back then. Now grown into something terrifying, his mind was no longer simple, nor would he blindly obey. Faced with such a fractured mess, Rochelle found himself weary in both body and spirit. Yet, despite the exhaustion, for the sake of his true goal, he had no choice but to sit once more at the head seat, even if his followers' hearts were divided. Report, the giant soldiers of Wano have been annihilated. Pluton has been activated. It seems our plans must also be accelerated. Enough, go, all of you. Do as I've said, and we will have another chance at victory. And beyond that, we may obtain immortality itself and seize the full power of that nation. Lucaru's lips curved into a cold smile as he looked over the gathered council. Though his devil fruit allowed him a form of eternal life, the price it demanded was horrifying, so dreadful that he would rather abandon it and pursue another path to immortality. At his command, the great hall gradually emptied. Lucaru cast one last glance at Imu, still seated in silence, then turned and left without another word. When all had gone, Imu drew a den mushy from his robe. Yo, Kiwahaina, to think you would call at such a time. Do you have orders for me? Spare me that disgusting voice. The operation has already begun. You don't need me to tell you what to do you? Kiwahaina, very well. Then it seems there's no longer any need for me to hide my identity. Shame about the paycheck, though. Don't waste my time. I'd kill you if I could. Fine, goodbye. The den mushy went dead with a busy tone. Imu's face darkened, and with a sharp crack, he crushed it in his hand. Blue energy flared from his palm, reducing the broken shell to nothing. Finished, he drew a gray cloak around himself and left the chamber. History, from this moment, it was destined to repeat itself. Boom! Boom! Towering waves rose, as colossal steel monsters emerged from the sea. History always has a way of giving people déjà vu. Watching the ocean give birth to those metallic titans, Rodden's eyes blazed with excitement. The sight brought him back to the world of 1,000 years ago. What's wrong? Can't hold back your thrill. Ghidorah glanced at Rodden and asked coldly. Yeah, back then we suffered plenty at the hands of these things, but now. Who hunts who is another question entirely. Rodden's voice was filled with awe as he gazed upon the rising steel giants. They're nothing but appetizers. I suspect those people already intend to seal me here again. A massive wave crashed at Ghidorah's feet, surging toward the island. Casting a glance at the shore, he said, Take that brat Kaido somewhere safe. Rodden's face twisted in reluctance. To be honest, he didn't want to leave. But seeing the unyielding look on Ghidorah's faces, he could only click his tongue in frustration before flying toward the island's center. Once Rodden had gone, Ghidorah too took flight, skimming the waves as he rushed toward the massive steel creatures. The enormous titans did not attack immediately. Instead, they assembled, joining together once more. A beast already 200 meters tall locked into place with the others, forming a four-legged monstrosity. Like a colossal spider forged of iron, its form rose higher and higher, until it loomed 500 meters into the sky. At 500 meters, the steel beast dwarfed Ghidorah, the difference like an adult towering over a child. Ghidorah! A deep, sinister voice rang from within the spider's core. Ghidorah did not stir. He did not recognize the speaker, nor did he care. And so, without a word, his maws opened and loosed a blazing gravity beam. The radiant beams of gravity pierced the sky, and instantly the sunny seas darkened as storm clouds gathered. Thunder roared as the golden torrent shot forth. The spider's central maw split open, revealing a massive cannon barrel. Boom! A deafening blast ripped the air apart as a pillar of blue, laser-like energy speared out, colliding head-on with Ghidorah's beam. The two forces tangled violently, forming a seething sphere of destructive energy between them. The sphere quivered, shoved back and forth as the powers wrestled for dominance. Impressive technology, to have recreated it to this degree. Ghidorah actually sounded impressed as he watched the energy pour from the spider's maw. Then, another of his heads fired. The second gravity beam merged with the first, doubling its size and power. The energy sphere was driven back, inch by inch, toward the spider. The unstable orb swelled larger, the air around it fracturing. Black rifts split open in space itself, torn apart by the overflowing force. Bolts of stray energy were swallowed by the darkness, snuffed out in an instant. Sensing it could not withstand, the spider's cannon roared with even greater fury, its output surging higher. The sudden escalation gave Ghidorah pause. Though the weapon's force was not enough to obliterate an island in a single shot, as in ages past, the fact that the world government's technology had advanced to such a level was enough to leave him shaken. Chapter 127. The void, wrapped in black light, collapsed layer by layer. Terrifying energy tore apart the walls of space itself, and the shockwaves of power spread outward, vanishing into those pitch-black cracks. No sound. It was as if the entire world had gone silent in that instant. So eerie it made one's skin crawl. Heh, I didn't expect it. You really did manage to pull it off. But this won't be enough. Roar. Facing the collapsing space, Ghidorah raised his three heads and unleashed an earth-shaking roar. Dense, violent bolts of lightning rained down in torrents. His entire body crackled with electricity, blazing like a miniature sun against the darkness of night. A vision worthy of a god. Buzz, buzz. Golden arcs of lightning twisted together and suddenly erupted. Three massive beams merged into one, forming a single colossal ray. The black, void-like sphere of energy caught between them was instantly driven back, forced toward the four-legged war machine. That jet-black sphere, like a newborn black hole, crept closer and closer. No one doubted the apocalyptic power sealed inside. The quadrupedal monster tried to evade, but locked in the standoff of energies, it had no room to dodge. It couldn't even risk pulling its own energy back. Vice Admiral Cole Ock, that thing. That energy ball is about to hit us. What do we do? Are we going to die? Inside the beast's core control chamber, panic reigned. Some technicians had even forgotten the instruments before them, staring blankly at the encroaching black sphere. Everyone prepare to abandon ship. Evacuate immediately, leave the battleship behind. The towering figure of Vice Admiral Cole gritted his teeth as he gave the order. He already foresaw the outcome. His own life was meaningless, but the vessel was still filled with countless elite officers of the world government. They were its foundation, its future. He could not allow them to be buried here. At the edge of life and death, there was no room for sentiment. At the instant his command was given, chaos erupted as crew members scrambled for escape. Buzz, buzz. The clash of energies screamed louder and sharper, a maddening sound drilling into every heart. Zzzz. Suddenly a piercing shriek rang out, a flash of black light, and then silence. The terrifying energy sphere collapsed in on itself, shrinking to the size of a marble. Buzz kaboom. Without warning, the world exploded into a deafening howl. A massive tide of energy surged outward. Heaven and earth dimmed, tempest winds tore through the skies. In that instant, it felt like the end of the world itself had arrived. The overwhelming blast shredded the metallic body of the four-legged beast. Gray steel dissolved into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Finally, with a heaven-shaking detonation, the monster disintegrated, dragging the ocean beneath it into collapse. The impact rose into the sky, blossoming into a vast mushroom cloud. Whoosh! The shockwave swept outward, hurling Ghidorah through the air and smashing him into a nearby island. Crash! Damn it! Clawing his way out of the crater, Ghidorah shook off the debris, glaring at the sea in astonishment. The quadrupedal monster was gone. In its place, a towering tidal wave, hundreds of meters high, rushed toward the island, blotting out the heavens. For a moment, even Ghidorah was struck dumb. In the next instant, he beat his wings and soared upward without hesitation. What the hell is that? The colossal wave swallowed the island whole as Ghidorah looked on, wide-eyed. The blast had not quite reached the true destructive power of Pluton, but the world government had modified it somehow. Enough to even tear at the fabric of space. This was truly terrifying. Clap, clap. As the tsunami receded, a crisp sound of applause rang out. I must admit, you are a terrifying creature. Following the sound, an air door slowly opened above the ruined island. 5 silhouettes stepped out one by one. The masked man in white robes, keeper of the gate, closed it behind them, leaving the 5 alone in the sky. Hey, the door fruit. Ghidorah immediately recognized the power. He even recalled that CP9 agent from the original history. But whether it was the same fruit mattered little. His attention was fixed entirely on the 5 who had emerged. Their bodies revealed nothing, yet by their presence here, their identity was clear. The same vermin as always, crawling out from the shadows. His voice dripped with icy venom. Still as loathsome as ever, one of them replied coolly. Hearing the words, Ghidorah bared his jagged teeth in a monstrous grin. Just as he thought, these were some of the 20 kings themselves. Who exactly, he couldn't yet tell. Is that so? I don't think so. With a flex of his massive frame, Ghidorah thundered down, landing 100 meters before them. The 5 moved instantly, activating their powers. Without warning, a devastating slash ripped through the air. Holy shit. Where's your damn honor? Ghidorah's 3 pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. He had only just landed, and already they were attacking. No words, no prelude, just a direct killing blow. So shameless, so dishonorable. But Ghidorah was not the type to back down, nor to underestimate. These were beings he knew well from 1,000 years ago. Individually, none could match him, but together. Their combined might was far greater than the sum of its parts. The slash came screaming toward him. Ghidorah wasted no time, unleashing his radiant gravity beams. The 2 forces collided, erupting into a violent storm. The shattered island was once again consumed in chaos. One battle had barely ended. And now, an even greater one began. As the slash dissolved, the 5 lunged in, launching a flurry of attacks against Ghidorah's massive body. Sordora, concussive strikes, and elemental blasts poured down like a storm with no end. But Ghidorah was not one to swallow his rage. His temper was infamous. Faced with such a shameless gang assault, his fury boiled over. Rumble. The ground split apart as his 3 heads unleashed devastation in every direction. His vast wings beat like thunder, sweeping across the battlefield. The island, already fractured, now trembled on the verge of sinking beneath the sea. Crash. One enormous wing smashed aside a paramecia ability user, wielding powers of kinetic energy, sending him flying. With a mighty leap, Ghidorah surged forward, lightning cascading down in torrents. You think you can kill me? Just the likes of you 5, you're not even worthy. His cold, furious roar split the heavens. And then, blinding storms of thunder rained down in wrath. Chapter 128. Rumble, rumble. Under storm-darkened skies, the sea roared with howling winds and towering waves. From the depths, a colossal steel giant, hundreds of meters tall, rose from the ocean. As its bulk emerged, it unleashed its first attack, a blazing golden laser. It struck its target head-on. ROOER. The titanic creature that took the hit let out a cry that seemed to shake the entire world. From its ancient, weathered sockets, its azure eyes burned with fury. Its trunk, vast as a pillar holding up the heavens, swung down with earth-shattering force, smashing the tiny, steel colossus before it like an insect. Boom! The supposedly terrifying metal monstrosity was torn apart instantly, fragments scattering across the raging sea. Even the waves themselves were split, leaving behind a trench stretching hundreds of miles. Zanesha, the great elephant that had carried the island of Zu across the seas for 1,000 years, had been forced into battle once again. As it stared at these strange, unnatural machines, memories surged. It was as if Zanesha had been dragged back to the wars of 1,000 years ago. Shiashie Sukuwal. Perched atop Zanesha's head, a straw-hatted boy's eyes gleamed with starlight as he watched the sea below, where steel monstrosities rose one after another to challenge the giant elephant. Luffy, reckless as ever, knew full well, those metal beasts were not enemies he could face, not yet. And more importantly, he knew this was Zanesha's fight. Out of respect for his towering companion, whose voice he had come to know through that mysterious exchange of consciousness, Luffy had no intention of interfering. At first, when the machines appeared, he had worried for Zanesha's safety. But now, watching the battle unfold, he realized his fears were needless. No matter how destructive the machines' weapons were, they could do little more than make the giant elephant flinch. One strike of its trunk, one stomp of its feet, and no machine lasted a moment longer. The sea became a graveyard of twisted wreckage. And among the drifting debris, a small craft bobbed between the waves. It sailed close, scavenging pieces of wreckage, prying free strange metal parts. On board, Frankie's hands trembled with excitement. He never dreamed he would live to see such legendary metal, not scraps, not fragments, but heaps of it, enough to bring his lifelong dream to life. Ha 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 ha, this is insane. Robin, aboard the same boat, smiled faintly as she watched Frankie's frenzy. You look awfully pleased, Cyborg-san. Of course I am, Robin. Do you know what this is? Frankie's grin stretched ear to ear, eyes burning with fervor. This is no ordinary junk. If I'm not mistaken, this is material from Pluton itself. At Alabasta, inside the royal mausoleum, I once read records describing it, Robin said softly, picking up a smaller fragment and studying it. And Pluton doesn't exist in just one form. I don't care whether it's Pluton or not, Frankie barked, tearing another piece free from the wreckage. All I know is this is the very same stuff my teacher left blueprints for. I never thought I'd actually see it, but here it is. His hands shook as he held up the part, eyes blazing. To me, this stuff is priceless. Boom. Wada. Damn it, Frankie, another one of those monsters just surfaced. Usopp's scream carried across from a nearby boat, where he and the others had nearly fallen overboard at the sight of yet another steel beast rising from the depths. But before the terror could even settle in, crash! Zanesha's trunk lashed out, swatting the giant machine to pieces before it could even fire a shot. The remains splashed into the sea, scattering more fragments of that mysterious gray alloy. The moment Frankie spotted them floating, his eyes nearly popped from his skull. Like a pirate who had stumbled on treasure, he shrieked and scrambled to steer his boat toward the debris. The seas were wild and merciless, and scavenging was dangerous work. At first, only Frankie and Usopp dared the task. But Robin, drawn by her archaeologist's curiosity, could not resist joining them. The machines bore too much resemblance to the legendary Pluton for her to ignore. On and on, the battle raged. Wherever Zanesha strode, more metal beasts surfaced from the deep, and with each thunderous strike, the ocean was littered with their shattered remains. By Robin's count, Zanesha had already destroyed over 20 of the steel colossi. 20. It didn't seem like much, until you remembered what these monsters represented. For legend held that Pluton was a weapon capable of annihilating an entire island with a single shot. 20 Plutons. The thought alone was enough to freeze her blood. But had Ghidorah been there to hear her musings, he would have laughed until his sides split. For it was true, Pluton could destroy islands. Enai's lobby itself was proof, reduced to ruins in a single blast. But these machines were no true Plutons. They were merely components of Pluton, fragments of the ancient weapon. Individually, they carried terrifying destructive power, enough to level nations with ease. But none of them alone could unleash the island-erasing might of the completed battleship. These were relics of a forgotten age, dredged from the seabed and reawakened by the world government through unnatural means. Half alive, half asleep, shadows of what they were meant to be. The battle raged on below, but high above the waves, something even more astonishing appeared. From the gloom of the storm clouds, a ship emerged. No, not a ship on the sea, but a silver vessel descending from the sky. A flying ship. Luffy's head snapped up instantly. That looks kind of familiar. His brow furrowed as he squinted at the strange craft. Its silver hull was inscribed with ancient markings. Unlike the usual wide-eyed wonder he showed at such things, here his expression darkened. The sight stirred something in him, a memory, a feeling he couldn't quite place. Behind him, Nami's eyes widened in shock. That ship, I've seen it before. Though its color was different now, she remembered the shape, the ability to soar through the skies. She knew that ship. And then Robin, climbing back from the sea with scavenged fragments in hand, caught sight of the ancient lettering etched along the vessel's hull. Her eyes went wide. Ebika. The name fell from her lips like a forgotten prayer. What place is that? She stared in disbelief at the two massive ancient glyphs marking the ship's prow. The word was one she had never seen before, not in any records, not in any ruins. Ebika. Her archaeologist's heart pounded. Chapter 129. The massive silver airship slowly descended above Zoo. Below, Luffy and the others stared up at it, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at their minds, but they just couldn't recall where they'd seen it before. Hadohated. As the ship drew closer to Zoo, a wild, manic laugh erupted from above. Haha, I've finally returned to this land. I will rule it once more. Your god has returned. God. Hearing those words from the sky, the crew's confusion began to clear. Their memories gradually sharpened, until suddenly, as if all at once, they realized something. Hey! Everyone's eyes went wide as they stared at the silver ship. And no way, it couldn't be, that guy. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind flashing back to a man with long earlobes, his whole body crackling with lightning. The tone of that voice, the outline of the ship, bit by bit, they overlapped perfectly with the figure from Sky Island. And the image in Luffy's mind was exactly the same as what was resurfacing in the minds of the others. Only a few, who had never met him before, remained puzzled. Do you guys know that ship? Frankie, ever the craftsman, was struck by the unique design of the vessel. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked. He's a dangerous one. Looks like trouble's on the way. Zoro and Sanji's expressions hardened as they spoke. Remembering his powers, they knew full well, among the entire crew, only Luffy had any real way of countering that terrifying devil fruit. And after all these years, who knew how much stronger he'd become? The Straw Hats tensed, standing at the ready, their eyes locked on the looming silver ship. Memories resurfaced, memories no one expected to face again in this place. And thinking back on that man's madness bordering on deranged obsession, everyone but Luffy wore grim faces. They knew, aside from their captain, none of them would come away unscathed against him. Yes, they'd grown strong enough to strike Logia users now, but against someone who moved as fast as lightning itself, that was a nightmare. What a surprise. I've only just returned from the great land of the moon, and already I run into you. Fate really is amusing, isn't it? How about it, want to join me in conquering this world? What? As everyone's focus remained fixed on the ship above, a mocking, detached voice suddenly sounded, right behind them. The crew spun around in disbelief. And there he was, the long-eared man, standing among them as if he'd been there all along. They were all stunned speechless. What was his name again? Even as everyone braced themselves for battle, Luffy broke the silence with a typically reckless question. Hearing him, the others felt a chill run down their spines. Cracked. Enel twitched, a vein bulging on his forehead, clearly irritated that Luffy had forgotten his name. Back then, his lightning powers had been useless against Luffy. Seeing his old nemesis now only stoked his fury further. And yet, strangely, there was no real hatred in his heart this time, only a simmering annoyance. Clenching his jaw, he forced out, Enel, remember it's Straw Hat. On the vast, boundless moon, he had witnessed many things, learned even more. His newfound knowledge had elevated him. Though he still carried himself with that same, godly, air, his manner was far easier than before. "Oh, Enel, welcome back." Luffy grinned wide, responding cheerfully without a trace of fear. For a moment, Enel froze. That smile, it didn't annoy him. If anything, it stirred something long forgotten, perhaps a faint longing born of too much solitude. The crew, on the other hand, nearly choked. They had been bracing for disaster, but instead, the scene unfolding before them was nothing like they expected. Enel stepped up to Luffy, raised a fist, and knocked him lightly on the head. "That damn face of yours, somehow I missed it." His proud, icy features softened into something almost warm, a smile like one worn when seeing an old comrade. "Leaving this world back then, that was my mistake. If I'd known things down here were this interesting, I'd never have gone up there." Whether speaking to himself or to them, Enel muttered these words before casually strolling over to a nearby table and helping himself to the fruit piled there. The sudden shift left the Straw Hats completely dumbfounded. "What the? Turns out he's easy to get along with. Scared me half to death. Well, not that I'm alive anyway, yo-ho-ho-ho." Brook cracked a joke, then, satisfied that no fight was breaking out, turned toward Robin with his usual flirtatious antics. The rest of the crew, however, couldn't believe their eyes. What on earth happened to this guy? If the Enel they once knew had been cold and arrogant, then this one was like a bizarre mix of arrogance, street thug charm, and chatterbox tendencies. Sitting with no care for his image, tearing into fruit like a glutton, Enel froze mid-bite when he noticed everyone staring at him. Pointing at the fruit in front of him, he stammered awkwardly. This, it's not poisoned, is it?" "Biwahaha, of course not." Luffy laughed, plopping down beside him and cramming 2 apples into his mouth at once. "Hugh, you had me worried there." Enel sighed in relief, then went right back to devouring his meal. The abrupt change was almost too much for the others to process, especially Zoro and those who had fought him before. "Chopper, is this guy mentally unstable?" Nami, standing closest to the little reindeer, whispered while keeping her wary eyes on Enel. Chopper, remembering full well what Enel used to be like, frowned deeply. He studied the man whose behavior was utterly at odds with his memories. After a long silence, he finally muttered, "This guy, he seriously messed up. It's like he's just been alone for way too long." With his powerful mantra, Enel had caught Chopper's words instantly. His hand froze mid-bite, and he turned to stare at the doctor. Chopper's heart leapt in his chest. He snapped his mouth shut, trembling. They locked eyes for several tense seconds, until Enel suddenly smirked, as if it were nothing, and simply went back to eating his fruit. Chapter 130. Enel's strange behavior left everyone, except for Luffy and those who didn't know him before, deeply uneasy. The way this guy was acting was almost beyond comprehension. But as time passed, hours slipping by without incident, the crew gradually began to let their guard down. After all, they couldn't just spend all day doing nothing but keeping watch on one man. Ever since descending from his silver ship, Enel hadn't shown the slightest intention of going back up. Instead, he allowed it to hover quietly above and started wandering casually around Zoo. "This place isn't bad at all," he remarked. "I could turn it into a new god's kingdom. What do you think?" "No way," Luffy instantly shot back. He had already heard from Zanesha about Zoo's origin and would never allow anyone to bring harm to this land. "Why not?" Enel asked, surprisingly without anger, just confusion. "This was once the home of another god," Luffy replied simply. "Zanesha wouldn't allow it, and neither will I." His tone hardened, his expression sharpening into the look of someone ready for a fight. The moment grew tense. The Straw Hats felt the air around them constrict, beads of sweat forming on their brows. If it's not allowed, it's not allowed. What's with the fighting face? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Enel just rolled his eyes, grabbed another apple, and started eating. That reaction stunned the crew more than anything else. One by one, they couldn't help staring at him intently, trying to make sense of it, until Enel shifted uncomfortably under their gazes. "What's with those looks?" "What the hell happened to you?" someone demanded. And more importantly, Nami leaned forward, eyes gleaming, "Where's all the gold?" True to form, her concern was less about Enel's sudden change of personality and more about the treasure. Enel froze mid-bite. Crunch! He sank his teeth into the apple anyway, then leaned back against a thick tree root. Without his golden drums strapped to his back, he almost looked like a normal man. Gazing up at the silver ship floating above Zoo, his eyes clouded with a heavy mixture of memory and pain. "At first I longed for the endless earth," he began. And so, Enel began recounting the tale of what had happened after leaving Skypia. After Luffy had knocked him out and the Straw Hats departed, Enel returned briefly to Apiato and repaired the damaged Ark Maxim. Once the ship was restored, he felt no attachment left to Skypia and set sail for the world he dreamed of, the endless earth. But the journey was brutal. He nearly perished in the freezing void of space. By sheer will, he survived and at last set foot on that endless land. Yet it was nothing like his dreams. The place was deathly cold, and his already frail body grew even weaker. On the brink of death, a group of tiny beings appeared. They carried him into an underground city and healed his body. At first, he was ecstatic that his dream had come true. But the endless solitude soon became unbearable, and he decided to return to the blue planet. When he went looking for his ark again, he found it dismantled, reduced to useless scraps by those tiny beings. Not even a third of it remained intact. They chattered endlessly in their strange tongue, but he couldn't understand a word. Despair set in. With no way back, Enel sank into a long period of isolation, frustration, and self-abandonment in that underground city. One day, by chance, he discovered a notebook. In it were records of the city's construction and purpose. That revelation reignited his spirit. He began studying its history and technology. Gradually, he learned to decipher their written language. Though he still couldn't understand their speech, he managed to communicate with them through gestures. From his studies, he discovered why his ark had been dismantled. Gold was a rare resource on the endless earth. Long ago, its mines had been depleted, and the people who once lived there had abandoned it. The truth hit him hard. The land he had idolized for so long was, in reality, a barren, forsaken wasteland. Still, from the ancient texts, he found a method to leave. Driven by that hope, he gathered what resources he could and began building a new ark for power. He used his own lightning, forcing himself to push his devil fruit abilities to their limits. Over countless years, he finished the ship and brought with him the little automatons who had once saved him from death. The underground city they lived in was called Bika. The name startled him. His own homeland in the sky had also been called Bika. Two places, worlds apart, yet sharing the same name, he couldn't believe it was coincidence. But his original Bika was already destroyed by his own hand. Any answers it held were lost forever. So he fixed his sights on the only other lead from that notebook, the ones who had first come to the seas below. There were two clues: Bika, now gone, and the Shandians of Jaya, descendants of another endless earth people. It dawned on him. His own ancestors may have been from that land as well. Long years of solitude had stripped him of any real desire to be God. When he said it now, it was more habit than conviction. What he truly wanted was to find someone who could understand history, someone who could tell him who he really was. Most of all, he longed to know why his people had once torn off his wings. What had he done wrong to deserve that? This guy. The crew listened in stunned silence, their jaws hung slack. This lunatic really had gone to the moon. It sounds ridiculous, even to me, Enel admitted with a shrug, but it's the truth. Their disbelief didn't bother him in the slightest. The Straw Hats, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to smack him. Are you kidding us? You went to the actual moon. But it was only frustration. They didn't act on it. What an extraordinary journey, Robin said at last, recovering her composure. She lifted her gaze toward the silver ship hovering above them, her eyes narrowing on the ancient script carved into its underside. I think I know where you'll find your answers. Where? Enel asked at once, eyes blazing with sudden excitement. Ghidorah, Robin replied. Ghidorah, Enel repeated, brow furrowed. Why? The name tugged at something in his memory, though he couldn't place it. Robin only smiled faintly. Raising a hand, she pointed toward the massive slab-like structure attached to the bottom of the ship. Its surface was covered in dense lines of ancient script. Chapter 131. When Enel saw that tablet of inscriptions, he remembered something from one of the important journals he had once read. Back when he was about to leave, worried that the contents of the notebook might be lost, he engraved its crucial records onto his ship using his powers. That was why the strange silver vessel was covered in ancient writing. That particular passage came from a diary, one that recorded the research of Bika's greatest figure, research that had actually succeeded. That project was the development of devil fruits. The fruits documented on that tablet were not ordinary. They were terrifying creations, each with the power to destroy the world. Take his own Goro Goro no Mi, for instance. Was it powerful? Yes, strong enough to overwhelm nearly anyone. But compared to the devil fruits listed on that stone tablet, even his mighty Logia ability was nothing. Because, as those ancient people had discovered from the very beginning, the path of the Logia was not the ultimate law. In time, Logias would be bound by natural limits. The most terrifying fruits were not the Logias known to the world at large, but rather the mythical Zoans and the Hito Hito no Mi line. Having learned the origin of devil fruits, Enel came to understand that he was no god at all. The ones who created the devil fruits, they were the true gods, beings far more terrifying. Recalling this, Enel couldn't help but sigh again. Where is that person? By now, Enel's interest in Ghidorah had grown deeper still. I don't know, Robin replied, shaking her head, but where we're going is connected to that creature. Her answer clearly left Enel unsatisfied. Even so, a lead was better than nothing. And since their destination overlapped with his own goal, he decided to remain on Zu. Back aboard his ship, he brought down a few of the small robots and had them arrange his temporary quarters. Though he had given up calling himself a god, some of his bad habits lingered. In certain matters, he still wouldn't lift a hand himself. SHHGAI. Watching the little robots clean rooms and repair buildings, Luffy's eyes lit up like stars. The whole Straw Hat crew stared in shock at the busy little machines. Frankie, especially, looked stunned. His eyes widened with disbelief, as if he had just found his own kind. He even joined in, working alongside the robots. As they spent time together, the crew realized to their astonishment that these little robots could speak, and even had their own thoughts. Wale wale wale. The words were incomprehensible, but through gestures and body language, they could make out the meaning. Incredible, Frankie muttered, hauling a massive stone out of a collapsed structure, glancing at the robot gesturing beside him. I'd give anything to see the place you were made. Wale wale wale. What a shame. Wale wale wale. Ha ha ha, well, if you've got no home, then of course this place is your home now. The more they interacted, the more they realized these robots longed only for peace. Time flowed on. Carried by Zanesha, the crew drew steadily closer to Wano. Meanwhile, not far from the Great Elephant's path, a black ship sailed the seas. It bore no flag, no insignia, nothing but the look of a merchant vessel. Aside from its busy sailors, two men stood on deck. One, a middle-aged man in a black kimono, the other, a young man with a black and white spotted hat. My crew, where are they? Trafalgar Law narrowed his eyes at the kimono-clad man beside him, his face hardening. They had sailed together for days, and despite all his probing, he had yet to learn anything about his missing crewmates. He could not shake the suspicion that this man had something to do with it. If that were true, then why hide the truth, even after Law had already agreed to his every demand? As long as you do one last thing for me, I'll tell you where they are, the man in the kimono said, his voice calm as he stared toward the sea ahead. Rest assured, they're safe. Nothing will happen to them before my death. But as he spoke, his eyes sharpened. As though sensing something, he suddenly turned and gazed into the waters behind them. Law frowned and followed his glance. Behind them stretched a sky darkened with clouds, a sea veiled in thin mist. His eyes found nothing but haze. He scowled. The man in the kimono smirked faintly, as though half explaining, half muttering to himself. What a troublesome creature. 1,000 years and still so unruly. Faster, he ordered sharply. Make for Wano at once. Law didn't know what the man had noticed, but at his command, the sailors sprang into action, working frantically to drive the vessel ahead. The black-hulled ship cut through the waves with sudden urgency. Feeling its speed, Law had a strange impression. It was as though the ship were fleeing. As though, within that fog behind them, something dreadful was in pursuit. He told himself the thought was absurd, but deep down, an unease gripped him too. The mist hung thick, blinding all sight, but if it were to clear and one could look down from the skies above, they would see the truth. Across that vast sea, countless warships were sailing, each and every prow aimed toward Wano. Not far from Law's vessel, another ship, dragon-prowed, cut through the waves. On its deck lounged a group of pirates, casual and relaxed. Toward the stern, a group of young people and a white bear sat quietly. No chains bound them, no guards surrounded them, they simply sat. If Law had been there, he would have recognized them instantly, his missing crew. "Boss, why are we suddenly heading to that place?" A fat man gnawing on a chicken leg asked the red-haired man at their head, puzzlement written across his broad face. The red-haired man did not answer at once. His eyes, sharp and filled with heavy concern, gazed into the distance. At last he spoke. "A great upheaval is coming. No one will escape it. Maybe our strength alone can't change anything, but I know this much. The time has come to fulfill the promise we once made to our captain." As though sensing something, his eyes swept the sea around them, his unease only deepening. "I can already feel the presence of danger. Tell everyone to be on guard." Chapter 132. The turbulent seas were shrouded in a thin mist. Ships sailed through it, unable to make out their surroundings. Trapped in the fog, one could feel as though their vessel were the only lonely ship adrift on the ocean. Boom! Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the sound of repeated cannon fire erupted. Everyone aboard the pirate ship was startled. Before they could even figure out what was happening, a barrage of black cannonballs came whistling out of the mist, smashing toward their vessel. "All hands prepare for battle." The red-haired man, who had been standing calmly before, now bellowed. The moment his voice fell, the crew reacted without hesitation. This was no ordinary crew, they were the red-haired pirates, and Shanks had built them on quality over numbers. Every single one of them was formidable. Facing the incoming cannon fire, not a single man panicked. They coordinated flawlessly to intercept the shells while their ship quickly adjusted course, steering toward the source of the attack. Breaking through the waves and pushing aside layers of fog, a massive warship soon emerged into view. "That's..." Their eyes locked onto the insignia emblazoned across the distant sails, and everyone was shocked. A world government ship. Yes, the attackers weren't pirates, nor even marines, but warships of the world government itself. Normally, the government left matters at sea to the Navy. They rarely committed their own fleets, yet here they were. It didn't matter why. Since the enemy had opened fire first, there was no need to hold back. Shanks had ties with the 5 elders in the past, ties steeped in mystery, but those days were gone. The current rulers of the government were no longer the people he once knew. And so there was no face to preserve, no restraint to be shown. Though I've always preferred peace, it seems such ideals are little more than a joke now. Men. Kill. Before Shanks could finish, his crew raised their weapons with wild grins, shouting in unison. In the next instant, they leapt onto the approaching government warship. The red-haired crew were hand-picked elites. Each one could dominate the first half of the Grand Line, and many were feared even in the New World. The world government ship, however, carried no admiral, no great hero of justice. Its highest combatant was only someone on par with a mid-ranking marine. Against Shanks' crew, they were utterly powerless. The battle was over in mere minutes, a one-sided massacre. Shanks strode across the deck, his expression dark. "Why is the world government here? And tell me, how did you know our position through the fog when you couldn't even see us?" His eyes bore into the captured commander. The fact that government ships were present here was troubling enough, but what unsettled him most was how they had been found so precisely. The captured man spat in defiance, his voice dripping with venom. HMPH, you filth, dreaming of toppling the world order. Sooner or later, someone will bury you where you stand. Bang! Before he could continue, a heavy boot crashed into his side. A fat pirate scowled at him. Our captain asked you a question. No one said you could spew garbage. The man coughed blood, glaring with eyes full of venom, as if he would devour them alive. I know where you're headed, to Wano. Go on then, that land will be everyone's grave, ha 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 ha. He had no noble spirit of martyrdom, only wild, mocking laughter, laughter filled with scorn. No matter how they beat him, he only laughed louder. Until at last, his laughter pushed them too far, and with another kick, the fat pirate sent him tumbling into the sea. But as his body hit the waves, it was as though a signal had been given. The mist around them erupted with distant booms, explosions echoing on all sides. Shank's observation Haki spread outward at once, pushed to its very limits. His expression twisted into shock. Damn it, who can tell me what the hell is going on here? All this time, he had thought only his own forces were heading toward Wano. But now, his Haki revealed the truth. Dozens of ships were scattered all around them. On board those ships were warriors, some weak, some powerful. Among them, he sensed familiar presences, terrifyingly strong presences. Urgency rising within him, he ordered his crew to steer closer. Ghidorah. So it's just as that brat Sabo said, the world government can't sit still any longer. From within the fog, a colossal ship loomed. On its deck, Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, swigging from his jug of sake. Oyaji, I just finished scouting, Marco reported, descending from the sky with his usual dead-eyed look. Besides our own ships, there are 4 government warships nearby. Their fighters aren't too impressive, though. He paused, then added, on my way back, I spotted Red Hair. He's heading straight for us. Ghidorah, so that brat Shanks couldn't sit idle either, eh? Let him come. If he wishes it, then so be it. Whitebeard roared with laughter again, but then his gaze turned distant, remembering a conversation long ago. One only he and Roger had shared. A secret about the boy's true identity. The world knew Shanks as an apprentice on Roger's ship. Few knew that from the moment he was born, he had been aboard Roger's vessel. Even now, there were likely fewer than 5 people alive who knew who Shanks really was. Father, a warship's approaching, but it's not attacking. Marco shot back into the air, his sharp eyes narrowing as another vessel emerged from the fog. It's the Navy. Among all the government warships swarming the seas, here was a marine ship. A strange sight indeed. Stranger still, it raised signal flags requesting an audience with Whitebeard. Since when had the Marines been so polite? Let them approach. Father, they're still Marines, we. Ghidorah, what's there to fear? This old man is still the world's mighty. He caught himself. Once, he would have declared himself the world's strongest man without hesitation. Now, though, he knew his age and health had taken their toll. Even so, Whitebeard was undaunted. Whether or not he was still the strongest, he remained Whitebeard, bold, fearless, unshaken. What a formidable man! A deep voice rang out. A tall figure stepped aboard, clad in a purple kimono, eyes clouded with blindness. Admiral Fujitora stood firm on Whitebeard's deck, his unseeing gaze fixed on the Yonko. In his heart, he was shaken. This was a pirate, and yet before him stood not a criminal, but a great man, a hero in his own right. Why would such a man choose the path of piracy? It was a question he could not fathom. Whitebeard, however, greeted him with a knowing smile. So it's you, the new admiral, Fujitora, isn't it? Ghidorah, tell me then, what business brings you so boldly onto my ship? You must know the world government dogs are watching. Chapter 133. What a terrifyingly powerful man. The world had long proclaimed Whitebeard as the strongest man alive. Fujitora had heard the stories many times. But hearing was nothing compared to seeing. The instant he stood before him, Fujitora realized those rumors were far from the truth. This man was not merely strong. In his perception, the old giant seated before him was like an immovable mountain, utterly insurmountable. Overwhelming didn't even begin to describe it. Whitebeard, for his part, was equally surprised. That the Marines had sunk so low as to elevate a blind man to the rank of admiral. It seemed almost absurd. "Whitebeard," Fujitora said respectfully, inclining his head, "please forgive the discourtesy of my sudden visit." Thinking of his orders, Fujitora's voice carried a tinge of resignation as he continued. "Fleet Admiral Kizaru has commanded me to prevent open conflict between you and the world government. As for your ultimate destination, we will not interfere, but he asks that you cease needless slaughter along the way." "Gururara," Whitebeard laughed thunderously, peering at the blind man before him. "So the Marines want to stop me." He truly could not fathom what that sly bastard Kizaru was up to. If they weren't going to obstruct his voyage, then why meddle in what he did along the way? "We have no intention of standing in your path," Fujitora replied evenly. "We only ask that you do not make your presence too loud, too brazen." "Brazen? Old man, do you know who stands before you?" Whitebeard grinned broadly. "I am Edward Newgate Whitebeard. I've never had the luxury of moving quietly." "I have said what I came to say," Fujitora answered calmly. "The fleet admiral's only command was to ensure you don't cause unnecessary trouble en route." With that, he sank cross-legged onto the deck, his sheathed blade resting across his knees, resolute, as if ready to hold his ground against Whitebeard himself. Whitebeard's brow furrowed, anger rising faintly in his eyes. As a central pillar of the Ghidorah alliance, he had already heard whispers of Kizaru's designs. Yet even so, he didn't move to strike, only narrowed his eyes, glaring sharply at the admiral before him. Beneath that piercing gaze, Fujitora felt immense pressure, though he betrayed nothing. He remained silent, immovable. The air aboard the Moby Dick grew heavy, oppressive. The crew shifted uneasily under the crushing tension. Then, boom! A violent explosion erupted beside the Moby Dick, seawater exploding skyward. From the depths, a colossal shape surged upward. What the hell is that?" "Sea King." "No, it's metal. Sea Kings aren't made of iron." The gray, gleaming surface crushed that thought instantly. What rose was no living beast, but a titanic, steel leviathan. Its massive head swung toward the Moby Dick. From its gaping maw, a monstrous cannon extended, glowing as it charged. Hummums. Energy gathered with a shrill vibration, the air itself trembling. "Damn it," Whitebeard growled, gripping his chair and moving to rise. But someone else moved faster. Still seated moments before, Fujitora now rose in a single motion, both hands tightening around the hilt of his sheathed sword. Shing! The blade slid free of its scabbard with a drawn-out cry, like the roar of a dragon. The air itself seemed to answer. What a terrifying blind man! Whitebeard's instincts flared, he tilted his head skyward, sensing what was about to come. VMM, VMM, VMM. The sound grew louder, like the friction of the heavens themselves. Shadows swept over the deck. The pirates looked up. "Nanny. A meteorite." Their eyes went wide in disbelief as an enormous flaming rock blazed across the sky, crashing down with apocalyptic force. All heads turned toward the blind admiral standing on their deck. This was his power. The meteor screamed downward, dragging a trail of fire. Too strong. Impossible, who can call down meteors from the heavens? The sheer spectacle left the Whitebeard pirates shaken to their core. None had ever dreamed that such a power could exist. "Gravity," Whitebeard muttered, his face solemn. As a seasoned warrior, he had seen enough to recognize it. The gravity fruit, a terrifying ability. Its destructive potential could not be underestimated. That this newly appointed admiral wielded such power, it was shocking. Fujitora gave a faint glance toward Whitebeard, but said nothing. KRASHHH. The meteor struck true, smashing into the steel leviathan and engulfing it in fire. No roar escaped the creature, only a tortured metallic screech as it shattered beneath the impact, sinking back into the sea alongside the blazing stone. A tidal wave dozens of meters high surged outward, bearing down on the Moby Dick like a mountain of water. Without hesitation, Fujitora slashed his sword in a single, horizontal arc. SHING. Kenjutsu. The slash flew invisible force, cutting through the towering wave. BOOM. The wall of water collapsed, shattered as though dragged apart by unseen hands, dispersing before it could strike. Though the sea still roiled, the mortal danger was gone. Every eye aboard the Moby Dick turned once more to the blind man, who had already resheathed his sword and sat back down, calm as ever. So strong. No one could find any other words. Ghidorah, admirals truly are worthy of the name, Whitebeard laughed, settling back into his seat. Bring sake, pour for Admiral Fujitora. At once, his men fetched casks of treasured liquor, setting them before the admiral. Ghidorah, try Whitebeard's brew, the old titan roared cheerfully. At first, I couldn't fathom what Kizaru was plotting, but now, I think I see. Fujitora raised the cup, drinking quietly. At Whitebeard's words, he lifted his pale eyes to meet him. Oh, so you've divined the fleet admiral's intent. Truthfully, even Fujitora himself had not fully understood Kizaru's reasoning, yet this man claimed to. If I'm not mistaken, Whitebeard said, his grin wide beneath his mustache, those things are swarming beneath us right now. Kizaru's order wasn't about sparing lives, he just didn't want us drawing too much attention. He appended his massive sake gourd, laughing heartily. Fujitora froze, his body trembling. Could it be? Was the Navy preparing to sever ties completely with the world government? Chapter 134. The Navy had broken with the world government. Or, more precisely, the Navy had betrayed the world government. It was the kind of thing few would believe. In fact, most would never believe it at all. But for veterans like Chatten and Momousagi, they had long known this day would eventually come. Even back in Sengoku's time as fleet admiral, there had already been faint signs of it. Back then, Sengoku simply kept things from escalating. But now, with Kizaru holding the title of fleet admiral, a man who never truly pledged himself to the world government, secession was only a matter of time. And though those old vice admirals could sense the shift, they said nothing. In fact, they quietly accepted it. In recent years, everything the world government had done had utterly crushed their hopes. There was no future to be seen. The justice they preached was nothing more than the false righteousness upheld by those filthy celestial dragons. If that was the justice they were meant to serve, then they would rather follow Kizaru and break away. Better to let the Navy stand as its own power, separate from the world government. What they did not know, however, was that Kizaru had already, secretly, folded the Navy under Ghidorah's banner. But then again, even if they knew, they likely wouldn't object. After all, in today's world, only two forces truly stood at the top. To leave one side meant you could never stand alone. In that sense, joining Ghidorah's camp might not be such a bad thing. As Zanesha marched forward, it drew nearer to the seas where everyone had gathered. From beneath the waves, mechanical monstrosities continued to rise and strike. Zanesha's legs were already scarred and torn from endless attacks. And yet, even in pain, the great elephant endured as though something in the waters ahead was calling to it. Luffy and the others, deeply moved by the giant's determination, fought to fend off as many attackers as they could. But against such colossal, merciless machines, they quickly became exhausted, their bodies battered and bruised. Watching silently all this time, Enel finally stirred. Whether from conscience or pride, none could say, but he began to unleash his rumble powers to aid Zanesha. Since his defeat at Luffy's hands years ago, Enel had discovered a terrifying new application of his lightning: electromagnetism. And against mechanical monsters, his power was a natural counter. Each time his electromagnetic waves struck, the beasts would seize up, paralyzed, leaving them helpless before Zanesha's crushing blows. Oi, Enel, how about joining my crew? Luffy, panting like a half-dead dog, looked at him seriously and asked, I am a god. Why would a god lower himself to run with mortals like you? Enel scoffed, smugly eyeing the rubber boy sprawled on the ground. God, my ass. If you don't want to team up, then why are you still hanging around Zoo? Everyone shot him looks of disdain. After spending this much time together, they realized he wasn't quite the same as before. At the very least, he no longer killed people at a whim. Maybe the guy had recovered a little in the past 2 years. Heh, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Don't tell me you've got no interest in the sea at all. Luffy, still grinning, kept pressing. That smile caught Enel off guard. For a moment, he froze, memories flashing of his childhood on Burka. Life hadn't been easy, but it had been full. Everything changed when he gained his devil fruit. From that moment on, he seemed to despise the world itself. Looking back now, his old thinking felt laughable. And after seeing the true brilliance of Bika's ancient technology, a new desire had taken root. He wanted to uncover everything, to see the glory of his people's prime. No, this god doesn't need you lot. You'd only slow me down. He shook his head firmly. In truth, though he rejected their offer, he did not dislike them. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be lingering on Zoo. Luffy, seeing that stubborn pride, didn't push further. He just leaned back with that usual dumb smile, staring up at the sky. Huh? Something massive was flying toward them. Uea, what the heck is that? The half-dead Luffy bolted upright, pointing in panic at the approaching shadow in the heavens. The others followed his gaze instinctively. A crimson giant bird, trailing black smoke flames, tore through the skies toward Zoo. Zanesha seemed to sense it too, lifting its colossal trunk, trumpeting with excitement. FOHHH. Damn beast, shut your mouth, or I'll tell Ghidorah and have him silence you for good. A harsh, mocking voice cut through the air, carried on the bird's descent. What the hell is that thing? Even Enel, the astronaut who had just returned from the moon, was left bug-eyed, jaw dropped at the sight. Rodden, the Sky Lord Rodden. Zoro gripped his swords, his voice low and grim. What, that's the legendary Rodden fruit. Enel's eyes darted back to his own ship, to the inscriptions carved beneath it. The third of the ancient devil fruits described there, the Zoan, ancient model, Rodden form. The oppressive aura was suffocating. Even the arrogant Enel knew his lightning would be useless against that thing. No one moved. Against such a monster, even the idea of resistance felt impossible. And then, Straw Hat Brat, catch your old man. The cold, cruel voice came from above. The giant bird swooped overhead, dropping a dark figure from its claws. What the hell's? Luffy blinked, completely lost, as the shadow plummeted straight toward him. GYAH. With a startled yelp, he leapt aside at the last instant. Boom! The figure smashed into the ground before him, throwing up clouds of dirt and dust. When it cleared, the crew crowded around the fallen man, his body battered and broken. Who is this? Luffy frowned, staring at the stranger's bloodied face. That looks like... Wait a second, that's your father. Nami's eyes widened in shock. She had seen the revolutionary's face in the papers before. She turned to Luffy, disbelief written all over her. Seriously, you didn't even catch your own dad. AOHH. The others gaped, horrified, as realization struck. Don't tell me, you just let your father get smashed to death. Wait, what? That's really my dad. Wide-eyed, stumbling back in terror, Luffy finally understood who lay at his feet. Chapter 135. Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, and user of the mythical Zoan, Thunderbird fruit. He never expected he would be defeated so utterly. Against those monsters, he couldn't even fight back. In a daze, he felt like his entire body had been shattered. Forcing his eyes open, he realized he was lying on a massive stone slab, surrounded by strange, talking animals. The moment he opened his eyes, their expressions lit up in relief. Then a large lion, puffing on a tobacco pouch with complete nonchalance, spoke. Ha, you're finally awake. Hearing an animal speak human words startled Dragon at first, but as someone with access to intelligence rivaling the Navy, he quickly pieced it together. His eyes widened in realization as he looked at the lion. This is Zoo. In all the seas, there was only one place where numerous animals spoke the human tongue, the legendary nation on the back of the great elephant, Zoo. During his time flying over the New World, he had once tried to find Zanesha, but perhaps fate wasn't with him. He never succeeded, and now somehow, after collapsing into unconsciousness, he had been brought here. So you know of Zoo, huh? Yeah, this is Zoo. Yesterday, a giant bird dropped you down here. Your son didn't catch you. Later, they patched you up, so for now, you've been entrusted to our tribe. The lion puffed at his pouch again, speaking as though it were no big deal. Luffy, you really are a filial son, aren't you? Hearing that, Dragon's face twitched. He didn't need to think twice to know that bastard Rodden, the Sky Lord, had been the one to drop him, and the one who failed to catch him was none other than his own son, Luffy. Truly, a father's curse. TSS. Dragon tried to sit up, but pain shot through him. His body wouldn't move at all. Don't bother trying. You've got 9 broken ribs, a fracture in your left leg, a broken right arm, dislocated right shoulder. Why is it all bones? As the lion listed his injuries, Dragon's face darkened. Sure, he'd taken damage fighting those giants, but it shouldn't have left him this broken. Now he was practically a cripple. Luffy, you really screwed your father over this time. Ah, so you're awake. That carefree, thoughtless voice, Dragon didn't even need to look. He knew immediately it was his unfilial son. Sure enough, a moment later, that smiling face under a straw hat appeared before him. The two locked eyes in silence for a long beat. And then Luffy, with all seriousness, spoke words that nearly made Dragon explode with rage. It doesn't really look like him. Oi Zoro, does he look like my dad to you? Bastard. Furious, Dragon's face flushed red, his eyes blazing. You brat, what kind of way is that to speak to your father? What the hell did that old man teach you? Luffy tilted his head, thinking hard, before replying casually. Actually, Gramps never raised me. I grew up with Dadden. Arg, that damned old man. Dragon clenched his teeth, exasperated. But then he thought of his own upbringing, barely weaned before Garp dragged him onto a warship, tossing him straight into battlefields. If not for sheer luck, his grave would have been covered in grass long ago. The others, overhearing this father-son exchange, could only stare, dumbfounded, their imaginations filled in the blanks of such unique family education. What kind of household produces these 3? One a Navy hero. One the most dangerous revolutionary alive. And one who loudly declares he'll be Pirate King. Seriously, if the Pirate King wasn't a man, what then? Would you call yourself Pirate Queen? No, wait, that mental image makes me shiver. Hey, so who's my mom? Luffy asked suddenly, as if it were the most casual question in the world. Despite standing before his father, he felt nothing. He didn't even know what having a father was supposed to feel like. But still, he was curious. If his dad was such a big deal, surely his mom must be important too. Dragon froze. He clearly hadn't expected that question. His expression twisted like someone suffering constipation. After a long, painful silence, he finally muttered. Your mother, forget it. For you, it's too soon to know. What the hell kind of answer was that? It wasn't just Luffy who was disappointed. Everyone around, ears perked and waiting, groaned at the letdown. I bet your mom's a woman, Enel suddenly piped up with a thoughtful nod. The sheer idiocy of the statement nearly made Dragon spring to his feet despite his injuries. He had to force himself to calm down, reminding himself not to let it get to him. But deep down, the mention of Luffy's mother cut deep. That was a wound in his heart that would never fully heal. Where are you all headed? Dragon asked abruptly, eager to change the subject. The elephant's taking us to Wano, Luffy answered cheerfully. And what? Dragon jerked upright in shock, only to cough blood and collapse back down again. That country is no place for you. Nope, I've got my reasons. Even if you're my dad, you can't stop me. So the kid doesn't listen anymore, huh? Dragon sighed inwardly. His son was grown now. But Wano, he knew all too well what awaited there. Even he had barely escaped with his life after his own venture into that land. Suddenly, his mind flashed back to something Ghidorah had once told him. Dragon, your son is the child of destiny in this world, and the fruit he carries is far more terrifying than you realize. Back then, Dragon had scoffed. A gum-gum fruit, what could be so special about that? But Ghidorah's words lingered. A mere joke of a fruit? Just wait until it awakens. When it does, the world itself will shine with brilliance. Dragon hadn't understood it then. But if even that monster respected the fruit, then clearly it wasn't ordinary. So he began quietly collecting information about Luffy's devil fruit. And the deeper he dug, the stranger it became. Records were inconsistent, altered, or missing entirely. In fact, it seemed as though the gum-gum fruit had never even existed. No records of anyone awakening it, no evidence it had ever appeared in history at all. Instead, what he found was that this so-called ordinary fruit had once been the subject of intense surveillance by CP agents. They had even guarded and transported it with unusual caution. A mere paramecia like gum-gum, treated like a national secret. No, there was something hidden here, something big. Dragon clenched his fists. There was no way this was just coincidence. Chapter 136. All right then, since I can't move anyway, I'll go with you all to Wano. Having thought everything through, Dragon made his decision without hesitation. Rather than letting his son go off to die, it would be better to shoulder at least some responsibility as a father. After all, when Luffy was born, he had just tossed him into Fuchsia village and ran away. Thinking back on it now, he really was a lousy father. But then again, when he thought about his own father, Garp, wasn't he just as much of a bastard? What kind of man takes a child still on mother's milk and drags him onto the battlefield? Looked at that way, maybe it really was hereditary. Suit yourself. Luffy didn't really care that Dragon wanted to accompany them to Wano, though that slightly disdainful look in his eyes was enough to make someone feel a little annoyed. Peaceful times always pass quickly. That very day, Zanesha entered a new sea. As they moved into the misty waters, numerous ships began to appear all around. On the massive fleet of ships flew a jumble of flags: pirates, National Guard fleets, and even some merchant ships flying black banners without any insignia. Realizing what was happening, Dragon immediately took out a den mushi and contacted Sabo. Through the call, he learned that the world government intended to ambush Ghidorah in Wano, and were even prepared to deploy every component of Pluton, assembling the warship in full. Dragon had already witnessed the terror of Pluton's components. In terms of sheer combat strength, he himself was no match for the assembled Pluton, though sometimes when facing its scattered parts, he could encounter opponents more evenly matched. But he didn't know how many such components there were, and the thought of it filled him with unease for Ghidorah's sake. With the appearance of so many ships, it was inevitable that world government warships would show up as well. Learning that Dragon was on Zanesha's back, the United Army was targeted immediately. The world government had no intention of holding back. Just like the hard-headed Jack, even faced with the terror of Zanesha, they still chose to fire their cannons. And the result, of course, was ships smashed and men drowned. The world government's warships acted like suicidal terrorist trucks, charging fearlessly at Zanesha, desperate to bring the colossal beast down. If Zanesha were to fall, then in the coming war the advantage would shift to them. Boom! But just as one warship tried to draw near, a massive tentacle shot up from the sea. The slick appendage instantly coiled around the vessel, and with a tremendous squeeze, the ship was crushed into splinters. In the next instant, before the other warships could close in, one by one enormous octopus tentacles, hundreds of meters long, rose from the deep, lashing out at the surrounding fleet. The world government had 100 allied nations. Subtracting those who had withdrawn recently, about 70 remained. These allied kingdoms, in the current pirate era, were all considered powerful nations. Their military forces were formidable, and many also wielded significant influence in the black markets behind the scenes. 70 allied nations gathered together, such a terrifying coalition that even the world government itself would struggle to withstand. And yet today, under the world government's orders, this entire coalition fleet had sailed into these waters. The sea, already crowded with vessels, grew even more choked as countless warships appeared from both flanks. Though diverse in design, all of them flew the same banner, the insignia of the world government's allied nations. Receiving this intelligence, Dragon's expression darkened. He had not expected the world government to move so hastily. Or rather, he had not expected them to act with such ruthless resolve. Even if the entire alliance of the Joy Kingdom stood together, they were no match for half the number of allied nations. This war was not looking favorable. Boom, boom. Thunderous cannon fire roared out like the sounding of a charge. With that, the battle inexplicably began. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Dragon was growing anxious, a chorus of furious roars rang out again. Hearing it, everyone was struck with shock. Standing atop Zanesh's back and gazing down below, they saw, around the scattered specks of ships, one after another colossal monster surging up from the depths. Some were 100 meters long, others spanned a full 1,000. What the hell are those? Even the ever-arrogant Enel, who thought of himself as a god, froze upon witnessing the monstrous creatures. He had never imagined such titanic beings could exist in the world. Even with his lightning powers, he doubted he could do anything against them. Sea Kings. And not just Sea Kings, deep-sea kings. Supported by several mink tribesmen, Dragon's eyes flashed with disbelief as he watched the beasts erupt from the waves. If he wasn't mistaken, those Sea Kings were fighting on their side. But who? Who in the world could command the Sea Kings? Then suddenly, he remembered a rumor he had heard not long ago, that the Sea King had already joined their ranks. Could it be that these Sea Kings were being controlled by that so-called Sea King? If so, then just what kind of terrifying existence was this Sea King? Shirahoshi. At that moment, the usually scatterbrained Luffy suddenly had a flash of insight, recalling the adorable girl he had once met in the Ryugu Kingdom. Back then, when she cried, hadn't it triggered the rampage of the Sea Kings? Realizing this, Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. That such a sweet and gentle girl could command these titanic Sea Kings, it was almost too terrifying to believe. Shirahoshi, you mean Neptune's? The Revolutionary Army already had intel on her. Having read those files, Dragon's eyes widened at Luffy's words. Yeah, the Princess of Fishman Island, Luffy nodded. Hearing the confirmation from Luffy's own mouth, Dragon could no longer remain calm. With these Sea Kings on their side, their alliance had gained an immeasurable advantage. While everyone was still reeling from shock, the Sea Kings surged across the waters, clashing with the fleets. Tiny warships stood no chance before mountain-sized monsters. Within minutes, countless vessels were shattered, sending sailors screaming into the depths. The battle raged on, but no one noticed the shadows gathering in the deep, slowly approaching the Sea Kings. Just as the fight seemed to tilt in their favor, the shadows burst from below, lunging at the Leviathans. They were a swarm of grotesque, steel-forged monstrosities, some encrusted with thick green seaweed. Even from a glance, it was clear these mechanical beasts had been lurking in the abyss for centuries. Their bodies bristled with blade-like limbs, tearing effortlessly into the Sea King's tough hides. As their flesh split open, torrents of blood gushed out like waterfalls, staining the entire sea crimson. On the blood-red waters, the battle only grew fiercer. Perhaps the stench of blood drove the Sea Kings into further madness, and the ocean churned violently under their frenzy. Nearby ships were caught in the chaos, smashed apart in an instant, their crews screaming as they were dragged into the depths. Chapter 137. War and tomorrow, you never know which will come first. And yet, neither of them can ever be stopped. Just like what was happening before their eyes. No one had expected war to break out so suddenly, so inexplicably. Father, mechanical beasts keep pouring out of the deep-sea trench. They've already torn open the Fishman flank. The Crown Prince of Fishman Island, Megalo, swam up to Neptune, his face grim. Only a few hours earlier, the centuries-old Fishman Island, under a single order from Neptune, had mobilized all its forces into the New World. For a people who hadn't experienced war in hundreds of years, this was far from a good omen. And yet, every soldier had been overflowing with excitement. But that excitement did not last long. The undersea world soon descended into chaos. Just as they were about to catch up with the ships they had been ordered to escort, countless seaweed-covered monstrosities erupted from the depths of the trench. Grotesque in form, each one ferocious beyond imagination. Even the Ryugu Palace's elite fishman troops, born with natural advantages in the sea, could not escape being torn apart in an instant. Megalo, ambushed, quickly rallied his forces to counterattack. But to his shock, those terrifying monsters were every bit as capable as fishman warriors. The army Megalo led collapsed almost immediately. In that moment, they had been made to taste both the cruelty of war and the true weakness of Fishman Island. With no other choice, Megalo had come to Neptune for aid. This is the tragedy of Fishman Island, and the very thing I feared most. Neptune, however, was not surprised. Hearing of the army's losses, he showed no outward reaction. Rather than worry, he was already thinking about the future of Fishman Island. Ever since his discussion with Ghidorah, he had come to realize Fishman Island's greatest flaw. At the root of everything was a single word: weak. Far too weak. And so this time, Neptune had decided. No matter the cost in blood, he would make his people recognize their own weakness. He would even use this very battle to ignite their fighting spirit. The method might be harsh, but it was not impossible. Ghidorah said it himself. If the fishmen wish to survive in this world, if they don't want to be erased from history entirely, then they must. At first, I didn't agree with him, but Megalo, you saw it yourself. These so-called elite warriors of ours. Neptune's gaze turned toward the flank of the battlefield, his expression unbearably grim. Though his heart bled, he forced himself to endure. Just as Ghidorah had said, if Fishman Island wished to stand without anyone's protection, they would have to grow strong on their own. In this world of 80% ocean, the fishmen had been given a natural advantage. But if they could not use that advantage, then it was nothing more than a hollow trait. But Megalo's face twisted with conflict. Father, those are our elite troops. Elites? What use are elites? In the sea, the fishmen should be kings. And yet, look at them now, look at what they're doing. Gentle-hearted though he was, Neptune clenched his teeth in fury as he watched his warriors break and scatter. His heart was torn between grief and rage. Before they left Fishman Island, even he had believed that his army was invincible beneath the waves. And yet, only hours after leaving, at the very first battle, they were utterly routed. And this was only the beginning of the war. If they broke down so easily now, then what? Neptune dared not imagine what would come next. Help, somebody save me. What are these things? Run! On the battlefield, the defeated fishmen cried out in despair, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre creatures. Never had they imagined that beyond Fishman Island, outside of humans, there could exist such terrifying beings. Against these monstrosities, the fishman forces crumbled swiftly. The undersea currents churned red with their blood. The fishmen, who had marched out so full of pride and zeal, now knew nothing but fear and despair. Fishman karate's secret technique, Onigawara true fist. Just as all hope seemed lost, a current mixed with blood surged upward from the seafloor. A violent tide, like a meat grinder, tore a spider-like steel monster to shreds in an instant. Boom! A fiery blast erupted beneath the sea, the force pushing the water aside and forming a vast, vacuum bubble. And from within that massive bubble, rising toward the surface, stepped forth a blue-skinned fishman clad in a kimono. Jinba. It's Jinba. Boss Jinba's here. At the sight of him, the fleeing fishman army froze in place. In their eyes, once filled with despair, now shone the light of deliverance. Look at you all. Do you still dare call yourselves warriors of Fishman Island? But upon hearing Jin's words, their gazes fell once more. A deep shame welled up in their hearts. The proud, arrogant fishman warriors were pierced through by the sharp edge of his rebuke. He was right. Like this, could they still be called warriors of Fishman Island? Before the enemy, not only had they been powerless to fight back, they had behaved like nothing more than deserters. They had brought disgrace upon the fishmen. Do you have any idea what King Neptune has sacrificed for this chance? He has staked the very future of the fishmen on this battle. And this is how you repay his faith in you. Is this the fate you want for our people, to live forever under the shelter of others? Jin's stern voice thundered across the ranks of fallen soldiers. Each word, brimming with fury and conviction, struck their hearts like a hammer. But before he could finish, another pack of monsters rushed at them. Several spider-like abominations swarmed forward, and without hesitation, Jin charged ahead to shield his comrades, his fists unleashing a torrent of fishman karate. A roaring current surged forth like a dragon, slamming into the creatures. Jin was strong, but even for him, fending off such a horde was overwhelming. No matter how great one man's power, he was still only one man. And even Jin felt the weight of despair press upon him, until, from behind him, came a thunderous roar. It was the voices of the fishman soldiers, no longer broken, but burning with renewed fury. Those same warriors who had been fleeing in terror moments, before now raised their spears and charged. Boss Jinb is right. From this day forward, Fishman Island needs no one's protection. All fishmen, fight with me. Even if we die, we will not turn back. One of the army's captains raised his spear high, shouting from the depths of his soul. As the morale of the fishman warriors surged like the tide, Jim's eyes softened with pride. Unconsciously, he turned his gaze toward Neptune. The turning point of Fishman Island's destiny. I only hope your choice was the right one, Your Majesty. Chapter 138. Even with Jin's arrival bolstering their spirits, the Fishman army could not withstand the endless tide of monsters. Soon they were once again overwhelmed. One after another, fishmen were slaughtered by the creatures, and the stench of fear spread through the ranks once more. Roar, roar. Just as despair and terror consumed them, a thunderous bellow rumbled through the deep, reverberating like a sound wave across the ocean floor. From the pitch-black trench, colossal figures surged forth, towering beasts and abyssal monsters tearing their way up from the depths. The Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are here, save us. So, this is war. The morale of the fishman soldiers, already brittle, collapsed entirely at the sight of those massive, ferocious sea kings and other deep-sea beasts. Any last thought of resistance drained away. They could only stare, eyes wide, as the monsters drew closer and closer. But then, at the very instant when the Sea Kings seemed about to crash into their ranks, an unbelievable sight unfolded before them. The mountain-sized Sea Kings swerved past the fishman army, hurling themselves instead at the algae-covered mechanical beasts. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-tall metal monsters, once insurmountable foes, were ripped apart like toys before the even greater might of the Sea Kings. They're helping us, the Sea Kings are helping us. The warriors of the Fishman Kingdom stood frozen, utterly dumbstruck. Never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined such a thing. Though they all lived within the same seas, the Fishmen and Sea Kings had never shared any bond, at least none recorded in their history. It was simply beyond belief. Everyone, leave this to them, we must move forward at once. Amid their shock, a soft, delicate voice reached their ears. They turned, and there, riding a great shark, appeared a breathtakingly beautiful mermaid maiden. Behind her followed even more Sea Kings. Princess Shirahoshi. At the sight of their princess, radiant as a star against the darkness of the sea, the fishmen felt their very blood ignite with a mysterious power. It's Princess Shirahoshi. She's brought the Sea Kings to our aid. The cry rang out like a trumpet call. In an instant, the suffocating despair was blown away, replaced by an overwhelming surge of joy and resolve. The Fishman army, their spirits reignited, roared like men possessed, surging back into the fray with wild, unshakable fury. With the Sea Kings fighting at their side, the monstrous machines were utterly outmatched, their pressure upon the fishmen all but erased. The ocean boiled with the clash of titans. Shirahoshi. Watching his daughter approach, Neptune's eyes welled with tears. When he had led the Fishman army to war, he had prepared for the worst. For that reason, he had refused to let Shirahoshi come. And yet, the girl had come anyway, arriving at the most critical moment to save countless of their warriors. Father, I am a daughter of Fishman Island. More than that, I am the princess of our kingdom. I cannot stand by and watch you all die. Even if I am afraid, I will still fight in this war. I must contribute to Fishman Island. At her father's side, Shirahoshi's delicate face was set with uncharacteristic resolve. Though fear still glimmered in her eyes, there was not the slightest trace of retreat. You. Neptune and Megalo both faltered, words dying in their throats. If it were possible, they would never have wanted this kind-hearted girl drawn into such bloodshed. But the choice had already been made. There was no turning back. And so, they could only accept it. You must protect yourself, no matter what. Neptune's voice trembled as tears glistened in his eyes. In that moment, He was no longer the benevolent king of Fishman Island, but simply a father fearing for his child. Shirahoshi nodded firmly. With the Sea Kings she commanded joining the fray, the pressure on the Fishman troops vanished. Before such titanic allies, the mechanical beasts were laughably fragile. As the battlefield was cleared, the army pressed forward, drawing ever closer to the seas of Wano. But then, like a current swelling from the abyss, an endless horde of mechanical monsters rose up to block their path, surging toward the surface in wave after wave. Among them, a single colossal pillar, tangled with seaweed, shifted slowly into view. That's... Neptune's eyes widened in shock. The sight called to mind a long-forgotten book kept deep within Ryugu Palace, a chronicle of Fishman Island's history. It spoke of 4 titanic pillars buried in the undersea world of the New World. Those pillars, the book claimed, were none other than the legs of a creature called Zanesha. Its size was immeasurable, its feet planted on the seabed, its head rising into the clouds. The text had said only this, that in an age 1,000 years past, this being had once been an ally to Fishman Island. Nothing more. Never had Neptune thought he would live to see the creature with his own eyes. All of you stay clear of that pillar, do not attack it. If even one of his soldiers provoked the beast, Neptune feared that not only the army, but all of Fishman Island would be doomed. The fishmen obeyed at once, awestruck by the sight of the gargantuan limb. But as they pressed on, the number of mechanical beasts only grew. From the depths they rose in endless waves, shattering warships and dragging them down into the abyss. The wreckage of broken vessels drifted like corpses to the sea floor. Survivors, if they were fortunate, were dragged up by fishman soldiers and carried back to the surface. Shirahoshi, have your friends assist us here. Amid the raging currents, Neptune turned urgently to his daughter. At her father's call, Shirahoshi summoned her power without hesitation, directing the Sea Kings to tear into the enemy swarm. Far away, Princess Vivi of the Arabasta Kingdom. When her father marched to war, she had secretly stowed away on one of the ships. It was only when the Arabasta fleet entered the New World that she was discovered by King Cobra himself. Confronted with his daughter's defiance, Cobra could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, their vessel was no ordinary warship. It was a component of Pluton, the ancient weapon entrusted to their royal line. With that safeguard, Cobra judged that Vivi's safety would not be at great risk, and so he allowed her to remain. But as they neared the waters of Wano, the sea suddenly erupted in violence. From the abyss, hideous monsters burst forth, lashing out at the surrounding fleet. The Arabasta Kingdom, once a member of the world government's allied nations, though a desert kingdom, its military strength ranked among the greatest of them all. Thousands of their warships opened fire in an instant, cannon muzzles spitting flame and fury. The bombardment inflicted little damage on the Leviathans, but sheer volume took its toll. One after another, the beasts were blasted apart and sank back into the depths. Yet victory came at a steep price. Nearly 100 of their own warships were shattered or crippled in the first wave alone. And as the smoke cleared, countless more monsters surged up from below. Seeing this, Cobra had no choice but to order the activation of the Pluton component's defenses. Its power unleashed, the weapon struck back, but against such a vast tide of creatures, even that ancient machine's strength was meager. As despair pressed down upon the fleet, the sea itself split apart with a thunderous roar. And from the waves, titanic sea kings rose into the sky. Chapter 139. The sea was dyed in blood, monstrous waves rising to the heavens. Wreckage of shattered ships, the floating carcasses of steel behemoths. A fog-shrouded world, terrifying like a netherworld purgatory. On the decks, soldiers armed with muskets and spears burned with fighting spirit. On their faces, though marked by death shadow, shone an irrepressible excitement. Prepare the broadside cannons. At the command, dozens of warships shifted position, their prows cutting the water as countless cannon muzzles aimed at the steel monstrosities surging up from the depths. Fire! Booms, 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 boom. Thunderous cannon fire roared as shells tore through the sky, crashing into the distant steel behemoths. In the next instant, blossoms of flame erupted across their armored hides. The cannons of ships might not be individually powerful, but just as countless ants can bring down an elephant, so too could this storm of iron. And these ships were far from mere ants. The concentrated barrage split open the armor plating, the shock waves ripping apart the mechanical cores hidden beneath. Arroar. It's going down. As the steel monster sank beneath the waves, the surrounding fleet erupted in cheers that shook the seas. Everyone. Nefertari Vivi, eyes brimming with tears, looked at the armies of Alabasta around her. Her blood surged with fire and purpose. Whoosh! Your Majesty, we are approaching the seas of Wano. Also, scouts report that a giant elephant has entered our perimeter. Belimir, Zoan user of the bird fruit and commander of the Royal Guard, swooped down onto the deck of the Pluton component ship, bowing as he relayed the report to King Cobra. As a bird-type devil fruit user, Belimir oversaw all aerial reconnaissance for the fleet. The aged King Cobra, his hair already snow-white, did not answer. Instead, he turned to his daughter beside him, his voice heavy. Vivi, do you have the strength to lead this country forward? Father, what are you saying? Vivi froze, staring in alarm at Cobra. Just then, Cobra was racked with violent coughs. When he pulled his hand away, his palm was stained crimson with blood. Father, Your Majesty. The soldiers and guards rushed forward, but Vivi reached him first, supporting him with trembling arms as tears streamed down her face. Looking at his weeping daughter, Cobra forced a faint, bitter smile through the pain. Vivi, everyone, I had hoped to lead you all to victory in this war, but it seems I was too naive. In the end, this frail body has failed me. That is why, from this moment forth, Nefertari Vivi shall succeed me as sovereign and become the first queen of Alabasta. Hag cough. He broke into another fit of coughing, his fragile body clearly unsuited for such long campaigns. Only sheer willpower had kept him standing this far. No, I don't want to be queen. I just want you to live, please, father. Vivi clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. Around them, Alabasta's guards and soldiers wept silently, their teeth clenched hard to hold back their grief. The wheel of history would not stop turning for the death of one man. Nor would the tide of war. Though frail, Cobra did not die immediately. He was taken below decks to rest. And though Vivi resisted with all her heart, she had no choice but to accept the crown, becoming Alabasta's first-ever reigning queen. The war raged on. Though still inexperienced, Vivi managed to hold the lines under the guidance of her commanders. Among Ghidorah's forces, Arabasta fielded the greatest military strength. But the other factions were no less formidable. And among them was a particularly dangerous, new army, a coalition of vicious criminals. At their head, the man once called the Heavenly Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. His devil fruit powers and his influence had grown monstrously since Dressrosa. Though his loyalty to Ghidorah was questionable, he was above all a terrorist, one who longed for nothing but endless chaos across the world. For now, that made him useful. Young master, these monsters just keep coming. What the hell are they? One of the Don Quixote family executives stared in horror at the steel beasts surging endlessly from the sea. Fufu, this is the world noble's so-called ultimate trump card. Impressive, yes, but they don't put the slightest pressure on me. With a flick of his fingers, threads infused with Conqueror's Haki shredded through the armored beasts like paper. Since his battle against Luffy, Doflamingo had only grown stronger. His indomitable will pushed his devil fruit to awakening, lifting him into an entirely new realm. In this realm, he perceived the world as woven from countless strings, and with a single tug, he could unravel it. The Ito no Mi had become a weapon of true terror in his hands. Heh, so you're one of the Don Quixote family, eh? A chilling voice echoed suddenly. A man in gray robes appeared before him. Before Doflamingo could react, the man's kick struck like lightning. Boom! Caught off guard, Doflamingo barely managed to defend before he was hurled from the sky. His body crashed down upon the deck of a warship, the reinforced planks shattering beneath him. The impact sent wood splinters flying as he smashed through the deck and into the hull. Only the ship's reinforced base, stopped him from falling into the sea. But even so, he was badly wounded. His chest caved in, pain threatening to overwhelm him into unconsciousness. So strong, who is this guy? Wincing in agony, Doflamingo staggered upright, glaring through the gaping hole in the deck. Above him, the gray-clad man stood suspended in midair. Doflamingo, unprovoked and enraged, raised a hand. Threads shot skyward in a storm, converging upon the figure. Mid-flight, his fingers twitched again. Translucent strings materialized all around the man, closing in like a net. With a single grasp, Doflamingo tightened them. SHHK. The sound of slicing flesh echoed, as the man's body was torn into pieces, shattering like broken glass. The sound was wrong, not flesh, something else. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Ha, a decent ability, but far too naive. The mocking voice came again, this time from behind him. Startled, Doflamingo lunged forward, but he was too slow. Thud! The gray-robed man's kick smashed into his lower back, sending him hurtling away, blood spraying from his mouth. Chapter 140. Impossible. In midair, Doflamingo used his string fruit powers to halt his tumbling body, crouching on a nearly invisible thread as he coughed violently. Then, suddenly lifting his head to look across at the man, his heart sank with dread. "Where are you looking?" That cold, sinister voice once again rang out, still from behind him. Without hesitation, Doflamingo unleashed a barrage of taut threads, yanking his hands apart to form a defensive web behind him. Taking that chance, he spun around. Cracked! The transparent threadnet caught the man's straight, stabbing kick. "Who the hell are you?" Feeling the pressure transmitted through his web, Doflamingo's face darkened. It was bad enough this man appeared out of nowhere, but attacking without a word was simply unforgivable. Heh, just a passerby. But when I saw a descendant of the Donquixote line, my hands itched a bit. The man's kick was blocked, but he didn't withdraw his leg. Instead, he peered curiously at the transparent web. This must be the string fruit's power, right? Your strength may be lacking, but to take what many consider a garbage fruit and wield it to this level, that's something you can be proud of. Bastard. Though his words carried a trace of praise, Doflamingo could feel no satisfaction whatsoever. "Are you with the world government?" he asked coldly. At a time like this, only two factions could mysteriously show up in these seas. One was Ghidorah's forces, to which he belonged, and the other was the world government. If it were the former, they wouldn't have attacked him on sight, which left only one possibility: the man was tied to the world government. Still, with such strength, what rank would he even hold within them? The world government. You could say that, but they can't command me. The man didn't bother concealing anything, keeping his attack poised. Suddenly, his icy voice sounded once more, this time behind Doflamingo again. "That threadnet is decent, but let's see if it can block this strike." Impossible. Doflamingo's hair stood on end. He glanced ahead and still saw the man struggling against his web, yet the voice came from behind. Horrified, he reflexively spun more threads into another web at his back. But he was a step too late. Just as the net formed, a brutal kick smashed into him, sending him hurtling backward. Two of them. Staring wide-eyed at the two identical figures, Doflamingo's composure finally cracked. Disbelief flooded his face. Just a devil fruit ability. As the man spoke, yet another figure materialized right before Doflamingo. His pupils contracted sharply as the figure closed in, fist cocked and struck. The speed was so great it was suffocating, utterly hopeless to resist. "This is the mirror fruit. Each clone I split off raises my own power by 10%. What? How could such a terrifying devil fruit even exist? Before he could process it, the punch landed, slamming into him like the charge of a colossal sea king. His eyes bulged, blood spewed from his mouth, and his body plummeted toward the ocean. This time, there were no ships below. If he hit the sea, it would mean certain death. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Doflamingo frantically hooked his threads into the air, desperately trying to halt his fall. But the force of the blow was too overwhelming. His strings snapped one after another, and he continued his uncontrolled plunge. Just as the sea rushed up beneath him, that terrifying voice echoed again. Brat, dying won't be that easy for you. Bang! Splurt! You bastard! Though the man had saved him from drowning, Doflamingo felt no gratitude, only deeper hatred. His battered body was blasted skyward once again, like a falling star flung in reverse. He soared nearly 1,000 meters before finally descending, exhaustion overtaking him. Barely conscious, he managed to arrest his fall with a spread of strings, lying flat on his back across a taut web. Sweat streamed down his face, blood trickling from his lips. That's all you've got. With power like this, you think you can rebel alongside Ghidorah. Truly, the ignorance of the weak knows no bounds. The man suddenly appeared before him, looking down from above at Doflamingo, sprawled like a dying dog. You! Through ragged breaths, Doflamingo finally saw the man's face clearly beneath the gray hood. Golden hair, a wild, defiant face, a grin stretched high and cruel. And with it came a name buried deep in his mind. A name he never wanted to hear again, a face he wished to erase from memory. Rocinante. Though he resembled Rocinante, Doflamingo knew this wasn't him. That fool would never do something like this. Who the hell are you? After a brief moment of daze, Doflamingo forced the question out. Hess, but don't you already have the answer in your heart? Or do you really want me to spell it out for you? The man's face darkened as he spoke, watching Doflamingo tremble slightly before regaining control, teeth clenched in rage. Ha 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 ha, yes, that look, that gaze of hatred, of weakness. You've felt it too, haven't you? How meaningless this world is. Then destroy it, tear it apart, though, with power like yours, you won't get very far. Clearly savoring Doflamingo's madness, the man reached into his cloak and pulled out a vial, thin as a finger, filled with golden liquid. After a moment's pause, he tossed it onto Doflamingo's chest. With your strength alone, you'll achieve nothing. Drink it. Drink this down, and it will take you to unimaginable heights. His voice carried a strange allure, almost hypnotic. For a flicker of a moment, Doflamingo's wild eyes wavered. He picked up the vial, staring at the shimmering liquid within. The temptation was immense, yet he didn't drink. Hesitating. No matter, I've already given you the key. Whether you choose to open the door or not, that's up to you. I'll be waiting in Wano. You know where to find me. With that, the man's figure began to blur. In an instant, he was gone, already a distant black speck against the sky. Damn it! Doflamingo clenched the vial so tightly it seemed he might crush it, but it was impossibly durable. What the hell are you after? I swear I'll kill you. In the end, Doflamingo did not drink the liquid. He didn't know what it was, nor what effect it might have. And yet, though he hadn't consumed it, he couldn't bring himself to throw it away either. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped it into his coat. Chapter 141. How big is Wano, really? If you subtract the chunk of Onigashima that Ghidorah destroyed last time, and add in the devastation from Wano's eventual downfall, the truth is, Wano isn't all that large. Even with a third of its original landmass gone, it was still more than enough to support Ghidorah's massive body. Not only that, several gigantic Pluton hybrids stood upon the land as well, and even then there was still space to spare. By this point, however, the entire island of Wano was on the verge of collapse. Across the whole territory, not a single patch of land remained intact. Ghidorah, I didn't expect you to have the upper hand again this time. On the island stood a man with bulging muscles and long red hair flowing over his shoulders. His face was fierce as he glared at the monstrous beast coiled below. Ha, knowing full well you can't kill me, you people still insist on wasting your strength on such pointless efforts. I can't decide whether to admire your courage or laugh at your ignorance. Ghidorah's entire body was covered in countless cracks. Golden blood flowed down his frame, and yet those wounds were already knitting themselves closed. In his entire lifetime, there were only a handful of opponents worthy of his notice. And the man before him was one of them, indeed, the strongest among them, a member of the 20 Kings group. At least that was the face shown to the world. In truth, he was one of the hidden rulers behind the 20 Kings' power. His strength could only be summed up with one phrase: a mortal body that rivals the gods. And that description carried not an ounce of exaggeration. What's more, he wasn't even a devil fruit user. Relying solely on a human body of flesh and bone, he had clawed his way into the realm of the absolute elite. That hulking physique of raging muscle could only be compared to one figure, Yujiro Hanma. A monster among men, a strength that bordered on the grotesque, pushed all the way to its ultimate extreme. And it wasn't just power. The sheer, reckless ferocity that this man carried was no less than Hanma's either. Faced with such an opponent, Ghidorah felt a rare sense of vexation. It wasn't that he feared being outmatched. Rather, the man's size itself limited how Ghidorah could fight. Against an ant-like opponent, darting around with inhuman speed, his proudest weapon, his gravitational beams, were nearly useless. He couldn't land a hit, and every blast was just wasted energy. His massive size granted him godlike might, but it also came with restrictions. Ha 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 ha, even if I can't kill you, I'll find a way to seal you again. Don't forget, we've done it before. No sooner had the red-haired man spoken than several figures appeared beside him, each one glaring with murderous intensity. Seeing their faces, Ghidorah wasn't the least bit surprised. He gazed at those all-too-familiar visages, then suddenly threw back his heads and let out a thunderous laugh. The ancient monster's roar shook the skies themselves. Only after a long while did he finally speak. So it's you stubborn phantoms again. For the sake of immortality, you really do cling to life like pigs and dogs. The instant those words fell, the two side heads of Ghidorah snapped open their jaws. Twin torrents of gravitational beams blasted forth. He knew the beams were of little effect, but before these old adversaries, he could hardly show weakness. The rays erupted with a shrill, deafening roar. But his enemies were already prepared. At the moment the beams discharged, they slipped out of range in an instant. The terrible energy washed across the land, whipping up a hurricane in its wake. The group that had dodged exchanged a quick glance, and without hesitation, launched their counterattack together. Apart from the red-haired man, who possessed no devil fruit powers, the others were all ability users. One of them, an elder with gray-white hair and a withered face, suddenly clasped his hands together. The entire island shuddered violently. The ground beneath Ghidorah's feet collapsed with a crash, leaving a vast crater yawning open. At the same time, an immense pressure pressed down from above, forcing Ghidorah's body to sink ever so slightly. Before he could retaliate, another man appeared in the air above him, fists glowing with a chilling power. A bone-piercing cold spread outward, and the very air seemed to freeze solid. Temperatures plummeted in an instant. The paramecia type, temperature fruit. When pushed to its limits, even the might of magma or ice from the Logia class could not compare to its sheer terror. On the surface, it allowed the user to alter the temperature of whatever they touched, but that was only its most basic ability. Developed to its peak, it could alter the temperature of an entire domain. And when temperatures reached such extremes, even the weather itself could be changed. The man before them had already ascended to that stage. With just one paramecia-type fruit, he could warp the climate around him. It was terrifying beyond measure. As his hands unleashed their power, the land of Wano itself seemed to turn into a winter island. Moisture in the air froze into crystalline shards, drifting down like snow in early winter. But to mistake them for mere snowflakes would be a fatal error. For every glittering shard that touched the earth instantly froze whatever it struck solid, transforming it into an ice sculpture. The deadly cold they carried was self-evident. Crack, crack. When the ice shards landed on Ghidorah, frost immediately spread across his golden scales, coating them in a creeping layer of white. Even his blood slowed within his veins. Ghidorah's eyes widened, his head rearing up in a furious roar as arcs of golden lightning surged across his body. Crackle, crackle. Jagged bolts tore apart the ice shell, and the massive dragon wrenched himself upward, slowly breaking free of the binding frost. Seeing him still move despite the dual suppression, the group's faces darkened. Fourth brother, use your vines to bind him, don't let him move. The red-haired man barked the command as Ghidorah began to struggle loose. At once, a figure cloaked in gray robes descended onto the island. He pulled a handful of seeds from his pouch, then slammed them into the ground with both hands. His power activated, and the buried seeds erupted with unnatural growth, as if drenched in supernatural fertilizer. The earth heaved and swelled, bulging upward as if great beasts were writhing beneath. In moments, massive green vines as thick as tree trunks burst from the soil, writhing like serpents as they surged toward Ghidorah. Damn pests again. Ghidorah snarled. This vine-wielding ability, like some otherworldly version of wood release, was always a thorn in his side. Fragile in appearance, but with tenacity and regenerative force that made them a nightmare. Even for him, breaking free once bound was no small task. And both sides knew the truth. Though Ghidorah was immortal, immortality was not the same as being unsealable. He could not afford carelessness. With no hesitation, he blasted a beam from his jaws, incinerating swathes of approaching vines into ash. Boom! But just as he blasted through a mass of them, a violent shock struck his left head, cutting the beam short. From the cloud of dust and debris, the red-haired titan emerged, muscles taut and body charging forward. Chapter 142. Boom! The enormous head of the beast and the monstrous human collided, the clash unleashing a surge of energy that exploded outward in all directions. The shockwave, like radiation bursting free, shredded the onrushing vines into fragments. Dust and debris billowed skyward, and a shadowed figure was hurled backward from the impact. Jai, what a magnificent body of flesh, truly enviable. The red-haired man looked down at his fingers, bent grotesquely out of shape. Without the faintest trace of pain, he forced them back into place, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stared at Ghidorah, before breaking into a mad, manic laugh. K. Connors, O.C. Over 1,000 years ago, he had been nothing more than an underground fighter with no background, no status. To pursue physical perfection, he was willing to sacrifice everything, paying any price to strengthen his body. 1 year, within the Great Kingdom, he witnessed what a true ultimate body was. That revelation drove him to join the Great Kingdom, known in those days as the Kingdom of D, founded by Ghidorah himself. At first, he seemed perfectly normal. But one day, Ghidorah's research division reported that a vial of his experimental blood sample had gone missing. That blood had been unimaginably precious. The scientist Udal O.C. had even used Ghidorah's blood to create a blood factor, the seed of an entirely new life form. And by cruel chance, the vial Connors stole was none other than the completed product. When Ghidorah's forces pursued him, Connors revealed just how ruthless he was, drinking the entire vial in front of them, then hurling himself into the sea. By all rights, he should have perished. But whether through luck or something else, he was later rescued by a band of explorers. After a period of recuperation, his wounds healed, and that was when he discovered the changes. His muscles, his blood, even his very skin were transforming. Fearing his secret would be exposed, he repaid his rescuers' kindness with betrayal, slaughtering the entire expedition, then casting their corpses into the sea. That should have been the end of it, but as time passed, the power within him only grew more violent, and his body twisted with it. His features warped, and everywhere he went, people mocked him. Slowly, his heart twisted to match his body. To cling to the might of his stolen bloodline, he revealed the secret of immortality, gathering a band of cutthroats, murderers, and even aristocrats into his fold. Thus, the first shadow of the 20 Kings group took form. They began infiltrating the kingdom of D, collecting powerful devil fruits in secret. When their strength was sufficient, they staged their rebellion, justifying it by declaring Ghidorah an alien invader, an outsider, and launching an unprecedented war. As for the hidden 100 years, the truth was this. After their victory, they spent a full century trying to erase Ghidorah's existence, along with all knowledge of immortality. For Connors understood, if the secret became known, another like him would inevitably rise. But as the world government and the 20 Kings group stabilized, Connors realized something dreadful. Though he possessed Ghidorah's bloodline, he had not inherited Ghidorah's godlike immortality. And so, desperate for that power, he sealed himself away with the other founders of the 20 Kings, hoping that someday their descendants might discover a way. This was why the world government continued to maintain its secret research divisions, and even now, in recent years, projects remained underway. But they had made a fatal miscalculation. Ghidorah's might did not stem from bloodline alone. Rumble. Lightning split the dust-laden skies. Bolts of gold burst forth from within the storm. To think the likes of you could ever bind me, aren't you overestimating yourselves? The voice, bestial and thunderous, shook the heavens. Ghidorah's colossal wings unfurled with a resounding crack, the beating of them raising a hurricane. Like a thunder god soaring on the storm, Ghidorah rose into the air, 3 heads rearing back in unison as they roared. Boom, boom, boom. Empowered by the sky's lightning, he unleashed his fury, rays of annihilation lashing down upon the earth like whips of thunder. Freed from his restraints, Ghidorah rampaged without restraint, his devastation spilling in all directions. Damn it! Seeing him break free, Connor's face twisted. He launched himself skyward, his body exploding upward like a cannon shell. His speed was so immense it left rippling shockwaves in his wake. Boom! Against the colossal beast, his figure was no more than an insect, not even worthy of being called an ant. Yet the force that burst from his fists could not be ignored. His twin fists crashed against Ghidorah's wing as it rose to shield him. The sound of shattering bone rang out instantly. The fracture belonged to both Ghidorah and Connors alike. But to Ghidorah, such wounds were no more than a passing drizzle. RHHH. Connor's fists and forearms warped grotesquely, yet he did not retreat. His mouth split in a beastly roar, eyes burning crimson. You're still just the same, nothing but muscly-bound brute force. Mocking him, Ghidorah's massive wings swept once, swatting Connors through the air. Like a shell, Connors crashed back down into the island with an earth-shaking boom. Before Ghidorah could act further, the sound of horns echoed across the distance. Woo, woo. The solemn, resonant blare carried over the waves. From the distant sea, a massive shape began to rise, like a mountain heaving up from beneath the waters. The mountain split apart, revealing a titanic silver form, breaking free of the ocean's grip. An aircraft carrier. For the first time, Ghidorah's expression shifted. The emotionless beast was stunned, his long-buried memories stirring violently after millennia. Who built this? He could scarcely believe his own eyes. That thing, he knew it could not exist. For when he himself had once designed it, it had been nothing more than sketches, incomplete schematics, mere concepts. And yet here it was, real, tangible. The reason he could tell at a glance, because its shape was one only he could know. No one else in the world could have conceived such a form. A warship like an aircraft carrier, magnified 100-fold, stretching thousands of meters long. Ghidorah was shaken to his core. He wanted to laugh, wanted to cry out. I only ever sketched that for fun. Who the hell went and built the damn thing? Kike, surprised are you? Didn't expect this, did you? Neither did I, but I'll admit, your old notebook was quite the help. I never thought those people would actually spend centuries building this thing. Connors, returning to the air after being swatted away, now wore a frenzied grin as he beheld Ghidorah's shock. I'll give you this, you've done something that truly caught me off guard. Ghidorah stared at the vessel. A true aircraft carrier, a colossus that had once existed only in the wildest dreams of his people. Its sheer size alone churned waves of disbelief within him. For back in his homeland, even with all their brilliance, they had never solved its greatest problem: energy. And now, in this era, it had been realized. This was insanity, beyond insanity. Back then, in his own schematics, there had never been a word about what energy source could drive it. And this world had no nuclear fuel to draw upon. Then how was it powered? Nuclear fuel? No. Could it be that one? Chapter 143. The sea was drenched in crimson, the stench of blood thick in the air. Screams and war cries shook the heavens. The towering giant Zanesha, like an ancient war god, carried the people upon its back as it stepped into the waters of Wano. The sea, long since stained red, stretched with floating corpses for tens of miles. Even as the mechanical monsters retreated, the assault did not cease. Warships of the allied world government nations slowly advanced from both flanks of the sea. On Zanesh's back, Dragon, gravely wounded, tried to push past everyone's protests, determined to march onto the battlefield. Luffy, though he had no memory of this man and felt no bond, knew in his heart that this was his father. Seeing his father intent on going to war, Luffy leapt forward. Ajisen, you should stay and rest. We'll go down and help them. Ajisen. Dragon's face froze, caught between helplessness and grief. So much resentment that his own son would call him Ajisen instead of father. That single word made not only Dragon look awkward, but left everyone else dumbstruck with shock. Did this idiot really just say that? Realizing from their stares that he might have said something wrong, Luffy scratched his head and gave his usual goofy laugh. Yet, even so, the word father never left his lips. Boom! An immense explosion thundered in the distance. Luffy, ignoring the moment, called out to Zanesha with his will, asking it to lower them. The elephant's colossal trunk gently lifted the Thousand Sunny, placing the cruise ship down into the sea. Hey, where's Enel? As the crew landed on the waves, Luffy suddenly noticed the self-proclaimed god was no longer among them. There. Zoro tilted his head upward, pointing at the sky. At his words, a gleaming silver ship descended slowly from above. The miraculous craft caught the eye of everyone across the sea. Soldiers, pirates, and survivors alike stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. It's flying. My God, what is that thing? Don't tell me, that's a pirate ship. A cacophony of shock and disbelief swept the sea. Enel's silver ship hovered 500 meters above the ocean. HHHHA, blue sea dwellers, your god has descended. Kneel and worship me. Huh. Who the hell is this guy? Is he insane? The sheer, overblown theatrics made the onlookers wince in second-hand embarrassment. Even the straw hats groaned. With the exception of their carefree captain, every single one of them covered their faces, wishing they could rip the smug grin off the man in the sky. Hata hata, Enel. Luffy, blissfully oblivious to the murderous glares of his crew, stood proudly at the Sunny's bow, waving and shouting. This idiot. The Straw Hats could only grit their teeth, their killing intent directed as much at Luffy as at Enel. Rumble. The sea ahead thundered like rolling storm clouds. Countless world government warships surged forward in formation. Everyone's. Luffy cracked his bare arms with a grin, teeth flashing. Let's fight. Aye, Captain. The crew answered in unison. Frankie seized the helm, turning the Sunny directly toward the advancing fleet. High above, Enel watched the Straw Hat's response. After a moment's thought, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Ha 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 ha, then let your god descend upon these blue sea worms. He spun toward the deck, shouting orders to the scurrying robot workers aboard his ship. Follow the Straw Hat's vessel. I will let the radiance of God shine upon this land. At his command, the robots scrambled, and the silver ship angled itself to follow the Sunny straight toward the fleet. The blood-soaked waves churned, the Thousand Sunny cleaving forward through storm and spray. Kudi burst cannon. Under Frankie's control, the ship's figurehead, the Lion of the Sun, roared as its jaws opened wide. A massive cannon extended, glowing with condensed energy. With a booming roar, a blinding blue-white beam erupted, skimming over the sea and tearing open a path of destruction. The ray, sharp and furious, was like a giant laser scything through the ocean. Wow, what is that? Too terrifying. The glare of the beam was so intense, countless sailors squeezed their eyes shut against the light. And in that blind moment, their ears split with the shriek of death. When their vision cleared, they turned toward the path of the beam. And gasped. HHSSS. Impossible. What kind of attack is that? What is that ship? Before their eyes, the sea itself had been carved open into a yawning trench, like a new oceanic rift. Dozens of warships had vanished in an instant, erased, with not even wreckage remaining. Before the shock could subside, the trench collapsed, seawater rushing back in with cataclysmic force. The powerful current dragged the remaining warships helplessly into the abyss. Help us! Abandoned ship. I can't swim. Save me. Chaos erupted. Men screamed, some too panicked to think, leaping into the water in desperation. But the roaring torrents would not spare them. Any who fell overboard vanished without even a ripple. What kind of attack was that? High above, Enel stared wide-eyed. Even he had not expected this. The Straw Hats weren't just strong, their seemingly goofy ship itself wielded terrifying power. That blast was nearly on par with his own vessel, perhaps even stronger. The revelation made his heart twist with unwillingness. He refused to let them steal all the glory. Guiding his silver arc into the heart of the fleet, Enel strode onto the deck, stopping before a massive device. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A, now I'll show you what it means to face a god. Electric arcs danced wildly along his arms, his drums crackling behind his back. The ship itself hummed as electricity surged through its frame. Zzzt, zzzt. Bolts coiled across the sky like serpents, writhing above the fleet. God's judgment, 10,000 thunders. His voice roared with arrogance. Lightning beasts bared their fangs as the thunder drums boomed, then the sky split apart. Countless bolts cascaded down like silver spears, sowing heaven to sea. The screams were unbearable. The fleet was engulfed in stormfire, thunder consuming ships whole. When the fury subsided, flames rose from dozens of burning vessels, smoke curling into the sky. The scent of charred flesh clung to the sea breeze. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A, pathetic. Is this the might of the Blue Sea's armies? S-H-H-E-ish, way to go, Enel. Below, Luffy cheered with starry eyes, shouting with joy. Behind him, the Straw Hats stiffened in silence, every one of them wondering if their captain's brain had finally melted. Sure, Enel was fighting on their side for now, but who could say he wouldn't turn those same thunderbolts on them next? Chapter 144. Fortunately, that fear turned out to be unnecessary. Enel had no such intention at all. On the contrary, Luffy's loud cheer made him even more pleased with himself, to the point he was already thinking about whether to unleash another strike just to show off. But before he could act, his mantra observation Haki suddenly picked up something flying straight toward him. When he focused, Enel's eyes narrowed in surprise. A blond man in pure white attire was shooting toward his ship like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the blond man landed above the deck. His cold, serpent-like blue eyes locked firmly onto Enel. To think I'd run into a lightning Logia user? What a surprise. That someone like you has gone completely unknown until now is beyond me. Enel didn't know who the man was, but the fact he could immediately identify his devil fruit startled him slightly. A grin spread across his face. Oh, so you recognize the power of God as well. The blonde scoffed, his voice laced with contempt. God, don't make me laugh. You're nothing more than a fool who ate the rumble fruit, and you dare call yourself a god? Pathetic. For him, the very idea was ridiculous. That anyone would stand before him and claim divinity. It was an insult. Enel's eyes flashed dangerously. You insolent blue sea dweller, you've succeeded in angering this god, and for that you shall be judged. But the blond man only laughed harder, his voice booming across the deck. Ignorant brat, remember this well, there are people in this world you can never afford to provoke, and I am one of them. Since you're so desperate to die, I'll grant your wish. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Listen closely, I am Guman O.C., Chief of CP. Don't you dare die without knowing whose hand struck you down. The instant he finished, Guman vanished. A fist, wrapped in armament Haki crackling with violet lightning, came crashing toward Enel. Caught off guard, Enel's heart leapt, but as a Logia user of lightning, his speed was monstrous. With a thought, his body flashed into pure electricity, vanishing just as the blow exploded. The punch detonated against empty air. The blast cracked like thunder, violent shockwaves rippling across the deck. Anything caught in the blast, buildings, machines, robots, was hurled away in an instant. Yet when Guman's eyes fell on the small robots, which had merely been knocked aside without a scratch, his expression flickered. What, even steel should have been shattered to dust under that strike. For the chief of CP, who knew many of the world's hidden truths, realization struck. His gaze swept the shining hull beneath him. Could this ship be made of? But Enel's voice cut him off, dripping with disdain. "Mortal, was that pitiful display the extent of your power? If you think such tricks are enough to challenge a god, then prepare to be judged." With a dramatic flourish, he raised his arms. Heaven's judgment, twin thunder dragons. It had to be said, Enel was terrible at naming his attacks. Two colossal serpents of lightning, each dozens of meters long, burst from his back, twisting and coiling as they roared toward Guman. But the CP chief did not underestimate them. With a sharp step, he vanished, using Sorrow Navy 6 style's shave to dodge, and in the same motion launched a counterattack, lunging like a tiger toward Enel's position. Boom! Another devastating punch exploded forth. Enel, a moment too slow, tried to rely on his element to slip away. But this fist, infused with Conqueror's Haki, tore through even Logia intangibility. The blow connected squarely. The crack echoed like a cannon. Enel was sent flying, blood coughing from his lips. So strong. His organs felt like they had been rattled out of place. Wide-eyed in disbelief, he stared at the blond man who had called himself Guman. Only now did he realize the Blue Sea held monsters as well. But, even knowing this, Enel would not bow his head. So this is the strength of the Blue Sea's champions? Ha, don't think for a second that will make this god surrender. His body dispersed into lightning once more, reforming safely upon the silver ship. A grin twisted across his face. As long as I remain on this vessel, I am the undefeated god. At his words, the ship itself came alive. A surge of energy crackled through its body, lightning arcing across its metallic frame. Feeling the electric charge underfoot, Guman's face darkened. He immediately launched himself upward with Jeppo moonwalk to escape. But that was exactly what Enel wanted. Now fully powered by the ship's energy, Enel's form swelled into a gigantic thunder deity. From his hands, he hurled spears of lightning one after another, each streaking like a jagged bolt toward Guman. The sky filled with flashing thunder, leaving the CP chief struggling to keep up. Down below, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Usopp's keen eyes caught the spectacle. Hey, something's happening up there. The crew looked up in unison. What they saw froze them in shock, an enormous lightning giant hurling thunderbolts across the heavens. This was not the same Enel they remembered. His personality, his aura, his power, all had become something terrifying. And if he was clashing with someone up there, who could possibly be fighting him? But their speculation was cut short. From the sea ahead, the next wave of enemy cannon fire roared. Hundreds of black shells arced overhead, the sky filled with thunderous explosions. Though the Straw Hats had already destroyed dozens of warships, against a fleet of several hundred, it was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. As the bombardment poured down like rain, the Sunny pushed forward, guns blazing in return. Their counterattack diverted some of the fleet's fire, giving the Allied ships behind them a chance to break through. The ocean became an inferno of fire and steel. Both sides bled heavily. The world government's fleet fought like rabid dogs, clamping down relentlessly on the Allied forces. This battle would not end without tragedy. Chapter 145. Cannon fire filled the skies, flames roared across the sea. The salty wind reeked of blood as violent explosions thundered one after another. On the silver flying arc above the battlefield, Enel stood battered and bloodied, gasping for breath as he glared at his equally worn-down opponent, the blond man called Guman. Ha, so this is all the so-called strength of a Blue Sea warrior. Enel's half-lidded eyes lifted as he let out a prideful laugh. But in truth, his heart was a storm of shock. This man hadn't used a single devil fruit ability. Nothing, just his fists, pure iron-like body, and raw force. Yet even that was enough to push Enel to the brink of defeat. If not for the speed granted by the rumble fruit, he might already have been finished. Are all Blue Sea fighters like this monster? If so, that was terrifying. What Enel didn't realize was that, although Guman bore the title of CP Commander-in-Chief, his strength was only on par with a Marine Admiral. And in this current age, such power was already considered the bottom tier among the truly monstrous figures moving in the shadows. HMPH, you foolish brat, Guman sneered coldly. So you've eaten a logia fruit, and now you think yourself a god." He spat the words with scorn, though inside he was just as shaken. He knew his own strength better than anyone, and the idea that someone nearly at admiral level could appear out of nowhere, an unknown name, unsettled him deeply. Hearing Guman's mockery, Enel's pride as a god was once again provoked. His drowsy eyes snapped open, flashing with malice. He grabbed scattered machinery parts nearby, channeling his power of electromagnetic forging, shaping them instantly into a long, jagged spear. It wasn't as comfortable as his golden staff, but it would do. His body flashed into lightning, appearing right before Guman in an instant, spear wreathed in crackling arcs as he thrust. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Guman responded without hesitation, armament Haki flooding his fists as he struck back. But against the rumble fruit, even armament had a flaw. His body still tingled with paralysis from the surging voltage, hindering him. It was a dangerous handicap for a man who relied solely on raw martial arts. It wasn't that Guman refused to eat a devil fruit. As commander of CP, he had access to them, but he had never found one truly fitting for his fighting style. Until then, he relied on nothing but his fists. Boom! Spear of thunder met blackened fist, the clash ringing out like clashing steel. The shockwave blasted Enel away yet again. A long-range fruit user, forcing himself into melee combat. Ridiculous. Seeing Enel flung back, Guman's eyes gleamed coldly. He wasted no chance, charging in for the kill. His massive, bear-like frame radiated raw power as his voice boomed. Shigen, heaven-shattering. The name was grand, but the move was brutally simple, compressing Shigen into an entire fist. The result was catastrophic. The punch unleashed a pillar of compressed blue force, like a laser cannon tearing through the air, shrieking with a piercing hum. Enel's face twisted in horror. Still mid-flight, he desperately shifted into lightning to evade, but his reaction was just a heartbeat too slow. The energy beam clipped his shoulder. Aochh. The blast ripped through his flesh, flinging him downward toward the sea. Ghkk. Enel crashed back onto the Ark's deck, coughing blood, wide-eyed in disbelief at the blond man hovering above. "You dare wound a god, you'll all pay." Rage overtook him. His eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted with madness. He slammed both hands onto the deck, drawing upon not only his own fruit's power, but also the immense thunder energy stored within the Ark Maxim. Bzzzt, crackle. The air screamed with static as arcs of lightning slithered like serpents across the sky. Guman's eyes narrowed. His instincts screamed danger. He leapt back immediately, retreating with moonwalk. Enel's form vanished in the storm of light. Then lightning converged, more and more coalescing until a colossal giant of thunder took shape. Nearly 100 meters tall, its lower body wreathed in roiling thunderclouds, its form radiating godlike might. Arya-Jan descends. With a roar that shook the heavens, the lightning god's eyes opened, releasing twin beams of searing light like lasers across the battlefield. Guman retreated frantically, narrowly evading. But the warships below were not so lucky. Wherever the beams swept, ships and men alike were split in half or vaporized entirely, vanishing without even ash remaining. "Save us!" "What is that monster?" Screams echoed through the Allied fleet. Panic erupted. Some sailors mutinied on the spot, hijacking their own ships in a desperate bid to flee. Meanwhile, on the rebel side, morale soared. The rank and file didn't know Enel's true allegiance. To them, he seemed like a godsend reinforcement. They cheered, weapons raised high, charging fearlessly into the storm of cannon fire. Sanji, watching from the sunny, gaped at the madness of their allies. Then he glanced back up at the titanic thunder giant looming in the sky. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with a sigh. That bastard, he's gotten way stronger than before. None of the crew knew the full extent of Enel's growth, but just the sight of this raging form was leagues beyond what they had faced on Skypia. They remembered that battle vividly. If not for Luffy's rubber body, which naturally countered lightning, their adventure in the sky would have ended in tragedy. Back then, Enel's power alone had crushed them with suffocating force. Now, After a journey to the moon, his strength had only evolved into something even more terrifying. Truly, the man who once set foot on the moon had returned as something else entirely. Chapter 146. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the colossal form of the thunder god spread his 10 fingers wide and pulled his hands apart before him. In an instant, 2 lightning dragons, each 100 meters long, took shape. With the might of thunder itself, they lunged straight at Guman in midair. Guman's eyes were already wide with shock when he first laid eyes on the thunder god. But when the 2 enormous lightning dragons suddenly rushed at him, it was too late to dodge. In desperation, he unleashed his armament Haki to the fullest and even projected his Conqueror's Haki outward to shield his entire body. Boom, boom. The violent crackle of lightning filled the air as the dragons crashed against Guman. That's terrifying. Run! This battle is already lost. Thunder rolled across the skies, and blinding arcs of lightning lit up the gloomy battlefield. Below, the coalition army quaked in terror at the sight of those monstrous lightning dragons. When the explosions hit, the shockwaves alone were enough to crush the breath from their lungs. Only then did they finally realize they weren't fighting a man, they were fighting a monster. They prided themselves as iron-blooded armies in their own nations, unmatched by ordinary people or pirates. But never had they witnessed power like this. Under that crushing pressure, the entire coalition's morale collapsed. Unless someone could stop the thunder god above, there would be no will left to fight. As the lightning dragons detonated, Guman's agonized scream rang out across the sky. But it didn't last long. Soon after, a charred figure plummeted from the heavens. Boom! The body crashed onto a battleship, smashing a gaping hole straight through the deck. He's dead. Lord Guman is dead. The crew instinctively ran to the hole and peered inside. The man who moments ago had seemed like a god before them was now nothing more than a charred corpse, his body still faintly giving off the smell of roasted flesh. Guman's death was the final straw that broke the coalition's resolve. As cries of horror spread among the ships, the entire army collapsed into chaos and fled. Across the turbulent sea, warships scrambled to turn about and escape. So-called defeat like a mountain collapsing could hardly be a more fitting description. High above, Enel did not release his thunder god form. Instead, he raised his hand once more, his cold voice cutting through the storm. 10 billion volts thunderstorm. At his words, a massive black thunderball began to form above his head, roiling with unimaginable lightning and turbulent winds. Damn it, this guy. Seeing that giant thunderball in the sky, Zoro's composure finally broke. On the Thousand Sunny's deck, no one could remain calm. They had witnessed Enel's Rhaego back on Skypia. That technique wasn't something any human should be capable of. Turn the ship around. Nami's face went pale as she screamed at Frankie, who was at the helm. She also shouted to Sanji and the others. Warn every ship, tell them to get out of the sea right now. That bastard Enel has gone insane. The terror of Rhaego was seared in her memory, even after all these years. Who could say how much stronger Enel's current attack was? Though she couldn't predict its exact scale, her instincts told her. This sea would not remain safe for even a second longer. At her command, the Straw Hats leapt into action, each taking their roles. Soon, the fleet turned hard, fleeing desperately toward Zanesh's direction. That monster. Though gravely wounded, Dragon had never taken his eyes off the battle. His concern was not only for the battlefield, but also for his son. But what he saw now went beyond anything he could have imagined. The colossal thunder giant suspended in the sky, the massive black thunderball. His own mythical Zoan Thunderbird fruit gave him the power to control lightning. And so, he more than anyone else understood just how catastrophic that Thunderball's power truly was. What shocked him most was that the harmless-looking, pretty boy could wield such a killing technique. If that attack landed, the entire coalition army would be annihilated. Defeating the coalition army should have been a victory worth celebrating, but Dragon felt no joy at all. Bezizizate. As he faltered, the air vibrated violently. The 100-meter black thunderball surged forward, hurled by Enel. Wreathed in lightning and gales, Rhaego streaked through the sky like a black meteor, before slamming into the ocean below. A shockwave of raw energy radiated outward, collapsing inward toward the thunderball. Ksharikyoom. Boom! The instant the energy contracted, the unstable sphere exploded with earth-shaking force. Lightning and gales rampaged in every direction. Shockwaves rippled outward like seismic waves, battering the sea into chaos. Any warship caught within range was instantly vaporized, vanishing into nothingness. The blast shone so brightly that all were forced to shield their eyes. Vision vanished in a wash of white, hearing disappeared in the deafening roar. For that moment, it was as if the entire world ceased to exist, leaving only light. The coalition's soldiers engulfed by the blast had no time to scream before they were reduced to nothing, scattered into the air. The shockwave heaved the sea into a massive upheaval, radiating farther and farther. Boom! When the light finally receded, a towering mushroom cloud loomed in the distance. But no one had time to marvel, because far off, a wall of ocean as tall as a fortress was surging straight toward them. A tsunami, run! Panic spread, faces went ashen. Survival instinct took hold, there was only one thought left, escape. But no matter how hard their ships raced forward, they could not outrun the colossal tsunami. The towering wall of water and energy bore down on them, closing in with crushing inevitability. Damn it! From his hidden vantage, Dragon's face twisted. With no choice, he forced his battered body into his Thunderbird form. The Azure mythical Zoan Thunderbird, its wings could command both lightning and wind. With a powerful beat of his wings, emerald hurricanes spun into existence, lashing out against the oncoming tsunami. Crash Arowoyar. The clash of two forces of nature shook the sea itself. But Dragon's grievous wounds and drained stamina left him too weak. The hurricanes could not hold back the tide. Damn it all, what kind of monster is this man? Dragon glared at the shrunken yet still towering thunder god in the sky, seething with rage and despair. If this tsunami struck, the coalition forces would be wiped from existence. But just as he despaired, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Dark Zone. With that cry, a small boat blazing with fire sped across the waves. In an instant, Dragon recognized the figures aboard, Sabo and Ace. At Sabo's shout, a wave of black energy spread across the sea beneath the boat. Chapter 147. Dark Zone. With a sharp cry, Sabo leapt into the battle aboard Ace's small boat. A deep darkness spread outward, swallowing everything before it like a black hole. The raging thunder and shockwaves were instantly consumed by the void. Ahi. Even with his vastly increased strength, Sabo hadn't expected that man's lightning to be so fearsome. Inside his darkness, the wild thunder rampaged violently, tearing at the space itself. Fortunately, its destructive power was weakened, still within what Sabo could endure. In moments, the abyss devoured everything, the sea calmed, and silence returned. Ahem. Above Enel, his thunder god form now dissipated, watched with half-lidded eyes as the blonde brat absorbed his energy. A flicker of curiosity stirred. Bizizizate. In a flash, he appeared on the little boat, sparks crackling faintly as he studied Sabo with interest. Brat, what is this ability of yours? You dare absorb the power of God himself. God. Both Sabo and Ace turned their heads at once, staring at him like he was a lunatic. Where the hell did this guy crawl out from? Was his brain fried? A devil fruit user, calling himself God. Both brothers shared the same thought, ridiculous. Sabo's lips curled into a cold smirk. You'd better drop that arrogant attitude. Otherwise, I won't mind teaching you a lesson. In Sabo's heart, there was only one being worthy of divinity, his master, Ghidorah. No one else had that right, not even in jest. Hearing the naked hostility in those words, Enel bristled. So what if this brat was tied to Luffy? That had nothing to do with him. And so, without hesitation, arcs of lightning flared across his body as he lunged forward. He didn't plan to kill Sabo, just to discipline him. But before the blow could land, Sabo moved. Smack! His palm landed squarely on Enel's shoulder. In that instant, the miracle happened. The constant crackle of lightning vanished. Enel's body went utterly still. "I am impossible." The once drowsy Enel's eyes flew open wide in horror. His treasured lightning power, the strength he had ruled Skypia with, was gone. Completely gone, wiped from existence the moment Sabo's hand touched him. Inside, not a trace of electricity remained. Not since eating the Goro Goro, no me had this ever happened. For the first time in years, Enel felt fear. The power he prided himself on was stripped away. And for the first time, his composure shattered. There's no such thing as impossible. Don't think that having a devil fruit makes you a god. You are not worthy. Sabo's fingers curled, his hand darkening into the form of a dragon's claw, jet black and merciless. Cracked. The sound echoed as his claw crushed Enel's shoulder like brittle wood. "Sabo, don't." From afar, Luffy shouted in panic. He hadn't spent much time with his long-lost brother since their reunion, but he knew enough. Sabo was monstrously strong. Against someone who could strip away devil fruit powers, Enel didn't stand a chance. But Luffy overlooked one thing: Sabo's devotion to Ghidorah. Even hearing his brother's plea, Sabo didn't stop. He had no intention to kill, but punishment was necessary. "Remember this, never call yourself God in my presence again." With a sharp thrust, his other hand pressed against Enel's abdomen. "Take this back." Boom! A surge of black energy burst from Sabo's palm, ramming straight into Enel's stomach. All the lightning Sabo had absorbed earlier was forced back into its original owner. Aotech. The destructive energy exploded inside Enel's body, ripping through him in jagged wounds as lightning and raw force tore him apart from within. Ignoring his screams, Sabo kicked him hard, sending him flying across the sea. He hadn't killed him, only hurled him onto a nearby battleship. There, writhing in agony, Enel felt his powers return as the darkness receded. In desperation, he triggered his elemental form, but even as lightning, the damage he'd sustained was grievous. Kneeling on the deck, his body trembling, Enel stared at the blonde young man in horror. The refined clothes, the calm bearing, nothing about him looked monstrous. Yet Sabo was more terrifying than anyone Enel had ever faced. Compared to that fool Guman, this man was a true monster, a real power of the blue sea. For once, Enel didn't even dare speak. Terrified, he fled, transforming into lightning and shooting back toward his arc maxim. Sabo's timely arrival had stopped the disaster, saving countless lives. Across their fleet, deafening cheers erupted. On the Sunny, Luffy let out a breath of relief. Seeing Sabo spare Enel, he grinned wide, that carefree smile returning. With a stretch of his arm, he grabbed Ace's little boat and zipped aboard. The three brothers, once naive children, were finally reunited after more than 10 years. Together again at last, their faces lit up with joy as they embraced, laughter echoing over the waves. For now, the battle in these waters had ended, but the war was far from over. After a brief exchange, the fleet set sail once more toward Wano. They had already entered Wano's seas. Though the depths still teemed with threats, with so many powerful allies and Zanesh's aid, nothing could stop them. Golden sunlight pierced the clouds, driving away storm and mist. Under clear blue skies, countless warships pressed forward. What's that? On the Sunny, Ace and Sabo turned with the others, eyes widening as the mists cleared. At last, Wano came into view. And with it, something far more shocking. Floating above the great seas of the Land of Fire was a colossal gray battleship, stretching for kilometers, like an island suspended in the sky. And on its surface stood rows of bizarre, angular metal giants. They looked less like monsters, more like humanoid machines. Each bore wings folded tight against their backs, and an enormous blade was embedded into each one's spine. Pika's heavy armor, mecha. Unlike the others, Enel's eyes went wide with recognition. Sitting aboard his ark, he remembered, deep in the lunar ruins, he had once seen blueprints. Hand-drawn sketches, depicting machines exactly like these. And now, those designs had come to life before his very eyes. Chapter 148. Heavy Armored Mecha. Long ago, when resources on Bika were scarce, the ancestors of the Lunarian tribe began experimenting with the design of heavy industrial robots. Unlike the small, fragile automatons used for minor tasks, these colossal machines possessed strength enough to move mountains. They became indispensable for mining and resource gathering. As resources grew plentiful, one Lunarian ancestor took things further. Using the industrial models as a base, he began constructing war machines. Enel remembered reading in old records. Because of this very act, the other tribes of Burka came to despise the Lunarians. They believed that if the Lunarians completed such weapons, they would spark wars, plunging Burka into chaos and ruin. From then on, the Lunarians were branded as a race of evil. And over time, their very appearance changed. The wings that once symbolized peace turned black, their bodies infused with the ability to command fire itself. Centuries passed, and the Lunarians became a taboo subject. But as Bika's resources finally dried up, those self-righteous races who once reviled them returned, this time begging for a way to leave their dying world. At the time, Bika's science was insufficient to achieve such a feat. The only ones capable of building a vessel to escape were the very Lunarians they had once condemned. Faced with extinction, the other tribes compromised. They cooperated with the Lunarians to construct the Great Ark. As the work continued, the truth became clear. The Lunarians were nothing like the evil legends described. Their technology surpassed all others. Gradually, cooperation gave way to Lunarian leadership. It was said that the war machines were built during this very period, while the Ark was under construction. Ironically, it was the so-called peaceful Bikans themselves who first proposed the idea. For when they left their homeland, they brought only their minds and their science. Unlike the Lunarians, their bloodlines hadn't been altered. They were fragile, defenseless, nothing like the self-proclaimed race of gods. Driven by envy, that Lunarian ancestor went further, attempting to create a way for anyone to gain powers. Through countless experiments, he finally succeeded, producing radiant spheres of energy, like orbs of light. When consumed, these light orbs granted abilities. At first, the user had to shape the power with imagination alone. From then on, Bika entered a new age of prosperity and began its great exodus. Those orbs were the earliest prototypes of devil fruits. On the Ark, Enel's eyes burned with emotion as he gazed upon the colossal mecha. His vision blurred, tears welling. He had spent years chasing after this, yet what he sought had been in the blue sea all along. A thunderous cry split the skies. Enel's head snapped up, and his heart nearly stopped at the sight. From the distant island, a golden figure soared into the heavens. What? Ghidorah. The creature's 3 heads gleamed in the sunlight, and Enel's eyes went wide with shock. He had thought seeing the heavy mecha was fortune beyond measure. But this, to witness the legendary beast itself. If the Bikan records were true, this monster had existed since ancient times. Which meant this was the very being their bloodline descended from. A feverish heat rushed through Enel's veins. His body trembled with a wild, ancestral excitement. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward, to ask what had truly happened when Burka first came to this world. But then, the massive airborne fortress rumbled. The heavy-armored mecha stirred. With a roar of flame, the towering machines lifted into the sky. Their scythe-like wings snapped open, fire blasting from their backs as they surged forward. Mid-flight, the giants drew the massive blades sheathed in their spines. From 10,000 meters away, they swung. 3 titanic slashes tore through the air. The sea exploded. Where the blades fell, 3 colossal trenches ripped open, carving from surface to seabed, each over 10,000 meters deep. For a moment, the ocean fell silent, vacuumed dry. Then the waters crashed back in, erupting in roaring torrents that dragged entire warships down into the abyss. Help, somebody save me. Aote. Panic consumed the fleet, chaos erupted. But then, a cold, commanding voice rang out. Ice Age. In an instant, the raging sea froze solid. A glacial tide swept across the waters, sealing the ocean into a continent of ice. Even the sea kings beneath were caught mid-swim, locked in crystal prisons. It's Aokiji. Admiral Aokiji is here to support us. Cheers burst out across the fleet as sailors recognized the tall figure in a long coat standing calmly on the ice. "Ah, what a pain," Aokiji muttered, tilting his head, peering over his sunglasses at the frozen expanse. In the past, Ice Age could only freeze a few meters of ocean surface. But this time, the entire sea had been locked down. His power had grown. And now, standing atop this endless glacier, he was immovable, an unshakable force of nature. Yet the danger had not passed. The three mechas still hovered overhead, blades gleaming. Then another deep, rumbling voice resounded. "Gravity blade." The heavens convulsed. With a roar of flame, two blazing meteors plummeted through the clouds, their trajectory drawn straight toward the airborne mecha. The pull of gravity dragged the titans down, forcing them toward the frozen sea. The mecha retaliated, their giant blades flashing. Three massive slashes shot forth, shattering the meteors midair. "Humph, a pile of scrap metal dares stand before me." A booming, domineering voice followed. Then a figure leapt forward, faster than the eye could track, placing himself directly in front of the mecha. One hand gripped a massive naginata. The other clenched into a fist wrapped in shimmering air bubbles. Crack, crackle, crash. The sound of breaking glass rippled through the air. The very space around the mecha twisted and warped. That's Whitebeard." Voices across the fleet faltered, sailors trembling. One name echoed through the seas. "Boom." Crack, crash. Whitebeard's quake powers detonated. The glacier split apart. The heavy-armored mecha shuddered, groaning under the unbearable strain. Chapter 149. The earth-shattering tremors were like the sky collapsing, shattering the three colossal mecha into pieces. That strength, so strong this is Whitebeard. No wonder they call him the strongest man in the world. The terrifying power of the Ghidorah no me left the onlookers frozen in fear, their hearts trembling. But alongside their shock, waves of relief and cheers burst forth. What kind of people are these? Aboard the Ark, Enel's eyes bulged as he stared down at the battlefield. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. These blue sea dwellers, how could they be so terrifying? At that moment, the self-proclaimed god of Skypia even felt a fleeting urge to return to Bicken. The world below was simply too monstrous. But before that thought could settle, a sound even more dreadful shook the skies. Boom, boom. From the massive warship in the distance, a coarse, violent beam of blue energy erupted outward. The unstable, frenzied hum that followed was like a deafening ultrasonic wave, stabbing into everyone's eardrums. The masses below had to clutch their ears in pain as their gazes fixed on the blazing torrent. What is that? Horror filled every pair of eyes. The energy was like a massive laser cannon unleashed from the heavens. Before anyone could process what was happening, a roar rolled across the skies like the wail of a demon crawling out of hell. Ghidorah! The suffocating bellow echoed endlessly through the firmament. Then they saw it. On that massive vessel, a towering black behemoth rose to its full height. Gasps and stupefied silence gripped the battlefield. What the hell is that thing? A dinosaur. No one could believe it. Yet there it stood, 100-meter-tall black leviathan, its jagged back lined with blades like volcanic rock. Those blades glowed with searing blue luminescence, dazzling like rows of sapphire gemstones. VMM, VMMM, VMMM. The air vibrated as the glow intensified, building like a charging engine. Boom! The titanic creature's maw burst open, unleashing a colossal blue energy beam that tore across the land. The worldview of everyone present shattered in that instant. This can't be Godzilla. Unlike the others, Enel on the Ark instantly recognized the monster's form. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets. To have witnessed Ghidorah was already fortune beyond measure, yet to also behold this nightmare incarnate, Godzilla itself, his mind was breaking. Rumble! The azure beam slammed into the shores of Wano, consuming half the island in an eruption of fire and annihilation. Exhausted, Ghidorah flapped up into the skies, narrowly avoiding the blast. But while he evaded, the unfortunate 20 kings still trapped below were engulfed by the roaring inferno. When the flames finally dissipated, a voice broke the silence. "Imu, what do you think you're doing?" The red-haired man stood amidst the ruins, his eyes like iron as he glared at the Leviathan. "Do you even realize what you've unleashed?" "Ha ha ha, of course I do." Now in his Godzilla form, Imu's monstrous jaws opened, his voice filled with icy malice. "For 1,000 years, I've endured you all, 1,000 years of waiting." "Bastard! You mean you've been pretending this entire time?" The red-haired man's expression twisted in shock. "Ha ha, and only now you realize. Too late." Imu's laughter shook the heavens. Then another voice rang from the skyship. A figure stepped forward, standing at the edge, gazing coldly at the red-haired man. "To think I'd ever get to see that expression on your face, priceless." It's you." The red-haired man's body trembled violently the moment he recognized the figure. "Impossible, you were dead. Your power had already reincarnated into another devil fruit." "Oh, who told you that once a devil fruit reforms, the user must die?" The figure sneered, and with a thunderous roar, his body erupted into flames, his form soaring upward. The fire coalesced and expanded, becoming a monstrous winged beast, shrouded in fire and smoke. "Rodent." The sight struck the red-haired man like a dagger of realization. His fury exploded as he turned to Imu. "You bastard! From the very beginning, you were working with them." Seems you figured it out a little late, my dear prince." "That's right, how could I ever betray my own uncle? You fools really thought you sealed him away back then." Imu's mocking laughter only deepened. Why, tell me why," the red-haired man howled, his voice breaking. "Why? You really don't remember. You greedy parasites stole our technology, imprisoned our scientists. All that I could tolerate. But when you set your sights on my mother, that was unforgivable. Compared to us, you are the true blight of this world, but I don't care about that anymore. My only goal is to annihilate every last one of your kind." Imu's cold fury erupted into unrestrained carnage. Empowered beyond measure, he unleashed devastation upon the islands. Rodden dove through the skies, tearing apart the last of the colossal mecha. Ghidorah unleashed his full wrath, mercilessly crushing the remaining remnants of the 20 kings. 3 kaiju, monsters of legend, laid waste to everything in sight. The tidal waves of power rolled outward, sweeping even those watching from the icy plains in dread. In moments, the entire island of Wano was erased. On the scarred glaciers, no trace remained of the red-haired man or his comrades. With his death, the 20 kings were utterly vanquished. The shadowy master of the world government was dead, and even Imu himself had turned against them. The world had fallen back under Ghidorah's dominion. He absorbed what remained of the world government and expelled every allied nation from its fold. The nations left outside the circle of power quaked in fear, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Yet no further destruction came. Instead, the world government was replaced by a new order. A movement calling itself true pacifism. The new Marines were unveiled as its vanguard, their roster sending shockwaves across the seas. Every pirate who still clung to hope quickly vanished into obscurity. Only the most powerful remained, true adventurers at heart. And Ghidorah decreed that the new Marines would not interfere with them. The seas were vast. Some islands needed guardians, and perhaps some pirates could yet redeem themselves. As for the Straw Hat crew, the story's original heroes, they resumed their voyage after the war, continuing their quest to gather the red poneglyphs, and chasing Luffy's unshakable dream of becoming Pirate King. At the end,